that's not very
wind.
compelling.
Maybe he's gas.
No, he can't be consisting of subordinates. He has to be extraordinate. So he can't be made of the particles of like the creation, right?
Right.
Otherwise, he'd be reliant on the creation, and then he'd be no God at all. Which, by the way, is quite eloquently
Atheist.
a synergy between atheist flat earthers and regular flat earthers, or theist flat earthers, whichever you want to say, is that there is a push to bring God into being contingently necessary with eternal substance that is shared by the universe. In other words, God is beholden to the laws of the universe, which what you would need if the universe itself is eternal, right? Because then it would share a quality that God possesses, which is eternality, and it would no longer be a creation. At best, it would be a manipulation of substance. Like when you go to the beach and you create a sandcastle, you didn't create the sand, but rest assured you sculpted the sandcastle. So in some views, that's reducing God to just a sculptor, the grand sculptor, right? He has a canvas of matter that exists and energies that exist, and he moves them around with his, metaphysical substance fingers, or whatever you want to call them, however you want to imagine that he does the things he does. Some people imagine that he talks, and that actual vocalizations come out of his mouth hole, as if he needs sounds to accomplish tasks. Which, by the way,
smell.
But by the way, smell is just, besides the mechanical process of smell, the actual sensation of smell is not mechanical at all. It's entirely metaphysical.
Yeah, there's a difference between the material instruments which exercise the empirical sensation as opposed to the sensation themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
It's difficult to envision, being able to see and smell and make sounds and stuff without physical.
Yeah, it is difficult. But when we think deeply and thoroughly about the matter, we realize that you can have eyes without sight. You can have ears without hearing. You can have a nose without scent. You can have a mouth, a tongue without taste. You can have skin without tactile sensation. All right. So if you can have the instruments devoid of the sensation, you can have the sensation without this type or that type of particular instrument.
Yeah, you have those sensations while you're unconscious and not presently, equipped to your senses. So in other words, you're getting information states that are given to you without actually coming from a sense organ, or an electrical response that's initiated by a sense organ that's coerced by a mechanical process like a chemical reaction, or a smell, or a fire, or any of these other things that exist externally, right?
So just to clarify the previous point, because we digressed to that one, I was saying the premise that it says the God is immaterial means that the God is abstract. And if the God is abstract, then he's merely an idea in someone else's mind and doesn't have causal power and is not the ontologically supreme being. And so the only option that is logically consistent with describing the God's ontology is that he's a concretely real entity, ontologically supreme and concretely real.
Yeah, I don't bother. It's saying that he's concrete real, but that doesn't mean that he has matter in the sense that he's not immaterial.
But if he is immaterial, then he's abstract.
No, that's immaterial doesn't mean abstract necessarily. For example,
Okay.
is your mind material or immaterial?
Immaterial.
Oh, there's your answer.
Right, it's abstract. My mind is abstract.
Dude, you're holy crap. You're trying to tell me that your mind, which is the seat of your consciousness, is not a real entity?
I'm not. Abstract doesn't mean not real. It's a category of real entities.
Okay, so then you're a real entity then, even though your mind is abstract, correct?
Right. I'm refuting the false separation. An abstract entity is real.
Right.
But it's not a concrete.
And so you are, yes, but you already agreed that your mind is immaterial. So you're trying to say
which
that
is
your
not
mind
an
isn't
instance of
concrete?
refuting me. Right? You're misinterpreting my words. You don't get it. To say that it's an abstract entity doesn't mean it's not real. It's a different type of real entity. Contrast
That's
to
fine. Yeah, we already
concrete
agreed that.
entities.
Right, but you agreed that your mind is immaterial, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then what are you?
If you're talking about me, the person itself, that's also an abstract entity, an abstractly real entity. I subsist of concretely real matter, flesh, blood, and bone.
You just said I consist of while severing yourself into the abstract.
Yeah, the person, in contrast to the material that the person subsists of. The person itself, to define person, right? It's the conscious, including self-conscious, self-identifying, and self-conveying entity. Right? That's why we speak
Right, so you
that's why
think,
we speak and convey ourselves in the first person plural, or whatever other
right?
tense of personality. It's for first,
Right,
second,
so
and third.
it sounds like you're positing the idea that an entity can't exist as a self without a body.
A concrete entity, abstract entities don't have a body.
Okay, so then you're saying God has a body
Given that the God is
as a
concretely real, yes.
as a necessary part of his ontological existence.
Yeah, that's a necessary property of being a concretely real entity, especially being the ontologically supreme entity, which all other entities are contingent upon to have their nature, including concrete entities. Concrete entities cannot be contingent upon immaterial, aka abstract entities to exist.
Right, so you're saying that a non-concrete entity has no causal power. That's what you're saying?
Right.
Right, so then it would be impossible for your mind to cause your body to do anything.
Okay.
So I win, and I rest my case for today.
How does that make you win? Okay, well, if he's not going to follow up with a rebuttal, it doesn't make him win. Okay, I'm talking about concrete entities cannot be contingent upon abstract entities to exist. Okay, immaterial entities cannot bestow existence, cannot cause concrete entities to begin existing. But the God has done that and can do that. Therefore, he's not immaterial, aka abstract.
Okay, maybe let's draw a line under that one and flip back on topic. If AI is done.
I mean, this is the same type of problem with SR and GR, right? The existence of the phenomenon of things falling is ascribed to a reification of an immaterial entity. They're giving causal power to an immaterial entity. It's ontologically absurd. Space and time cannot cause anything.
Does the father have a body, Gregory?
Let's move it back to the Earth, shall we? If AI's dropped.
Can I just ask that one question?
I did. I mentioned GR and SR, which is about scientism.
Yeah, it's good. Like with Cyclone saying, AI dropped, so it's moved back.
Gregory, does the father have a body?
We're moving on, bro.
We're moving
Y'all
on.
heard that, so you can handle that. So, anyways, does anyone want to prove the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, with pictures.
You want to show us these pictures?
You can Google them.
Does that mean then that by
So
that
you're not going to present an argument?
Sorry, Greg, I'm obviously talking.
With
So by
pictures.
that standard of evidence, then Bigfoot exists. Then yes, by pictures.
No, those pictures are fake.
Okay, so pictures can or can't be used as evidence.
They can. For
So
example,
if
for
they're
the Earth,
fake or not, how do you figure out if they're fake or not? Smartest man in the room.
we have a lot of pictures.
I've got a lot of pictures of fucking Bigfoot,
And
mate.
pretty good pictures too.
Pretty good pictures of Bigfoot, mate.
Not really. I don't think so.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I think they're better than the ones from whatever ones you've got. And you don't actually
Well,
have
maybe
any.
exists.
Dude, you don't actually have any pictures. Can you provide
Yeah,
me
I
a
do.
photograph? Can you provide me with a photograph taken with film and a camera of the Earth?
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Cool. Remember, I don't want an image.
So, well, I said we get images.
No, I want photographs.
So wait, bro. No. Yeah. What about this?
Photograph. Is it photograph taken with a camera?
You people need to
What about
shut up.
this?
It's not flat. The Earth is round. It's been proven already.
My God,
Thank you,
stop
mate. I
that.
really appreciate that. Do you think that
So
this
this
is
is a picture from the
photograph?
ISS, right?
Do you think this
So
is
you
a
got a picture.
photograph? Do you think this is a photograph?
I think
Johnny?
you're in denial, dude.
No, I'm asking you, and I've asked you for a minute if you think this is a photograph.
Yeah, I think it is.
Do you know
With
what a
photographs from the
photograph is?
ISS, right?
Look
Know
at
what a
this
photograph is?
photograph.
Yeah, do you know what a photograph is, dude?
Yeah, I mean, are you going now like the semantic route? Like it's a picture made by a
No, I'm
camera.
just asking you a very simple question. Do you know what a photograph
No,
is?
you're not.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's a
fucking
picture made by
picture.
camera.
Come on, dude.
Somebody else
Picture
can
made
talk
by
to
camera. Does that work? Does it work
an
for you?
idiot. No, I can't be bothered to waste my time, idiot. Talk to someone else.
Oh, so it's not a picture made by a camera. That's not a photograph. Okay, sophist. Okay, semantics hard.
Not semantics or sophist. I'm just asking you a very simple
You're in
question, which
denial, dude.
you seem to bumble around about.
Well,
Can
you
I
can't. Yeah,
verify
I
this?
answered it, fucking retard. Now say if
Can I
that's a proper
verify this
definition.
photograph? Excuse me. Can
And
I
I would just
verify?
I'm wasting my time. So answer a question. Then you say,
Yeah. Can I
Bro.
verify this photograph?
I don't know these ridiculous ass children.
Yeah, I think Nick's probably
all
already
we're
too
gonna
bright.
do is ask you, like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Oh
Until
god,
you eventually give
guys,
up. It's hilarious.
you guys need to
I
chill.
love
You guys
this
need to
story.
chill.
Hey, look at the flat tards coping. Look at the flat tards coping right now.
Do
Look
you
at
know
them.
what
Yeah, look at
verification
the
is,
coping.
dumb fuck? Do you know what verification is?
Yeah, I don't care, flat tard.
Okay, so yeah, but you don't care because you're a
it's a
bigot.
photograph of picture made with a camera.
Let's see if Check D's.
No answer. Why can't you answer my question? It's a simple question, dude.
Because I'm speaking to Check D's right now. You already
Yeah, what's up?
spiraled.
What's going on, brother?
How's it going, bro?
Brother.
You
Yeah,
believe?
good, bro. Yourself?
All good, all good. You believe the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah.
All right. Why'd you believe that?
Because it's verifiable and testable. I can do it by myself and come to that conclusion.
Okay, you verified it.
I haven't done it myself, no, but I know if I was to do it, I could prove it.
Okay.
How would
What
you
would
do
you
that?
what would you do to verify it?
So I'd probably get like a beam of light in one spot, going up to towards the sky, and then I'll go to another spot, like where I could have like a good angle, and then I'll beam that light to another spot, and then I'll just calculate the angle between them, and the angle between them won't be 0 degrees or 180 degrees. It will have some elevation.
Of course it will. It's an angle.
Well,
Can't
you
have
mean
angles in the Earth, though.
you're shooting
You
these
can't.
straight up into the air?
You can't
Yeah.
have angles with curved lines.
What do you
Is
mean?
the surface of the
It's
Earth
a straight
horizontal or
line.
curved? Dude,
It's a straight vertical line.
The Earth, you said angle. So from the surface of the Earth, you're going to need two lines to create an angle, aren't you?
Correct. You need two arms.
So one of them being the surface of the Earth and the other one with your light. Yes?
No.
Okay, where
So-
are you getting your angle from?
So, surface of the Earth. Say it again. Surface of the Earth to the line.
I'm asking you how you're creating your angle. An angle is defined as the intersection of two straight lines. You've got a light, and I'm asking you, where's your other line? Is that the surface of the Earth to create an angle? You said above the surface of the Earth?
So it would be the horizontal just above the surface of the Earth.
What?
Or at the surface of the Earth. There'll be a horizontal. So there'll be an adjacent, and that's the horizontal, right? The adjacent line.
Okay, so that's the Earth, is it?
Yeah, one sec. I'm just at work. Give me like 1 minute.
Cool. The horizontal line is the Earth. Thanks. I think we're done here.
Good job there, Jedi. You shut that down real quick. I don't think these guys realize, like, when they say things like that, only because they're repeating what, like, they heard some Glober say on YouTube, and they're like, those stupid flat earthers, they don't know how you can get an angle from the ground on a curved surface. Like, they hear that and they don't, like, logic doesn't kick in, so they kind of like come here and talk that dumb shit.
I mean, they need to stop persevering to destroy a position when they don't have even a basic, thorough understanding of the concepts and categories in question. Just too busy persevering to be condescendingly unimpressed instead of critically considerate.
Well, when he
Imagine
comes
trying to
back,
prove
we
a
can keep him
globe
on.
with a flat Earth. It's just weird.
Yeah, we just keep him on this line. You know, you ask them what makes you think the Earth is a spinning ball. He says one thing, we discuss it, and then move on to the next. Hopefully, he'll be chill enough to discuss it and actually understand it.
So who wants to prove the Earth is a ball? Who wants to present their argument?
But Scott was isn't he a Globie?
What about
Talk to him thoroughly.
What about the Nick
He doesn't
guy
have an
who's
argument.
passing out? Is Nick still here? Or did he leave?
I think he's gone. Yeah, I think he's gone.
Who else we got?
All right, I'm back. What's going on, boys?
Hello.
All right, check, please.
So yeah,
You
the
just got to the
horizontal.
point. The horizontal is what you're drawing your line from.
Yeah, that's the adjacent. So that's like the adjacent, right?
Like the Earth.
Right.
Yeah, that's between. That's the line drawn between the two angles or the two lines.
That's one
right?
of that's one of the lines for your angle. The Earth, and then your laser up to a thing in the sky, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
And then there's a
You're gonna require a flat Earth for that. You
Why?
understand the definition of an angle is the intersection of two straight lines. If the surface of the Earth was curved, that wouldn't be the horizontal straight line that you were talking about, and you wouldn't be able to measure an angle from that curved line. That was stupid. You'd fail geometry.
But who said it has?
You said it was a horizontal between your lasers.
Yeah. Your own
Okay,
words,
yeah.
man.
What if it's not
That
a
would be
horizontal, but it's
that'd be a flat Earth.
deviated by a bit, and it's causing something that's not a right angle triangle, so like something else, right?
All right. Well, before we go into these imagined experiments you haven't done, do you know of any experiments that anyone has done that's proven the Earth is a ball like this?
I mean, just going up to the like space shuttle and then just looking at the Earth from there.
All right.
You'll
No, but I
see
mean
that.
in terms of something that people can do in the public,
Oh,
like in
wait.
this show.
1 sec.
There he's off again.
Get flat smacked on the job.
When he returns, how about I try the syllogism with him?
Man used the water shuttle as an example.
No, we need to keep him on this because this is what he's trying to figure out what he can actually do to prove the globe. He's in the right spot.
All right.
He just needs to go through them.
Yeah, I want to say the syllogism about this very point.
Okay.
And like, if this is a bad time for him, he can come back later when he's got more free time. Unless he's going to.
Yeah, we're not going to have a conversation if he's going to dip out after every sentence.
It's a very sneaky way to use Google.
It's like, hold on 1 second.
He dipped out.
Yeah.
The other guy.
Well, in the meantime, does anyone else want to prove that they know the Earth is a ball? Left the voice chat.
These names that are coming in. Hyper Around Earth Muslim. Level 100 Globe Earth Guardian.
Whose roles are
Is
that?
that
Yeah, that name's funny as hell.
T-Dub, whose roles are that?
Mastodon has nicknamed himself Level 100 Globe Earth Guardian. I don't know.
Oh,
Are we familiar with Mastodon? Might just be being ironic.
yeah, I suppose level 100 after out of one Googleplex. Finding a amicable, decently behaved scientist to engage on this subject is rare. It's just rare, at least in this server.
I'm sure no scientists are just gonna pop up in his channel, like, but it would be nice to.
When I say scientist in the sense of just one who subscribes to scientism. It doesn't equal a
Oh, gotcha,
doctoral, professional. Yeah,
gotcha.
analogous to Christian of Christianism, Muslim of Islam, Jew of Judaism, etc., etc.
Guess you could call him scientist.
Scientismist. Scientismist?
Scientism is there. You go. That's the one. That's the one.
Scientismists, scientismaticians.
Let's make an observation. 500 years later, still no experiment.
And an experiment is categorically invalid for the concluding premise.
Just keep observing.
Again, unless you say the word experiment in the sense of experience as in empirical detection, then yeah. But if you say experiment in the sense of a causation test, no.
Yeah, right.
I mean, so yeah, yet again, yet another day. Tough days being a scientist. They don't actually have long distance photographs captured in the far reaches within the cosmic vacuum because such a realm could not exist given their own premises with the laws of physics, especially the laws of thermodynamics, the law of entropy. So they could not have gone up to that what is an imaginary realm. And the high altitude photographs that we do have don't ever show the Earth being a ball, and so they don't have any observations at any height that show that the Earth is a ball. And even those who specialize in trying to ascertain whether the Earth is a ball or not, the geodetic surveyors, they also don't know that either. And when you look at their reports, and you listen to them describe the issue, they supposedly do detect curvature, but it's so infinitesimal that it's negligible to the point of being regarded as not being there, which of course is doublespeak that can only mean that they have not actually empirically detected nor measured the Earth to be a sphere. Tough days. And of course everything else is just a a priori interpretation of empirical data, not actually seeing the Earth or the oceans actually curve into a ball, but just interpreting any obstruction in your field of view as because of sphericity of the Earth or seas. You know, it's really difficult to take a photograph from a place that can't exist. You know, a lot of people think that when they raise the appeal to the supposed photographs, which are not photographs, but really images, pictures, and they chose those words deliberately because if they chose the word photograph, then eventually someone would find the fabrications within the image and expose it to not be a photograph. So the pseudo photographs that they present, it's not a matter of, like I just said, finding the uh, fabrication edits in the image itself. You know, is the narrative about or ascribed to the image coherent? And it's not. Supposedly they live on a ball surrounded by liquid and gas in a cosmic vacuum. So it's a ball that has gas pressure, all sorts of pressure, without a container in a vacuum. It's incoherent, given the laws of thermodynamics. And their supposed rescuing device, which they appeal to, you know, Einsteinian or Cavendishian, if I may say, universal gravitation, is refuted. It's ontologically absurd. They cannot verify either of the hypotheses to be true. So they don't have the rescuing device that they want to appeal to account for why things aren't falling off the sedimentary rock that is the Earth, perpetually falling through the vacuum of space, through the cosmic vacuum. So no. It's a supposed photograph from a place that cannot exist. Apocryphon, Crit, Jedi.
Yep.
Did I miss anything? Did I say it well?
Yeah,
No,
you
you
got
got
it.
it.
What's up, bro?
That's probably a
Okay.
shut up.
Hello, Moto.
Hello.
Someone restart their phone or turn on their phone. My phone says that.
That Motorola.
Moto G5. I said it wrong. Moto G 5G stylus.
Nice.
Not the newest one. It was the newest when I got it, 2021. But now it's like they have a 2023 or 2024 version even.
Staying away from the all-seeing iPhone.
It's not really staying away from it. More like not able to go to it. Wink, wink.
I gotcha. Gotcha.
But then again, even if I did have the means to afford it, I wouldn't purchase it either. iOS is inferior to Android. When it gets silent in here, it gets silent. Wow. Wow.
I mean, because we don't want to talk too much, right? Still want to enjoy what we're doing. Right now, I'm just actually writing and stuff. So
Yeah,
Well, some noise will come in here
go
again,
ahead.
maybe.
You got the floor right now.
Oh, hello, Globe Fiction. Hey, Gregory. Yes, you always
what's
speak well.
up?
Hello
Well,
again,
thank you, Sydney.
Globe Fiction. Of course, Gregory.
There's another confusion. There's a confusion between these key terms when we talk about physics and metaphysics. It's yet to been defined to me. People think that there's a distinction, but I've examined the issue and I've examined people try to argue the issue, and they haven't made a distinction between concrete matter and physical. They haven't made a distinction. Well, concrete matter, physical, and substantial. There hasn't been an intelligible distinction between these terms as being categorically different. And of course, when you examine their etymology, they derive from Latin words which mean one another. They're used to define one another, so they're very close synonyms. Concrete, matter, substance, physical. Physical comes from the Greek, physika, which simply means an object, just a thing, any type of thing whatsoever, not just a material thing. But those previous three words, they come from the Latin. So you look up in the etymology, they're used in the entries to define one another. And so, of course, you just conceive of an intelligible sense of these words, and of course, it's referring to things like solids, liquids, and gases, right? Or light also. Got to include light. So it's referring to those types of entities, right? The concrete particulars in the world. And so, because there's a failure to consistently understand the categorical difference between concrete entities and abstract entities, very often people deliberately or unintentionally reify that which is not concrete, abstract entities, or they, if I may say, abstractify concrete entities. It's more often the former than the latter. But a failure to understand these things leads to ideas like the God is immaterial, but he supposedly caused all other concrete entities to begin existing, and they're all contingent upon him to sustain their nature. An immaterial entity can't do that. Or when Einstein says that space and time curves so that things fall along its curved surface to the center of whatever given body of matter. It's another error. Or when they say nature runs everything, when nature is not a concrete entity with any causal power, let alone sentience. Nature is just the sum total of properties of any given entity. So these are all the results, the inevitable results of not understanding the difference between these things. I mean, does it really need to be spelled out to adults with our level of acumen that the less you know about a given area of knowledge, the less you've studied about a given area of knowledge, the more likely you are to have misconceptions and commit errors in your line of reasoning about these issues. So if the vast majority of humans, or if any given human, let alone the vast majority of humans, have little to no knowledge about philosophical issues, then they are very likely to misconceive them and commit errors. And in fact, the ignorance is so deep that because people don't know the nature of philosophy, they don't realize that everyone is already philosophizing. If you have an idea about what is real and what is not real, that's metaphysics. If you have an idea about how you know what you know, that's epistemology. If you have an idea of how to think soundly, how to think well, that's logic.
You want
You
to
have an
put a
idea of
title
how to
on it, yeah.
behave. You see? You have an idea of how to behave, that's ethics. If you value anything in any way, that's axiology, the study of value. These are all philosophical categories,
Now, how
basic
do you tell
categories
this
of
to
philosophy.
a tribe? All right.
Say again? I missed it.
How would you tell this to a tribe that, like, he thinks about life and all this, as in his tribe, but he just doesn't care about anything of this nature, right?
Well, the same way I said it to him now. Perhaps I would explain further and try to say it in more simple terms, but of course, I can only say the sentence. I can only say the message. It's up to him
He would
or
be
her
like, live
to.
your life, man.
Yeah. I can.
Language,
Right. Yeah. So, like I said, I can do
enjoy
the effort.
the oneness with life. I don't know.
Yeah, I can do the effort of saying the message. It's up to the listener, whoever, to care about listening and trying to understand what I'm saying to them. And so, no matter how, no matter where you are, I mean, whether it be a person in a relatively simplistic society or whether it be someone in the so-called first world, everyone has an idea of what is real, what is not real, how they know what they know, how to think, how to behave. Right? Everyone, all humans throughout all time. There may be some obstacles that prevent uh, one human from understanding the conveyance of the message to another human. But the fact still remains that we're all thinking these ideas. We're all living according to these ideas. That's philosophy. So a philosophy is something that everyone inevitably and necessarily does in order to operate to any degree in any way in society whatsoever.
Okay. Oh, that's if you
And
wanted to
why
put a
would we
title on
not?
it.
Say again?
That's if you wanted to put a title on it. Because again, these are just like words are just words, but it's really just it's an action, it's a thought, it involves emotion as well. But imagine we didn't speak with these words and we just spoke through, that would just be what it is, right? Like it is what it is type
You
of
didn't
thing.
complete that sentence. You said, imagine if we didn't speak words, imagine we just spoke through ellipsis and you didn't
Yeah,
complete
like,
that sentence.
well, exactly. So imagine we just didn't think about it like that. We just thought about life as it is. Imagine we didn't have no language to speak to each other right now, right? And we were thinking about life and we thought about God, right? It wouldn't, as you say, it would be like philosophy, but then also it's just what it is. It is what it is without a title. Like, just like how you see a dog, but a dog isn't really a dog. That's a name that we put on it. Or, Spanish culture, whatever they call it. It's not really its name. It is what it is. Simple as that. It's everything
Well,
simple.
what is it?
Exactly. It is what it is.
What do you mean exactly? That's the error in your sentence.
That is no
That's
error.
the error in your line of reasoning.
The error is putting too many titles on things that don't really need titles. You don't need a title for every animal. You don't need a title. I mean, we do it anyway because we want to understand what things are as humans, and that's just what we do. That's
So
why
if
you
you
come
don't
up with
use
math and
words
you
to
come up with
identify
measurements.
anything, so if you don't use words to identify anything, how do you know anything is anything?
Oh, that's the reason. That's the thing. That's why we do that, so we can understand things, right?
Right. So
Exactly.
right. So it's not negligible. Right. It's not as though you can identify anything. It's not as though you can know anything about anything
I
without
think you were missing what I was
words
saying
and a
at
language
first.
to.
I think
But
you
you
was missing
interrupted
what
the
I said at
reply.
first. What was your
But
reply?
you refusing to let me reply.
What was your reply?
Your line of thinking is fallacious. It's the fallacy of ambiguity. If you don't use a word
Interesting.
in any language to identify the given entity, to predicate that it is what it is, then you don't know anything about it because you haven't even identified it to be anything in order to know anything
Why does
about
it
it.
need exactly my point though? What is the point of identifying this unless you're trying to get some what are you trying to get out of it to identify?
Wait, if my point is your point, then you're refuting yourself and contradicting yourself.
Okay, sure, absolutely. Anyway, like I just said, you can say things like philosophy, thinking about God is philosophy, but just thinking in general, you don't even have to put a name on that. Thinking is thinking. It is what it is. Like I just said again, see a dog, you don't need to call a dog a dog. It's just what it is. I see another human, I'm not going to say, hey, that's
What
another
does it have
human.
to do with my point? Why are you saying this?
Because you were saying philosophy, you said everyone thinks about God. Everyone thinks about God, but at the end of the day, everyone does philosophy. Everyone does
I
it. You
didn't even
just said
say the
that.
word God in what I said. You're hearing someone else.
You were saying, you just said this yourself. You just said everyone who thinks about whatever you were saying is philosophy. Everyone uses
Right, you didn't
philosophy.
even accurately reiterate what I did say, so you don't obviously understand what I'm conveying to you.
So tell me, didn't you just say everyone uses philosophy?
Yes, I did say that,
Thank
not the
you.
other thing that
All
you
right. So
said that I.
stop there.
Yeah,
Stop
not
there.
the
Stop
other
there. Stop
thing.
there. Stop there.
Right,
Stop there.
not
Stop
the
there. Stop
other
there. Stop
thing.
there.
Stop trying to
Stop there.
dominate the voice
Stop.
channel
Just stop.
with.
No.
Stop trying to
Nobody's.
dominate the
You're the
voice
one
channel with your
dominating.
spiritism, dude.
You're the one
Just
dominating. You're
stop.
just keep on going about philosophy. Just shut up.
No, dude, you're
This isn't
sitting
even a
here
philosophy
contradicting
chat.
me
This is
without
a
even any
flat Earth chat.
specificity,
This is a
dude.
flat Earth chat. We
Dude,
don't
you're
care about your philosophy,
contradicting me
sir.
without any specificity. You're not demonstrating that you
All right.
actually know better than me about the issue. So I
What am
attempted
I
to
trying to know
charitably
better about?
engage you about the subject because you wanted to raise a critique
All
about what
right.
I
What are
was
you saying
saying
right now? What are
here
you
in the
saying
voice
right now?
channel when there was no one else
What are you
talking.
literally saying?
And now
What
that
are you?
I'm actually critiquing you about your uninformed and ignorant and fallacious and ambiguous opinions, now you want to prevent me from actually saying the completion to my replies to what you're saying. You're just like the anti-flat earthers that come in here with all that condescension and belligerence with no knowledge. You're the same type of person. So why should I yield the floor to you when you're the one disrespectfully trying to interrupt me with such flagrantly and patently fallacious ideas?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for unmuting me. Again, like I said, you just said everyone uses philosophy, whatever they're talking about, whatever they're doing. But just you don't have to say these titles and put titles on anything. Like I
Why
just
did you
said.
mention that? Why would I not say the title? Why would I not say the word in the
Why would I?
English, in the language I'm
Okay.
speaking, to identify the category of knowledge that I'm referring to? Why would I not do that?
Again, you're missing the whole point. This is why you're going on a rambunctious
What is the point? Make
attitude.
it short and sweet.
My point exactly is no one really cares about that stuff. Okay, cool, philosophy,
I
whatever.
do.
Okay, so
But
what?
at the end of the day, we don't even have to put titles on all of these things. Just enjoy life for what it is, and
So why would I
honestly,
not
thinking about
say
too
the
much about it.
word
Greg.
in the
Was that
language that I
literally your
speak to
Greg? 2
identify the
seconds.
What
category of
I
knowledge
don't
I'm
even. Why
talking
are you
about?
talking about a language? The only thing I was speaking about language is the fact that everyone can understand. Okay, if the dog is this in this language, this can be a perro. Whatever perro they say that in Spanish, whatever you want to call that in another language. Simple as that. But if you just take the name off of everything that you're saying, it is what it is. Simple as that. And the fact that you can't understand that shows how just
I
your
do
mind is.
understand that.
Then that's
Stop
all.
trying to
Then what
condescend
was
to
the
me
point?
with the ontological
Then what was
truism.
the point about defending yourself against that?
Guys, stop trying to condescend to me
Hey.
about an ontological
All right.
truism.
Now, what was your point about
You're
defending that?
just you're stuck in a
What was your
Dunning-Kruger
point?
effect.
All right.
You're
Hey,
talking to me as though you know
Gregory.
better than me, but all
Now,
you've said is some
Greg.
irrelevant truism, which is tautological. Of course, the entity is the entity. That's the law of identity, guy. But you're sitting up here talking about don't even pay
Honestly,
attention to calling anything by a name, which necessarily disregards the law of identity in logic. So if you say it is what it
what?
is, you're affirming the law of identity. But if you say don't
Yeah,
bother
you
saying
think
a
too
name
much.
in any given language to specifically identify definitively what entity you're referring to, then you're denying the law of identity, which is
I would
self-contradictory and
hate
makes
to be
knowledge
you.
impossible. So quit
Nope.
trying to tell me this ontological truism and tautology.
Yes.
Of course the entity is what it is. Now you have to say a word to actually identify the given entity distinctly.
Again, I would hate to be you. Just live your life
Why?
and live a
Because
good
it's
life.
smarter than you. That's all this sounds like. Is Gregory, don't use big words because not everybody has to understand them. That's what you sound like.
Exactly. Just all you have
That's
to
what
do
you
is
sound like.
you're saying philosophy is like everyone uses it. Okay, no duh. Obviously, we think about God. We think about everything in the world. We think about everything around us because that's human nature. Okay, it's not no big complex, big ass
It all sounds
talk.
too complicated for me. Just dumb it down a bit so I can understand. Is that literally all you're saying?
Just say
Yeah,
that,
all you're doing is
just
whining
say that we're
about
thinking
not
about God.
understanding what I'm talking about. You haven't given any refutation to expose any type of error in what I'm saying. You're just whining
I didn't
about
even
someone
complain about
talking about a
anything you said
category
at
of
all.
knowledge
I was
and
literally just
categories
saying you don't
within
have to
that
put
area of
titles on
knowledge
so
that you
much
don't
stuff.
know about. And every time I expose that, you
Oh
want to
my
keep talking
days.
to me. You think you have the right, you think you have the moral high ground where I'm the one that's being ridiculous and
Bruh,
unnecessarily
this is sad.
highfalutin in my choice of words, but
Oh
you're
my
the one that's
god.
just whining about not understanding what the other person is talking
Yo,
about, who
who's
obviously knows
whining?
better than you, which Jedi obviously just highlighted.
Yo, who's whining? You sound like you're whining. You're more heated than I am. I'm literally living my life,
You're the
good
one that's
life.
whining. I've already explained to you why. Can you remember why? Can you remember the words that came out of my mouth? Well,
Literally, just enjoy
just
life,
remember
and you don't
those.
have to
But
put so many
remember
titles
great.
on things. That's just all it is. Simple
Yeah,
as
yeah,
that.
yeah. The words are too
Right, so an
complicated.
irrelevant, pseudo-profound ethic, right?
You
Because
see,
you can't actually engage the
all of this,
subject that you opened your mouth about. So
all of
again, you're
this.
going to repeat this
Do you think the world is this deep?
pseudo-profound,
Do
vague,
you think the world
ambiguous
is this
ethic.
deep?
And so he's
This is
doing it
why
again.
you like
He's
this.
about to say
Because
it again.
all right,
So he thinks he's
whatever.
going to
Look,
dominate the
you're not
voice channel.
crossing.
He's
You're
going
not,
to dominate my voice with saying pseudo-profound, ambiguous ethics
bro. No one's trying to
and
dominate you.
axiological
This is the simple.
premises because he is irritated that someone knows more than him and better than him about a subject. Instead of asking, what did you mean by that word, Gregory? What did you mean when you say that? He wants to whine and tell me that I'm just saying things unnecessarily or being just overbearing with my vocabulary. He chose to ridicule me for something that was not at all any sin or crime or even an error. He's just whining about not understanding what I'm talking about. That's the sort of despicable garbage that makes human society plagued with disagreement and ignorance and bigotry.
This is sad.
It is sad. It is sad that people like you obviously are out of their depth, won't humble themselves and ask themselves the question, do I understand what he's talking about? Am I going to ask him further questions to attempt to understand what he's talking about? Or am I just going to whine and self-righteously admonish
Bro,
him
who
for doing
doesn't
something
know
that's
what you're talking
obviously
about?
not a
Everyone knows
sin
what you're
and
talking
not a
about.
crime in any way?
Everybody knows what you're talking about here. Everyone knows. Everyone uses philosophy, like you
Evidently
just
not.
said. Did you not just say
Evidently
everyone
not. So
uses
if you know what I'm
philosophy?
talking about, let's test that, right? Because you evidently don't, but you're
Oh
sitting
my
here saying
gosh.
that you do.
And you're still
So
running your
what
mouth.
is metaphysics?
See, look, and you're bringing up something that wasn't even a conversation.
Guy, what is
Let's go back to the
metaphysics? You know what I'm
conversation.
talking
Stop, bro.
about.
Stop.
I
Don't leave
was
the focus.
talking
Stop.
about
Stay
that.
on focus.
You
Stay
obviously
on
don't know what
focus.
I'm talking about.
Stay on
So
focus.
prove that you know what you're
Stay
talking
on
about.
focus.
What is metaphysics?
Stop.
Go.
Stay on focus. No, you're not the one that's going to do this, all right? Stay on focus. We were talking about you saying everyone uses philosophy. That's where we're at. And then I said, don't have to
Yeah,
put titles
which
on everything.
includes
Stop talking.
metaphysics, which I
Stop talking.
explicitly
Oh, the
mentioned.
big superior guy
So
that has all the words is talking
talk
over
about
somebody.
what metaphysics
Interesting.
is.
I thought you were
Define
superior or
it.
something. Why are you talking over? Just relax and listen.
You're
Yeah,
actually
you're
both just
persevering
talking
to
through each other,
withpass
aren't
the
you? You're both
scrutiny
Hey, look,
because
all
you
you have to do
can't
is
actually
listen. All you
endure
have
it.
to do
Greg,
is
Your
listen.
position is not
All
tenable.
you had to do is
So you're
listen. That's
persevering to
simple.
talk through my
All
reply
you have to do
because
is
you don't
listen.
want to actually face scrutiny. You're acting as though you're trying to keep me in line, but you're the one persevering.
Actually, I've tried to tell you both to shut up and you both keep talking. Gregory, at least hear him out, or at least listen to moderators when they're trying to fucking help you, mate. My goodness me, can you two have a conversation or I'll keep you both on mute? Don't talk through each other. It's becoming annoying.
Thank
I'll
you for the
unmute both of you.
moderation.
Have an adult conversation.
Thank you for the moderation. Now, you
Damn.
said everyone knows what you're talking about, Gregory. So that must include you also. So then, if you know what I was talking about, and I was talking about metaphysics, including the other basic subcategories of philosophy, then define metaphysics. Demonstrate you know what you're talking about.
Okay. Now let's go back to what we were talking about, where this whole came from. Everything came from. I don't
See,
care
now
what you're
he's
saying right
whistling
now.
past it
Stop.
again.
You're talking over me again. Why are you doing that? Thank you.
So go ahead and finish your
Shut
digression.
up, please. Thank you. Anyway, like I was saying, you were talking about philosophy and how everyone does it in their own way, no matter what they do, because that's just how it was, right? Okay, obviously. And all I said was, you don't have to put a title on how you think about anything in life. Ever. The only way you do that is because you're making yourself overcomplicated about everything. It's not that
No, not really.
complicated.
Not really.
Just like how you can observe.
Sorry, Dade. Underneath these very specific terms underneath these very specific words are very specific terms. It's kind of poignant to understand what is meant when somebody is saying something, right? It's not hard to listen for a little bit longer because some people use a few more words. Those words,
Listen
though,
to
are
me.
going to be
I've been here a
explanatory.
long time. I've been here for a few months now,
Shouldn't be blind fuck, dude.
this Gregory guy is literally this
Shouldn't be
stuff is
shit.
not even
Don't talk
really
through me.
not doing anything for us. I understand what you're saying,
Us,
but okay, what is it
us,
doing?
for
Just you
us,
don't.
at the moment, you're the one who's been trying to keep him on this path for the last 10 to 15 minutes.
No, I
It's
literally
become
said one
boring.
thing. And he's gotten to a whole. Oh, you're trying to think you're superior. You're trying to think you're. Nobody's trying to put you down. No one's trying to be the voice of the channel at all.
God, you just get to a point, mate.
Like,
Exactly.
I've already addressed
Simple
his
as that.
point several times and he doesn't engage it.
It's that.
So he said multiple times, you don't have to call anything a title. In reply to that, I simply said to him, so why would I not identify the given category of knowledge by name so that I sufficiently identify it in contrast to every other entity whatsoever? His idea is stupid. So
No, you
don't
sound
say the
stupid,
name of
honestly.
the
You
given
literally
thing
sound
that you're
stupid.
trying to
You're just
specifically
talking.
talk about.
Like, what are you doing? What are you really doing?
Yeah, what am I
What are you
really
really
doing with
doing?
that silly ass ambiguous question? Because he knows full and well he doesn't have any substantive
Look,
reply
you're still
to that
talking
rhetorical
nonsense.
question.
Okay, what are you saying this for? And what is your question?
Again, the ridiculous ass ambiguous question when everyone else in here understands the question. You're sitting up here talking as
What
though
is your
what I'm
question?
doing is
Are you going back to
unnecessary
metaphysics? Are you talking
or
about metaphysics again?
unbeneficial in
Is this
any
your
way.
question after
And
Guys,
one?
he's
What is your
still
question?
talking through this reply. So when I actually get
Yeah, Mike,
to the substance of his reply,
Hey,
he
Yeah,
shut
doesn't
up
actually
and
want to
ask your
engage it.
question. Literally ask your question. What are you talking about?
Still not engaging my reply.
Oh my gosh. This guy's a fucking
we're
dumbass.
just gonna draw
This
a
guy's a
line under this.
dumbass.
You two are gonna stop talking,
Thank you, because he
and we're
is
just gonna
a
move
fucking
on.
idiot.
and you as well. You can shut up too.
Hey man, I'll be one, but not as much as him.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, drop it. We're gonna
I'm
just move
sorry.
on because that's going nowhere, right?
Enjoy your life.
Bye.
He had no intention of engaging the substance of the issue. None.
Yeah. Well, it's his prerogative. But we're gonna move on. Sir Yeatsworth, save us. Do you believe in the globe? I'm gonna take that as a no. You do not. Good man. What else we got? 970B. He's muted.
I wanted to answer the question.
Louder though.
Please do.
So he said, why not identify or title things? The answer to that, I posted in the chat.
And it's the same answer that I said to him to specifically identify the referent you're talking about. If you don't, then neither you nor anyone else will know what you're talking about. It's so simple. It shouldn't have to be spelled out to a grown adult.
Again, how many times I have to say this? You don't
No,
need to
it's
put a
not
title on
happening.
everything.
Not
That's
happening.
simple.
I don't know why you're doing this to us, Elijah.
That's simple.
Well, I mean,
I'll
it's
take
just the
Daza at
answer.
this
If he
The
point.
world
doesn't,
is
if
not
he
that
doesn't want
complex,
to,
bruh.
if
The
he
world is
doesn't
not that
want to,
complex. That's simple.
well, that is the answer. If he doesn't want to, concede to it, because he wasn't just making a statement.
You think I
He was
got this far
asking the
learning about
question.
flat Earth by listening to someone like you, Gregory? No,
He
please.
was
So
asking.
exactly, just stay where you're at, because obviously you're. Nah, I'm good.
So he asked
I'm happy with
why.
myself.
So he asked why. So that was the answer.
Sad. Everything in flat Earth is very simple.
Or you're just simplistic.
Or you're thinking too much.
Or you're just simplistic and you don't think well.
Whatever you want to call it. I know what the Earth is, and I'm fine with that. How about you? Okay. Keep using your getting lost in your own brain. Have fun with that.
Sorry, you know what the Earth is? What's the Earth?
You asked me what's F?
You said you know what the Earth is. So my question is, what's the Earth?
What's the Earth? It's a beautiful place made by God.
Okay, that's kind of
Right.
ambiguous. Thanks, that's ambiguous. I'll ask someone else.
All right. I mean,
These
doesn't get any
ridiculous
better than that.
pseudo-intellectuals that have no substance and no specificity to any of their ideas, presuming to self-righteously admonish someone else about
What do
something
you want
that's
to? What
not
do you
at
want to talk
all
about?
bad.
Oh, the Earth is the water and the soil down to the sediment of the dirt. Like, what do you want to? What do you want from that? You guys sound retarded. Honestly, relax.
Again,
It's not that deep.
these ridiculous people, they don't actually have
Again,
knowledge. They
Gregory,
just
it's that
boastfully
simple. What
say
is
their
Earth?
opinions with
It's a
all
beautiful
that
place made by
emotional
God. What would
belligerence
you
and
call it?
competence
All
with
right.
no knowledge
What
to
would you
demonstrate
call
that they
Earth,
know what they're
Gregory?
talking
Gregory,
about.
what would you call Earth?
See what happens when
And
we're
you
at
see, he
agreement
What do
on
you
obviously
that.
call
doesn't
Earth,
have any
Gregory? What
decency
would
of
you call
character
Earth,
to actually let
Gregory?
me finish
Hey,
any
hey,
reply that he
buddy.
says to him. So
What do
every
you
time
call
Guys,
that
I'm
I
Earth?
going to
speak,
mute
he
both
wants
of
to
you
talk to me.
if this
Shut up
thing
and what do you
For
carries.
call
some
Earth?
reason, I'm the one that has to yield.
What do you call
I'm
Earth?
going to have to mute all ears if this carries on because it's just
That's
getting annoying.
simple. So literally, that's exactly. It's not retarded and ignorant. It's
Yeah, he can
stupid.
stop talking through me when I was talking. That's
Shut
what
up.
happened.
Shut up and tell me
Is
what Earth is.
Daza here? Let's throw it back to Daza. Daza's always good for a chat. What's up, Daza? Disingenuous Tangents. That's an interesting name. No Daza. Rich, what's going on? Looks like you're going mad in the chat there. Rich Evans. So spazzing out. Jesus Christ. Come on, Globies. Give us something. You make me unmute Talon at this point. 970B. Who muted 970B? Why is he muted? Is he safe to unmute? Let's find out. 970B. Tibbs? You there? Jeez, I'm trying to get blood from a fucking stone today. What's going on?
I told you.
Yeah. I know, it's brutal. Alright. Here we are at the bottom of the barrel. Talon? Don't tell me
Ready.
you're going to let us down as well. Holy shit.
Of course not.
Always
I love
reliable.
hearing Greg talk. I love hearing Gregory talk because he just goes on and on and on with just the most ridiculous vocabulary.
Alright.
No way
Well,
any of that could
let's
possibly
keep it
make
on
sense.
topic. Let's keep it on
It
topic.
really is an insult to these people that someone who doesn't subscribe to scientism actually has a degree of acumen. It's just that's the pattern that's manifest.
Pattern that's
Well,
manifest. What
certainly
pattern is
triggered them.
manifested that people don't take to your specific?
Yeah, people the likes of you go out of your way to insult me over a long distance phone call about something that is not at all a sin or a crime or immoral or a vice in any way.
Well, it's
Yeah, people like you.
well, it's
Gregory, I think what the
what you're
problem
doing-
is, Greg, I think what the problem is, your language makes dumb people's brain hurt.
I guess. I mean, all you have to do, like I keep saying this every time, like it's so simple. If you don't understand what anyone is saying to you, not just Gregory, just ask a question. The question is, what do you mean?
Right.
Just
What
say
do you
that.
mean? So, Gregory, what do you mean when you're going on and on with your
All
diatribe?
right,
Yes.
all
What
right.
specifically
Just
are you
before
talking
we go
about?
into critiquing Gregory again, this isn't 24/7 critique Gregory.
That is
Jesus
true.
Christ. So let me just quickly chat. We've got a couple other people who've joined. We've got Benji. What's up, Benji? June Musik. What's up, June Musik? How's it going? Roz Alerts. What's up, Roz Alerts?
Hey, what's up?
All right, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, all good, thank you. So what brings you by here? You've been looking into the topic? You ever looked into it? No?
Been exploring it, but yeah, been watching.
What have you looked into so far? How long have you been looking?
I mean, I was on the old server before it got taken down, so the 1.0 server. So you used to know me
Oh,
as
damn,
Pigeon.
that was a...
Yeah.
What was your name on that?
It used to be Pigeons.
Pigeon. Hmm. Did you suppose gifts of pigeons or something?
Something like that. Some of the
Maybe
old
I do remember.
moderators knew me, so.
All right. So that was a while. So you've known about this for a good few years now.
Yeah, so I joined. Yeah, so. Yeah.
Have you got a firm position one way or the other? You on the fence?
Half and half, really. So.
Half and half. So it's like flat on the top, but then a ball underneath me, or the other way around.
Not really. No, I mean, I've been having. I mean, I remember being on the old server and everything, really used to it, but I haven't been paying attention too much. Just been busy with life, really. So I got back to Discord, literally.
That's
this year,
understandable.
so, yeah.
All right, sweet. Well, you want to go through it? You want to talk about it, or are you just chilling?
Just chilling for now.
All right, sweet. Okay, no pressure. Benji, you in the chat? What's up, Benji? Who else was there? RJ Youngbuck 8.
Isn't it prove the Earth is round yet?
No, that's
Not
what
yet.
we're kind of waiting. We're waiting. We're still asking. We're doing our surveys. Still nothing so far.
If you say
found
round
anything?
in the sense of sphere, then yeah, no.
Nah, dude, it's a cube, bro.
Cube.
Before time began, there was the cube.
Yeah, man.
So why the hell is NASA showing us all these pictures of a ball then? Where's that cube
We
at?
know not where it comes from, only that it has the power to create worlds.
It's because it's from Cuba. That's the only true country is Cuba.
That's not bad. So RJ Youngbuck, so you've unmuted. What's up? That's a cool profile picture you got there.
How you doing there, young buck?
Is that profile picture where you live? About June Musik. June, you there? You gonna talk to us? Show us this spinning ball everyone's going on about.
So it's yeah. I mean, I've heard about the flat Earth and all of it. So I've been thinking like this might sound crazy, but it's just something I've been thinking about. Isn't the eye, like the eyes that we use to like look at things, spherical itself? So
Nigga.
Well, I've never taken mine out to check, but yes, I believe they're roughly ovals.
Nice try, by the way, Creepy Joe. That was obviously you.
Yeah, that was Creepy Joe. Real little creep. So, yes, our eyes might be balls, June, but is the ground a ball? That's what we're asking.
I mean, I guess I just, I'm not sure if my eyes are like balls in the sense of like spherical balls, then I don't know if I could trust it, like trust whatever dimensions they're gonna show me, whatever the earth I'm living in. But I don't know. Like I'm so uneducated on this topic, so I'll just like to
It's all
listen.
right. You don't need to be an expert or anything. You can just. I mean, you live on Earth, so you've got as much access to it as we do. So we can just talk about the Earth, right? What we experience.
Where can I find the?
Yeah. So is it like have you guys been on like airplanes? Because I've heard people say that they've been on airplanes and they've actually seen some curvature and
No,
stuff.
dude,
So
the airplanes have simulations in the windows.
No. Benji, don't you start. June, no. So, according to the globe model, even being in an airplane is not high enough to see curvature. Some people claim that they can see curvature from an airplane. If they do, it's because they're looking through a curved window. But no, the globe story isn't that you can go to a certain height and see the curve. The globe story is there's no height that you, as a member of the public, can go to, such as in a commercial airliner, and be high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. So they're telling you you're only ever going to experience a flatter, a horizontal horizon. But they're saying that people from the government, the military, NASA, have been to a place that's far enough away to see the curve. And they've taken some images and videos. That's more like the story, right? They're not telling you that you can see the curve.
Nor do you ever see the Earth or anything on the Earth leaning away from you, which would be
But I do,
expected if you're on the ball, above a ball.
but I do want to throw out there though that people that do see this curve, if you will, like when they go, "Oh, I could stand on the ocean and I see it curving," that goes back to your eyeballs that you just talked about, because your eyes, because they are the way they are, they will create in your what I guess we call our blind spots or peripheral, they will create a curve at the end. That's just known. We know that. That's why, when you have these straight lines in front of you, that's because your eyes are perceiving them that way, because that's what they are. But the second that the ends, like the corners of that line, they're going to be a little tiny, like a little curve to it, because that's the way your eyes are processing that. And then that's why, like, if those same people that go, "Oh yeah, I see a curve when I look out in the ocean," but you don't see the curve straight on. Like, so imagine if you're looking at a straight line and the middle of where you're looking is straight, and then to the two left and right sides they're curved. But the second you turn a little left or a little right, that what was once a curve in the peripheral is now horizontally flat again. It's straight again. That's just because you had it at the beginning. It's your eyes, and that's why you see things.
Right. Let's not overload June with too much. I want June to confirm that she heard what I said about the planes and the story of the globe. You understand what I said? How they're not saying that you can see curvature from any altitude that you can go to.
yeah, I understand that, but no, because I've had people tell me like that they have seen it personally. So I don't know, like are those illusions, or
Well,
are
like I
they like?
said, the windows on a plane are actually curved. They're not flat planes flat panes of glass. They flex with with the craft when it pressurizes the cabin. So you might think if you look at it through a certain angle, through that window lens, it might appear to show some curvature. But you can listen to the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but there's video clips of him saying that you couldn't see it from 128,000 feet even because of the size of the ball. So 30,000 feet from an aircraft, you're not seeing curvature. But yeah, whether people are mistaken in thinking that they have, maybe, but it's not what the globe model is claiming. They're saying that you couldn't see it from any altitude that you can go to in a commercial airliner.
It's also geometrically consistent with a circular flat surface.
So, June, let me ask you, other than some people telling you that they think they've seen curvature from a plane, what do you think the best evidence you've been shown is for the Earth being a spinning ball?
I'm. I guess I'm not sure. I would say I think it's a sphere, but because of I mean I've seen the shadow thing, the shadow experiment where it changes, like it's recorded from different places on Earth in different lengths, and that makes sense from like a mathematical point of view. And then, but that's but the spinning and all of that, I just take it that I don't really know much. So at some point you have to trust like whoever gives you the knowledge. And
Okay. Well, let's
The
deal with,
shadow
I
of
guess,
what?
two separate. I guess there's two different points there. We can speak to both of those. So, one, you're talking about sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes. So, the story about a guy back in
Oh, she
Greece who
was? Oh,
put
okay.
sticks in the ground. Well, I think that's what Jim was talking about. It sounded like it.
That would seem plausible. I just wondered because she didn't specify that.
no, that I think it was that experiment I was talking about. So.
Okay, okay.
So they say this guy 2,000 plus years ago put sticks in the ground and he looked at the shadows. But again, that's another one of these claims that if you look into it a little bit more, even on the globe side, they'll tell you that that experiment, quote unquote, can work on a flat surface as well as a curved surface, depending on what you assume about the light rays from the sun. Right. So we don't need to go into detail, but we can send you some information on that. But basically, that works on a flat Earth too. Because basically, in principle, all it's doing is saying if you're underneath the light source, you have no shadow. If you move away from underneath that light source, you're going to cast a shadow. And this same principle will occur if you're standing underneath a street light and then you walk away from the street light. When you're underneath it, you won't have a shadow. But when you get further away from it, you will have a shadow. Right? You'll cast a shadow. So, yeah, that's one that we might hear about in our textbooks at school, or might see it on Google or something like that. But again, it's not actually really argued as a proof of the globe. It kind of works on both, so it doesn't prove either. And your second point was like, well, I've kind of got to trust someone. And I would say, do you? I mean, just because there's a story on the table, does that mean that you should accept it even if it doesn't have evidence to support it? I guess if you don't have any alternative, you might feel inclined to do that, but I would suggest that it's just because you haven't really looked into any of the alternatives that you feel that way. Because, someone telling you this story doesn't mean it's true, does it?
That's I agree with that actually, but it's as far as I know, the globe and the spherical plane are like you can have consistent mathematical proofs for both. And so, like, if I was like to be provided with all of this evidence with a model that works for both, and I personally don't have the means to really investigate these type of like heavenly celestial sphere phenomena, so I'm gonna have to like choose. And since both models work mathematically speaking, I'm just gonna go with the majority, like say, and if they say that it's a spherical Earth, and I'm just gonna, because like, what do you think is the in your opinion, what would be the other way to go with this?
Well,
Just to
let
go with
me
whatever
give
I
you
feel like.
an example. No, I would say you would go where the empirical evidence leads you, i.e., the evidence that can be observed, measured, tested, repeated, scientific evidence, right? That's where I would go if I'm looking to figure out what's true, rather than a reliance on a majority opinion, if there isn't evidence, especially to support that opinion. But
wait, hold on, Cyclone. You believe in flat Earth?
Let me give you. Hold on. We'll get to you, John. Let's just sit on mute for a sec. So, June, let me give you an example, because if you're new to this, you might think, how could I ever figure something like this out? I can't go and explore the sun, the moon, and the stars. But that's not required, right? We have a very specific claim about the size of this ball that necessitates a certain rate of curvature. So that's a geometric question. The amount of curvature over a distance, the amount of physical obstruction that that's supposed to necessitate for our line of sight. So, for example, have you heard the claim that boats are going over the horizon, as in over a curve of the Earth that we can no longer see beyond? You heard that?
Yeah, that one is a classic.
That's a classic, right? It's one of our favorites. So that would be a geometric claim. Yeah, they're saying if you're standing on the beach at 6 foot, it's like if you're an ant on a basketball. If you have a little friend ant on that basketball and he walks away from you, he's going to eventually descend over that physical curve of the basketball. Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Yep.
So, Quetzal. So, with that in mind, this is something concrete, right? This is something we can start to get our teeth into and say, okay, that's a physical geometric claim about a physical obstruction that's going to occur, and it's going to be geometrically predictable. So, I don't know, do you know how big they claim the ball sphere Earth is, like radius, circumference, anything like that?
I'm not sure. I remember, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken, it's around 8 million kilometers or something. Be wrong.
Ooh, that is a big ball. No, that's not quite what they say. So they say it's about 3,959 miles in radius, right, from the center of the ball to the edge of the ball. Yeah, it's okay. Or 25,000 miles around, if you were to do a big circle around the equator. That's about how big they're saying it is. So, to the geometric horizon, right, the horizon that we see, they're telling us that's the curve of the ball, yeah?
Yeah, okay. So
Yes.
I just want to make sure it's 3,000
959 miles radius. So just under 4,000 mile radius.
Okay.
Right. So are you in the text chat, June? Can you see the text chat?
Yeah, I can see it.
Right. So you see this image I've just posted, showing the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
Do you
So
understand that?
yeah, but so this geometric horizon is supposed to be a the vision, like from a vision point of view, or is it? Are you
Yeah,
claiming that
yeah,
it's? Yeah.
yeah. So, well, in the sense
Mm-hmm.
that when we go to the beach, we see the horizon, yeah, and the horizon is that line that appears to separate the sea from the sky. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're telling us that that is where the line from our eye is meeting that point of curvature that we can no longer see beyond, like on the curve of a basketball.
Hey.
Hold on, hold on. I'm going through something here.
Hello.
Starts lagging. So June,
Yeah.
did you understand that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that, but can I ask you? I just had this thought that came to my mind. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this thing that when you look at two parallel lines, like if you imagine like looking at a train. What do they call it? Like a train.
Train
The
tracks
thing that
converging
the train
together
tracks.
over a distance due to
Yeah,
perspective.
converging, and so
Yeah.
exactly, and so but we know that if you look at it from like a bird's eye view, you see that it's not actually converging.
Yes.
So
And
I'm not sure if we can trust like our vision when it comes to like.
well, I
How
can
does
get to
gravity
that.
work?
I can get to that, right? So let me just finish this point, and then I'll tie it back to your point about perspective there, June. So, and I know this is getting a bit long-winded, June. I'm trying to keep it succinct. But do you have Google open? Do you have access to
Yeah,
Google
sure.
Chrome?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Arthur Morgan.
if you type, Jesus Christ, we get some control over these lunatics. So, June, you type into Google distance to horizon calculator. Can you do that?
What's up, brother? What's up, brother?
Yeah.
Right.
Which one's
So type in
fluff? Yeah.
distance to horizon calculator and then click on one of the calculators that you see.
Okay.
And now this will let you enter an observer height, and you can just put in something like 6 foot. Let's just say you're standing on the beach, you're at 6 foot. And then how far away does it say that horizon should be?
I'm 6 foot. I'm super tall.
Bro, you're 4'3" at best. I can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So June, you put in 6 foot
Yeah.
observer height. How far away does it say the horizon should be?
Hold on, because I have it here, and it says distance to horizon would be 45.15 kilometers.
For a 6 foot
No.
observer?
So sorry, no. I'm just gonna because I was using meters. Okay, it's 4.8 kilometers.
Right. So say about 2-3 miles or
Mm-hmm.
5 kilometers. So that's saying that the
something like
physical.
that.
So that's saying that the physical curve of the ball Earth is going to be that distance away from you, based on your observer height. Right. Now it might appear closer than that because of atmospheric conditions of the day. You just might not have that clear visibility, but that would be the maximum distance for the horizon, because that's where the geometric curve is going to intersect your tangent line. Yeah, you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, now the point here is that this is a testable claim. Yeah, so now you know that that's what you should see. You can go down to the beach, the lake, wherever, and test that. So again, if you look in the text chat, I'm going to post an image. Right. So this is a still from a video. I'll post the video in a minute as well. Do you see the image? It's got some oil rigs. It looks a little bit funky because it's through a zoom
Yeah.
lens. It's a still from a video. Do you see that image?
Yeah, I see it. I do see the image. Yeah.
I'll post the video as well. See it, Jim?
Yep, I do see it. I'm not sure
That's
if I'm
fake.
audible.
That photo's fake.
You still with us?
I think I don't know. Maybe I'm not audible.
Have I cut out?
But yeah, I saw the image.
You're both fine.
Anyways, I don't want to yeah,
Mic
I
check.
don't want to take a lot of your time. Like I'm sure I can do this research and all of it. But yeah, I was just interested in just listening to you guys.
Oh, well, hold on, June. Sorry, I got cut off just there. I'm right at the conclusion of what I was trying to show you. So could you just take one more minute and just let me talk you through these images?
Okay.
So do you see the image I posted with the oil rig?
I did. Yeah, I did see it.
Okay, so you see there's a closer platform, platform C, 6 miles, and platform habitat further away at 10.10 miles. Yeah, you see that?
Yep.
And where do you see the horizon in this image? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
That photo's fake, bro.
It's behind them.
It's behind them, right? So it's further than platform habitat, which is 10.10 miles. So we can say the horizon is at least 10.10 miles. I mean, it's obviously further than that, but I mean, you could say 15, 20 miles, right? So that's an observer height of 8 feet. And according to
That's
the
not 8
curve
feet.
calculator
That's so much
that you
more
were
higher
just
than 8 feet.
using there, yeah, we can get to your spiral, bro.
You're on a
Contain
mountain.
yourself.
You're on a mountain, or you're on a tower or
You
something.
contain
There's no
yourself.
way.
Yeah, you had your chance earlier, young buck, and you were being, whatever. So, June, you see, for that 8-foot observer height, the horizon max distance is 3.5 miles, but we're seeing it beyond 10, 15 miles. You see that?
Yeah.
So this is a mismatch between the curve calculators, what they're saying is the geometric properties of this ball Earth, and what we actually observe in reality.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So do you see what we're talking about? That's something that you can test and check for yourself.
Yeah.
Because according to that globe, these oil rigs should be obscured, like the bottoms of them, by this curve. But the curve isn't there. The curve appears, what they're calling a curve, behind them, in the wrong place. And you might think that's not a big deal, but if you do the math on how that works out, if that horizon is physical Earth curve and it's behind those rigs, it changes the radius from less than 4,000 miles to over 250,000 miles, right? So that's huge. That's way off. And the whole model, the whole globe model with the distances and sizes of the sun, moon, and stars, everything is based off that 3,959 mile radius. So if that's wrong, the whole model's wrong. If there's no curve, there's no globe. I don't want to keep you, June, but I hope you understood roughly what I was talking about. And if you want more information, we can send you a link to some resources. So just let us know.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I would also want to confirm the information that the distance to these oil rigs is actually
Absolutely,
documented
as you
and
should.
true.
Yep, as you should. They're public information. You can look all that up, and I would recommend that you do something similar where you live. Right? It doesn't have to break the bank. It's pretty easy to test these things. So I've sent you in your DMs a link to our server, which has a heap of resources that you can look at. So if you want to ask more questions, just let us know anytime.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you have any questions, June, or do you want us to move it on?
Yeah, you can move on. I'm just I'm looking at some of the stuff that you've posted on. Yeah, takes time to
Okay.
process these things.
Yeah, it takes a good amount of time, but enjoy it. Enjoy the time. Explore. Enjoy agnosticism for a while. All right, young buck, you're up. You were sounding excited. Are you okay? Young buck, could you tell us about the cartoon in your profile picture? Where could we get these cartoons?
No, I'm not going to talk about that photo. I don't know enough evidence about that. But
about your profile picture.
I've got a simple question for you. Ben. Oh no, I thought you meant the picture of the rig, the oil rig.
Oh, I was talking about your profile picture, but we can talk about the rigs if you want.
Yeah, what about it?
I was
What
just
about
saying
my
that's a
picture,
cool.
bro?
I was just saying it's a cool cartoon. Where did you get it from?
Google, mate. I got it from Google. Anyway,
All
look, I've
right,
got a
sweet.
question for you. What's your name?
Hold
Psycho.
on, just quickly.
Psycho.
Is that where you think you live?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
Damn.
what makes you think that?
Observable empirical evidence.
When have you observed what you see in your profile picture?
Not the profile picture. I never said that. You said, "Is that where I live?" I said yes. I didn't say that's what. I didn't say
I'm
the
saying
profile picture is a real photo.
no, but I'm
Of
saying
course,
is
it's not
that
real.
where? Okay, so that's not. You don't think you live in that thing in your profile picture?
No. Yeah, I do, but I don't think the profile picture is real itself.
All right, so what is it then?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not into video fucking photography stuff. What is the point of your question? You're trying to
Well,
debunk
I'm trying
graphic
to
design or something?
ascertain. No, I'm trying to ascertain if you think you live in that thing that's being represented in your profile picture, and then you say yes, I believe I live in this thing that isn't a photograph, a CGI image in my profile picture, and then I ask why do you believe that you live in that CGI image of what's being represented?
Because we can observe other galaxies. We can observe other galaxies through telescopes. Yeah, and then we could
Right.
we could have an inference to that and look at what's close to us, and then
An
say, yeah,
inference. So you look at something in the sky, like a light of some kind in the sky, and you say, I live in a light in the sky?
I said we observe other galaxies, right? Do you agree we observe other galaxies in telescopes?
Well, when you say you observe other galaxies, tell me literally what you're observing.
Galaxies, planets, stars, solar systems, this type of stuff.
All right. Well, it's like a star would be what you would be observing is a
See,
little
this is
light.
what you flat earthers do. You just ask nonsensical questions and bring up false
No,
mathematics
it's
to try
not
and prove
though.
your
We're trying
point.
to
But it's
figure
just
out
a false narrative.
how we can know that we
No,
live
you don't want to
in
actually
that
answer my question that
cartoon profile
I'm
picture.
muted to ask you. I want to ask you a
Well,
question.
okay. Well,
You've asked me
okay,
questions.
fair
I've
enough.
answered your questions. Now let me ask you a question.
Okay, but we're going
Okay.
to come back to this, but feel free.
Okay. So you think the horizon, the horizon in that photo is completely flat, right? The water's flat. Yeah.
In which image? The oil rigs.
The oil rig. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the horizon is a horizontal line. That's why it's called the horizon.
Okay. Okay. So no matter how far away you go, so say if I'm in Russia, right, and I travel to Europe across the water, over America, across the Pacific, and into Europe that way. Yes.
From where did you say?
So I'm in Russia. I'm going to get in an aeroplane, and I'm
You're
going
getting
to
to an
go to
airplane in Russia.
Europe, but not through the land,
Okay.
through America.
Through
Okay.
America.
So yeah, over the
You're gonna
water, you know the Pacific Ocean.
right. So you're going to take a plane.
Anyway, my point is this: if I'm going over the water, it's completely a flat plane, right? I don't have to go up or down to keep with the horizon, do I? I just stay completely flat, correct?
You fly level. I guess they actually dip their noses,
Okay, so
or they tilt their noses up slightly, apparently.
Okay, so there you go. You just answered my question. So if I'm a pilot and I have to stick with the curvature of the Earth, right? It shows me how many feet in the air I am in an aeroplane. And what I have to do, I have to adjust the aeroplane with the curvature of the Earth, right? I don't go up, I go
pilots
down.
don't do that. No, pilots don't do that.
Yes, they do.
You think pilots are
Yes, they do.
dipping their nose for curvature?
Of course they are. They're dipping their nose and they're keeping on the curvature of the Earth. How many feet in the air they are? Do you not know that?
Who told you that?
Oh, scammed, bro. Whoever told you that scammed you.
Yeah, who told you that, bro? Was that really your argument?
Okay.
Something that pilots don't even do?
That.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
are.
know.
Are you trying to say no, they don't? What? Yeah. So what are you even saying? What?
So pilots don't account
pilots
for
don't
curvature
do
or
that.
motion when they're flying. They treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
No, but pilots on the aeroplane, no, they don't. No, they don't. They keep with the curvature of the
I
Earth
mean,
by how many
the
feet in the air they
curvature
are.
of
They
the
keep
Earth
with
is not fucking perceptible at that altitude.
I
Yeah,
never
see,
said it was perceptible.
Fred's a
Did I?
globe believer, and he
And if it
knows
ain't
that pilots
perceptible, why
aren't
do you claim it's
dipping their
flat
toes
by
for
looking at it? Wait. If it's not perceptible that the world's round, how is it perceptible that it's flat? If you can't even perceive it that way?
Well, because the story is
Because you claim the world's flat
you
because it
only
looks
see
flat, right?
no. That's a glober that you're responding to,
Yeah,
but
the one that said it's not
he's correct.
perceptible is on your side. You're arguing against your side.
Yeah. But the story
I know.
is that
I
it's
thought you're
too
the flat
big to
earther.
see the
Flat earthers
curve.
say because it looks flat, therefore it's flat.
It's the globe side say it's too big to see the curve, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, the globe side
Meaning
said that the
you
lack of
only
evidence is the
experience it.
evidence.
Meaning you only experience it as flat, even though it is curved. That's what the globe story is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you answered your own question. You perceive it to be flat.
I mean, when you look out at a ship just
But
at the horizon,
obviously, do you know how big the Earth is? You just said how many miles the Earth is. Right?
What does that mean?
Okay. So you say, do you know how big the Earth is? We know how big they claim the ball is. Do you know how big they claim it is, young buck?
Yeah. So would you? You wouldn't see a curvature if it's that big, would you?
Okay. So how
Come on,
big?
buddy.
How big do they claim it is?
I don't know. I haven't looked. I'm
Wait,
not really
miles
into
or
flat Earth. I'm just using common
kilometers?
sense, to be honest.
I'm just looking up shit
Okay.
in the background here. If you
Yeah.
guys
Okay.
want
So
to
they
know.
Choosing
tell
common
you.
sense, and I've
So
got
if
a
you
question.
Google it,
Why do pilots
common
adjust
sense,
the feet
bro.
where they are with the curvature of the Earth?
No. They don't
They wouldn't
adjust
have
the
to
curvature
adjust
of the
anything,
Earth.
would they?
Yeah, they treat it as flat and motionless. We've already explained this to you. So
All right.
you
So if
need
I'm a
to
pilot, right, and
look
I've
into
a
that.
amateur.
Yeah, you're not going to account for curvature or motion of the Earth, bro. Are you joking?
No, but if I'm a
The globe
pilot
side
and
doesn't even
I've got
claim
a
this.
diameter of how many feet in the air I am.
Yeah, you think that they would need to be adjusting for curvature, but what they say is no, you don't have to account for any curvature or motion. The gravity will just hold you down and will just take you along the curve. You don't have to
Wait.
adjust for it.
So, Cyclone, you don't think anyone's ever been to space?
Ooh,
Wait. He hasn't even answered my question yet. He's just equivocating. You're just
Cyclone.
equivocating.
How about we
Just a
actually
moment,
pick a
bro.
point to talk about? How about that?
Just for reference sake, 27 minutes after the hour, I posted the compensation that would be needed for flight to go over the curvature. If you guys want to look at those numbers and those figures, what's actually being claimed and what's not actually being done. So you can check that out.
Listen, I don't care about.
Yeah, he doesn't care about his only argument.
He doesn't care about making a erroneous claim.
No.
He doesn't
You're
care
trying to
about
bring
that.
up mathematics, right? I'm not going to look into.
No,
I'm not wasting my time in flat Earth studies. Like, I wouldn't. It's like
yeah. You should
it's the
waste your
same thing
time
as
in
going to college
figuring
for
out
gender
your
studies.
belief.
If you go to college
No,
for
Do you have
flat
a
Earth
point
studies,
to
it's
make or no?
ridiculous.
Hold on. Young buck, you have made the
Yeah, my
argument
claim is if
that
if I'm in an
are
airplane and I go
adjusting for
20 miles.
curvature. Young buck, no, it's not going to work. Listen, you are making the argument, so it would be on you to evidence, right? You don't just get to say pilots are adjusting for curvature and motion when everyone here, including the guy who's a glober, has corrected you on and said no, they do not account for this. They treat it as flat and motionless. If you want to claim otherwise, you're going to have to provide the evidence for that. Otherwise, we're moving on, and I'm going to start asking you about your cartoon profile picture again. So you don't want to go there. So we're going to move on now to your claim about the size of the Earth, right?
Ah, you want to move on? Okay. Let me ask you one last question
you don't have
on this
anything for
topic.
that. No. We're going to go on to the size
If I'm
of
a
the Earth.
pilot, right, and I'm going over the Pacific Ocean, and
Clearly
I go
you're
20
not,
miles forward, is the dial of how many feet in the
People
air
think
I
that
am
the
going to
time
go
to
up or
talk
down?
is when other people are speaking.
Come on, young buck.
He
You really
finished
just
speaking, so I started talking. What do you mean?
No, I was asking you the question. Bloody hell! Look it up. What is the radius of the globe? If you can't Google this, you're done.
It's probably 4,000 kilometers. I don't know.
Just Google it. This is your religion, you idiot, that you're arguing for.
If
If you don't want to defend a
I go
position, then
20
fine, we can
miles
move on
forward in an
past you.
aeroplane, I have
Because you obviously don't want to pick a premise to defend.
He wants to keep his.
No, we're gonna at least have him educate himself to this fundamental level. Young buck, Google the radius of the globe.
Why can't I
So
not
that you
answer a
know it.
simple question? You just want to evade it so much.
He doesn't want to engage in discourse. Can we move on?
I say, oh, look at the mathematics. Four.
Yeah.
Planes fly in reference to horizontal. Period. Conversation over.
Ridiculous
who else
children.
we got?
Anyone besides ridiculous children would actually prove the Earth is a ball.
Reality Man joins us again.
Hello, friends.
What's up, bro? You found any globe evidence yet?
Who is this? I can't remember.
This is your conscience.
I'm your conscience.
That kind of reminds me of that show. What was that show? It had a really great intro when it started off in the 90s.
Oh,
it had like an hourglass.
It's a comedian, isn't it? Isn't that Dave Chappelle?
Didn't find any globe evidence. But that's all right.
Anyway, I had a quick question. You guys are fascinating. I wonder, why don't you guys take all of your questions and have them cross-confirmed with professionals like physicists and geologists and astronomers and see what they say?
It's exactly what we
Instead of
attempt to
wasting
do all
your
the
time
time.
talking to trolls on
Yeah.
Discord.
Yeah. Hey,
It's
Reality
exactly
Man.
what we attempt to do all the time.
Reality Man, what was the cause of the Vietnam War?
Oh, this guy again. I can't remember what you said. You sound like you said something like it sounded like a title of a movie almost. What did you say?
Is it the domino effect?
Oh yeah, that's right, the domino guy. Yeah, I don't know what that is. You're gonna have to explain it.
And would it surprise you if you learn that this conversation has been brought up to, those people that you said that we should have taken to, like physicists and, like scientists? Like, would it surprise you that this has been going on for hundreds of years, that has been happening? How would you feel about that?
Well, okay, if that's been going on, what's the problem?
Well, they're not providing any
People are
evidence.
lying and deceiving themselves about the cosmos. That's the problem.
The problem
So, I
is,
don't know.
we get a college professor to admit openly that it's just his belief that it's a globe, and he has no evidence that it is a globe.
Well, it seems like to me you guys are wasting your time talking to trolls on Discord and laymen and people who don't work in these fields.
We're well aware that we don't waste time talking to trolls. That's why we moderate them and we move forward.
Well, why even bother? mean, if it was me, I would just talk to as many
Why bother
professors as I could.
moderating? Why bother moderating trolls so that we can move on to edifying discourse? That's why.
You want to have discourse
Reality,
with
man.
trolls?
No, he
Reality,
thinks
man. I talked to you the other day, man. I told you to go out to the ocean and check for the curvature. You're asking us to ask the professors. The professors say that there's Earth curve. We went to check for the Earth curve. It's not there. Did you go check yet?
No, not yet. I'll get to
Why
it.
not? Get there.
Well,
Don't ask us questions. Go check for the Earth curve.
I'm just wondering why you guys are asking these lay people questions. I don't
Why
understand. It
don't you
seems like
bother
wasting
go
everyone's time.
actually
See,
measure?
this is a straw
Why don't you
man.
go bother
Listen, we
actually
have asked the
measuring the Earth
professors.
curve that you're asking about? Why waste time talking to us?
Yeah,
I
why
just
waste
wanted to know.
time talking to you? Why don't we just moderate you also, since you're just a layman?
But he's saying
I don't.
everyone is a
Another good
layman,
question.
everyone is a troll. Why are you guys talking to anyone if everyone is a troll and a layman? Why are you guys
I didn't
talking
say
to
everyone
anyone?
is a troll. I didn't say everyone or all or anything
Why
like
are you
that.
guys speaking to anyone? Everyone is a layman. Everyone is a troll.
Okay, well, you said that, but you know.
You
Okay,
guys
so
wasting
reality
your
man, do you
time
actually want to
talking
talk
to
about the
people.
subject?
I mean,
Are
I
you
don't
done?
really have
Because this is
anything to say
boring
about
now.
it. I trust the
When
consensus.
Okay, so moving
when
on.
you
He
guys
doesn't
are
have anything
talking
to
to
say about it.
people,
If you
go
guys
talk
have
to
new
people.
evidence, I'll listen to it.
Okay, so moving on. Right.
Yeah, move on. Yeah.
Talk
Yeah.
about the
So
topic,
we're
not the
if we
people.
are if the if anything, just to answer his question real quick, the reason why is because it's the trolls that probably have made more flat earthers than the flat earth subject itself. Because the trolls like to bring in the most dumbest questions, which are like, they're underhanding the softball to us, and we're slamming out the park. So then somebody that comes in here with like half a brain, logic, reason, maybe being called out of the falsehoods, they're going to hear those answers that are provided, and then something will like snap, like a light will turn on, and then they will get it. So then they'll realize, oh shit, we have been lied to. So then those people are the ones that then we're actually truly speaking to. The audience is the one that's actually receiving the information. These trolls that come in here, they don't want to learn the truth. They just want to throw wrenches in it. That's all.
Yeah, their behavior is patently demonstrative of the despicable nature of their own character and the persons who contrived this false cosmological doctrine in the first place. So it raises high suspicion about the credibility and veracity of this cosmological idea.
All right. Well, someone's unmuted Young Buck. So, Young Buck, you still there? You can. Have you looked up the radius yet? No?
I just have a simple question. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
Pilot
engage that.
stick
He
with the
already said
curve
he
of the
doesn't
Earth.
want
I
to
don't know why
engage
you're
that. He
trying to
just wants to talk
equivocate
about
and run
something
away
else.
from it. I mean, just answer the question.
Mm-mm.
Just answer the question.
Well, we already
Yeah, he
answered
wants to
your
dictate to
question.
us how we
Answer the
answer
question,
him, even though
buddy.
he doesn't want to engage any
Why
of
did
our
Pilot
questions or answers to
stick with
him.
the curve of a spherical Earth instead of Lord of the Rings flat Earth with an
You
ice
don't
wall?
have a
Lord of the Rings
spherical Earth,
style.
though, Young Buck. You don't have a spherical Earth because you don't have curvature.
Where's the ice wall, buddy? Where's the ice wall? Come on, tell me.
Can we move on past him? He doesn't actually want to engage in discourse. We already established that.
Have you observed the ice wall? You say I haven't observed the roundness of the Earth. Have you observed the ice wall?
Yeah, you see, he did it again.
Remember when you said you only observe a flat Earth because it's too big
You
to
haven't
see the
observed
curve?
it. Double standard.
Come on, bro. You gonna be this weak? Come on.
No, you
Is
say
he
I
asking?
haven't
Is he asking
observed from
about the ice
space
wall?
the round
Hey,
Earth.
you know that
Huh?
the ice wall is is done by the government, right? That's a label done by the geodesic surveying group. That they the ones that coined
Okay,
that.
so what happens when we
They
go off
are
the
the
edge of the
ones that
Earth? Is there
coined
no
that
wall then?
label
What is it?
called the ice wall in the Antarctic region. They're the ones that think that,
Jemsy,
not people in here.
Jemsy, don't even bother with him. He does not want to
What is it
engage in
then? Is it an
discourse. He
invisible
just presumes that
parallax?
he's going to
What,
scrutinize us and never engage our scrutinizing questions to him.
buddy? Stop talking about me and talk about the subject. You know,
Dude,
you just
we're
keep
not
talking about
engaging
me.
with
Give
you
me an
longer.
argument.
You're done.
That's all right. He
Just keep
can't. I
saying he
mean,
don't want to engage.
Young
Well, give
Buck,
me an argument to engage with.
you can't discuss the subject, remember, because you don't even know the radius of your claimed globe.
Ooh.
In the
who else have we
Yumbo, can
got?
you reset, bro? Yumbo, can you kind of just reset, come back, sit on the room, speak to the gentlemen in here, and have a conversation, bro? Because you sound kind of like, I don't know, defensive of whatever the globe religion, but you don't have to do that. You can
Yeah,
sit
he
down and
doesn't
have a
want to do that. He wants to
conversation.
demolish our position. That's all he wants to do. It's just another person that
Okay,
wants to
okay.
demolish our
I've got
position.
another question. All right, I've got another question.
You don't
Just
get
get
to
past the
ask
pilot,
questions, young buck.
kicking with the
Young buck.
curvature. I've got another
No, you don't
question.
get to. No, young buck. You can ask a question when you can confirm to us what the claimed radius of the globe is. Fair? How's that?
I don't know. Why don't you Google it? Do you want me to
Yeah,
Google
we've
it for you?
googled it. We already know it. We're checking to see if you know what your
What is it?
argument is.
He's trying to get you on the same page because you're not in the same
4,000.
page.
He obviously doesn't want to engage it. So why are we still trying to engage him on that point?
Bro.
Wolverine has been trying to talk to
Sounds like
him,
a
so
cult to
we
me.
just
It's a
gotta
cult, dude.
paddle
Okay,
a
okay,
moment
okay.
with him.
Why don't you just tell me
Yeah,
get to
well,
the point?
well, see, I mean, I can handle it all right. I don't need everyone else jumping in.
The flat Earth people are a cult.
Right. Got a new guy. Emerald. Emerald Prophet. What's up?
Now, do you believe there's like land beyond the ice barrier though? I think that part may be true, you know. That's the only thing
I don't know. I don't know.
agree
I don't
with
know what you're
you
talking
people.
about. So do you not believe that the Earth is a giant spinning ball? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, basically, because if you look into the skies, other spinning balls, how come we're not a spinning ball? You know, it don't make sense. They're not
All
spinning.
right.
We're
So
not
if you
spinning.
go, so if you go,
That's where my
so if
logic
you,
is. You know, like the
why is
caveman
everyone
type
spazzing
time.
out? Why is everyone spazzing out? So if you went into the woods and you saw loads of trees, would you think you're a tree?
No. When you look into the sky, right, it's from certain parts of the world. You could see other planets. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You
Right.
can see
So do
Yeah,
you
you're
stars
not
and
think
being
planets.
you
logically
are a
consistent with your
light?
pattern of
Do you
inference.
think,
That's his
do you,
point.
do you
Damn it,
think you're a
Greg.
light in the
All
sky?
right. So I don't understand what you're trying to say. Like, I don't get it.
So you look up in the sky and you see lights in the sky, yeah?
Yeah, you can see planets, like literally.
Right. Right. And you think I'm on one of those lights in the sky.
Yeah,
Why?
because we're surrounded by it.
All right. So if you're in a forest and you're
We're one of the
surrounded by
lights in the sky. Like,
trees,
what do you mean?
so if you're in a forest and you're surrounded by trees, you must be a tree.
That makes no sense. Like, you don't make sense.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense to say that just because I see a lot of something around me, I am that thing.
Well, I believe there's other beings on these other planets, so I don't know what to tell
Right.
you.
Well, your beliefs have nothing to do with it, right? Tell me a similarity. Tell me a similarity between the light in the
Prove the
sky
Earth is flat, bro.
and the
Go ahead.
ground beneath
Prove the
your.
Earth is
Hold
flat,
on,
bro.
hold
Like, you
on,
talking
hold
pure
on,
bullshit right now. Prove the Earth is
hold
flat. Go ahead. I'll
on,
wait.
hold on. Calm down.
You
So
talking
tell me a
wild bullshit, bro.
similarity. Tell me a
No,
similarity that
prove the
you
Earth
see.
is.
All right.
Calm your
Chill
tits,
out,
man.
bro.
Jeez.
Chill out, bro. You just tell us what similarities you see between the lights in the sky and the ground beneath your feet, so that it's logically consistent to assume you're on one of those lights. What similarities do you see?
Dude, you mute me because it's a cult. Again, you prove me right every single time. You're a cult,
No,
bro.
we're just discussing your logic.
Dude,
What
I asked you a
similarities do you
question,
see?
right? I have one question for you. Prove to me
Okay.
that
Well,
Earth is flat. That's it.
before we move on, are you agreeing that just because you see lights in the sky, that doesn't mean you are on a light in the sky? Do you agree?
You're on a. That's what I believe. Like, are you trying to argue against
Right.
what I
Okay.
believe?
So
I don't
tell us what
understand.
similarities you see between the lights in the sky and the ground beneath your feet.
Oh, lights in the sky, ground beneath my feet. Well, each planet is different. Certain ones are made of gas. You know, I'm not like an astronomer or anything, so I don't really know too much about that. So, like, each light is basically different stuff on it. You know,
Right. So what's the
a planet.
similarities between the lights in the sky and the ground beneath your feet?
Well, you can't compare that because each light is different. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, well, I would
Basically, what
say
I'm trying
that
to
the
say.
ground I don't see any similarity between the lights in the sky and the ground beneath my feet. So why would I assume they're the same thing?
Again, what I'm trying to tell you is each planet has different mass. Like, certain planets are made of gas. Certain planets are like made of
Is
atmosphere,
that
like stuff like
something you
air.
know, or is that something you've just been
That's something
told?
you could see with a telescope, dude.
No, you just see a little blob
You
of
could
light
see.
with a telescope.
No, they have advanced telescopes, dude. Like this is not no digital
Oh.
software printing thing. No, you
Nah,
get
see,
buy
this is where you're
a telescope.
confused.
You could buy a telescope on Amazon right now and do the same thing,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, yeah.
I don't have to lie to
I've
you,
used a telescope. You just see a little blob of light, but I think where you're
dude.
getting
No, you got to get a
confused
good
is
one,
that
bro.
you've seen these images from NASA, which are not
No, exactly. That's what I'm
photographs.
trying to say. I'm not
Yeah, they're
saying I
not
see the images from
photographs,
NASA.
bro.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you
they're
that you use a
CGI.
telescope.
Yeah, they're not even claimed to be photographs. They're computer
That's
artist
what I'm trying to say.
rendition.
I'm not trying to use that argument. I'm not trying to use that argument. I'm trying to say if you use a telescope, you could see it.
A little blob of light, yeah?
No. If you use a really good telescope, you could see that certain planets, you could tell it's gas because of the way it's moving. It's like a gassy, and then other planets are solid. Like, go on
You
Amazon
think
and buy a good
okay, do
telescope. I
you
want to tell
think
you.
okay, so you think you can have a ball of gas in a vacuum?
If it
Can
has
Could you show me a ball of
but
gas in
again,
a vacuum?
each thing is different. So how Earth works, the other planet may not work like that. You know, it might have
Right,
different
right. But you're saying
things.
these things are balls of gas in a vacuum, right?
I could literally
I
fart
feel like
into a
you're too
vacuum cleaner right
narrow-minded. You
now.
can't think past it being flat. I think you're too stupid or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's got to be it. So you're claiming you can have a ball of gas in a vacuum, yeah?
Again, they could have different elements that prevent it from
But
going
you
into
just
the
said it
vacuum.
was gas.
Yeah, they could have different elements that prevent the gas from
Okay, so
going
you are
into the vacuum.
claiming. So
Like
you are
what?
claiming you can have a ball of gas in a vacuum.
If it has elements preventing it from going into the vacuum, yeah, you can.
Okay, could you show me a ball of gas in a vacuum chamber?
I'm not on another planet, so I can't do that, sir. I'm sorry. That's not how this planet works. It's not the
Oh
elements
wait,
to do that.
Yo,
Not
Crit.
possible
oh,
here.
so it can't. So you can't show us a ball of gas in a
Elements to do
vacuum
that. The
chamber.
elements to do that is not possible in this atmosphere. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you understand what I'm
All
trying to
right.
say? Are you
So you
too
can't
narrow-minded?
prove that you can have a ball of gas. So what happens to gas in a vacuum
Bro,
chamber on
my thing
Earth?
is, I asked you the question first. Prove to me the Earth is flat. You still ain't even answer the question. Like, you're just trying to run me in circles. Like, you're a cult,
I'm
bro.
not
Like,
trying. We're
when I
just
try to say
discussing your
this, you
logic,
mute me.
bro.
You try to mute me.
No, I'm not going to mute you. I'm just. We were
This
asking you
argument
why
is
you think the
impossible.
Earth's a spinning ball, and you said because the lights in the
Dude, I
sky
asked you, bro.
make you think the Earth's a spinning ball.
I'm right, you're wrong, whatever. Prove to me the Earth is flat. That's it. That's all I want to know now. Go ahead.
Oof. Okay, so think about water. Yeah, you got a glass of water next to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the surface of that glass of water is
Mm.
flat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's scale it up to a bathtub. The surface of that bathtub, the water level, is flat,
Yeah, it
right?
levels. Yeah, always levels. Yeah.
Okay, and then up to a swimming pool, what's that going to be?
Same thing.
Okay, what about a lake?
Same thing.
Okay, what about an ocean?
Same thing. It's always gonna try to level because it's water.
Okay, so if all the water is
That's
level,
why there's waves all the time.
okay, so if all the water is level, and they say 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, and that's level, yeah?
No, I don't believe it's gonna be level. It's gonna be mixed match. There's gonna be too many waves. You know.
Wait, but you just said the swimming pool, the lake, the ocean, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but the currents and stuff, the wind is gonna affect it from being leveled.
Okay,
So maybe
yeah. Like
certain spots will
other
be
than
obviously certain places will be leveled and certain places won't be leveled, just
well,
like everywhere else.
overall though, without yeah, you can
It
have
it will
waves
try
and
it,
stuff.
it it will try to level. Yeah, it will. Yeah,
Yeah, be
it will try
generally
to.
level. Okay, so there
Yeah,
you go. That's flat.
that's that's water.
Yeah, water's flat.
That was probably the easiest
What?
one I've ever
There
Wait,
you
seen.
go.
what? Water is flat. What do you mean water is flat? Water is not
Well,
a tangible thing.
remember the cup,
Water is like a
the
liquid, right?
bathtub. Remember the cup, the bathtub, the swimming pool, the lake, all flat. Yeah.
Like what?
Yes.
You gotta use a different. You gotta use a different one, dude. I don't understand this one.
No, you already got it. You agreed. The swimming pool, the surface is flat. The lake, the surface is flat. You even said the ocean, the surface is flat. Sea level.
Yeah, it levels out. Yeah.
Yeah, level. and it's
Leveling has
flat.
nothing to do with curving though. Like I don't think that has anything
Yeah,
to
there's
do
nothing
with
to
like
do
a
with
curve.
curving. I agree.
Yeah.
It's level.
I guess.
Yeah, so there you go. Welcome to flat
I
Earth.
agree with that. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, finally,
it's
logic.
obvious.
How does that prove the world is flat though? Like I don't understand. It makes no
Because
sense.
you can't have a 70% level ball.
Oh, I didn't agree with that part though. I said it's not going to be leveled because it's going to the winds and stuff is going to keep interrupting it.
Well, yeah, you can have waves, but that's still overall level.
That's,
You already agreed it. It seeks its
I
level.
guess
Water
it's gonna. I
levels out.
agree that it will try to be leveled. It will try. Yeah.
Yeah, so level is not curved, bro. So there you go.
By definition.
But the thing
Not
is, wait. This is how the ocean works, right? So basically, land travels down. Like it's like we're all
Earth is
basically on.
round.
Everyone that's on
Oh,
land is
the
basically
Earth
on a
is
mountain.
round. Deal with it. The Earth is round. Deal with it. Deal with it.
Wait, no. Let me try to say something real quick. Now, this has nothing to do with flat Earth. So
The Earth is
basically, right?
round.
This has nothing to do with flat Earth, bro.
You'll
Like
be
I'm
okay,
talking.
So are we going to
You'll be
censure this
okay.
disruption or not?
Someone got him.
All right. So basically, right? We're basically on a mountain if you think about it. Because when you go into the ocean is a floor. You know. So technically, we're like above sea level. So
Floor.
Right, but the sea
Floor.
level is a level surface with
no,
waves
it's not.
and whatever.
No. The sea level is not a level surface. It goes. Certain parts go deeper than the other.
Right, right. But the surface is level. That's why it's called sea level. Yeah.
Yeah, sea level is basically all it means is you're above water.
No, sea
It's
level
all it
is the
means.
level of the sea.
And that level is not the same everywhere
Yeah, so sea level is
because
level,
it
right?
depends on if you're on land or not. That's what it goes according to.
What? No, bro. Sea
Yeah,
level
yes,
is
it does,
level. Yeah,
dude. Sea level is
is level.
the difference between the land and like the ocean of where you are like where you exactly you are basically.
No, your
Basically
elevation of on the land would be your
the sea
elevation
level
above
where
sea
I'm
level.
from New York.
Yeah.
The sea level in New York is not the same as the sea level in like Thailand or something. You know, like that's what I'm trying to say. That's what sea level is. It's like a man-made thing to measure how far you are from the water.
Well, that
Like
but how far
you're
you
10
are
feet
above the
above
surface
sea level or something. You
would
know,
be
like that's
your
how.
elevation above sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sea level, the level of the sea. So you already agreed it, bro. The water is level in the cup, in the bathtub, in the swimming pool, in the lake,
How does that
in
prove the
the
world's
ocean.
flat, bro? Like that doesn't like give me
Because
like that.
level
This can't be
is
your
not
explanation, bro.
curved.
This is a joke. This is a joke.
Because level is not curved.
It's like
Remember?
Scientology, dude.
What? Because the natural physics of water is Scientology.
No. I'm just saying, like, bro.
Yeah.
No, never
So
mind.
you
Never mind. Never
know,
mind.
yeah. So you've never seen that surface of water bend, right?
1 second,
That's
Cyclone.
how we have waves.
I got a question. What I mentioned before. It says like the sea level in New York or whatever, the coast of New York and the Americas are different to Ireland. So which one's higher than the other?
I have no clue, but they are different, though.
How'd you measure
Please
that?
stop wasting time with this inane position. He's obviously obfuscating and equivocating the word level. So obviously, if we live on an object that supposedly is a sphere wrapped around in water and gas, then we wouldn't find the oceans being level. We would find the oceans being curved around a ball.
But how is it curved, though?
It's not curved.
Irrelevant to the point. If we lived on a ball and it was wrapped in water, like what you believe, then we would see the oceans
But
be
water doesn't
wrapped
curve.
around
The
a ball
elements of
then.
water, the
And we would see
level
the
of
oceans have a curving convex spherical surface, not a level surface. And then for you to appeal to waves as a refutation to that fact is obviously a very silly and dishonest conflation between the general topographical feature of the oceans and the instance of a wave in a very specific and minority fraction
Dude, why are
out
you
of
using so
all
many
the
big
ocean.
words? It doesn't make you smart, dude. Like I really use my college brain for this one.
Okay, so none of that is refuting what I just said to you. It's not even an argument. So I'm waiting for you to say an argument to refute what I just said. If you don't have one, then you don't have a refutation of what I just said. My position is logically sound and unrefuted.
I just don't understand what you're saying, sir. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
don't
so what
speak.
part do you not understand?
Bro, you're too advanced. Your English is too advanced for me. I'm sorry. I speak basic English. I'm not even
Okay,
gonna lie
well
to you.
then I can't give you a crash course in English. I can't give you an English course
Okay,
right
but
now. So you need to go study.
can you
You need
tell
to
me
go
how the Earth
study.
is flat, bro? Like I've
Stop
been
it,
here for like
dude. Come
20
on.
minutes.
You need to go study English better, since you don't have even a sufficient mastery of the language that you're speaking in and trying to debate me in.
Word, bro.
So
Word,
moving
bro.
on.
You change the subject, you fucking cult.
Gregory, maybe you should do a TikTok channel and make like flashy pictures and try to explain it in 1 minute, then you
I mean,
would
I
get it
guess.
probably.
Yeah, Prophet, I mean, you already agreed that the water's level in every
Yeah,
instance.
the water will try to level, but maybe the curve is affecting it from being level. That's why there's waves. You know?
Right, but you've
Maybe, I don't
never
Yes,
know.
we're
you've
about to
never
repeat the same
experienced
argument that he's just
you've never
refusing to interpret.
experienced you've
I
never
don't understand what you're
experienced
saying,
like
bro.
a
Speak
body of
English.
water. Stop it. You've never experienced a body of water like a lake to be curved. You've only ever experienced it to be
Yeah.
flat,
Oh yeah,
level.
the lake is leveled, yeah. But the
Yeah,
lakes,
so there you go.
but lakes are small though. The thing is, lakes are like a little part of, lakes are small, really small. A
Right.
river
What
is
about a
moving,
10-mile lake? What about a 10-mile wide lake?
The Earth is pretty big. I have no idea, dude. But I don't know. Maybe we could be a dome. Maybe we could be a
And
dome,
see,
and
this
there's like a
is why
dome
you need
over
to
us.
look into
Maybe
it,
who
right?
knows?
This is why
But
you need to look into it, because you think, oh, these guys are stupid, but we know how much curvature is
uh,
supposed to be present over those kind of things, and you don't. So you kind of need to look into that.
wait, you tell me you measured the Earth?
Like a 4,000 square mile lake in Bolivia that doesn't
Yes.
curve.
4,000. That sounds like it will probably have a little curve in it. But
Welcome to
That's
I
called
Short.
have
a
no
salt
clue,
flat.
dude. I have no idea. It could be a dome though, because I heard that if you try to pass the Arctic border or something like that, they try to stop you with like military and jets and stuff. Maybe there's other lands outside of the Arctic border. I've seen like
All right. Well,
TikTok
without going
videos.
into the speculation, since we're talking about you're saying, okay, yeah, the lakes look flat, but at a certain point, you think there must be curvature, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. So do you think anyone has ever measured that curvature?
Probably definitely a YouTube video on it.
Probably,
But if it
definitely a YouTube video on it.
definitely a YouTube video on it. But if it was true, how come it's not so big? How come it makes no sense.
Right. Well, if it's true, wouldn't you know who measured it?
Yeah, exactly. You would know like the guy
Okay.
that
So do you know who
everyone knows the
measured
guy
it?
that invented the light bulb. Nobody knows the guy that found out the Earth is flat. That makes no sense.
No, that the Earth's curved is what you're trying to prove.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. That's how you know that it's curved because nobody is known for proving that it's flat.
So wait, no, but no one's proven it's curved. That's the point. We're saying who's measured the curve.
That's true. I don't think anyone has. Yeah, that's true as well.
Right. So we can't
But
see the curve, and no one's measured the curve. So why should we believe it's curved?
I don't know.
Okay, good answer. Think about it.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove it's flat though. Well,
No, it just
Stop
proves that you
replying with
don't know
that.
it's a
We're
ball.
refuting your position.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that you don't know that it's a ball. You've been told it's a
No,
ball,
yeah,
but
but
the more you think
wait.
about it,
That's exactly what I'm about to get into. My guess is it's a ball because you could see other balls and other balls have other elements. That's my
right.
assumption. So
But it's
there's like more
possible.
evidence of it. To me, there's more evidence of it being a ball than being flat at this point. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. And that's fair, but you haven't really looked into the topic, I would suggest.
I have never measured no, there probably are measurements of it. I never did the research, never calculated the curves on each. Cause you could
Okay.
probably do that. You could definitely
Right.
calculate the curves.
Well, you
I
should
never
look
did
into
that.
that, but from our side, we've been looking into this for years, and we can tell you no one's ever measured the curve. No one's ever measured spin. No one's ever measured a distance to the sun. All this kind of stuff. So that's something for you to look
I think
into.
that
Wait, no. I
seems to
disagree
be the
with that
most
one. I think
important
somebody
piece,
did
right?
did measure the distance to the sun.
Okay. Tell me who measured the distance to the sun and how they did it.
NASA. NASA.
It's not a person.
NASA.
It's a company or whatever brand. Space.
How did they do that?
Again,
So you don't know. You didn't identify a
it's
person.
propaganda. It's probably lying to us. You know, I don't know.
Before you
They
whistle
claim.
past this reply.
So yeah, your
They
answer should be
claim.
I don't know.
Well,
Right. So
yeah,
again, before he
I don't
whistles
know,
past
but
this reply
NASA
again,
claims they have done it. That's all
still
I'm saying.
doing it again.
Does NASA claim?
Do they claim to have done it? Do they claim to have done it?
Yeah, they definitely do. I had a chart from when I was a kid. I remember that.
All right, show us what NASA claimed to have measured in terms of this distance to a sun.
All right, let me see.
Yeah, identify the person as you persevere to prevent me from saying this into the voice channel. Identify the person. NASA is not a person.
They're definitely not putting the person out there. So I see where you're coming from. It's like a propaganda machine.
Well, no, not even that. Even that. I mean, what do they claim to have done? And can we verify that in any way?
Well, you could verify. What they claim to do is some crazy stuff. They claim to send things in the sky. We can't prove that, to be honest, but we can prove that they shoot, I guess, rockets into the sky and make them land in the ocean. I don't know. That you can
Right.
see
Well,
with
that
your
wouldn't
eyes.
be a measurement to the sun then.
I don't know. They claim to send robots out out the hemisphere. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, you could. Well,
Well, of
you could
course, those
Can't
are
prove
all
any of that, dude.
instances
I don't work
besides
for
what we're
NASA.
at.
I don't work for
So,
them.
so of
I can't
course,
prove
those
any
are
of that.
instances of things that we're not asking about. We're asking about who measured the distance to the stars, not some other activity besides that.
That's all right. You don't know. But this is the exercise. You think you know these things, and then you think about it, and you realize, actually, I've just been told that. I've got no idea if anyone's
Yeah,
done
I've been
that.
told that by NASA, which is a company, which is propaganda. That's what I'm just trying to say.
We haven't even seen
I mean,
where they've said that.
yeah. I mean, I don't even. I mean, what specific technology are they claiming to have done it? Like, have they got a link? Have they got a page where they say this is what we did, this is when we did it, this is how we did it? Are they even saying that when it comes to the distance of the sun?
They probably have that, but they don't have proof, like tangible proof with those
Okay,
claims.
well,
You know,
at
they
the
probably have
moment,
claims like that.
okay, well, at the moment, you don't even know that they have that claim. It sounds like.
No, they have to have it somewhere. It's probably not public information, but they have to record some type of thing.
So they keep it
Yeah,
secret.
they have
You
to. Like
think?
legal. No. As a business, like they literally have to have it because
Well,
they're
just
getting funded
Google
by
it.
the Fed.
Just Google it. Just Google NASA's measurement to the sun.
Like you got to look at it like this: they're getting funded by
you're
the
trying to
federal
do it.
government, so they got to have like receipts and
No, they're
like
getting
even if it's
funded
fake,
by the taxpayer,
they have
bro.
to like show.
You have a
Yeah,
strong
they get.
faith, my dude, in NASA and a government
Hey,
agency.
I don't have a faith in NASA, bro. But what I do know
Well,
is
it
when you look
sounds
into the
very
sky,
faithful. You
I don't give a fuck
sound
about
very
NASA, bro.
faithful.
What I'm
You're
telling you,
like,
if you have $400 and buy a telescope, you can see fucking planets, bro. I don't know what to tell you,
hey,
bro.
chill,
Like, you
bro.
gotta be a
We've all got
fucking idiot.
telescopes, bro.
Chill,
We've all
gotta
got
be
man.
a fucking idiot,
It's
bro.
okay to be faithful in a government agency.
Bro,
Hey, Guy,
again,
we obviously know that
if you
we
have
can use
$400, go on
technology to
Amazon and buy a
observe
telescope,
the
bro. Like, I
celestial
don't know what to
bodies,
tell
and
you.
you can
man.
clearly hear me beginning my sentence before you began talking. So, there's no contention
Speak
about the
English,
premise
bro.
that
I'm
we
not
can
gonna
use
respond to you.
telescopes, and he's still doing it. So there's no contention about the premise that we can observe the celestial bodies through a telescope. That doesn't get you to the premise that what you're observing in the telescope is a humongous ball of solid liquid or gas. That's not what you observe. But you're just so devout to that cosmological idea, you strongly interpret what you're observing through the telescope as that, even though you're not really observing that when you're honest with what you're really looking at.
Yeah, I would say, Mr. All Prophet, you should go through the exercise of trying to get rid of all of your assumptions about the things you've been told about the galaxies, the sun, the moon, the stars, and start from scratch. Just think, what do I actually observe?
You can
What can
see the
I
moon.
actually
What the
verify?
fuck? You can see the
Yeah,
moon. What do
you
you
see
think
the
the moon
moon?
is then?
You see
You
the
can see the
moon? I
moon.
agree. Yeah, I see the moon. Way, it's a good time. Now what?
Like
I see it
exactly,
too.
bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. You
Now
have
what?
your
I
beliefs,
see
I
the
have my
moon.
beliefs. You're trying to
I
convince
see the
me. You try to
moon.
use big words. Like that's gonna change my mind. Like shut the
What are you
fuck up.
talking about, bro? We
I'm
see
not
the
talking about. I'm
moon.
talking about the
Listen.
guy who was using big words, bro.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, we see the moon. Great. Now what?
So basically, again, there's not that much evidence that the world is flat. There's more evidence of it being round with
All right,
sphere or
what's the
whatever
evidence that
planets.
it's round then?
That's
That's
what I'm
what
gonna
we're
go with.
waiting
I'm
for.
sorry, you still didn't change my mind. Like I don't know what to tell
What's
you.
the
If you change my
evidence that
mind,
it's a
I'm
ball?
open minded. I'm completely open
Okay,
minded. You can change my
okay,
mind. Go
that's
ahead,
fine. Yeah, that's fine. Just tell us what the evidence is then that it's a ball.
bro. Again, I told you already. I see other balls in the sky. I think we're a ball.
Yeah, but we explained that that's non sequitur logical fallacy, so that doesn't count.
How?
Because that
You just
doesn't
did.
prove that the Earth's a ball. You could say, I think it's a ball because I look at these lights in the sky that
Yeah,
I
that's
assume
literally
are
what I'm
balls.
saying.
But then you would have to say, okay, let's confirm that with measurement of the surface to make sure it is a ball and has curvature. But there is no curvature.
Not
Right. So once again, your logic sequence, there's balls above the Earth, therefore the Earth as a ball is non sequitur.
Yeah, like if you went into your bedroom and you saw that the light in your ceiling was a ball, would that make the floor of your bedroom a ball?
But how about the shadows during the lunar eclipses? It shows that we're a freaking ball. Like, what do you mean? Shadow. You know what a shadow
So
is,
does
right?
that mean?
The
So does that
problem that
mean you
he's
can?
having.
Like,
So does that mean?
you
So does
guys
that
are
mean you
fucking retarded, man.
concede?
So
So does
you
that mean you
agree?
Yo,
concede?
dude, speak normal English, bro. You're not fucking smart. You're a fucking idiot. You
Guy,
believe the world's
stop
flat. Are you
spazzing
fucking
out.
retard?
Exercise some self-control for once in your life.
These guys are
All
So
right,
fucking
does that
retard,
mean
bro.
you concede? Does that mean you agree that we refuted your first appeal? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
all right. So he's saying you
Yeah.
agree that if we go into a room and we see a light bulb in the ceiling and it's round, that doesn't mean the floor in the room is round. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Or a ball.
observable phenomena that we do of the luminaries, the moon, the sun, that phenomena that we observe with our God-given senses, that it's from the realist level. But then you're coming from the perspective, from the cartoonish idea of the moon going around the Earth,
Hey,
the
how about the
round Earth,
shadow though? Like,
and
what? What are you talking about right now? Like, you just literally
you
said
getting
the whole shadow thing.
you're getting these ideas. You're getting these ideas from the the solar system that you learned when you were young, and you look at it from the
Dude, you
crypt.
see the reflection of the Earth's shadow when there's a
No,
lunar eclipse.
you presuppose that that's the Earth shadow. That's a presupposed idea that you were given, and you're
Bro,
parroting
what?
basically. You see it. How do you know if that's a shadow?
Because I know how shadows work. Like,
How
what?
shadows
What are you
work?
trying to say right now, bro?
You're observing a phenomena, and you're saying that is the shadow of the Earth covering the surface
Yeah,
of the
it's a
ball.
shadow of where we are. It's literally you don't have to say Earth. It's a
how do you
shadow where we are
how do you
because it's
know
a
that?
shadow. Like, what are you trying to say, bro?
Oh
How do
my
you know that?
God, dude, you are just foreign to logical reasoning, are you?
How do you
He's a
know
Bro,
that?
kid,
what
to be
Because
logical
fair. He
most
sounds
reasoning, bro?
young.
Remember, he grew up with this. I mean, we all
Yeah,
grew up with this. So
he sounds young and
What logical
confused, to be
reasoning are you
fair.
talking about right now, bro?
yeah,
So let's just refocus. Let's just refocus. So it's not logically necessary that the lights in the sky that we see are what we are standing on. Those are separate things. Even if you wanted to claim that they are
Prove they're separate,
balls,
bro.
that wouldn't make the ground that you're standing on a ball. So even if you wanted to then claim, but it is a ball, then we're going to be back to, okay, who measured the curvature? And you already agreed no one's measured it. So you don't have a ball to begin with. Did you get it yet? The water's level. No one's measuring curve. It's not looking good
Bro,
for a ball.
He's young. Maybe he needs
you
some
can't.
time to think about it.
He is young.
Yeah, no
Can't ignore
doubt, no
that part.
doubt. We're keeping it.
Mm,
I
I'm trying
think
to
he's a
keep it
legal
fairly
adult.
simple.
I mean, it is
huh?
an overwhelming thing
Like I
to
said,
recognize
legal
that the
adult.
Earth is not a spinning, wobbling, tilted space, but flying through an ever-expanding void of
You
darkness.
think I'm a Mexican or some shit?
But I think he's already spiraling because it's just
Yeah,
too much
yeah.
information for his brain to process, you know, and which is okay.
Just
Okay,
so
You
I
know, it's
okay.
under,
understandable.
Well, hold on,
yeah, just so I
hold on.
understand
All he
who we're
does is
talking
paint a
to.
just Yes, keep
Hold
it
on.
simple for him.
Well, hold
Yeah,
on.
just so I
Before we
understand who we're talking
proceed,
to. Are you 18 and above or no?
Yeah, why?
Okay, so this is a legal adult, so I don't have to be so gentle.
all right. So, Mr. All Prophet, if I send you a link to a server with resources on it, are you interested? Do you want to look into this or no?
What's resources?
They're like videos, documentaries, books,
Oh, you gonna
PDF.
send me like videos proving that the world's flat? Yeah, go ahead. I'll screen
No, it's
share
just,
right now.
well, it's a link to a server that has resources in it that you can look up, and it's all alphabetized, like sun, moon, stars, gravity, curvature, all this stuff, and you can
Wait,
look into it in your
so
own time.
it debunks all this stuff? That's what you're trying to say? Each
Well,
thing?
well, partly, but it also, I mean, it just discusses them in general. It's not. I mean, you've got this idea in your head that it's like globe Earth versus flat Earth. It's like what we're talking about is just what can be observed, what can be measured, what can be repeated, what's reliable. And the Earth is not a globe. It does not match that claim. That doesn't mean we're giving a replacement model or story. We're saying it's definitely not what they've told us. It only appears and measures to be level, motionless, but we're not claiming what shape it is. It's not a disk in space. We're not claiming anything like that. So it's up to you, bro. I mean, obviously, what you do is up to you. We're just giving you some information. If you want it, you can check it out. If you don't, no worries.
Yeah, go ahead, send it.
I've sent it to your DMs, so you can just follow this. Do you see my DM? And I'll tell you where the resources are.
Wait, what's your name?
Cyclone.
Oh, Fox, nigga.
CSY. So I just sent it to your DM.
Oh shit!
Good
There's a whole
call.
server for this shit.
Some visuals.
This
Some visuals
is your
might
cult leader.
help.
Right. So if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server list, you'll
Wait,
see
everything's
additional
locked.
information. Yeah. A bunch of those channels will be locked because you're not verified, but the additional information channels you can access right away. And it's all
Additional
alphabetized.
information.
Yeah, so about 3/4 of the way down the server list, it starts with A, Antarctica. It goes through, it's got curvature, motion, NASA, all these different things, gravity. Do you see those channels?
Wait, hold on. Oh, sun. I see sun.
You see sun, so that's
Oh, it has wild PDF documents and shit.
Yeah, so we've got PDFs, we've got all kinds of things. It's got terabytes of information there. But
Wait,
if you
what?
see the additional
Wait, it has
information,
terabytes of information on. Wait, no way. You kidding, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
yeah, bro.
There's no fucking way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better
Tell
like
me, bro.
put aside like a couple. You better put aside like a couple hours, man, to look through all that. Yeah, yeah. Keep active.
It's always cool to hear someone brand new that had zero idea that this is something that's been going on for as long as people have been claiming it to be a ball. And that argument and fight has been going on so long. But you have this younger generation that's like, they're getting told on YouTube, like, those flat earthers are idiots. And this started like only 5 years ago. No one believed it was around before
Right.
then. We always known. And then they come in here and there's like a whole new world. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, welcome,
Right.
buddy. Welcome.
Oh yeah, we've got literature from the late 19th and late 19th century, early 20th century.
Wait, does religion tell us the world is round, or what does the religion say?
Well, depending on what you define as religions, but yeah, basically all of the cultures throughout human history, for the majority, as well as the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, they all describe a flat, motionless Earth, not a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Wait, what? You serious?
Yes, I'm
man.
serious.
Yep.
Look up biblical cosmology and look, for example.
Boy, that sounds smart. Biblical cosmology.
Yeah, if you look at a Wikipedia article, if that's a source you would accept as something reasonable, they describe biblical cosmology as being a stationary topographical plane with a firmament above. So it's a closed system, not a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. The thing is, the globe is the only introduced model since the ancient times that goes again is like the complete opposite to all what have been believed the Earth to be or claimed to be according to all other ancient civilizations, or even just going back into the Middle Ages, you know. And
Yeah, they
even
all.
up to sorry, even up
No,
to I'm
it's-
just saying even up to this day, you know, real like biblical believers, like there's a specific kind of thing of Amish people who still also go by the biblical cosmology, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so basically, like I said, all the scriptures, all the cultures through history
Yo, no,
have
no, no, wait.
understood that
In the
the flat
scriptures,
Earth
it
is a
says
thing.
there's space, but it doesn't say that we are a
Nah.
planet. It doesn't say we're round. It says we're flat. It says we're flat,
Yeah,
but there's space.
there's space between you and me. Be happy for that.
Yeah, no, they don't claim there's a vacuum beyond the sky. They don't claim anything like that, or that it's a ball that's spinning. They say Earth is fixed on pillars. It's motionless. It's
Yeah,
set.
it's motionless, and there's other shits in the sky, the planets and stuff, though.
Well, yeah, the luminaries, but it's not saying that those things are other places to go. They're not like other Earths. They're basically like a sky clock for us
Yo,
to tell the
decorations or
seasons of
something.
the times. No.
Oh,
Well,
right.
it's like a clock, right? So the sun tells us the day and night cycle. The moon tells us the monthly cycle, and the stars tell us the time of year and the seasons for harvesting and planting. So that's what it's described as, and the sun and the moon are the greater light and the lesser light, but they're lights. They're not other Earths or other places to go to.
Yeah, it's like a big clock or a reference point for telling time, seasons, and signs and wonders or whatnot. You know, it's
I ain't
like
gonna lie, this makes sense. This makes sense a lot too. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm still I don't know what to believe, bro. I'm fucking lost. I don't know. What to
Yeah, you don't need to listen.
it's
Listen,
okay,
you're
man.
at your very early stages of just thinking. Don't be thinking I need to believe something. Don't believe anything. Tell yourself I'm going to stop believing right now and I'm just going to research like a madman and try and figure out what I can actually verify.
And the best way to do it is literally using the hashtags. You know, it's a very good source, and it will lead to other sources. And don't go down the easy rabbit
Wait.
hole
I
of.
have another question. So if the world is really flat, right? Why is NASA being funded like $300 million and shit like that?
Because they want
They
you
don't
to
even do
think
anything.
you're on a spinning ball in a massive, infinite, meaningless universe.
So all of our tax money goes to this shit for no reason.
Yeah, it's
Like,
a government agency, man. It's the best Ponzi scheme you can imagine, right? They
Well, I
will
mean, the money's
always.
probably being used for military slush or something like that, covert operations, whatever it's going to be, and the special effects that they show the public and, convince them that the Earth's a spinning ball and all that kind of shit.
Not
But
only
it's
All our taxes, of
regardless.
course, but
it's a
too
win-win
much.
situation for them, man. Not only do they give you a mindset of thinking you're just a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe and you're hurling around in infinite space and it's just all meaningless, all by coincidence. Not only that is a win-win for them, but they can also always grab more money by taxpayers because there's always a new
that's what they
adventure.
portray us. Wait. You tell me NASA portrays that we're a spinning ball and it keeps expanding and then we're nothing? That's what they
Yeah, a
want us to
speck
believe?
of dust, man. We're just a
Nah, ain't
speck
no
of
way.
dust in an everlasting universe. You know, there's just so multiple other dimensions and
What do you mean there
and
ain't no way? Do you not know the story that they're telling you about this globe?
No, I don't really know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about NASA. I don't use NASA.
Thanks for reminding us, Vector. So the stars
You're
move, which is why they
welcome.
leave star trails over time lapses. So that's another flat Earth proof. Thanks for reminding us, Vector.
Wait, what is it? Say it again.
So the
Say it again.
movement of the stars. You notice the
don't
stars are
react
moving?
to
Yeah.
Victor.
Yeah, so the stars move around us, right? Like you observe?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Vector.
But
You've just debunked another globie.
The
but one
stars
more thing.
move above us.
You know what is crazy? Prophet, you know what's very crazy? Since NASA is a government agency, you know what the Central Intelligence Agency is, the CIA?
What is it?
It's also a government agent. Have you ever heard of the CIA?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so there's a guy, right, who is or was, he's unfortunately passed away, but who was a CIA agent, and guess what he called NASA, and also exposed or said what they call NASA within the Central Intelligence Agency, what they call NASA itself. Can you imagine what they call it? They call it not a space agency. And there's a video where he also says that is where the bulk of the mind control has been done, right? And he talks about how they got all the 600 Nazi scientists after World War II over to the US to create, not a space agency. I can post the video for you, but that's just something to think about. If
Wait,
there's
so NASA is Nazis?
well, it's partially created by ex-Nazis like Werner von Braun, who created the first V2 rocket. Yeah, of course, man. I mean, it's partly
has roots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the German accent talking to you right now, his username is Clay. And the name of the man that he was talking to you about, his name is David Steele. He's now a judiciary, he's now a judge in an international tribunal.
Well, he's dead.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
he is dead now? Oh my god.
Yeah. There's a memoriam. It says, we announced that Robert David Steele, former longtime ITNJ college on board as chief counsel for the International Tribunal for Natural Justice Commission of Inquiry into Human Trafficking and Child Sex Abuse, has passed away. Steele, an American patriot, was well known as a former CIA spy, clandestine officer. He joined the ITNG's commission in 2017, blah, blah, blah. His devotion and skill. Yeah, he passed away in 2021 doing the whole, thingy. Yeah,
Sounds like he encountered
I mean,
a lot of corruption during his office, his various roles in the government, and it sounds like he took a career path in trying to rectify some of that, remedy some of that, right?
Yeah, he tried to expose some stuff, and that's why it was a problem, I guess. The funny thing is, even though he is an ex, government agency, spy, a CIA spy, the first thing you will read on his Wikipedia is that he is a major conspiracy theorist. It's so crazy. I mean, the script is so bad, man. It's just so bad. As soon as you
That's what
go against the
conspiracy theorists
government,
do, right? They want to be part of a justice,
How do you guys feel about the guy Andrew Tate?
Justice.
Where?
I mean, as worthy as that subject may be, let's not digress to that.
Yeah. But let me post a video if you want to watch it.
So this is the endeavor. This is the effort to be critically considerate. You can be considerate without being critical. And you can be critical without being considerate. So you have to do both.
Yeah, hopefully you've understood some things that we've said to you, Mr. All Prophet, and you can do some research yourself and let us know what you think.
Right, and we've provoked you to be self-scrutinizing.
What's that?
I think he has. I sense an element of that in him when he talked before about propaganda machines. So he's he has something there.
Hopefully true.
Yeah, he sounds curious and young.
Yeah, so only time will tell, right? Right.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you've got the link to the server, you've got those resources, so you should also, I should say, if you look above A where Antarctica is on the server that I sent you, there's a FE introduction videos section with a lot of introduction stuff which you should check out since you're new to it.
And I really want to point out it's great that you haven't spiraled, that you have, chilled out and kind of settled, and that's really
Wait,
not
does NASA want to
that...
kill Jews?
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, never mind.
No, dude.
I'm joking, bro. That was funny.
Not really. I hope you enjoy the resources, man.
Thank you.
And that's
So
part that
That would explain a lot, though. I'm not gonna lie.
no that
Re-
part of it is
Can
related
you
to
prove my thought? Sorry,
hello
man. I'm done.
hello hello that what was being referenced to with Nazis and NASA, right? That's part of what's called Operation Paperclip. Right? So when the war was over, there was a whole heap of German government officials and
I know.
military officers with specialties in
I'm not
with
gonna
us with
talk.
that were experts in certain fields like rocket engineering, right? So they were snaffled up by various countries, right? They needed jobs and they were offered jobs by various other governments of other countries.
one moment, T-Dub. Just get the kid to Google or Wikipedia
Okay.
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, that's all you have to do is look up Operation Paperclip. Yeah. Have a Google of that in your spare time. That's all in the other server as well. Anyway, yeah, you should find info there about that.
Wait, it has everything in that server?
It
Yeah, it's a
definitely doesn't.
repository of information, man. Yeah.
It definitely will have the things that Google will not give you as a source, or at least what Google is shadow banning. And the only thing that Google promotes to you is some Professor Dave
Oh
or
shit!
some other videos. So if you want to stay,
Damn, that was before my dad was born.
okay, I'm just gonna let him dig into it. I really think it is up. See, that's the nice thing. It's up to the person. You need to create a self-interest. I think there's nothing we can say that really hits harder than apart from someone who actually looks at it, the information themselves willfully. Because otherwise, if someone just talks to you, there's always a barrier.
Now a lot of people probably come in here, they're not open-minded or some shit.
Yep. Yeah, that's true, man. That's exactly it. They get defensive automatically. They're like, I'm gonna shoot the messenger, but why? Like, why you shoot us? Like, we're just trying to give you information. Information will
I
not
didn't
harm
even
you.
know in religious books they said that the world is flat. That's crazy.
It is, man. Like the Bible, the most sold and written book of this world is biblical cosmology, which is a closed stationary topographical plane. In Job 38, it talks about the Earth taking shape as clay under a sea, which is why I have the name that I have. And you know what clay under a sea is, right? To like,
No.
you know how in the Middle Ages or even up to this day they use like a stamp and they use like wax or clay and they seal something.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? Yeah, that's how the Earth is described within the Bible. So it's like a
Yeah,
topographical
it's no
plane.
secret. No secret. Like historians that study, history and anthropologists, right? That they could tell you the cosmological views of ancient peoples, like like the Hebrews, tell you that they viewed the world as a vast plane that is encompassed basically in a dome of some sort. That was their cosmological view. Not moving anywhere.
Under the heavens, under the heavens,
Yeah. Yeah.
because they are, the cosmologists portray the medium that the medium that we're in, the ground that we're standing, the waters across it, kind of like a few layers in between, the heavens
But
above, whatever is below.
as soon as you dig it, man, as soon as you like through being open-minded person, as soon as you understand, man, there's nothing to be afraid of regarding all this information. It's just gonna open up a wonderful world of actually being more relaxed, being more in tune with understanding it. There is a reason why you are here, why I am here, why everybody's here, and that it's a very unique place. and there's nothing to be afraid of, you know. I'll be honest, man, if I was a space nerd, man, in 2015, when I saw bubbles in space, it was shivering down my spine, man. I was like, a whole world broke down for me, like, because I was in love with space. I wanted to be an astronaut. I had almost a panic attack when I
Like you
realized.
lost a girlfriend.
Yeah, dude, even worse than losing a girlfriend or having a breakup or that weird feeling you get in your chest area or whatnot. It was like the 10th, like it was such a weird thing, man. It was crazy because I was so in love with the whole concept, and I was, the first week was just going through videos, and that was when YouTube wasn't censored yet. You could have looked at all kind of information.
You were breaking out of the spell. That's the
Yeah.
adverse effect. You're
And I
breaking
was
up the
always
spell.
like, this can't be real, this can't be this can't be real. This must be so stupid, like flat Earth. How retarded, man. And then suddenly, at some point, and I can still remember that feeling. I was in my chair, and it was like pure panic because this love I had for space and science and all this great exploration of the stars, it just all trembled down, and it was crazy for me. Very crazy waking up experience. Like, I don't wish that feeling up on anyone. It's a very unpleasant feeling.
Now you
But
here, you
afterwards,
recovered from your globe addiction. Good.
yeah, the recovery, man, like once you recovered and then you're like, whoa, I get it now, like so much more makes sense now, that is like wonderful. That gives you inner peace, that was the reason why I actually started reading the Bible when I was still, like unaware of a creator or anything like that, I was just chilling there and like, oh, let's open up this book since I have heard that it talks about the earth being a topographical plane, and just read some pages and I was like, wow, never thought this would be in the Bible. Yeah, nice memories. Man, that picture of Operation Paperclip looks so crazy with the rockets in the background and Mr. SS Werner von Braun.
Who's that? Your granddaddy?
Well, the funny thing is, man, he literally looks like he could be someone part of our family. Like, he literally has the facial features of my grandpa.
Yeah,
No
that's
joke.
what I'm saying.
It's very weird. It's literally, if I look at him, I would think he's could be like the brother of my grandpa or something. That's kind of how it looks like. He looks very similar to the facial features we have throughout our
Von
family.
Braun was your granddaddy's brother. It
I
was
don't
your
know,
uncle,
man,
basically.
but there's
Technically.
some. Who knows, man? Like, I have a very interesting family tree. Like, for me, if I would really dig deep, and that would be the case, that he's somehow related, that wouldn't like shock me at all. Would be actually pretty funny. Maybe I should post a picture of my grandpa, and then you guys can decide.
Or maybe not.
But my grandpa was in the Wehrmacht. He was also he was a what's
She was a
Offizier?
Belmont? Like
He
a
was not
vampire
SS.
hunter?
He was not SS. He was Uh, how can I? He was on three fronts. In first in France, then in Poland, and the last front where he was injured was Stalingrad.
What are we talking about?
No, not you. When you say we, you're not talking so. You can't
What?
say it like that.
What do you mean? I am talking.
Well, you're
Oh
talking
God,
now, but you
no.
wasn't talking. It was me and Clay. There
No,
wasn't
no, 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 no.
we,
I meant
including
like
you.
what is the subject of the hour, man?
Oh, that the Earth is not a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space in the eternal darkness. It's not that.
Into the
That is
darkness.
fucking deep. That is too deep.
That's crazy.
That is
Sorry.
too
No, the way you
fucking
said it is
shallow,
crazy,
bro.
bro.
No, that's fantastic.
Even like
Yeah. The way Clay says it though is the best. So
I was
I
trying
got
to go for
sorry,
the
Jeff.
Clay approach. I was trying. I tried.
But this isn't one of those like angry people rooms, right? This is like a
Oh
social
yeah,
room.
we're very angry.
Did you just hear my giggle, bro? Don't ruin my giggle. Your cats are enough. Stop.
I have a cat. She's asleep
I'm
behind
an
me,
angry
actually.
guy.
It can get pretty angry if you push things too hard. You'll get
If
banned.
y'all
Pizza.
can see my kitty.
Dasa can get pretty angry when people say the Earth is not a globe. Oh my goodness, he gets emotional.
I
I'm
think
Hey,
people
emotional
it's
like
right
good to
Deza
see
now.
you,
know the Earth is not a
Gemsy, by
globe.
the way. Sorry, I won't be having those dogs for sale, but
Oh,
I
that's
hope you're
okay.
well. Yeah, yeah. Hope
That's
you're well.
fine.
Yeah.
All
I
good, all
got
good.
banned from God Ain't Real because
Okay,
I'm
good.
not angry enough, apparently.
Okay, all right.
Well, there is no reason to reason with that guy. He doesn't even let someone speak. I've tried
Well,
it once.
in that room, I went one day over there, and they say God ain't real. Prove me wrong. And I said there has to be an antecedent to a design. We observe the design. There has to be a designer. So in the realm that we're in, or in the place that we're in, we see a cause and effect relationships. We can observe this. We can sign certain stuff, and we know that the antecedent to the gas pressure is a container, and the antecedent to the container is the designer. There you go. There has to be a creator, a designer, and
Hey,
they banned me from the room.
reality man. Someone
Hey, I
just
was
quote
saying
unquote.
something.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the guy is a boomer, man. What do you expect? Like, he gets so angry if you just say anything logic and he mutes you directly if you actually prove to him that he is wrong and there is a creator. Like, he's a per excellence boomer, man. Like, the worst kind of a boomer. And I just said, I'm sorry for you and said much
So I
longer
was
than you
sending
have
to
to.
Jake because Jake brought up. So Jake, yeah, I had the same experience as you. They did mute me because I kind of like gave him antecedents to the
I,
reality that we live in.
I'm not a huge like religious person, right? And matter of fact, I used to identify as an atheist, but like I don't do it anymore because of the
Well, Jake, what I
militant.
told you has nothing to do with religion, bro. Because
No,
the
no, no,
antecedent to the
no, no.
gas pressure
I
is
understand
scientific.
completely. But um, I don't anymore identify as anything because all these people want to do is group up and be militant. So when people ask what am I, I'm just like I'm fucking nothing. Like I'm not interested in being a part of a group.
Yeah, you're not a label. You're not. You may maybe someone sees you with the Lakers shirt, but you're not a Lakers fan. You just have a Lakers shirt.
Like that's where I'm at. Like, and it's not me. It's like why is there? And it's not throughout all of society, but it's here on the internet where there's this militant atheist thing where they like hate people that believe in creation or theists or whatever you want to call them, right?
Well, they
What
hate
don't
reality.
need
They
that
want to go
belief.
to the fantasy. That's why they believe in the globe in the cartoon. They speak to you like characters, persona in a cartoon fantasy. And they
Yeah,
say,
but
you see this reality? You see your senses? Your senses are lying to you. What you experience is not what's happening. And then they go to, let's go to fantasy, and this is what's happening. The globe.
But no matter what you believe, like, that doesn't devalue your whole personhood, right? Like, and that's what they want to push for, and I'm
Yeah, but
fucking
but
crazy.
remember, you can have people uh believe absurdities, and they will commit atrocities.
I
Yeah, well,
mean, but
depending on your
hating
worldview.
them, hating those people is not going to get them to believe any different. They're just going to dislike you back. Like, there's no point.
Yeah, right. So depending on your worldview, because if you have a worldview where there are no persons, or you have a worldview where personality cannot be real, then of course that wouldn't stand in that worldview. So
Like,
you
if you,
only, I agree with that premise.
right?
Someone like me would agree with that premise. But of course, I can
I
only
mean,
agree with that premise being consistent with a given worldview. But they don't have a worldview where you have any type of virtue, and they don't have a worldview where you can have personality.
let's say that you disagree with somebody, but you like them as a person, right? You have maybe like a 10% chance of getting them to see your way, right? If you hate them on top of disagreeing with them, you have like a 0% chance of getting them to see your way, because why would you? Why would they care about what you think? You hate them,
True.
right?
Oh,
More
hate.
so if you convey, more if you make it obvious to them, specifically if you make it obvious to that person that you hate them, then yeah, that would decrease your likelihood,
Right.
because you can, in principle, hate them in your heart, but you can hide it and make it give no indication that you do hate them.
I should
Right.
show you my DMs from all the hateful Globers.
I mean, I'm a glober, but I don't hate people that believe in a flat Earth.
I mean, there's hate and
Yeah,
mock
I
on
don't
both
hate Globers.
sides.
I don't know, it's fucking
I used to
stupid.
be a Glober. Most of us were, like a few years ago. I mean, we don't hate Globers.
There's definitely mocking on the flat Earth side too, though.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
do.
know.
We do mock it when it's warranted.
I
I
mean,
mock flat earthers all the time, but I mock their ideas. I don't hate them.
I'm not gonna single anybody out in this VC, but I I haven't talked to them in a while, and they keep DMing me, just like weird images about flat Earth, as if trying to, like, I don't know, like, mock me and stuff. So, and even though I haven't talked to them in days, it's kind of, I mean, just like, there's immature stuff
Are you
on both
talking about
sides.
crit?
I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not talking about anybody.
I'm just curious, what
I'm
does
not.
Agora?
I have not said a single name. I'm just there's people Who who curvature in the room with us now?
Who?
Yeah, join us. Join the flat side, guys. The globe is boring.
I mean, the flat Earth is still
Why you
curved, right?
gotta
It's
mock
round.
us, man? Why you gonna
We
talk
have the best
about
music.
curvature?
And you don't have to worry about meteors.
Yeah,
So who
that's a
has an
big deal.
argument to
Not
prove the
worrying
Earth is
about
a ball?
meteors.
Yeah, flat Earth has to worry about meteors. If it hits one side, it's gonna start
No,
wobbling, right? It's gonna start going. Blah, 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 blah.
no, we're not in outer space.
That's very funny, my friend.
Thank you.
So who has
I thought it was a pretty good joke, but Face is fake. Sorry, man.
so who has an argument to prove the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, cricket noises probably.
I mean, I'm
Nice
kind of
one.
argued out, man. After all the yelling,
I think
first they
flat
went into
earthers could
Israel
play Globers
Palestine.
better than Globers.
Well,
I'm
the
empty.
Earth must be a ball because it looks so flat. Duh.
All above surface ball.
No, it looks so flat that it's curving.
Well, up to this date, I have memorized the best globe proof that has ever been brought forward from someone randomly joining in here, and it was quote unquote. So the Earth must be a ball because Mount Everest isn't flat. What? Yeah. What the fuck?
I can't see that far, therefore the Earth is a ball.
Whoever's doing the sound is funny.
Nonsense makes sense. That's the Glober's argument. Nonsense makes sense.
I'm speaking the word science, therefore the Earth is a ball.
Exactly. Dude.
think the Earth is flat.
Saw it on television, therefore the Earth is a ball.
Nah, I think it's flat, bro. Too much evidence.
It's a tricky thing, though, isn't it, to differentiate between the two? You know, how do you measure flatness? It's got the same constraints and issues as trying to measure curvature, right? It's just about impossible to do.
The same way you try to
within-
measure anything else. The same way you try to measure any surface of any solid.
Look at him weaseling out.
Yeah, while you may be right, the globe only comes out in mathematics.
And practical stuff, but yeah, it's often said here that there's measured flatness, but I've not seen actually evidence of measured flatness. Some attempts to show that there's no curvature, but I've not seen any.
Yeah, it's entirely impossible to quantify the difference between a curved surface and a level surface. So therefore, buildings are impossible. We can't build them.
I have a question, actually. I do have a question. So when we talk about like horizons and stuff, right? So obviously on the flat Earth, right, it's still a circle. So when you look at a horizon, wouldn't it still be curved?
At a very high altitude, the size of the object, given the size of the surface of the Earth, and given the nature of your optics.
Yeah,
It would
even
be
given
curved.
the throw of light from the sun, there's going to be a Terminator line that's round.
Wait, Gregory, it would be curved if you're high enough and the like perception of you, where you are at. It would be curved.
If you're high enough, then you could see the curvature of the circle of the face of the Earth.
Yeah, we don't think the throw of the light
but
from the sun
I
is
can say
square.
the same thing about a sphere, though. If you're high enough, you'll see this. You'll see the spherical curve, right?
We're well aware that's not anything new to us.
So then, I'm just confused. That argument could be
Yeah, a circle, bro.
Earth too.
A circle is not a sphere. You know that you draw.
No, but I'm saying.
circle.
Well, yeah, but no, I said.
You're not drawing a
that
sphere.
fast. I mean, you're talking about the hypothetical premise you just mentioned.
Well, no, I just said if you look at the horizon, you'll still see a curve because it's circular. And then you said, yeah, if you're
I
high
get
enough.
it. We heard you.
And that's the argument for spherical Earth too. So
I get it. We
there's no
heard you.
difference in that.
We heard you. We heard you.
The
Okay.
big difference is you think that you're standing on top of a dome out to the horizon's edge. We say that your feet are at the same elevation as the horizon's edge.
Like you asked a hypothetical premise. Like people don't pay attention to their own words.
So
you began the question talking about if. Okay, so yeah, we discussed the logical. Can I finish the reply?
Wouldn't you see a curve when you're on the
reply? Hello.
I'm replying to the other guy that talked to me.
Dude, let me finish my reply. My God, I began talking when you weren't talking. We addressed your hypothetical question, which began with the word if, and we discussed the logical cogency of trying to see the curvature of the circle of the face of the Earth, if it's a planar disk, right, or if it's just a circular flat surface. And then we discussed how you would see the supposed circular curvature of a sphere. That's it.
No one's saying flat Earth is a circle, bro.
What's up, CB?
Is it not?
Don't know.
You said, well, if it's flat, then it would be a circle. That's your idea.
Well, it's not a square, is it?
Oh my god!
So even if it's not a circle, it has curvature because it's not.
No, you're looking for a shape. Now you're looking for a square or a pyramid. You're looking for an actual shape, but nobody's claiming a shape from the realist level because we don't have an outside perspective to be able to attribute all of the aspects to give it a shape. Because flat is not a shape; it's a description that is not curving.
I've been
zero slope.
I've been sent accurate models by people who believe in it, and it shows.
Someone here, the people that are talking to you?
In the VC right now, yeah, I'm looking at somebody who sent me a model of what they think the flat Earth looks like, and it's a circle.
You call it accurate, so you can see that this is true, that the surface of the Earth is planar.
Unless they're wrong, unless that person who sent me the model is wrong.
How do you even know that was?
So do you concede yes or no?
Do I concede what?
What I just asked you. Do you concede the surface of the Earth is planar?
I have no idea.
Then why'd you call it accurate?
I didn't call it accurate. The person who sent me it
You
calls
literally
it
just said that phrase.
No,
Dude.
no, I said somebody's in this VC sent me a model of what they believe the
Take
flat
it up
Earth
with
looks
them.
like, and
And
it
then
looks
you
like
described it as being very accurate.
I
Why do I have
never
to
said it
give
was.
you? Why do I have to
I didn't say
remind
it
you
was
what you
accurate.
just told me?
Because I didn't say that.
You did say that.
I said that they portray it as accurate.
No,
No,
you
you
said that
didn't
was
say
what.
portrayed. You said it is very accurate. Now you're readjusting your words.
That's just not at all what I'm saying. That's not what I said, though.
Yeah, it is what you said.
Dude, what did you mean to say? Since you don't have any good
misnomer.
memory of what you just said 5 minutes ago, what did you mean to say?
I said the person who sent me the model thinks it's accurate.
No, you said that's what they believe.
Okay. That's so I didn't say that I believe it. Both perfect. Boom.
You said it was accurate.
I said they believe it was accurate, not that I said it was accurate.
Guy, you're readjusting your words. We established what you meant. We
Creation
got it.
just said that. Creation just said, okay.
He's a history revisionist.
It's very specific.
Wait,
It was a
I feel like
misnomer.
we could just rip this band-aid off really easily. What shape is the universe? Is it square or circle?
I have no idea.
But it has to be a square or a circle, though, right?
No.
Okay,
It's
neither
an
does
it's an amalgamous blob.
Yeah, neither does flat Earth have to be a square or a circle, my G. So
All the models I've ever seen of the flat Earth have been circular.
Yeah,
There's no
reality is
model.
not a model. Reality is not a model. That's the problem.
Just like you don't have a model of the
Can we
universe.
stop quibbling over these truisms? These points are so simple. It is not necessarily true that the Earth is a circle or a square or any other polygon. That's the point that Creation Bear is getting across to you. We already got the point that you're getting across the point that people have shown you the Earth depicted as a circular flat surface. Okay.
Well, think of it this way. A child in a crib with a mobile above. Often you've seen those made with planets, astronauts, sun, etc. Is that an accurate model? No. But it's an idea to present to a young mind to maybe help them understand that worldview. So maybe you have seen circular, different presentations, a dome or whatever, but you're like the infant in the crib. You don't understand. So people have to give you little ideas to help you get it. But the problem is you think that, like, if I gave you that mobile with the astronauts and I said, is this an accurate model? You'd be like, no. So those things that they're giving you are for your childish mind to help figure this stuff out.
I just get confused when you know, like, there's no real
Yeah,
when I ask about like features that a flat Earth has, no one seems to have any answer for like what the features actually
Go
look like.
outside. Go outside. What do you mean? What does it look like? Open your eyes.
Yeah, when I
head out
ask
the
what like,
door, it's right there.
there's no model that's accurate. That's kind of my
What
issue.
you're asking for is people to close their eyes and imagine what all of reality looks like, and you definitely don't do that with the universe. So we're not going to do that with the Earth either.
The universe is much larger than what you guys think.
Yeah, well, we don't think the Earth is an object in a universe. We think basically the Earth is
It
the
is
whole place.
the whole is the universe. Yeah, exactly. So I would assume that you'd be able to like. I mean, it's much. So then your model of the universe is much smaller than my model of the universe. So I feel like you guys would be able to like, at least explain a little bit. Well, no, that's kind of what you're implying, though.
Not really.
You're no, that is because my entire universe is shrunk down into your entire planet area, and there's nothing outside of that firmament.
Hold on,
I mean, it's
I didn't mention
implied,
anything
though.
about
It's
size.
implied, though.
Hold on, Buffy, just relax. I'm talking about character, where it's not fully explored, right? Your universe hasn't been fully explored. You don't know where any quote edge would be, if there even is one. You don't know what shape it is. All those characteristics apply to our worldview as well. We're in the same exact boat. So I didn't say anything about size. You don't know how big the universe is. I don't know how big the Earth is. Done.
Do you think the Earth is possibly as big as my model of the universe?
You don't know how big your
do you think that could be
model
the case? Do you think that could be the case?
You guys have bedtime stories. We don't do that.
Is that logically possible? Sure. Next question.
Answer my question.
Well, how big is it? And then who measured that?
No, you're good. You're good, man.
Exactly. I already told you it's not been fully explored. So how could you say how big it is anyway? A lot you guys have ideas.
I didn't ask how big it was. I said, do you think my model of the universe is bigger than your model of your universe?
How big is your universe? Well, show me how big it is. Whip it out.
Okay, so the models of the flat Earth that I'm assuming you've seen models of the flat Earth. Is that the entire universe?
How many times we have to tell you, Buffy? I don't know how many times. Gregory said it.
You're
I'll
just
say it.
avoiding the question.
There is
It
no
might be on
model. There is
yours.
no
He
model.
didn't
We
avoid
have
the
no
question.
model
He
to
There's
answered
no
it. He said,
model.
"I
There's
don't
no
know."
model.
There is no
There's no
model.
model.
Buffy.
Yeah.
He said,
Yeah.
"I don't
Just
know,
like there's
dude."
no model of the universe.
What?
Just like you don't have a model of the universe. Give me a model of the universe.
Sure.
He doesn't have a
Okay.
model of the globe.
This ought to be good. Let's take a look.
I guess I do, but it's Photoshop, right? The model of the globe is
Oh
Photoshop.
no. Well, first, what shape is it? I didn't say the globe. I said what shape the universe.
Well,
Because
no, somebody
remember,
else said
your
globe. Somebody else
worldview
said globe.
consists
I
of
was
just the
responding to them.
globe.
Somebody else said globe.
It doesn't
When you
just
go to buy
consist.
new
NASA art
shoes,
house.
do you take a model of your foot or do you take your foot?
What does that even mean?
Yeah. That,
That actually
It
makes
just
no
sounded
What
sense.
we're
funny
trying to
with your
explain to
accent.
you, hey, Buffy, what we're trying to explain to you is we don't need a model when we can go to reality itself. People use models in lieu of reality. We don't need to do anything in lieu of reality.
Wait, can you like look at all reality at the same time? That's pretty impressive.
No, I mean, what we can
you
test,
can't do that.
obviously, is for curvature, and we don't find any.
Here's the
Can
thing.
we
You
stop
don't need
giving
to go
replies that
either.
digress from one another's questions or answers? Can we stop doing that?
I
So
have
if your question
furniture.
is, do we have a model? The answer about me is no. And I'm pretty sure the answer
Perfect.
that everyone else is going to give you in here is no. Are you asking, is the
Thank you.
model accurate? Well, given
No,
that we
that
don't
is a
have
good
one, then we're not going to say
answer.
yes. Can you let me
That's a good
finish the
answer.
reply? Can you let me finish the reply for once? Okay.
I
So
complimented
to
you.
finally get past this point, Guy, if you're asking, do we have a model? If about me, no. And I think about everyone else in here, no. So, next question. Then you asked, is it accurate or not? So, given that we don't have one, then it's not rational to say yes. I'm not going to say it's inaccurate because we don't possess one. So that question doesn't apply to those who don't even have a model in the first place to evaluate to be accurate or inaccurate. Do you understand now?
Sure. I can't post media inside the actual server, but Gregory, I think it's Gregory, right?
That is
The
me.
font kind of looks. Yeah, the font. I don't know. The font kind of looks like the Y is weird. I sent you. This is what I was sent by another flat earther of what he thinks the model of the Earth looks like.
I already explained that. I already explained that to
I-
you, though. We covered.
Where did you find
the other flat earther at?
Great thing. I sent it to Gregory then.
Where did you find this flat earther?
What's why
He's
respawn?
he is actually in this voice channel right now, and I'm not gonna say his name. I'm not gonna single him out. He's in this voice channel right now, actually.
God damn!
So, I know that's crazy, isn't it?
And I see that the one you
Probably
posted.
an anti-flat earther.
I'll send it to you. You
Yeah,
think he's
send me.
what? You think it's
Yeah,
what?
so I recognize this.
Yeah. Well, I think when he sent that, I asked specifically for something specific, true, but that's, I mean, I'm assuming he thinks that's like fairly accurate. I can only imagine if he thinks it's not accurate, then I'm not sure why he would send it.
Well, first of all, you just said yourself you can't see all of reality, but you asked. I'm sure you're asking him for some sort of speculation, and he gave it to you. It's not quote accurate.
Thank you, Pretzel.
Yeah, no worries.
So,
But,
I couldn't send it
this
myself.
is just
so.
a concept. That's not a
he
model.
wants the
It's just a
he
concept.
wants the he has a replacement for the globe cartoon from another guy. Yeah, we replace the globe cartoon with another cartoon. So where we go from here?
I was just saying I was just asking what you guys' thoughts on it was.
Yeah.
On like, do you guys think that? Do you think that's a thing? Do you think it's an accurate conception?
It's a
Do you think it's a
concept of
good
visual.
conception? Is it accurate conception? Like, I just want to gauge you guys' thoughts, like individually.
You got to clean the earwax out of your brain. I literally just explained this to you with the mobile.
There's a lot of people on the server asking individually what people think. You've answered it. Sure.
It's not a video game. You don't just respawn. Like, we already covered this. Asked and answered. Next.
Okay, you answered
Also,
it.
I just
a
want
lot
to
of
point
people
out,
didn't.
I just want to point out to you, Buffy, too, that that's not a shape. There's no shape of that's a shape of an area cut into an extended surface. That's not an overall entire shape there, you know.
Well, the part that has the landmass that like the humans would reside in is a circle.
Circular area.
The shape cut into yeah. That's what I meant.
That's not a shape of an overall object.
Oh well, yeah. My apologies. Yeah, but like the land area that the humans reside on is a circular shape. It's a circular cutout of a larger mass, I guess.
Here's the question: do you have this kind of view of the universe?
No, because from my knowledge, that the universe is larger than the cutout of the like the
Well,
circle right there.
regardless of its size,
Because
could you go outside of it and see it, like look back at it?
I don't think I'm like an omniscient being. No.
Okay, great. So what you're asking us for is this omniscient view of the Earth. He gave you an idea. Maybe it could be
Yeah.
like this. But to say that, oh, it must be like this.
I didn't
No
say it
one has
must
this.
be. I didn't say it must be. Don't
No
put
one
words
has
in my
this
mouth.
view.
What I
No.
said. What
Trying to
I
explain.
said.
No one has this view of reality. Okay,
You're
so when you
putting
say,
words
was
in my
this
mouth.
the accurate model? No
You're
one
putting words in my
knows
mouth.
all of
All
reality.
I
Holy
said was
smoke.
a flat earther sent me that. And I
Okay.
assume
All right.
they think it's a at least accurate conception of what the flat earth
Buffy,
model is.
let me just draw a line under this. So that's an artistic concept. Doesn't mean
Okay.
anyone
I've acknowledged
necessarily
that.
agrees that is what it is. So we can
Well,
move on.
okay. That
Cool.
was the answer I was looking for.
Cool.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no one has that outside perspective from this third perspective. No one has that. So
Yeah, I think
this
he
is
gets
just a
that.
depiction.
Let's get
I'm
to
aware.
the.
I'm aware. There was just a lot of rambling going on. That wasn't my
Yeah, no,
question.
that's fine. Let's move it on. How do we know the Earth is a spinning ball?
We don't.
Do you want me to answer that?
Well, if you think you know, yeah.
I have a few ideas. I guess I would actually be appreciative of like answers for them. So I mean, you guys probably heard this before. The whole, I mean, you guys don't believe in the northern and southern hemisphere, do you?
Bruh.
Yeah, you probably can't because hemisphere kind of implies it's a ball.
Given that the
But
Earth isn't a ball, then yeah.
yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly.
You're talking about the sky,
Yep.
hemispheres of the sky, the heavens above.
No, that well on like in my sphere model, like there's a northern hemisphere of the Earth and there's a southern hemisphere of the Earth.
But
We
when you
just
go
don't
out,
agree with the sphere part. We
Yeah,
don't
no, I
agree with the
gotcha,
sphere part at
But like
all.
the land masses that like make up that are inside of like what I know as the southern hemisphere, you guys are agreed are like one part of the Earth and the northern hemisphere is another part of the Earth, right?
Sure, you can talk about two geometric halves of the Earth. Sure.
Yeah, and so like it's kind of like technically like unraveled almost into like a flat plane. The Earth is.
Let's focus. How do we prove it's a ball?
Okay, perfect. So you've probably heard this before, but on the globe model, the northern hemisphere, I believe, when you look at this is you guys, I know I've talked about like celestial bodies before and you guys haven't really liked it, but if you look up at the stars in the northern hemisphere, they rotate counterclockwise, and on the southern hemisphere they rotate clockwise. And if there's an answer, perfect. I'm just wondering how that actually works on a flat plane.
So this is simply a question of geometric consistency. At the very least. Okay.
I suppose.
So if you don't live on a ball, right? So if you don't live on a ball that's spinning and flying from point A to point B through a cosmic vacuum, but rather we are standing on a topographically planar surface, and then we also take into account the observations of the celestial bodies, and we observe them moving, not the Earth moving, then the celestial bodies are orbiting in a circle above the face of the Earth, rather than orbiting around us while we stand on a ball. It's very simple.
Okay, but how do they rotate different directions when you're on the globe model when you're on the opposite side of the Earth? They rotate different directions.
They're all moving from east to west. They're all moving from east to west, though. That's
so it's like if I'm like facing north versus facing like south, it's going to turn different directions.
That's right. Like if you're on one side of the street and you see traffic coming from the left, you go on the other side of the street. Now the traffic appears to be coming from the right.
That and I agree with that. I agree with that, but I do have an issue that I would like to pose.
Go ahead.
So in that scenario, you're correct, but that's because they are moving like parallel, kind of straight. This is talking about moving clockwise and like circular, right? I know old dude in the chat said star trails go the same way. It's you that turns around, buddy. So it implies that if I'm looking north, they're going to turn one way. If I'm looking south, they're going to turn another way. That's actually not true, and you can do this experiment right now, actually.
Okay.
So
okay, hold on.
How do you have the audacity to say that's not true? So if I'm standing on,
whoa, I'm
I finished the reply.
I
began speaking when you weren't talking.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm standing on one side of the room. Okay. I'm standing on side A of the room, in contrast to side B. There is a little toy connected to the roof. Just imagine whatever toy connected to the roof.
Yeah.
And it's moving in a circle in a clockwise manner.
Yeah.
So it appears to be moving left to right, left to right, left to right. If I stand on the very opposite side of the room, it'll appear to be moving right to left.
Yeah.
So it is a matter of perspective how it
So
appears to be orbiting.
do you guys have just a question? I'm assuming you guys are in a room of some sort. Do you guys have a ceiling fan in your room?
I do.
Anybody? Okay. If you don't have to turn it on or anything, but if you guys stand underneath the ceiling fan and you can like hand move it, you can turn it on if you want. I'm not sure if it's gonna be too fast. If you start spinning it, let's just go counterclockwise, and you're facing one direction. And you look up, it'll be spinning counterclockwise. If you turn around 180 and you look it back up, it'll still be spinning counterclockwise.
Well, actually, this was a bad example. I was hoping you were going to catch it, but you didn't. So you can describe it semantically as right to left or left to right, because the entire motion is within your field of view. But the entire orbit of the celestial bodies is not within our field of view. We only see it moving in a given direction. We don't see the entire circle, right? Unless you're looking at the tight orbits near Polaris. But when you look at the sun and moon and the stars that are farther away from the Polaris, then you just see either a left to right traversal through the air, through the sky in your field of view, or a right to left traversal through your field of view.
I have
Very
another way
light
to describe
rotation.
it if you want to
I
try this
really
out.
don't. I respectfully, I don't know what that means.
All right, try this on, okay? You've seen
Sure.
Olympic swimmers do the butterfly swim. You know what I'm talking
Uh,
about?
yeah.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, they bring their arms back and up and over their head, and they slam their
Mm-hmm.
arms down in order to propel themselves forward. If they were to look left, their left arm is going clockwise, and their right arm is going counterclockwise, but they're both moving in the same direction.
Exactly. Good one.
So that is good, but again, that's similar to somebody who said but the car is moving back and forth, right?
Yeah.
So that would work. That does work, but that would work if the stars, if you're looking at the stars, horizontal to you, or horizontal to
Oh
you.
yeah.
I'm
So in
talking.
this
I'm
case,
talking about. I'm talking about the stars.
you're at the equator and
Yeah,
you're looking west. You're looking west at the equator.
yeah. I'm talking about the stars. Like if you were to look directly above you, like if you were to look straight up.
Yes.
Yeah, they
On
go up
on
over
a
your head and they set in front of you.
yeah. So on the globe model, if I'm in the northern hemisphere and I look straight up, right? Obviously, I can look straight forward and there would be stars. But if I look straight up, on the northern hemisphere, they spin counterclockwise. If I'm on the southern hemisphere and look straight up, not horizontal, it looks straight up, they're spinning
same for both
clockwise.
sides, sir. It's the same for both
No,
sides.
ew,
Sir.
they're not.
Yes, it
They're
is.
no, that's
look,
wrong.
look, dude, stop. Listen to me for a
Okay.
moment, please. I'm 29 degrees south latitude. Okay.
Okay.
Right. When I look to the south, see stars coming from the east, and arching over and going towards the west, from my left to my right. Then when I turn around, and I haven't moved latitude, I turn around and face north. I see stars coming from the east and moving towards the west, from my right, my left.
When you look straight up.
When I look straight up, well, they've come from the east and they've gone directly above me and head west.
And then when you
It's a
turn
red
around,
herring from the point.
They go west to east.
Right, it's a red herring from the point. There's no observations of the celestial bodies that indicate we're on a sphere. Nothing about that necessitates that we live on a sphere. You can see left to right traversal of the celestial bodies on a flat plane.
What you're describing isn't exclusive to the north or the south. It's just the same for both.
So no, so I agree. Okay, actually, I get what you're saying now. I do get what you're saying. Yes, the stars, no matter where you are on Earth, are spinning the same direction. However, in the globe model, because the north and south are opposite from each other, right? So two people standing on the, if somebody's standing on the north and somebody's standing on the south, they're technically upside down from each other, right? On the globe model. And so yeah, the stars are going to be spinning in the same direction, but because they're upside down, they would appear to be spinning clockwise and counterclockwise on the different hemispheres.
So what? We're talking. You're trying to make it seem as though we cannot observe that on a flat plane, but we just explained the geometric consistency of how we can.
Okay, I don't think you did. Maybe I could be mistaken.
Okay, so listen again, because you can't actually refute it, because you haven't said a refutation. You just keep repeating the globe position. So listen, the geometric consistency of seeing the stars orbit the manner that they do is possible on a flat plane, looking up at the stars.
Okay.
So they're going to move right to left. If you're looking in one direction, you turn around 180 degrees, they're going to be moving left to right.
I hate to be disrespectful, but a ceiling fan disproves that.
That's not equivalent. That's a false equivalency. I've already refuted
a spinning object that
that's not
that spins right to left.
Not an instance of seeing an object move left to right in your field of view. From the right peripheral to the left peripheral, or vice versa. That's simply an instance of looking at an object that is within your entire field of view, even the center of your field of view, moving in a circle, either clockwise or counterclockwise. That's not equivalent.
I guess agree to disagree because I think it is, but so we're
You
not.
don't have a reason to think that is true. You don't have a reason to disagree.
I mean, because they're both spinning objects on a flat plane.
They're two different types of phenomenon. They're two different observations. Seeing an object move left to right through your peripheral, from your one peripheral to the other, is not the same as looking at something in the center of your field of view. That's obviously two different phenomenon.
Okay.
No reason to disagree with that.
Gotcha.
So when you look at the stars, they're moving from your right or left peripheral to the opposite, especially the stars that are further away from Polaris. That's not equivalent.
I agree with
to
that.
seeing an object in the center of your field of view, like any object, a ceiling fan or whatsoever, what have you, just moving in a circle in the center of your field of view.
And also the stars, the movement, the gear movement of the luminaries debunk the globe, because the ground has to be motionless for us to be able to observe the phenomena we observe, because we see the luminaries converging and diverging and converging towards and away from the observer, like gears in the sky, like clockwork, like hands in a clock. So if the ground was spinning like they claim, it wouldn't look the way it looked. So that the movement of the luminaries debunk the claims of the globe right there.
That's right. At the equator, if you're to look east or west, the stars converge and then diverge.
Like you're looking at gears.
Yeah.
Don't star trails at the equator more or less just go parallel with the equator? You just straight up overhead, so a star will rise due east, set due west, and all of the others will be in a similar kind of arc. There's no kind of circular motion other than an overhead arc.
They do make circular motions, though, like Gemsy said, gears. And you can see them move towards each other and then move away from each other, closer to the horizon.
I got you.
Yeah, it's strange. I think the official explanation is refraction. You're seeing a refracted image from what should be below the horizon, but it isn't.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Going back to Greg. Oh, sorry, Buffy, I cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm gonna head out. But thank you guys. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Later, Buffy.
Going back to Gregory's point earlier, I'm in the southern hemisphere, and I'm sure T-Dubs observed this as well. If you look due south, you get the same central rotation point of stars that you get when you look at Polaris in the north. There's a spot, the stars all rotate around it. And everybody in the southern hemisphere, no matter where they are, facing south, sees the same central rotation point.
Okay,
Yeah,
in principle, given that you haven't found Earth curvature that we've only ever empirically detected and measured the Earth's surface to be planar, then that's not a sufficient appeal to refute or defend anything.
I'm just telling you, I see this rotation of stars around a central point when I look south in the
So
southern
there you go.
hemisphere.
What is it with you people repeating things that's been refuted? Can you stop doing that?
But what
It
is
might
there to
make sense
refute,
if Earth
Gregory?
measured a globe,
I'm telling you an observable fact.
and it might
We
make
got
sense
it,
if Earth
and I
measured
refuted
a
your
globe.
appeal. And if it was a non-argument, then it's not an argument in a matter.
Just said, that's interesting.
That's interesting,
Thanks for
right? Yeah.
sharing.
How can it be if everybody's on a flat disk? How can they all even see the same central
We don't know
rotation?
everything, right?
I'm triggered.
Right. We don't know everything. It's a wonder.
Yeah, that's
It's a
a good.
wonder.
You
Yeah.
gotta add that up. We don't know everything for sure, Gregory. Go ahead.
Bro, who said flat disk though, Daza? That's your idea, G.
That's you bringing your
flat
own
anything.
cosmology? Is that
That-
like a new
anything.
cosmology you're proposing?
No. That's
The flat disk.
you're right. That's your idea.
Well, that's right. You must have some idea
Well,
how.
what is this
No.
flat
Just go
disk that you're
outside.
talking about? That can you post it? The flat disk. What is that?
No, I
You
can't.
want
I
to
can't because you won't fess up to
So
having
what is
is
it
been
that
that you're
constant.
We
referring
fess
to?
up to it as though we believe it, but we don't admit that we believe it. No, we don't believe that paradigm. We don't believe that
What are you
premise.
referring to?
So he's arguing
You
about
won't tell
something
me what
else
your
and
premise
nobody in
is.
here is talking about. So that's how he's talking to about
Oh,
something else. He's talking to some other group, not to us.
you're debunking a ghost.
That's who you talking to. Do you have like a hot mic, Daza?
So the
A long way
flat
of saying it's
disk.
a straw man fallacy.
Holy shit! I swear, it's like you guys have been here. I don't even know how long. You guys have been here long enough to know we don't think that. But you're fighting against this ghost you created. Come on, man.
Yeah, you know they're
There's something
Have
imagining.
no
strange.
claim other than the
Your
Earth is not a
neighborhood.
globe, right?
Who are
What?
you gonna call? Straw
So
man
this
attackers.
disk, how could it exist on a disk? Bro, we just go outside. That's the flat earth outside. What disk are you talking about? The fact that you even say that shows you're lost. So we're just going outside where the ocean is, where the lake is. That's the flat earth. You guys come up with these weird ideas. Well, if it's flat, it should be like this. No, it's flat the way it is. Ding
Well,
dong. Why it's
same way that you go, if it's a
fine.
globe, it can't be like this, right? Or if
No,
your
they're
logic
saying it
is,
is a
but
globe like this, so we're going out and testing it the way it is, dude. Oh my
testing. That's
goodness.
excellent. So, have you got some testing that
Hey,
you've
well, are
actually
you just
done
gonna run away?
between?
Hold on. We're just gonna just ignore the fact that 2 seconds ago you thought flat Earth was a disk. We're just gonna ignore that. I'm not gonna let that go
Well,
that easy.
it's got to be something that's flat, doesn't it? There's
Oh,
some
it's gotta
relative
be
rotation
something.
between whatever the flatness is and the
Okay.
celestial
All right.
dome, the celestial sphere. It
Dome.
rotates. We see it rotate. We look at it, right? We see the stars rotating from our point of view.
You
And
think
what
the
does that
world
Thinking
is
rotation
slick.
look like from different places?
He thinks
imagine
he's slick.
thinking that.
So not a disk.
Well, we could say it's not a disk.
Huh?
What's your evidence?
Because that was your idea, remember?
Yeah. Well, I can't think of any
Are you
evidence
literally
for it
fighting the
being anything other
refutation?
than a stick.
Like, is he literally still fighting that we
What
don't
do you
affirm the
want I
premise he's
think?
attacking? Like, it's done,
That's
dude.
wild.
Yeah, trying to
Well, it can only
objectify
be
all
the
of
one
reality.
thing that I can conceive. That's wild, bro. This is a piss poor straw
That's
man at best.
that's patently indicative of just being obdurate and contentious. Contentious. Like, we're telling you that's not the premise we affirm, and you're just going to keep insisting that it is. Stop.
What else could it
Yeah, no, I've
be?
just agreed.
In
Okay,
a
I
court
can't
setting,
affirm it's a
that's
disk.
you.
I can't
In a
affirm.
court setting, you will be in contempt and thrown to jail.
What else would it be besides the one thing that I can
What's your main
only think
argument
of?
for flat Earthism?
Crazy.
Flat
Someone
Earthism.
asked a question.
What's the main argument for it?
That voice is not real. Your main argument for a flat Earth.
What is flat Earthism?
I'm telling you right now.
I've never heard that before.
What's flat Earthism?
Yeah, what's premise conclusion for your flat Earth pizza world?
What you are not.
Did you say Pizza World? See, this is what I'm talking about.
Was that
Every
like the
time,
caveman version of
dude.
what's an
You're a
argument?
dumbass, bro. You're a bunch of
freaking
grown
time.
men professing flat Earthism in a fucking Discord. Why don't you go get a
That
job
was
and do
a
something productive?
pizza.
You fucking
You
bum.
thought it
Hey,
was
it's
a
Young Buck.
pizza.
Hey, listen.
Let
It's
me
Young Buck. He's back.
thousand
Young Buck, you're back, right? Young Buck,
beats
you're back.
to
Are you back, Young Buck? You're ready to have the conversation? Remember?
even some ancient philosophers knew the world was round, and you're still
Did you
fucking
just say
predating them.
pizza?
You're dumbasses.
Go ahead.
You're talking to
Who gonna
yourself.
speak to
You
Young Buck?
have
CB, you gonna speak to
photos.
Young Buck? Go ahead.
The Earth is round. It's not a globe, though.
Let him get it out. Let him get it out, because he's just talking to himself right now. Let him get it all
Because
out.
you're a dumbass, bro. You're preventing science from progressing because you're fucking being retarded.
You don't need to be
Yo,
insulting, young buck.
Hey,
You don't
RJ,
want
how
to
about you
progress
actually
science.
engage
All
in
you
the
want to do is
actual
throw
dialogue that
gold
we're
in there
actually
and just
having?
talk nonsense.
You guys believe in a pizza world. Yeah, that's, again, you're
The
debunking it.
progression of science is up to flat earthers, so it's up to flat earthers for the progression of science.
Yeah, all of a sudden we're the gatekeepers of science.
Yeah, listen, young buck just tried to insult everyone. I muted him. Whoever wants to unmute him can if you engage him.
Yeah.
This
I thought
is
he was
season
gonna.
1 shit. We're on season 9. That's some season 1 trash.
Season 9.
You're the ones presenting the progress of science.
There's a 90% chance he doesn't even know what science is, so there's not even worth entertaining.
Where's
He's
the reason there won't be an
probably a
iPhone
1%er.
16?
Tell us what scientific proof you have. Tell us what
please,
science.
no. Please,
tell
no.
us what.
No.
Tell us what.
No.
I'm sorry. Tell us what scientific proof you have for the globe Earth.
Please, no.
Young buck, you're unmuted.
Hell no.
Why'd you mute me, you coward? Why'd you mute me?
Why you mute me, you coward?
You little weasel.
Weasel.
I asked you a question. Where's your evidence for flat Earth? And then you asked me a
You are
question
soft as
because all the
RJ.
flat Earthers do is pick holes.
First, we need to find out if the globe is true. So, where's your proof of the globe Earth?
Well, I mean, there's loads of proofs.
Okay, so just provide one, please.
Look at the stars. Look at the stars on different continents.
Does
There you
that,
go.
looking at
There's a
something,
proof.
that's your level of proof. So looking at something is your level of proof. Just look at something. No, that's not what I asked for. Proof
The
of the globe
stars
Earth.
on look at the stars on the
just
ceiling.
look at a
yeah?
basketball. It's
Look at
it's
shadows.
round.
Yeah.
Look anywhere
Look at
but Earth, right, young buck?
geography.
Look
Yeah.
anywhere but Earth. You don't want to look at Earth. You want to look at the stars because you know what happens when you look at Earth.
Where's your ice wall? You want to say
Look
I haven't
at the
observed
light.
the round
Look at
Earth?
the light.
Where's your
Hang on.
ice wall? You haven't observed
I
that
look
either.
at the light on my ceiling, and it is round. So does that mean the floor I stand on is round also?
Where does
we
the
went through that
wait,
refutation with him
I've
several dozen
got an
times. He
evidence.
refuses to engage it.
Up in the
I've got
sky
an
and it's
evidence. You
round.
asked
Does
me a
that make
question. I'm going to give you the evidence.
does that make the
This
Earth
dude
round?
is
Does that make
where
the
the
Earth
hell?
round? I see the lights in the sky round.
What?
Yeah.
Does it make your floor round just because you see the light in your ceiling? In your ceiling, you see a circular light in your ceiling. Does
I
that
never
mean
said
that? Does that mean that's where your floor is? You're standing on?
No,
So
no,
I
I never said that.
Globe.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. You're saying look up at the
I mean,
sky.
yeah, I am. Well, what I'm saying is, if there's different stars in different locations, we're not all seeing the same thing, are we? So how is it going to be a flat plane if we're seeing different things?
Yeah, so you're presuming that you live in a cosmic vacuum on a humongous ball.
Exactly.
You've never seen that.
You're here to prove the globe.
You've never seen an ice wall, you fucking influid.
The reason
No, you
you're
haven't
here
seen the
is to
Earth be a
provide
ball
your
flying around in a
proof.
cosmic vacuum. You haven't
You're
seen
saying
that.
I've never
No one has seen that. No one has
You're
shown
saying I've
that.
never seen a sphere in space. You've never seen a ice wall. So stop using dumb logic. Apply it to
You
yourself.
haven't seen Earth. You haven't seen Earth in space as a ball. No, you haven't.
When you investigate a crime scene, do you see the crime happen or do you investigate it? What happens?
Yeah, and when you investigate whether the surface of the Earth is convex, you don't look away from the fucking Earth, do you?
Yeah, you don't
Well, if it's
like
a flat plane, yeah, we'd all see the
either.
exact same stars. We'd all see the exact same sky.
Why are you looking at the stars? We're talking about the surface of Earth.
Yeah, and it's relevant to the surface of the Earth, isn't it?
No, it
What you're
isn't.
saying
The
there is
Earth
if this
was
criminal convicted this crime, then these other evidence would be true. No, dude, it is the
And it's
way
not
it
even.
is.
Yeah, there's
It's
evidence
not
all
even
around
just
me
the
in the room.
stars.
Therefore,
It's
I'm
the
one of
way
the
the stars
evidences.
rotate. It's the way the
You're not
stars
gonna.
There's
rotate.
items of evidence all
You're not
around me on the floor
measuring
in
your
the crime
floor.
scene.
You're
Therefore,
not
I'm one of the
measuring your
bodies of
floor
evidence in
with
the
your
crime
ceiling
scene.
You have
lights.
some weird demented
You
sky
don't need
because
5
on
people
different
talking at
locations the
once,
sky's
guys.
spinning different ways. So it's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
The
just
way it's
fucking
happening
ridiculous.
now
So
is
if
based
I'm
on
one of the, if
when
I'm
we're
in a
asking you
room
to
with the
talk
evidence
about the
around me on the
surface.
floor,
order.
therefore I'm
Jedi
also the
has the
floor, or I'm also one of the items
Jedi
of
has
evidence.
the floor. Excuse me,
Guys,
everyone. Jedi has the floor.
right, so you don't need 5 people talking at once. I've been here 2 minutes and it's fucking audio chaos. Who's taking point on this conversation?
If I'm in
Which one?
Russia and I travel to
Dude,
Alaska,
excuse me, I'm talking. Shush.
And
Or I'll
moderators,
mute
they
you.
did that shit.
if I'm
I'm
in
trying to
Russia, can I travel
moderate,
to Alaska?
the conversation so one person or two can have a communication because I'm coming in, it's audio chaos. So who's taking point on the conversation? Who is it?
I'm just asking simple questions and they're just all
Okay,
rambling
so
at the same
you,
time. I don't know what's
good,
going on.
thank you. So you, and who's the flat earther talking to this gentleman? Which one is it? Gregory?
So we're still on the point of trying to
Thank you.
engage
This
him on
guy,
his
this
on the
guy can answer my
refutation to his
question.
appeal to the stars trails. And see, he's talking through my voice again, right? He's the problem. So again, we're trying to address his appeal to the celestial bodies again. We've told him several times, he said the argument several times, it's a non sequitur, appealing to the nature of the
Celestial
objects
body.
beside the earth
You're
above
such a
the earth
nerd,
does
bro.
not indicate
You
that the
think you're
earth has
fucking
the
proving
same
anything by
property.
saying words. You're not proving anything. You're just making yourself look like an idiot.
Still doing it
You're not
again,
actually
so
doing an
moderation
argument.
please.
All right, dudes, I've tried to help you with the conversation. It feels like you're the trouble. All right, so I'm going to mute you until you can act like an adult and have a reasonable conversation. That means wait for the person to finish before you open your fucking mouth. Can you do that for me? Can you do that?
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Good, thank you. So, have you got a point to make, or would you like Gregory to finish what he's saying?
Well, but the first time I come here, about 4 hours ago, I asked the question and no one answered it.
Good,
Yeah,
that's
you just
brilliant.
totally
That's
said
4 hours
something else
ago.
besides what you asked for.
Okay, so let's ask this guy the question I asked earlier and let's see how he answers it. Okay.
And he's still whistling
So
past the
when
question you asked him, Jedi.
That's all right. Let's see where he goes.
why are you interrupting me? Where's the mod? What the hell?
You're talking to him.
He keeps interrupting me.
Yeah, you're talking to him.
He's
So, what's
lying
your
now. I
point?
said that sentence when he was not talking.
What's your point?
Okay, so when I'm on a
Question.
flat plane over the water on the Earth, yeah, it's a flat plane.
Mm.
The aeroplane, the pilot has to keep with the curvature of the Earth by
He doesn't.
looking at the diameter on the plane.
What are you talking
And
about?
it says how many feet in the air he is, right? Do you agree with that?
Yes, altitude
No.
above the
Just
surface.
presuppose that he's flying around a
I'll
ball
try
in the
it.
first place?
Yeah, but do you agree that a aeroplane tells you how high in the air you are?
Yeah,
Sure.
altitude above sea level. Yeah,
Gregory.
okay.
Okay, so if you ask any pilot, they'll tell you they have to slightly adjust the plane to go down every few miles.
No. They pitch up 1 to 3 degrees above the horizontal. That's pitching up. That's not pitching down to go round a curve that is going down. They pitch up to maintain lift.
Okay, so
What are you
they
talking
pitch
about?
up, so they're still keeping the curvature. They're still
No,
keeping the curvature.
this has got nothing to do with curvature. This is keeping an
Of course it does.
aeroplane aloft. Dude, why are you
I told him
talking
that earlier and he was spazzing out.
You need to not talk through people, dude. It becomes very
Yeah, I'm
frustrating.
delayed. That's why.
Okay, don't care. Use your brain and figure it out. Pitching up is not flying around a curve. You understand that, right?
Well, I said pitching down, but maybe it could be
They're
pitching
not.
up. Either way,
They are
the
pitching
plane's
up.
adjusting, right?
They're pitching up at all times to maintain lift between 1 to 3 degrees.
Okay, so why are they pitching up? Why have they pitching
To
anything at
maintain
all?
lift.
Down.
To maintain
Why have
lift.
they got? Yeah, but
Do you
why have they got to
understand?
adjust anything?
Dude, you're the one who brought this up, saying that aeroplanes are flying downwards and around curvature. This is fundamentally incorrect. They pitch
it's not.
upwards, dude. They pitch upwards to maintain lift. I'll tell you what you could do, though. Go and get a citation that backs up what you're saying about aviation. Off you go. Otherwise, I'm just going to declare that you're making
Okay, we
this up.
can just keep going in
You've got a
circles, but you're just wrong.
No, I just want you to find a citation that backs up what you're saying.
Show me a
Off you go.
citation where they have to adjust the plane upwards.
Show it. Yeah,
Well,
I
you
can
just
do
said
that
they were
all
down.
fucking day long.
It is down.
You just
It is
said
down.
down.
It
Go
is
get your
down. He said
citation
it's up.
then. All right, we'll do citation for citation then.
Okay, then I'm not going to go start researching right now. I can't be bothered.
Oh, so you don't know this?
Are we then? Nigga.
Thank you. So you don't know this, you're just making it up. You've never seen this
No, I
written
do
down in
know
the
this for a fact.
documentation.
I do know this
How
for a
do you know?
fact.
Sorry.
But
How do
I'm
you
not
know
going to
it for
get
a
the
fact?
papers on it.
Dummy, how do you know it for a fact?
I've seen the evidence. I've seen
Have
the
you?
papers.
Have you? Where? Where have you seen the evidence?
If you look at pilots, what they say, yeah,
Look
they
at
would
pilots, what
tell
they
you
say.
that they have to adjust the plane with the curvature. Otherwise, they'll just start
No.
going up and up into fucking space to Pluto.
No, idiot. You need to provide citation. I can do this all
Is this
day
your
long.
whole
Where?
argument?
Excuse
Provide
me?
citation. Is this?
Yes. At this instant,
Yeah,
yes.
that's a dumb
I
argument.
want. Shut up. I want something that backs up what you're saying. We've spoken to loads of pilots who say, no, they just maintain
You
altitude
mean
above the
1%?
surface. Excuse me.
You mean
Shush.
0.1% of pilots?
Fucking no one.
Shh. Stop talking through people, dude. Your claim about aeroplanes pitching down to fly around the curvature of the Earth is fundamentally incorrect.
Well, you can keep saying that, but you're not. Put it in the chat then. Debunk me.
I will
You
do.
do it.
When, excuse me, fuck's sake, CB. Excuse me. I've asked you several times to back up what you're saying. You've said, look at aircraft pilots and what they say. Go and get it then.
Okay, and I'll come back to you and I'll get it.
Good.
I'm not going to
Off you
get it
go.
right now.
Go and get it. No, you are.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Okay,
All you
then
need
you've
to
got to
do
say
is use logical reasoning. If the world is flat, you wouldn't have to adjust anything. You said you have to adjust upwards. Well, if the world was flat, you wouldn't even have to do that, would you, buddy?
that's
You'd just have to not adjust anything.
maintaining lift. You fucking idiot.
You agree that if it's a flat horizon, you wouldn't have to adjust anything. You just have to stay at a single.
How many more
we
times are
never
we going to
agreed
repeat
to
this shit
that.
to him?
We never agreed to that. You're just making shit up.
Why would I have to adjust anything then if it's a flat plane? Answer the question.
Earth, the way you adjust it currently is their flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe to get to the fucking destination. I don't know.
Oh my god, you're a fucking illogical dumbass, mate.
Right.
Because we don't agree with this flat Earth you just made up in your head.
Sorry.
Fuck out of here.
Maybe because they have to get to the destination. Well, that's the whole fucking question.
I
What
would
do
have
they
to
do to
adjust
get
the
to the
position of the
destination?
aircraft that I'm using to fly to my destination. Well, I don't know. Maybe to get to where I'm trying to go.
Should we all look at
Maybe to
aviation?
just avoid crashing and dying. I don't know.
I was going to.
Why don't you just type it in Google? Do pilots have to adjust the feet they are out in the air to get to a certain location? Why don't you just type it in on Google and you'll get an answer?
You're wrong to begin with. Jedi already smoked you that they tail up, not down. So you were wrong to begin with. So just
That's
sit
illogical.
down.
Why
Be
would they
quiet.
tail upwards into space?
Stop pretending like you're some expert.
Why would they tail upwards? Come on, use some logical reasoning. Why would they tail upwards?
That's how flat Earth works. So deal with it.
Yeah, so presuming that you live on a ball in a cosmic vacuum again. Right, still presuming that. That's fallacious. Just taking that premise for granted as a controlling premise. You haven't proved it.
Evidence, and you just said that's how flat Earth works. You're just
Taking that premise for granted as a controlling premise. You haven't proved it.
Don't accept that. We definitely
to you,
don't
what's your
accept your
proof?
straw
That's
man
just how
where
flat
if
Earth
it's
works,
flat,
bro.
it should be like this. That's your idea. You can keep that. We don't care about the way you think flat Earth should work. It works
I mean,
the way
Jedi's
it
went all
works now.
quiet, so he's probably studying it, and he hasn't popped up with anything yet. So I guess
Because
I'm
he's
correct.
still whistling past the poignant refutation that he's still taking for granted
He's
as a
trying to find
controlling
the
premise.
1%
The
where
Earth
it
is a ball in
contradicts
a
me
vacuum.
because he's coming across the evidence I've
You haven't
presented.
provided
He's trying to find the fringe evidence to contradict me.
You haven't provided a single thing yet. Not one
Neither of
thing.
you.
I have. Well, sorry, I'm holding on to them. I've got 3. I like posting things with citations. So far, I've got 3 about pitch, angle, and maintaining lift. I want you to go and get something in the next 5 minutes that demonstrates that aircraft fly around curvature. Off you go.
Let's just move on, and we'll talk about that another time. 'Cause I think let's talk about another point. Let's talk about another point. I've debunked you there. I've debunked your whole worldview. You've made it there. Let's point to another point. Okay.
No, we're not moving on.
Yeah, so how many more times are we going to listen to him whistle past every single scrutinizing question or critique we say to him?
You haven't asked me one question, buddy. You haven't asked me one question, so I don't know what you're on about.
As he did it again. So we're going to hear him do it again, moderators?
See, look, this is the limit I'm to go to. Moderators, censoring means exposing us. Quick.
Yeah, you haven't
There it is
provided
again.
one thing. Fuck me, Greg. He hasn't provided one thing. Are you going to provide something within the next 5 minutes that backs up what you say? Are you going to do that?
Well, I don't feel like going down the
Okay,
literature.
bye. If you're not going to back
There's
up
another
what you
one.
say, we don't have to listen to a fucking thing that you say. Bye. Carry on, Joe.
Idiot.
It's just not him.
You idiot.
Yeah, so
That's
like after
crazy.
50 times, eventually we stop disengaging him. Why not after like the third or fourth time?
It's freaking
I mean, which
delusional.
one is it? Is this a voice channel for verbal brawling, or is this a place for moderating the room so that we have good discourse?
I mean, that's crazy. They clearly pitch down and go over the curve. No, I'm not gonna post a citation. All right, bud. Cool. We'll take you seriously, I guess. Clown.
Yes, so anyone besides obnoxious children who wants to prove the Earth is a ball?
But if they pitched up, they'd go off the Earth. Oh boy. And if it was flat, this all shit I just made up would happen. Okay.
Yeah, so who wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball?
Nobody.
I mean, I've yet to hear someone say, I am Spartacus and I would like to prove the Earth is a ball. Every time I ask that question.
Holy smokes. Is this what you guys have been dealing with this whole time?
It's
And
more
he's in the
like
chat
more than
saying,
half an hour. I mean, just 1 second too long.
did I get
Somebody
some
is rolling
background
down the
noise?
hill or getting a hug or something.
So this is crazy. This is the best they're sending in here.
Shit, I
It's
don't
a
even
great
spend
day to
time.
be it's a great day to be a concave earther today. There's a free public model released.
I mean, there's been much better, but I guess you heard a very poor user.
the people in the concave earth camp, they're very happy today. Everyone's cheering right now. There's a video of it in the chat for anyone interested.
Yeah, water doesn't do that though, so who cares? I could just go full Glober and say, well, what about a drop of water? It's not concave.
It's not really for globers. Globers are kind of stuck at step one. They haven't reached the stepping stone that is flat Earth. So it's not really for globers. This is outside their scope.
I mean, I could just debunk you with raindrops. See? It's over. Concave is stupid. Water doesn't curve that way or the way they're saying either. Equally dumb. That's it. That's all they got. L. Total L, bro. I'm shocked. This is Insta expert syndrome.
No, they definitely pitch down, or blah 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 blah. What happened? Oh wait, well here's
It's
some
the
citation.
expert.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
funny.
exactly. Yeah, that's what they do. And he didn't even go to Google. He just went full Insta expert mode without the Google, which is crazy. Typically, what happens is they don't know, they Google it, and then they're the expert, all in a flash. Boom. Oh well, you see, what happens is technically blah 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 because they just Googled it. When before that, you asked them, and they had no freaking clue. This guy said planes pitch down. Jedi was like, no, they don't. They pitch up. Yeah, well, anyway, waffle, waffle, waffle over here. Okay.
This is what
Don't
you
they
get
call
with
it?
hedonists. This is what you get.
Wait, Jedi's a concave earther as well?
What? Who said that?
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard you say. He said planes don't pitch down; they pitch up.
What does that have to do with concave Earth?
That's concave Earth knowledge, bro.
What? No, it's not.
Yeah, because
Can you
planes would be
explain the
flying.
logical connection between those two premises, please?
Sorry, my mistake. I thought I heard something I didn't. Sorry about that.
Well,
Concave
even
Earth
if you, regardless, can
knowledge.
you explain the logical connection between the two premises, please? How do you go from the premise planes lift up, therefore the Earth is a
Well, if it,
sphere that we're inside of?
otherwise, it'll crash into the ground, like as it goes forward. The ground will slowly lift up.
Yeah, the inner surface of the sphere was supposedly.
Pitch up has to do with lift, not the shape of the air.
I mean, at least there's obviously a degree of logical plausibility, given that if we are in a sphere, then we won't see the entirety of the sphere. But the concave Earthers are just persevering to deceive themselves. We would see the entire inner surface if we were in a concave Earth.
You know the explanation
Yeah.
for that, right? I think someone else wanted to say
I don't
something.
really care. I just asked, what is the
You
pitch
tell
angle
us.
in reference to? What is the pitch angle in reference to? Because obviously, it's pitched at an angle. In reference to what? Killer question.
Inch
Yeah.
drop every mile. Every mile they have to
Show it.
they have to keep with an
Show it.
8-inch drop. That's the
Show it.
empirical evidence right there. Are you going
Show it.
to debunk it
No,
or just
show
keep
it.
with your
That's the
personal
model.
insults and
Show
fallacious
it.
reasoning?
Show it. Show it. If this is so obvious, show it. Show
Do
aircraft
you
pilots.
disagree that there's an 8-inch drop for every
Yes,
mile?
I do disagree, but we'll
What
go
do you
with.
use to refute that?
Hello? Fuck me, you talk a lot for an idiot. Right, that's your model, 8 inches per mile squared. Obviously, we're not living on a fucking slope, you idiot. It's not 8 inches per mile. 8 inches per mile squared. Now, if you're saying that aircraft pilots flying at Mach 1, Mach 2, or whatever, have to take account for the curvature of the Earth that is always curving down and away from them, can you show it, please?
Wait,
Can
you
you
don't
point
think
out?
we got 8
Hello?
inches every mile?
No,
Do you know how small 8
dude.
inches is?
Yeah, dude. We're getting to your
8 inches
aircraft.
is minute.
Hello? Dumbfuck. I want you to provide citation for what you've said, please. This is interesting. If you say that aircraft pilots are trained to do this, provide the training manual.
Why
Provide
don't you
the
get a
evidence.
curvature calculator? Get a curvature calculator right now and type it in. Go ahead.
I've already done it for you. Well done.
Curvature calculator, buddy.
Yes. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What do you want? I want you to back up what you've said. Stop asking me more questions, you fucking idiot. Back up what you've said.
Why are you getting emotional? Because I've debunked your fucking
You
fictitious
haven't done
worldview.
anything yet. You haven't
Your
provided
worldview is fictitious.
evidence. We haven't provided the evidence. You've just made a
Like me
claim.
trying to
Can you
prove Harry Potter
provide
was a
the
historical event.
evidence?
You're a dumbass.
No, you just can't provide the evidence.
Yeah,
Can
magical
you
wands
provide
actually exist, mate.
Can you provide the evidence, please?
It's like your magical ice ball exists. It's
Can
ridiculous.
you provide the evidence for what you've claimed, please? Very simple. Don't go on to
I just
fucking
did, you fuckwit. Get a
No,
fucking
you
calculator,
don't.
you
Demons,
dumbass, yeah?
demons.
And fucking
The
write it in a
calculator wouldn't
calculator.
prove that
Yeah.
there's a drop. It's just a calculation. That calculation could be based on anything, right? So he's asking for you to show
But
how you know it instead of presuming it's the case just because there's a
yeah, but
calculation
no, this
for
is the
it,
thing.
right?
Any evidence I bring up, you're going to try and defute it because you're just
Just go and
fallacious.
get it. Go and get
You'll
the
never
citation
accept
that
any
backs up.
evidence. You always come up with nonsense, non sequiturs. That's all you do.
Go and get the evidence that backs up what you say. So far, you've just made a claim. Go and get the evidence from a flight manual, any aviation authority that says you've got to descend 8 inches per mile squared. Over distance, please. Go and get it.
Have you even inverted
I'm
the point
confused.
blank
Is this
to know
voice
the
channel
size? To know the
is this
size
voice
of the
channel
universe? Invert the
is
point
this
blank.
voice channel designated for long distance verbal brawling or discourse? Just so I'm clear.
At the moment, this is me trying to get this guy to provide
There's the one
evidence.
who keeps trying ad hominems. What you even get? You
No,
mute me and then
not an ad hominem. I want you to provide the evidence, please. Can you do that? Or are you just pulling things out of your ass and making shit up?
no, the guy at the bottom, the little fucking stupid coward who has no actual.
Go and get your evidence. Go and get your evidence. That's all we want.
So Jedi, is it the former or the latter?
You can clearly see what's happening at the moment. Sometimes, Gregory, it's both.
This is This is observable fact. Aeroplanes keep with curvature. I don't know what you want me to provide you. It's just common sense.
Go and provide it. It's not common sense, you idiot. Go and
Type it on
provide.
Google and show me anything that's contrary to that.
No, provide the evidence first.
Provide evidence that it refutes me. Go ahead.
Yeah, provide the evidence first.
Provide the evidence that refutes me.
Provide the evidence first.
Provide the evidence that refutes it.
If you're not going to do this, you can fuck off.
Guys.
You've made the claim. I want the evidence that substantiates the claim.
I'm not going to waste my time going back and forth like a seesaw.
Next. Things aren't just default auto true. We don't accept shit just because you said it. You can say it, back it up, or
because of anyone.
Fuck off.
And Gregory,
the Earth was flat.
Gave your answer twice, mate. If you don't like it, I don't know how to help you.
The first time he talked through your answer, Jedi. So I didn't hear it.
No worries. It's both answers.
It's just common sense. Imagine if we said that type of shit. They would never accept that from you. Yeah, it's just common sense that it's flat. Everyone knows.
How come rainbow's curved?
No, it just is rational. It just is. Why? Because, it just is.
Yo, you know how there's glow proof? Is there flat proof?
Wait, what? No, we don't know how there's glow proof. There is no glow proof. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, but you know how people ask for glow proof? Is there flat proof?
Wait, no, if there was,
another one. Another user like this.
If you've got glow proof, you can present it. Right now, we're doing a nitro, a 1 month nitro for any glow proof.
Oh snap!
So if you got glow proof, you can get it.
Yeah,
you can get nitro for a month of nitro for it.
So I actually dug a hole from Canada to China.
No, you didn't. You lying prick. Fuck off.
Stop the cap. I also helped him dig that hole. So
okay, so you can't join in the conversation. Well done.
What?
This is how much.
No one believes
this is how much it's not a globe. Holy shit!
Don't proof it's flat. Just climb a mountain, man.
Dig a hole not to China. There you go. I dug a hole and it didn't come out in China. Therefore, the Earth's flat.
Yeah, but the hole wasn't flat.
Oh, God, you're an idiot as well.
Wait, would that actually be proof though?
No.
This is scary. It's 2024. You guys are getting more retarded by the day. insane.
Yeah, we're in a flat Earth
You
channel.
think you'd have like something technical? Hey, I talked to this. I had a podcast. I was listening to this podcast. This astronaut or this scientist. They taught me some things. Instead, you troll and go full retard mode. Well, I dug a hole in China. That's the best you got. 2024.
It's
Y'all
better than
tripping,
The server
man.
doesn't
That's
have
how much
any
it's not a go.
procedure.
That's
Yeah, the server doesn't have any procedure to keep out obnoxious, disruptive people, unlike 24/7.
There is the best proof right now has been just a couple emojis with the gay pride flag. So their evidence about digging the hole all the way to China is slightly better than what was presented so far. So maybe it might win them the Nitro.
All right, so wait. Let's say I have my phone, right, and I'm live streaming. And I'm live streaming myself go to space. Is that proof?
Yeah, present
It would be in principle, sure.
you,
But
you
like how
gotta actually do it first, dude. This whole like, well, if I proved the Earth was flat in the future, would you believe it?
No, but like I'm trying to figure out what is
Maybe. I
proof.
don't know. Do it first. Let's see the proof first, instead of like, well, maybe if I could do it, then maybe would you believe me?
I just want to know what's
Fuck all
proof for
that.
you.
Well, to be
No,
fair,
no,
that is a
no.
fair
You don't
question if
have
he's
any
trying to
proof to
ask, is that a
stand on
valid
right
argument?
No,
now.
it's proof for you, not proof for me.
No, like
My
what would
proof. I'm almost ready to present my globe proof because I kind of want to win the free Nitro too. My globe proof is going to be three things: photographs from space. Why would they lie? And flat earthers are just fucking stupid.
Yeah, well, his question is good. I mean, it is a valid question if he's trying to ascertain what is or is not a valid argument.
I'm just trying to figure out what is proof so that I can prove it. Like
You should have that already. You should have like a basket or something. You should be able to stand on those proofs right now.
Brother,
The
I
fact that you're
don't, man.
asking,
I'm trying to prove it because I don't know,
I know
man.
you don't. I believe you. I know you don't have any proofs to
I
stand
don't.
on.
So I'm trying to figure out how this person
So
on this.
why do you even believe in the globe then if you don't have anything?
I don't believe in
to stand on to
anything,
say,
man.
well,
I'm
this
trying
is
to prove the globe.
Well, how about we not? How about we like ease up? Like we don't need to troll everyone else now.
What?
Yeah, let's all just relax.
I'm not even trolling. I'm actually asking a question. No
Not
one's answering.
not you. Please pay attention better to what's being said. Okay, so your last question
didn't
is
give
a
a name.
valid question if you're trying to understand what's a valid argument. So that would be an instance of a valid argument to prove that the Earth is a ball. That if you went far enough away from the ball and got the entire ball in the shot, then yeah.
But like, what's to say you guys aren't going to say it's just CGI?
What does it have to do with your argument?
Oh, golly.
So if he provides you a picture of the Earth in its entirety, would that suffice for you?
It's kind of impossible to provide us with an Earth in its entirety, being as you can only see one side of a sphere.
Sure.
the
So what if he shows you one side of the sphere?
Thanks, dude. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care.
So
What
is
if he
that proof?
provides? Yeah, is one side of the sphere proof enough for you?
So how many times are we going to ask the question after it's been answered? You want to ask it again?
It. Yeah, he didn't.
Brother,
answer it,
no one
though.
answered. No one answered my fucking question.
I literally just answered.
You
didn't
said a
answer
bunch of fucking mumbo jumbo, bro. You didn't answer my question.
Oh, so just disregard that it was an answer and just ridicule it?
No, man.
So-
you went to like the philosophy of like, well, I don't know.
Yeah. So yet again, so another one with these people. So are we going to keep suffering with them? Are we going to go in circles with them now?
No, the squawker got muted. Over talking. Yeah, he's done. He's done for the day.
I mean, was I not charitable? Did I not give him a chance? Did I not defend him even? And then he repaid me with that shit.
Correct.
No.
It's a simple yes or no. Would half of the sphere, like picture, suffice for you?
Yeah, so you're going to repeat the question after you already answered it, right?
No, he's done. Someone must have unmuted him. If he
Okay,
gets
so next
unmuted again,
person.
I'll just ban him.
Like, what part of yes, that would be a valid appeal? Did I not say that? Did I fail to say that, someone?
Nah, you said, man.
Wait, but like, could that be falsified?
Goose, the evidence is what you think evidence is. Your proof.
Okay. Okay, so can I prove it for you, or does everyone have to go to space?
No, your proof, just you.
There's no space to go to. Don't worry.
Take you and your globe and prove it. It doesn't require me. Doesn't
I don't know what that
require
means.
Gregory. Doesn't require any. Matter of fact, the people who are going to be adjudicating the proof aren't even flat earthers. It's they're holding the Discord mod key, or the key for the Discord month subscription is being held by a third party who's going to adjudicate. Yeah. So your proof will be your proof to a wide audience.
I just want to know the criteria for the Discord Nitro.
This is it. Prove your globe.
Prove my globe.
Yeah, take your globe and you and prove it.
Okay, why is a basketball team, and basketballs are spheres, by the way, but why is a basketball team called the Globe Trotters if there's no globe?
Yeah, that's a misnomer.
That's absolutely profound. Fuck me, that's amazing.
This is actually even better than the guy who said the Earth can't be flat because Mount Everest isn't flat. I think this has trumped it.
That's pretty solid.
Himawari's satellite showing the Earth in real time and showed a volcano erupting in real time before any other reportings. In real time.
Wow, we have a
real time.
We have a real what is it called? What is his name again? Who uses this thing also as a proof? Matthew Learns. Another Matthew Learns. Nice. CGI images.
Okay.
Yeah, how'd you get a photo from a second law of thermodynamics violation, Jeckham?
Yeah, he's muted for over talking. It's a day. For him, it's a day long mute.
LOL CGI, what a clown. Do you actually know what is possible to be computer generated these days? I bet you don't.
Yeah, well, you know, they didn't have pictures back then. They didn't have pictures back then. You know, they couldn't have possibly have faked it. There's no way. They didn't have pictures.
Yo, that picture on the moon was pretty solid, though, bro. Like, I don't know. What do you think about that?
I mean, the Universal Studios title screen is more impressive than this.
Yeah, that's true. And for all the
And then, of course,
globers
gravity is more impressive than that.
And for all the globers that don't understand how they made pictures of the moon, for example, with analog cameras back then, what they did is they built these very, very big models, you know, where they had literally like artists drawing stuff or modeling stuff, and then
Whoa, now you're making a claim, brother. That's what you're doing
I'm
right
posting. No, I'm posting a lot of proof for that. And then they recorded these models, these small scale models with analog cameras, and then so people like you get fooled very easily because you just have no discernment at all.
Yeah, when I said gravity, I meant the movie.
The pictures I post are not fake pictures. This is made by NASA.
How do you know that?
Because these machines have been made by NASA. That's how I know it. Where else should I get the pictures from if
Could be
it's not
fake
from
pictures,
NASA?
though. It's not on NASA.gov.
Just reverse image search it, man. Like, dude, are you using your PC for the first time?
Send me a link.
Bro, you just need to drag the picture into Google and reverse image search, and you will find all the sources for it, man. Do I need to do that for you? Oh man, I'm gonna do it for you just to prove you wrong once again, that this image is not photoshopped. Golly, these people.
It's hard, bro.
It is really hard. Like they just don't get it, right? They don't get that you can just build big models of things and you can record it with an analog camera and it looks like as if you're recording the real thing. It's really hard to understand. It's like simple film trickery.
I mean, there's even photorealistic manual paintings. So
Yeah, look at this, man. 3 men on the moon. 3 men touching the moon.
That's a real moon. They can't have possibly faked that. They didn't have the technology to fake it.
Yeah.
It's not CGI. What do you think? It's CGI? Look, they bark CGI without giving any evidence of it being CGI. Look at that. Me and Jeckham, we
Exactly.
agree. Look at this clay. Yeah, me and Jeckham, we completely agree. It can't possibly have been CGI. It's absolutely real. Everything's real.
Can you imagine like building like these huge
Everything's
like balls and then have like a camera
this tree next to
array
me.
it?
CGI.
Dude, there's no proof, man. This could all be literally made today.
Yeah,
on
I mean,
NASA.gov.
The grass outside. CGI.
I uploaded the picture
CGI.
to
My
reverse
window.
image search on 3
CGI.
different websites. Didn't show up on NASA.gov, brother man. You're
Oh,
capping.
so I need to do it for you.
Yeah, go
Golly.
ahead. Get it from NASA.gov, brother.
I was wondering why my feet were cold, and I realized my shoes CGI. I was actually barefoot the whole time.
fix your internet connection, please.
Surrounded by weirdos.
CGI stands for complete globe information. So for flat earthers who even say that, they're debunking themselves anyway.
Sounds like the robot Eve from Wall-E.
I was just saying my feet were cold the other day, and I realized that my shoes were CGI, and I was actually barefoot. Bruh.
These people are so brain dead.
Dang, that
It's
fooled me
absolutely
again.
insane.
Yeah, what do we think
Like,
of those
is
satellite view of hurricanes and everything? And they
Is
completely
it-
correspond. Like
if you guys say the things you say, do you really feel
That's
like
gotta be
that you guys have any superior knowledge, like that you're very smart by saying what you're saying? Don't you like realize that
Yo, where's
you're
my NASA link,
exposing
brother?
your ignorance?
Oh, but it's so crazy that you're like, but I saw this on a TV screen, therefore, how come it's not real? Like, dude, how about you guys go out into reality where the water is not curved? Fuck your hurricanes and your pictures from wherever you think they are, Narnia. The water is
Water's
flat.
really curved, man. Have you ever seen a wave?
You're refuting
It's
you're
not
refuting
flat,
what I
dude.
said
Waves
with like
You
happen.
can't be serious. Goose, this is what's so awesome. I love being a flat earther in 2024. The fact you guys are this retarded.
you're using kindergarten logic to
Hold on, Goose,
argue against satellite pictures.
I can debunk this in 30 seconds or less. The fact that you would say waves is the curvature of the earth is The fact that you would say waves is the curvature of the earth is the biggest retarded thing you could say. They don't say both
didn't
go
say
over
that.
waves.
I didn't
They
say
both
waves,
go
and
over
I'm
the
waiting for
earth.
my NASA
You
link.
already
The
interrupted
water
me.
isn't
You already
flat.
interrupted me.
There's
You're showing your
waves.
scared. You're showing
Because
your
you're
fear.
strawmanning me because I never said waves. So
I have
I'm
a
stop you.
the fact that you're interrupting me is showing your fear.
Because you're strawmanning me because I never said waves. That's why I'm doing that. So yep.
The other guy did.
He never said waves.
I said
All right, I
waves.
got to mute for the rest of the
Yeah.
night if he didn't say waves, guys.
No,
Did he not
somebody
say
else
waves?
did.
I did not,
Somebody
dummy.
said waves.
No, you're talking to
Yes,
two
you did.
different people, and they
Fuck
think that you're
me.
talking.
Shut up.
He thinks that you're
Somebody
talking
else
to
said
him
waves.
when you're really talking to me.
Yeah, this song isn't about you. My God, he was talking to someone else. He jumped in, so I didn't say waves. Well, obviously he wasn't talking to you then, was he? Fuck. Must have all the attention on you, must we?
I said,
Fuck off.
wait, I said waves, and I said the
I don't
water
know who you're
isn't
talking
flat.
to,
There's
but
waves. I didn't
you
say
called my
waves
name, but
prove the curvature of the earth.
Exactly.
I never said that.
So why bring up waves then, ding dong?
I know. When you say the water isn't curved, it's not. It's flat. I go, well, the water isn't flat. It has waves.
There's your
Waves is
NASA
still.
link.
Oh my
Hey,
god, you guys are so dumb. This you have a syndrome, okay? There's a
there's
syndrome
your.
called. Hold
I
on,
was
you're already interrupting.
joking.
You're already
Hey,
interrupting.
dude, it
You're
was
already
a joke.
interrupting.
Chill
You're already
out.
interrupting.
Well, we do
Flat
I'm
open
earthers
not.
that
can't.
door
Okay,
when
go
we
ahead.
don't use precise rhetoric.
Hey,
Holy
where's
shit.
the guy who wanted the NASA link? I got your NASA link, man. Something that you were incapable of doing because you seem to not understand how Google works, which is
Yeah.
not a surprise.
Yeah, we
It's
don't
called
observe
Project
water wrapping
Lola.
around a ball.
Artist
We don't ever
use
observe water
You can
wrapping around a
observe.
ball.
We don't ever observe water wrapping around a ball unless you're really, really far away.
So is the
No,
guy going to
besides
be
that
But on the
caveat,
ground,
You
minus
don't
that
see that
caveat.
either. Yo, no matter how far away you get, you don't see that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Is the guy just going to
well,
be
how far
quiet?
how far away did you get?
Okay, you didn't
Yeah,
get far
it
away.
doesn't
You
matter
did
the
not see
distance you
that.
are
I
from
don't
the
care how
ball. You
far
never
away
see
you
water
got.
wrapping around the ball.
You didn't see that.
What do you mean I didn't see that?
What a shame.
Exactly what we
You're
said.
asking me for my personal testimony about how far I got. Well, I know for a fact you did
Oh,
not see whatever you're saying.
evidence of water wrapping around a ball, but you don't see the water wrapping around the ball.
Then
Yeah,
why
you
did you
don't see
say
that
it? You said,
either.
well, if you get far enough, then you see it. Based off of what?
Well, I mean, based off of like ISS.
What you saw on TV. Yeah,
stuff.
on
But
TV.
like, I know you think
Yeah,
that's wrong.
Right, so
that's what I
pseudo
thought.
I
photographic
get it.
evidence
I
that isn't
understand.
really
I'm
a
not
photograph from a
arguing
second
based
law
on
of
that. I'm just
thermodynamics
saying,
realm.
once you get to space, you start to see the curve a little bit more clearly. But I know you
Yeah,
don't
so
believe in
pseudo
space,
You're
photographic
just
so
saying
it's
evidence,
fine.
shit.
right? Right, so pseudo photographic evidence from a second law of thermodynamics violation realm.
Okay, whatever that means. I don't.
How about you
I
ask
mean, if
about
you
it?
want to argue the existence of space, we can. But like,
All it means is
that
that
wasn't what I
he
How
was
about you
saying.
moves
ask
from
about what I
hot to
said?
cold.
Ask about what you mean by the pseudo photographic evidence from the second
Yeah,
law of
attempt,
thermodynamics breaking
right,
space.
attempt to
I
understand,
understand what you
attempt
mean
to
by
gain
the second
knowledge.
law of thermodynamics breaking. That's a pretty common apologetics. But
It's
but
not
yeah, I
apologetic,
get
it's
it.
the polemic. It's the very opposite of apologetic. I'm refuting your position, not defending it.
No, when you say the second law of thermodynamics is not present with space, that's an apologetic argument. That's
No,
not
it's not an apologetic, that's a refutation. That's a polemic.
I understand it's a polemic. It can be both. It's an
Right,
apologetic
so I'm
polemic.
calling it an apologetic. I'm not defending anything when I say that. I'm refuting it.
How come in that
I
one
didn't say you
song?
were. Wait, hold on. Listen to the words I was saying. I said that is a very common apologetic argument. I didn't say you were making that apologetic argument.
But it
I'm
wasn't
just
an
saying it's a very
apologetic.
common
So stop
apologetic
calling
argument.
it an apologetic because it's not an apologetic. It's a polemic against your
I
position.
wasn't referring to your argument. I said that your argument is
Well, do
used
you reckon
Okay,
as
so
a
you
you're
very
could?
describing
common
something that
apologetic
we weren't
argument.
talking about.
Do you reckon you could actually respond to his argument then?
I
See how
can.
good. Please do so.
So what do you do, so?
Okay. The second law of thermodynamics isn't violated by the existence of space. That's the
Would you
answer to
know?
your question.
Not
Okay.
space. Not space. That's not the issue. It's the fact that you believe that you live in a cosmic vacuum with gas pressure without a container to contain the gas. That's the problem.
Okay.
Actually, if you invert the Planck length, the shortest measurable distance of light, you know the longest measurable distance of light. You know the universe is finite, and we are inside of Pandora's box. We're in a box.
The only
So are we
universe
going to
finite.
digress to what he's
The
saying, or
only
we're going to get
finite
back to what I was
universe.
talking about with the other guy?
I mean, you can. Yeah, if you don't want to continue the discussion, that's fine. I don't care.
No, we'd rather
Do
talk
what you
to
want.
that guy actually. So you carry on.
Okay.
Dude.
Yeah, so that's
You
the
want me to
problem.
carry on?
You believe you live on a ball wrapped in water and wrapped in liquids and gases without any sufficient container to contain the pressure in a vacuum. That's the problem.
Well, the containers. It's called gravity, but I understand
What is it
how
now?
it's difficult to
Explain it.
understand.
Oh dear.
Gravity is like a force that pulls things towards mass, including
Nah, it
gases
doesn't.
and liquids.
You
Okay,
didn't
Okay,
get the
I
observe this?
understand that you
dimension
guys
pack.
disagree with that. I'm
How
aware.
about this
No, it's
follow-up?
not even a
Right, how about this follow-up?
You didn't pay
Right.
for the expansion pack, okay? You didn't pay for the DLC, the expansion pack. That's some old shit, right? You didn't update your Xbox for the new Einstein gravity bending and warping of space-time.
So,
Yeah,
like,
so
if
how
you
That
have
about
a
this
Mass Effect
follow-up?
vacuum,
collection
Hello?
is
Hello? How
old
about this?
news. That's a PlayStation 1,
How about this?
dude.
here's a question. Okay, go ahead. What was the other guy saying? Sorry.
Right,
Don't
okay.
pretend like you're an expert. You're late to the party,
My
dude.
God.
DB,
Can I say the follow-up?
please.
Green Woody is giving me a follow up.
Finally.
Yeah, y'all some
So,
bitches.
so what's the natural? Have you observed this phenomenon?
New text message from Bryce Elder.
observed which one are you? The
Do
gravity
you have
one?
amnesia
The
already?
gravity one?
The
Yes.
phenomenon we're
Yes,
talking
I've
about.
observed gravity. Yes.
Okay. So where did you observe this? What did you observe?
I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. But at one point, I did a physics experiment where we were trying to create a frictionless environment and see certain Newtonian laws at work. And when calculating gravity with those laws, you end up with 8.9 meters per second squared, just like the law of gravity.
Okay, what's exerting the force? You said gravity is a force. What's exerting it?
Nothing is exerting the force of gravity. It's mass and distance, right?
Are you trying to say that the sheer existence of mass causes other
I guess
mass?
you can call it
one another?
exerting. I mean, it is a violation of inertia, right? But exerting is kind of a weird term to put on it.
Your
Right?
reply isn't constituted to my
It's
question.
just existing.
Your
Okay,
reply
what
is
did
not
your
constituted to my
last
question.
question? Okay.
Yeah, the question
Can
is.
you repeat the question?
Yeah. So the question is, are you saying, is it accurate to summarize your position as saying the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to it? Yes or no?
No.
What are you saying?
Matter doesn't necessitate mass, right? The existence of mass and distance, the existence of space, right? Distance is space, is where we come up with the observation of gravity.
That was not intelligible. Say what you said again.
Space is distance, right? If I measure the distance between me and you, there's that much quote unquote space between us. Now we can say it's full of matter or whatever, but we are
So
also
distance is a
made of
quantity
matter,
of
which has
space, yes.
mass. Yes, distance is the quantity, the measured quantity of space. The existence of mass and the existence of other mass, and the distance between the two is where we come up with the observation of gravity.
Okay, so you are saying, so it is accurate for me to say the sentence, you are saying mass attracts mass, ipso facto of being mass, yes?
Yeah. You said matter at first, but there's matter that does not have mass.
What matter?
What sense does that make? Define the distinction between matter and mass.
Yeah, what matter doesn't have mass?
Neutrons and electrons don't have mass. Sorry, protons and electrons don't have mass. Neutrons do have mass. That's
You haven't
the
defined the difference between matter and mass.
Well, matter is stemming from an old Aristotelian kind of view of things, that everything can be broken up into particles, and it's little particles of things, right? But some of those things don't have mass. Like light doesn't have mass, but it exists, right? We see it. We see with it. The only way we see anything is with light. So
But you haven't defined the difference between the two categories.
Particle is called photon. What do you mean?
You haven't defined the difference. You haven't defined mass, saying mass is the following, matter is the following, and here's the difference. You haven't done that.
I mean, I did. What do you mean? Do you want?
No, you didn't. You only seemed to insinuate that matter is only said in the Aristotelian metaphysical sense, and then you went on to give supposed examples of mass, but you haven't defined mass itself, nor matter itself, and defined the distinction.
Matter is volume mostly, but a lot of times colloquially, it's about volume that has mass, right? It occupies space. Mass is just the quantity that measures the quantity of matter that has mass. But you can't measure the quantity of electrons that something has. So,
okay, so it sounds like matter is just
it's kind of a complicated answer.
Okay, so it sounds like matter is a qualitative. It sounds like matter is a qualitative property that's this type of entity, and then mass is a unit of measurement. That's what it sounds like you said.
Matter is a unit of measurement. Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Matter is.
So we're not talking about units of measurement right now.
I mean, matters are kind of complicated.
Right, so we're not talking
No,
about
we
units
are
of
though,
measurement right
because
now.
we're measuring gravity, and so we measure gravity by units of measurement with other units of measurement. So we measure it by mass and distance.
So is your premise really that
We measure
units of
the
measurement
interaction.
attract other units of measurement?
Absolutely,
Is that your premise?
yes, it is. Why? What is wrong with that?
Ontologically
What is
foolish.
wrong with that
The
premise?
unit of measurement is not a material
Why?
entity. It doesn't have any causal power. It's an abstract entity, dude.
I mean, it's abstract in your mind, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
So it's an abstract entity, yeah.
I mean, God,
so it doesn't have any causal power.
Do you believe God exists?
Right. Hello,
God
dude.
is an abstract
Can you
entity.
stop talking
Does
past
he
my
not have any
reply?
causal power?
My God, it's another one of these people, dude.
Well, my point is, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm answering your question.
No, you're talking past the reply.
Entities can have causal power.
No, abstract entities don't have causal power.
I'm saying yes. Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Empirically verify
Yes,
that, dude.
they do.
Show me an instance of a unit of measurement causing motion, dude.
Yeah. Show me three
Mass and distance.
You're not listening to what he's saying.
Wait, hold on. What are we?
Isn't a unit
potential
of
energy.
measurement and the physical quantity that
Yeah,
unit
we've got
is
this
measuring
fucking
two
idiot
separate
talking now.
things?
Brilliant.
Potential energy is a unit of measurement that has potential to cause movement.
Fucking Embo's here.
I
Brilliant.
mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't understand,
You guys
so
are
stop
breaking it
talking
down
through
to
the
the philosophical
rebuttal.
terms, and I'm aware of them.
Yeah, you don't understand, so stop talking through the rebuttal. You keep talking, you don't understand. Okay, so
What do you mean I
finally,
don't understand?
you're conflating categories. So what you said is ontologically absurd. So your ontologically absurd hypothesis of what causes matter to stick to the ball in a cosmic vacuum is not sufficient.
I'm not ontologically absurd, and you haven't demonstrated that. I'm sorry.
But I have. You just don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Ontology is what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the ontology of the supposed entity that causes other matter to be pulled to other matter so that things stick to a ball in a vacuum in your paradigm. But you haven't justified appealing to this. And you explicitly admitted that your premise is that a unit of measurement, not matter, not any concrete entity, that a unit of measurement, which is an abstract entity, which has no space, which has no matter extending in space, which has no causal power, is causing other entities to be pulled, other physical entities, material entities, and he's interrupting the reply again, still doing it. So I have to repeat my answer because now my answer doesn't make sense. And so you can just stop talking to my voice.
Is what you're doing.
Yeah, he's yet another one of these people. So is there going to be moderation so that I can actually finish my reply? So again, you're appealing to the premise, as you explicitly admitted, that a unit of measurement, specifically identified by the term mass, is causing other, not even other matter, but units of measurement, aka mass, to be pulled to one another. That's what you just said.
Sir.
So
no, I didn't.
What the fuck are you appealing to?
I said a unit of measurement with another unit of measurement leads to an observation. We call it gravity.
A unit of
It's also ontologically absurd. So you haven't even distinction between gravity and the units of measurement
you
that you conceive in your mind to try and quantify any matter.
I have not quantified.
I haven't defined the distinction.
I've said the unit of measurement does quantify certain matter. It's called mass.
Right, that's not the point.
And then the other unit of measurement does quantify space, which is called distance. And then the observation comes from the interaction between the two measurements.
We can hear you struggling to put words together, dude. We can hear you.
No, I'm just trying to slow down so you can understand.
No, you don't understand. You have not defined the distinction between gravity and units of measurement. You're categorically confused. You will not find any botanical article that will define gravity as mass,
gravity
the
is
unit
not
of
a unit of
measurement, attracting
measurement.
other units of
Gravity
measurement.
is not a unit of measurement. Gravity is an observation of what occurs when two units of measurement interact, when mass and distance interact.
This guy is a fool. There is no scholarly that even says that. And it's ontologically absurd even if they did.
You can keep saying ontologically absurd, but you have not demonstrated that, sir. You could just continue to say
have demonstrated it. I gave an a priori deductive argument. Concrete entities have matter extending in space and have causal power. Abstract entities don't. Units of measurement, including mass, given your line of reasoning, are abstract, and so they don't have any material substance and don't have any causal power. So they cannot be logically sufficient to account for what causes things to be pulled to other matter so that everything doesn't fall off the fucking ball in your cosmic vacuum. That's a deductive argument.
Okay, fair enough. I can simplify by saying that we can call matter anything that takes up space and has mass. We can do that. And therefore then that's your concrete thing that you're looking for. And then it has
so
the
now you're
causal
appealing,
power on it.
Okay, so now you're appealing to matter, attracting other matter, correct?
He's not even listening to you, bro.
No, sir. No, sir. I am saying that the mass plus distance causes the observation we call gravity.
So going back to the other appeal I just refuted with the deductive argument.
Mm-hmm. No, there's no causal power needed. There's an observation.
So there's no causal power, then nothing is
observation.
Dude, if there's no causal power, then there's nothing causing the matter to stick to the ball in your cosmic vacuum.
I understand.
So then you fail to account for what's causing the matter to stick to the ball in your cosmic vacuum.
You continue to interrupt me while I'm trying to explain. I apologize that you are having a hard time understanding, but that's not due to my lack of trying to explain. I can listen to you.
We understand better than you, and we don't need explanations. Thank you.
Every single one of us here, mate.
Right, but if you're trying to understand my opinion, shouldn't I
don't want your
be able
opinion.
to explain my
don't want your freaking
See, now he's
opinion,
just preventing others from replying. That's what he's doing right now.
Don't want your opinion, just want the hard, cold
fact. No, sir.
Can you give me the...
Gravity is not a causal force. It is an observation.
Yeah, it's your opinion. That's what it is.
I know that's difficult.
Right, so here's the reply. Look,
gravity is an observation.
Look, moderators.
If I throw a ball up in the air and it comes down, all I've
he's
done
still
is
just
observe,
preventing others from replying.
And then we observe how fast it comes in. No,
like,
sir,
we get
I am
it.
not.
Like,
You
let
are
us
preventing
reply
me
now.
from replying to you.
Well, you're not Superman, and you can't throw a ball infinitely into the air. So I don't know why you would expect that to happen. That's not gravity.
Right, so let us reply now.
Is
You
just
heard
the
you. You
observation
just
of
denied
the
that causal
thing
power is
coming
involved.
back down to the mass.
Gravity's some bullshit. It's
Yes,
an opinion
I
you
did.
made up in your head at best.
Okay, that's fair that you said that. I understand that that's your opinion. My point is that when we throw a ball up in the ground or up in the air, sorry, it returns to the ground. We observe how fast it returns to the ground. We observe the friction that it. What do you mean? What else would happen?
What else would happen? Because you're saying that like, well, it's not going infinitely up. Why would that happen? You're not Superman.
Yes, that's
you can't
the
throw
point.
a ball infinitely into the air.
I'm not asking to be Superman.
Hold on, wait.
No,
you weren't born with
sir.
those abilities.
Is this really good reasoning, Creation Bear?
Jekyll's interrupting. This guy thinks he has abilities that are being prevented by some sort of force. You were not born with abilities to throw things infinitely into the air, so nothing's preventing that from happening.
I don't disagree with that. There's nothing about me throwing the ball into the air that is important about me.
You said it would keep going up.
Well, there's nothing about me that's important there. The point is that when things go into the air, whether by me or by nature or by other people or by whatever, even nature, right? A frog jumps into the air. It comes back down to the earth. There's nothing about me that says that it's going to not go infinitely into the universe. There's nothing about me that says it's going to come down. I'm just looking at it. I'm observing it.
Something else should happen. You're inserting this idea that, well, it jumped and it didn't continue flying. Then how come something?
No,
how
sir, I am not.
Fly? Yes, you are. You don't realize what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
No, I'm not.
You're saying, well, it came back down. Therefore,
no, I don't think you realize what I'm saying.
Frogs weren't born to fly. Neither were you. So you're like confused. Well, why did I come
Birds
back
work,
down?
but they
Because
gotta
you can't
birds kind of
fly.
gotta like flap their wings in order to do it. And why do they have to do that? Because if they didn't, they'd fall to the ground. I wonder why. Seems to be that there's a force exerted on things.
Well, here's the problem. You're saying you
that
have the
causes
ability
them
of a
to
bird.
fall to the
CW,
ground.
listen. I need you to listen. You're saying you have the
Okay.
same abilities as the bird brain. You
No, I'm
saying,
not.
well, when I
No, sir,
jump,
I am not.
listen. When you say, well, when I jump, how come I don't continue going up? Well, you're not a bird.
Yes.
You
He's not
weren't
saying
born with flying abilities.
Yeah, but
But you're
birds,
saying, well, how come
when
I
they
come
jump,
back
they don't
down?
continue going up either.
Oh
Birds
my
actually come back
God.
down.
They were born with flying abilities, unlike
Right, but they can
you.
also
The
jump and
frog.
come back down to the earth.
Yeah. No
I'm
shit.
aware. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So that's
All right,
not.
we're in
That's
agreement.
that's
Nothing
not
that you
like
said is
something
wrong.
that's
I just think
stopping
that
you
you're
from flying.
very bad at understanding what I'm
No,
saying.
no, I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is you think that you have these abilities to jump and then fly, and that something's preventing you
No,
from
I
that
do not.
happening. I'm telling you
That's why I'm
that
saying you're
that
not
those
understanding
ideas
what
are
I'm saying.
ridiculous to have. I do understand because I've argued against you and many people like you. So you say, well, when I jump, how come I come back down? Well, you weren't born with flying abilities, dummy. Why would you jump and then continue going up? That's called flying. You don't have those abilities, but you think for some weird reason that there's something stopping you from achieving those abilities that you never had to begin with.
I really okay. I
There's
don't know
no
how to
need for
respond to you. I'm
gravity,
sorry.
period. There's no need for gravity. This idea that you need gravity to prevent you from flying upwards is retarded. You don't have flying abilities, so you don't need something to
I don't
prevent
think
you
I
from
need that.
achieving those abilities.
No, I don't think I need that. I mean, we
So
have
nothing's
planes. We do it all the
stopping
time.
you from flying. You don't have those abilities.
Can I
I
chime
get
in
it.
as
I
neutrally as
understand.
possible? Because so just going over. I'll just ignore Creation Bear, unless Creation Bear you want me to
Your mic
interact
is
with you. But
your mic is very bad.
okay, yeah, no, I'm
Yeah, you're
driving
like
as
you have a
well.
bunch of background noise.
Yeah. So yeah, I
Is
mean,
your
I
window
think first
open?
of all, CW is. I think it's just windy where I'm at. I think CW is
Oh, okay.
correct in that he's just describing the law of gravitation. It's just an
That's not
observation.
that hasn't been established. First of all, you guys keep punting this idea of gravity into the conversation. That has not been established. There's no law. There's no scientific experiment
So
to validate this trash. You guys have
There
ideas
is
in
a
your
law,
head that
yeah.
something's preventing you
no,
from flying. Well, you don't have flying
so
abilities.
No,
There's
there's
nothing
actually a
stopping
law.
you from achieving that. It's
No,
ridiculous.
there's a
okay,
law of gravitation. There is one.
No, there's not.
yeah. So scientific law in terms of how science is scientific methodology is using it is simply something
We
that's
would need
observed.
an
It's not providing
experiment
any kind
first.
of causal explanation at that point yet. So
That's what
CW
No,
science
no.
is for.
Wait, hold on.
so
Please let me respond to
okay.
that.
The whole
Laws are
idea of science is to explain the
secure.
causation, not
Hold
I
on, Christian
know
Bear.
that you want to say what you want to say, but I have to be able to say what I'm saying. The laws are mathematically self self understand. Like you can just
Yes.
do the math and you understand the law of gravitation. The law of gravitation is
That's not,
just a
you keep
description
saying you
of
have a
what is
law of
happening. Hold on,
gravitation like it's a thing.
listen,
It
dude.
hasn't been
Listen. The
established.
law of
Oh,
No,
gravitation is
no. You
just
keep punching
a
into the conversation.
description
This has
of what
not been
happens.
established.
It's just a
Period.
description. I know that you're really upset, but you need to listen.
I'm not
Law
upset.
of
I'm not upset.
gravitation is
You just keep
not an
saying law of
explanation. It's
gravitation. It
not an
hasn't been
explanation. I
established.
know that you think it's an explanation. You need to stop.
I
It
haven't
isn't a
even said that. I just said it hasn't
description.
been
When a
established.
frog jumps up and it comes back down, the law of gravitation
Not a
describes
law of
how
that's just
fast
that
it
the
comes
frog
back
doesn't have
down.
flying abilities, dummy. That just the frog
It
can't
That's
doesn't.
fly. That's
conditional.
not a law of
It's not
gravitation.
that. It's not an explanation of why the
So
frog
it's
doesn't have
conditional
flying
then.
abilities. It is a description
It's
of
just the fact
the
the frog can't fly.
observation of the
So
frog coming back down.
that's not
It's
gravity.
a description of the fact that the frog can't fly. If I look at
Yeah,
a
it
That's
frog
can't
and I go,
fly.
conditional
well,
then.
that didn't fly, and it went back to the ground, that is what the law of gravitation is. It's just a
That's not
mathematical
gravity.
description of that.
That's not.
I
There's no
know
law.
that you are asking me like, do I think frogs should be able to fly to infinity?
No, but
No. What I'm
okay,
saying
we
is the law
understand that. Listen.
of
This guy's just
gravitation
trolling.
is a description of
We understand that
what
frogs
we
can't
see
fly,
in
but you
the
need to
world.
establish
I'm not
this
just
law
trolling.
of gravitation.
You need to listen and not
saying that,
talk as
look, the
much.
frog didn't continue flying doesn't equate to gravity. You need to establish this quote law of gravitation. That doesn't mean, well, frogs don't fly, therefore the law of gravitation. That those dots don't connect.
So we have a
Goodness
law of
gracious, the
frogs
law of
jumping. Now what?
gravitation is a
Now what?
description of what is
You
happening.
keep saying law of gravitation that has not been established.
What's up?
Yeah, what you've described so
It
far is a
has
law of
been.
frogs jumping. That's all you've described.
Well,
Okay,
go ahead and
I can
establish it
respond
then,
to
CW.
you, but
Saying
if the other
frogs
guy
can't
keeps
fly
talking,
isn't it.
I understand. That's part of the law of gravitation is saying
No, it's
frogs
not.
can't fly. You
No,
need
it's
to chill
not.
out, dude. Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not. No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
No, it's
Yes, it
not.
is.
There is no law
Okay,
of
what is
All right.
it?
gravitation.
How is it? How is it a law?
You haven't
How is it part
established
of the law?
anything. You keep saying the law of
I
gravitation
really,
without even
dude, I really
establishing
need
what
you,
that even is.
Creation Bear, I really need you to listen for a second. You gotta listen,
I
dude.
hear you. You're just saying,
How's
well,
it a law?
frogs can't
Tell
fly,
us.
therefore law of
I
gravitation.
understand you hear me. I'm asking you to listen.
All right. We'll give you the floor, right? And you can tell us how it is a law. What makes it a law?
What is it? And how was it established?
Oh,
These
he's
guys will
gone.
punch
He
this
dipped.
shit into the conversation and then, well, there's the law of gravitation. Okay, well, how did they establish that? Well, frogs don't fly. How did you get to law of gravitation, dude? Well, we just know. How did you know? Well, we automatically just already knew. Okay, how was it established? Well, frogs. You guys don't see the problem here? Holy shit.
No one else recognized that voice. That's kind of strange.
Who was it? RC Meisty.
I just recognize voices really, really well, and I know who that is. And now apparently they've switched sides, or are trying
Who do
to
you think
beat
it
the
is?
Globers, or trying to beat the Globers by being the smartest Glober to beat the flat earthers to show they're the smartest Glober, even though they're a
Who do you
flat
think it
earther.
is?
But things fall down.
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say publicly. I'm not going to say it. I'm not that dude. So
Come on,
leave
Sonny,
it to
just
your
say
own
it, man.
judgment.
They already changed sides. Fuck them. Just say it.
I think it's a game. I think it's just a trick.
You want to play a game?
Yep, I think it's just a game on us. But whatever.
Well,
I'll keep it to myself. If you want to message me, I'll respond to your message. If you message me, I'll respond to your message. Except the GF6 people.
Embo, you're hot micing bad, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my attempt to engage him in debate was interrupted by some moderator who prevented me from engaging.
Well, it wasn't me, Greg. They just took my mod perms away for no damn reason. I wasn't even here. I think some salty motherfucker took my shit. But hey, it is what it is. Who runs this place? Who runs this shit?
So from
Nobody?
what I understand,
It's a collaboration.
Okay. All right. Well, who took my bowls away? That's what I want to know. Who took my shit?
I got no idea about that, man. No idea.
I think I know who it is. Don't worry. Don't worry.
aren't
Anyway.
you also a part of moderation of this thing?
Embo, what's up, man? You got some smoke for us?
I'm here. I haven't been here since a long time, so I was expecting and hoping for some productive conversation, but from what I see, it isn't possible. At this in current environment.
Impossible for what?
For us, for people who want to debate.
Aren't you here right now?
Yes, because I got unmuted.
So it's impossible, but you're here. You're doing it, but it's impossible.
It has been impossible like half a minute ago, but I'm expecting it's going to become impossible
How
again
long have you
soon.
been here? You've been here more than me, dude. So I don't know what you're talking about.
This topic is completely irrelevant, nevertheless. I wanted to ask
So
you,
you're the only one complaining. What the fuck?
do you think that
It's
a
completely irrelevant
rebuttal,
that you're debunking my complaint about this place.
when you're trying to debunk the law of gravitation, do you really think that a hypothetical example
Debunk what?
of
Nothing was presented. He just kept saying the law of gravitation like it was a thing. Nothing was presented to
I mean,
debunk.
I'll
if
debunk
you
you.
mention a name of something that has a very specific definition that
If I
anyone
just
can
keep saying
Google,
my 10-inch cock and you can't debunk it, like, but my 10-inch cock, like, debunk it. Like, there is nothing was presented to debunk. You see? He just kept saying it over and over. The law of gravitation, the law of gravitation. My 10-inch cock, my 10-inch cock. Okay, what
the
10-inch cock?
difference is
What law
that
of
the law of
gravitation?
gravitation has a specific physical definition. So because
Yeah,
that
and he wasn't giving
definition
it.
is
He didn't even
yes,
do
because it's
that.
so obvious. The
It's
term law of
no,
universal
my 10-inch cock is
gravitation
obvious. Hey, my 10-inch
already
wiener is
is
obvious.
connected to that very
Yeah, it's
specific
connected
physical
to my body.
definition.
Yeah,
So
my
if
10-inch wiener
anyone
is
uses
connected.
it, they already
Doesn't
assume that you have some basic physics knowledge
no, it doesn't. You
on the
have to
level of
present it
a
as
middle
a
school
thing.
student that
You
you
don't just
can
put things into the
consider what
conversation
that
and
is.
assume they're real, Embo. That's
For
crazy.
example, when I mention Avogadro's law, I can use that term instead of mentioning the entire formula for Avogadro's law, because even if someone doesn't know what that is, they can Google it and there is only one possible result they will achieve from that, because it's a universally agreed upon definition for that specific mathematical formula.
Okay, well, you still have to
There are
present
no multiple
evidence for
laws
what
of
you're claiming.
gravitation.
Amazing. That sounds absolutely amazing.
What are the law of gravitation you're
There is
thinking
no law
about?
of gravitation that hasn't been established yet.
I mean, there is any
We'll
source.
establish it then. What the like? Come on, we're waiting.
It's here since, wait a moment, how much?
It's not been here. We're
400
establishing it.
years,
Though.
approximately.
Establish it first.
I mean,
This
it is established.
crazy.
It's right here. It's in the text chat.
Here,
It's
what do you
screaming
mean?
at
He
you
just
from
kept
this
saying
picture.
the law of gravitation. That's not been established.
It's here, right here. F
It's here,
equals
okay.
G times M1 times
Yeah.
M2 divided by R squared.
What's the
This is the
qualification
law
for
of
that?
gravitation.
What's the qualification for that?
What do you mean by qualification?
It's just auto true, Tito. What do you mean? It's automatically true.
What's the just? Yeah, it's just true, right? Because it's an equation, therefore it's true.
No, the equation was derived from experiments. I mean, if there weren't experiments, there
Right.
wouldn't be a
Now we're getting
basis
to the
for
nitty gritty. We're getting to what is being
the first
asked.
place. Yeah, there's that one famous thing that is called the Cavendish experiment. I don't know if you're familiar with.
Oh, okay, great. We can talk about that. Because it's not just default automatically true, is it? We should be able to go through it repeatedly and make sure it's valid, right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great. What's the observable natural phenomenon?
It's the masses being attracted.
Okay. So where can I go in nature to see this happening?
Everywhere, like I have a bottle of water right next to me. Okay, I stop holding it right now. I don't know if you heard that, but it dropped. It dropped.
Wait,
like
no, hold on now. That's not so in the Cavendish was the objects going down?
No, they were going
No, it wasn't.
sideways.
So what you just said isn't even equivalent to what they're trying to prove, is it?
No, right
No,
now
it's not. I know you're right. Right. So you picking
stop
something up
interrupting
from
me.
where?
I can.
No.
You
So
know that
your
from.
example of you dropping something is ridiculous. I just want to highlight that for the audience.
It's okay. Let him
Whatever
spiral.
that cup you had,
Okay.
wherever that cup was, it was doing nothing, and then you picked it
Let him
up,
spiral.
and then you're wondering why it dropped, And Jekyll's trolling mad.
Yes, that's
from our previous
what
conversation.
science
You
is
have nothing to
about. You
say.
observe some
No, that's
phenomena
not
and then you're
science.
wondering
You're
how they
confused
work.
why this thing dropped when you picked it up first. The reason why it fell is because you dropped it.
Yes, I'm
First of
confused
all.
about that. That's the entire
And
point
then
of
you tried to
science. You're
equivocate that
confused about
to
how
Cavendish, which
phenomena
is
work.
two balls moving closer to each other, not objects dropping to the ground, clown. You expect we're gonna just miss that?
No, I mean you
So
just literally
why did you drop something and then it
think
talk about Cavendish?
You want to wait for a response, Creation Bear?
No, hold on.
I'm trying to
Jekyll, why don't you tell
go
us then? If he said, "Well, I dropped something," how does that relate to Cavendish? Please tell us.
This is garbage rhetoric. Let him respond.
No,
Yeah.
please tell us. No, because I didn't drop anything. Wait, I didn't drop anything.
Oh, you really are insufferable, aren't you?
Hold on, Jekyll. He dropped something. What does it
He's
have
like
to do with
Gregory,
Cavendish?
but worse.
What does it have to do with Cavendish?
It
This
has
was
to
your
do
example, by the way.
Cavendish due to the fact that the hypothesis I'm trying to test is the
you dropping something?
No, that things
No. So why? Wait, just tell us. Why did you drop that cup or whatever you just dropped?
I just did it because I'm trying to find out. You were asking me, was the observed
Well, you brought
phenomena
up Cavendish. So what does it have to do with Cavendish?
inspired Cavendish to make that experiment?
Wait, Embo, just stop for a second. Creation Bear, could you tell me what Embo's trying to say? Could you tell me what he's trying to say?
Well, he said, I dropped this thing and Cavendish. So I'm trying to connect those two dots. What's the point of dropping something?
No, you're not trying to connect anything. You're trying to talk over him.
No, I understand what's happening here. And you're white knighting out of nowhere for I don't know why. I think you're trying to save him.
Because it's hard to listen to, I think.
I think you're trying to save him. But in Cavendish, we understand they didn't drop shit, did they?
No, the point is that
so why did you drop? Look, I dropped something. Okay, cool.
Okay,
who
you're
did that? Is that in Cavendish?
rhetoric
No,
is
it's
not
not.
going
I'm
to
just
work
wondering
here.
why you think you thought you had something when you dropped that little thing, didn't you?
Due to the fact that the phenomenon I'm going to test, it isn't
But you
dropping
didn't test that phenomenon, did you? I asked you, what is the natural occurring phenomenon? You said, well, look, I dropped this thing. Well, they didn't test that phenomenon in Cavendish,
that
did
was
they?
my answer.
Dumb fuck.
I'm trying to.
They didn't test that phenomenon in Cavendish.
You were asking me, was the
It was a torsion bar with balls in a shed. That's not the phenomenon you just think. You just highlighted. I just debunked your Cavendish in one question.
You
What's the
didn't.
natural occurring phenomenon? You dropped the cup, and that has nothing to do with Cavendish. This is so easy.
That's your entire
I'll ask you again. What's the
he just hopes for the best.
Phenomenon?
He talks and hopes for the best.
No,
That's what he
hold
does.
on. You guys can save him. You guys can hold his dick and save him. It's fine.
All right.
I just asked him one simple question.
We'll stop.
Wait,
No
Jekyll,
need.
you can tag in. It's fine. Me versus Jekyll. So the question is, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon in Cavendish? Please tell me.
Oh, I'm no fool. I know you'll talk right through
shut
me.
up. Just pipe down. Somebody mute him because he's just interrupting. He's holding white knighting.
What the fuck?
He said when I asked you for a natural occurring phenomenon, you can
the projection.
You can tackle into the mic. It's fine. It's like a schoolgirl. That's cool. But when I asked you for a phenomenon, you drop something, right? Then I asked you, well, is that the phenomenon in Cavendish? No, it's not.
Am I taking this? Am I understanding you correctly, Creation Bear? Am I understanding you correctly when you
I
say?
understand you want to hold his cock, but just relax.
Are you saying?
This was his
need to
example.
clarify.
So I'm asking you at this point, if you want to tag in, that's fine. What's the naturally occurring phenomenon in Cavendish? Please tell me.
I mean,
crickets. Absolute crickets.
Like as soon as he opens his mic, crickets.
You had a lot to say. Now you don't got nothing to say. What's the
he was responding and you said crickets.
No, I'm asking you. What's the naturally occurring phenomenon?
Oh right, you switched. Right, Creation Bear. Am I understanding you correctly? Am I understanding you correctly? I need to clarify.
Yeah, you can understand.
Let me clarify.
Naturally occurring.
Yeah, I need to clarify the sentiment of what you're saying, right? Are you saying that because the torsion balls aren't dropped, that it doesn't tell you anything?
Okay, we didn't even get to that. So what's the naturally occurring phenomenon?
Yeah, listen.
For the audience that don't understand yet.
Is it the fact that the torsion balls, the steel balls don't fall onto the ground?
Wait, what steel balls? I thought we were dropping something. Oh, interesting.
Well, I got muted.
Wait, I thought we were dropping something, though.
I
It's
thought
the
gravity was things
acceleration
go
of two
down.
masses towards each
Wait,
other.
am I
The
wrong? Wait, I thought
direction
if
they
I
are
wait
accelerating
gravity. Hold on,
towards
I'm gonna pick up
is
this
a
thing and drop it.
completely separate
Oh, it just fell
variable
down.
that we have
Wait,
never
so
claimed
wait,
is something
is
that
gravity
influences
things
the
go
experiment.
down or what?
That extra requirement is
Yeah,
something
his
that
whole
you invented and
yeah.
that you have no proof of it
Wait, I'm
being
just trying to figure
any
out this
kind
whole
of
thing. Like, what is the
variable that
phenomenon we're
influences
His
testing here?
debunk is that they don't fall to the ground. That's
Well,
very
no, I'm just
impressive.
wondering. I'm just curious. What is the phenomenon we're testing? Can you tell
is
me, or
the
do I need to figure it out, or what?
is the acceleration of masses towards each other.
Okay. So if I pick something up and drop it, that's what we're testing?
Yes, basically.
Yes, basically. Okay. All right. So let's go through the next step. So what's our hypothesis?
The hypothesis is that the masses attract each other with the force that is described by the law of universal gravitation.
Oh, wow. That's a really big hypothesis. So what's our independent variable?
Yes. It would be the presence of the masses next to the torsion balance.
That would be your cause for the observable phenomenon?
Yes, it would be the cause
So
of
your
the change in
torsion bar is the
the
cause of
variable.
things falling.
No, the masses.
Okay,
I
so what is our
manipulate the
dependent
mass.
variable again? One more time. What's our dependent
The
variable?
dependent variable is the acceleration of the torsion balance towards
So
the
what's
masses.
our naturally occurring phenomenon again?
Is the acceleration between masses.
Where is that occurring? Like, what is the phenomenon we're observing?
You're going
I just
back.
mentioned it like 5 times in a row.
Well, yeah. This is funny because he's saying his dependent variable is these balls moving towards each other.
Not even
which
pay
would be our-
attention, bro.
Which
Losing
would be our
track. You
observable.
weren't
Hold on,
expecting
hold on.
answers,
I
and now you
know
don't know where to
you
go
need a
with
white
it.
knight. It's 2v1. It's fine. I can hold myself.
Do
So
you
the
know what
observable
the
phenomenon is the thing we're observing in
dependent
nature that
variable
we're trying to
is?
test. So when you observe this phenomenon, that's the effect we're trying to determine the cause for.
You're lost,
We
bro.
don't go out into nature and see balls moving towards each other. So I'm asking you again, what is the dependent variable?
You place the balls. That's your dependent variable because you
Okay.
manipulated it.
All
Before
right,
that, you
fine.
didn't have the balls
What
next
is
to it.
our observable phenomenon that we're testing again?
Is the acceleration of masses towards each other.
Again, okay, great. What is the observable phenomenon, though? What are we seeing? And
Yeah,
then that is the effect we're
just-
needing to test the
I
cause
just
for.
said it.
Where? What is it? Give me specifics. When I'm looking into nature and I'm seeing this thing happening, you said masses
The bird's
attracting
colliding midair.
to each other. Give me
He's
an
looping.
example.
I think he's looping.
No,
Yeah,
Jekyll,
I just
I get you
managed
need to hold his wiener
Do
and
you
help him.
do you
But
have to
he's
hear
saying
the
masses
sound of
attracting.
my
Give me
dropping
an
battle
example.
again?
What we have? It's a naturally occurring phenomenon. So you go into nature and occurs something happening. So
It's
what
very
is this
much
thing
naturally
happening?
occurring. For example,
Give,
like when
please give me an example.
when the branch that an apple is holding on is too weak, an apple naturally falls towards the ground. It's the
Okay, so
most
we have
naturally
apple
occurring
falling
phenomenon
down.
you can have.
All right, cool, great. So what are you
The tree is
manipulating in
completely
that
natural.
example?
The phenomenon
What is your
also natural.
what is your independent variable for that effect? What's the cause for that effect? Your supposed cause?
It's the masses.
The masses. And so what are you doing to vary and manipulate that independent variable to test whether that is the cause for that apple falling?
You place the masses next to the torsion balance.
Torsion bar. Where are you getting torsion? Because is there a torsion ball involved in the apple falling?
No, but the
No. So wait.
principle I'm going to
Wait.
test.
Remember. Well, hold on 1 second, because
Okay.
the effect that we're trying to determine the cause for is the apple falling, and why did it fall?
No, it's just a
No.
specific example
That is
because
the observation you said. You gave me that observation. Apple falls, and we're trying to determine why is this apple falling. There has to be some sort of cause, and so you're trying to say, well, I think the supposed cause is gravity or this thing, right? So you have to vary and manipulate that cause to determine the effect. Now, there's no torsion bar involved in this apple falling, is there? So the torsion bar isn't going to be your independent variable, is it?
No, the torsion bar
Exactly. There's no torsion bar involved. So you need to determine
wasn't supposed to be an
cause of the
independent
apple falling,
variable.
which is what?
Its precession would be the acceleration of the torsion bar towards the masses.
Well,
Yeah.
you keep saying torsion bar. With the apple falling, you understand there's no torsion bar involved.
Yes,
There.
because
So what you understand, like that's not the cause of the apple falling.
no, because the
So what is
hypothesis
the
that I'm
cause of the
making,
apple falling?
it isn't
What is the
only
cause?
limited to
What
an
is the
apple
cause of the
falling.
apple falling?
It's simply about all of the masses in the universe, and you asked me for a specific example where we observe this in reality. So I gave.
How
a
did you
specific
determine the
example,
cause? That's what
but
we're
that's
asking. How did you
just one of
determine
the
the cause
millions
of
of
this apple
these.
falling? You would have to vary and manipulate that supposed cause. You keep saying torsion bar.
Yeah,
With
I'm
the
doing
apple
that.
falling, which is the example you gave, there is no torsion bar
Okay.
involved. So you see how there's a problem here.
I'm trying to find out how an acceleration between masses work. An
No,
apple
you
is
keep saying
one
torsion
instance of
bar.
that happening.
You keep bringing up a torsion bar.
Yes, the torsion
Well,
bar
where
is
is
another
there a torsion
example.
bar?
Every single object in the
With a
universe
tree and
can
an
be.
apple, dude.
Okay.
I see a tree and an apple. I don't see no torsion bar.
I mean, you can make one, then you will see it. Am I right?
But again, you're trying to determine the
any
cause
object.
for this effect. You have to vary and manipulate the cause. But you're saying, well, I varied and manipulated a torsion bar. Is that the cause of the apple falling, your torsion bar?
No.
No. So then what is the cause of the apple falling?
The cause of the apple falling is the presence of mass next to it.
Okay, and how did you vary and manipulate that to determine that that was the cause? A torsion bar?
The Cavendish experiment.
Somebody
I
help.
placed
think he's
masses.
coping. It's a
Somebody
spiral,
help
I
this
think, at
guy
this point.
out.
Yes.
Somebody
Yeah,
help
I
him
can help
out.
him out.
I get that.
This is crazy.
Yeah, so I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how hypotheses are tested by experiment.
Nah, not really.
Oh,
We understand that the independent variable is the supposed cause.
What's a hypothesis, Creation Bear, in the scientific method?
Yes,
Hold
what's
on.
a hypothesis?
Is that in question? That the independent variable is your supposed cause? Does anyone have
Creation Bear, what's a
contention with that?
hypothesis in the scientific method?
Does anyone have contention with that?
Yes, I have.
Please tell me why.
Due to the fact that an independent variable, from definition, is a variable that is manipulated by the person making the experiment in order
I agree with that.
cause
So,
a
like
change
in testing the term of
another variable.
in testing the cause of like boiling water, what would be your effect? In determining the cause for that, you would vary and manipulate the heat. That would be the independent variable.
That would be an example.
Correct. That would be your independent variable that you vary and manipulate. That's the supposed cause, correct?
Yes, basically. But the problem with that
So what is the independent
Stop interrupting.
variable?
Okay, stop
I'm not
interrupting.
No, I'm trying to basically educating your dumbass at this point, because you guys are saying that, well, you understand that the independent variable must be the supposed cause, and it must be varied and manipulated. But with your little,
it could all be the same thing, or maybe
What you did is that you gave one particular instance of an experiment where the independent variable
in your instance, in your experiment, you don't have an independent variable.
Yeah, from that instance, you have concluded that for every single independent variable, it also has to be a cause, which doesn't follow because it's just
That's the whole point of you conducting any scientific experiment, is to determine the cause. You're telling us you understand the cause of this apple falling, and that it's some sort of gravitation that hasn't been determined to be even true. That hasn't been established. You didn't vary or manipulate that. That's not even in your hypothesis.
It is.
If you even had one.
Hypothesis about
no, it isn't, because you have torsion bars. You don't even have a naturally occurring phenomenon in Cavendish. Again, remember when I asked you remember I asked you, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon? You're like, well, look here, listen, I'll drop something. And then I asked you, well, what's happening in Cavendish? We have a torsion bar and two balls moving towards each other, not something being dropped to the ground.
Two masses accelerate towards each other.
Yes. But the cause is the torsion bar.
What's the difference? Okay, I'm trying to ask you, what do you think is a variable that makes
it doesn't matter what I think. It's just not equivocate to what you're trying to prove. The thing you dropped.
Okay, so what's the variable that makes the difference? What's the variable that makes
they're way off. They don't even go together. Because remember,
okay, so what's the reason? I can
Because you said,
assume that you're
look,
right with that for the
That,
purpose of the argument. Now I'm trying to find out what's your reason for that.
Brian,
What do you think is the thing that makes a difference between these two situations? That these aren't analogies.
again, because, like you said, when I asked you for what's the phenomenon, you say, well, look, this thing dropped and fell and hit the ground. Cool, I get that. That is the thing that's kind of in question here, isn't it? That's the thing you're like, well, look, something dropped. But then when we move and take a look at Cavendish, we have a no naturally occurring phenomenon. We have the independent variable isn't even the thing you're trying to determine the cause for. And from my understanding, when they set up Cavendish, they were trying to test the
gravity.
the density of the Earth or some bullshit like that, or the weight of the Earth or something like that. It wasn't even to determine like things falling to the ground. So, but you guys use it as like some sort of weird parlor trick, and you sell it to people like, well, this proves that things go down, but nothing. They didn't even test that as that wasn't the phenomenon they tested, which is crazy that you would try to link those two together.
It demonstrates the correlation.
Isn't the density of the
No
Earth being
correlation.
determined doesn't it require the formula for gravitation to be established in the
Again,
first place?
here's my major problem is you guys keep saying the gravitation and gravitation this. Nothing has been established. You just keep saying it and punting it into the conversation. The gravity, gravitation, law of gravitation. But when we actually go into like the actual scientific steps that need to be taken to even get to a law, you ain't got that. You don't even have a naturally occurring
This is supposed to
phenomenon,
be
dude. You have balls in a shed.
exactly. This is supposed to be the part of the process of you establishing that law, not assuming that law exists already. So don't beg the
I mean,
question. Yeah?
that's the entire
Circular
point of the
reasoning.
hypothesis. You have to assume.
No. It's well, then it's flawed. Well, wait, okay. If your test is to see if the law of gravitation is correct, we're still asking the question: how did you develop that law? It's not Cavendish then. Okay, let's go back even further to where it was and how it was established.
There's absolutely no reason why should I give you any reason why it was established. You could just make it up.
Well,
You just make it up.
Yes,
that's what happened. They made it up.
There isn't any requirement.
So why do you think people don't believe in this garbage?
For a hypothesis.
Why do you think people don't believe in this trash? Because people just made it up, Embo.
Because
you don't have anything to stand on, dude. Just pipe down. This isn't even science.
Made up.
Just relax.
It wasn't just made up. I'm just saying that
You just said
it
it
can
was.
be. It can be.
It was.
There isn't any requirement, but that doesn't mean it was made up in this specific
If
example.
it wasn't made up, you'd be able to give us a hypothesis and an independent variable, and we'd be done with it. Instead of saying, well, it could be made up. Why would you even say that? That's ridiculous. It's over.
Due to the fact
Cavendish is trash.
The
gravity's trash.
way how a hypothesis was invented doesn't say anything about its credibility. Because if a hypothesis was ridiculous and didn't apply to the real world, then after its verification, it would come out that it isn't real in the experiment
I just
itself.
want the audience to understand that this is the best they have. Well, maybe it could be, possibly, maybe if you think about it, could be. Fuck all that. They don't have shit. All right. There is no gravity. There's no law of gravitation. There's no fucking any of this stuff. They don't have science for it. They don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't know if you've also noticed that, but in many people who just deny things, they just like.
I'm not denying anything. You wait, hold on. To be fair, you haven't presented anything for us to deny. Let's be honest. Embo, I know you want to just roll on, but you definitely have not presented anything for us to deny. Let's be honest. You haven't said, well, here's the scientific experiment, here's the independent variable, here's this, that, and the other, here's the science. You didn't do that for us to deny anything. You just saying law of gravitation. There's a law of gravitation for sure. There's nothing to deny. You have not offered nothing.
He's crazy. Some of this crap.
Crazy,
maybe
dude.
I can help clear this up a little.
Okay, present when ready.
Hello, fellow Earthlings.
Floor is yours. Present everything you want, and go.
wild, bro. Like they admit themselves that the independent variables don't even match the observational the phenomenon. They don't even match. But we're just gonna buy it. This is the proof. Okay, well we don't.
Yeah, it's interesting. You give him the floor, now he doesn't want to talk.
Because yeah, man, this is great. I love it. Like I genuinely expected more of you go over this. This is crazy. Y'all got nothing.
I expected from you not any knowledge even, but just
Knowledge. Well, how come I know more about the scientific method than you?
Okay, try again, Embo. You're going to present something that you think Creation Bear denied. Okay, so what did he deny? And go.
He denied the existence of the gravitation.
You haven't established that. You have to establish that it's there. You haven't done that. There's nothing to deny if you haven't established it.
It is.
Okay, so far
saying it's there. I have an imaginary friend and he's real. I promise. We'll establish it. Well, he's just there. I promise.
That's so far all you got right now. Is that Christian Bear's got an imaginary friend. You got some idea that you can't articulate or take questions on, and you get upset when people don't trust you, bro. You've given them reasons not to trust you, bro.
The only way I'm going to get upset is when someone interrupts, regardless of if they.
You don't care about your feelings. You just haven't established that there's gravity yet. That's it. You don't care about your feelings.
Probably should go to a smaller room than a room with like 40-something people in it.
But
who said that gravity doesn't exist? Who was that said that? I'm curious. I can't remember.
Those words actually never came up. It's just that he keeps saying law of gravitation, and we can't seem to establish that to be even a thing. We're willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept that gravity, whatever that is, may be true, but I need to see something for it, not just those words punted into a conversation, and we're just going to accept it face value.
Okay, I thought someone said that gravity doesn't exist.
What is gravity?
What does it say? That downward force, what is it, 9.8 meters per second squared? Is that what it is?
When was that established?
I don't know. I have to Google it. I can't remember what year it was.
Oh, okay, so there you go. You're doing the same thing as him, punting it into the conversation, assuming it's a thing.
Well, if you don't believe it, why don't you go to the top of a building and step
believe
off and
what?
see what happens?
That's not gravity, dummy. I don't listen. The fact that you think stop. Hold on. Reality. Hold on. Reality. The fact that you think that I can't fly, therefore, is retarded.
Okay, well, tell me what it is.
Hold on. You were not born like Superman. You can't fly. The fact that you think that something is stopping you from flying is crazy. You were not born with those abilities. Nothing's preventing you from achieving those abilities of flying. So you stepping off a building isn't proving anything but your retardation and your lack of understanding that you can't fly.
Okay,
why
so
would
what's
you
pulling
assume
you
anything
down?
other would happen? Nothing pulled you down.
The building's lifting you up.
Nothing pulled you down. You took yourself up to the top of a building and then jumped off. Nothing pulled you down.
Yeah,
you were on the ground already, and you went up there and jumped off.
The building.
So when you say something's pulling you down, what you're really saying is, well, I jumped and I should have flown up, but something stopped me. That's
what's keeping you on the ground?
Retarded.
What's keeping you on the ground?
You don't have flying abilities.
Well, why don't you just float away?
Because you don't have flying abilities. Oh my god! Like, how are you guys this retarded? Why do you think you should be flying or floating right now? That's so dumb, and nothing is preventing you from flying. You're not Superman. This isn't Dragon Ball Z.
Well,
why do you think you should be flying?
Either, you know.
You were not born with floating or flying abilities, and nothing is stopping you from achieving those abilities. The fact that you're asking why can't I fly right now is retarded beyond belief.
I'm not talking about flying. I'm asking about
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're saying, why can't I go up? When I jump, why don't I continue up? That's called flying.
Okay, so what is this downward force on the planet? You think that's real or no? What's that?
You just can't fly. You're
Forget
not
about flying.
able
Is there
to
a
jump
downward
and fly.
force?
No, there is no force because you think something's holding you back from flying, bro.
I just wanted to hear what you had to say. You said you don't think there's a
Why do
downward.
you? The question is, why do you think you can fly?
I'm not talking about flying. You
Yes,
are.
you are.
I'm talking about this downward
You
force
said,
that's
well,
being measured.
something's holding me back from when I jump. I don't continue going up. That's called flying. So you're saying, well, how come I can't fly? Are you a bird? Why would you fly? That's not a thing. Okay, so
You still didn't answer my question about this downward
nothing's
force.
preventing you. There is no downward force because
Okay, that's
nothing's preventing you from flying.
so
You
there is no
don't have
downward.
flying abilities. You guys are so dumb. I swear to God.
Okay.
The fact that
Well,
you
now
guys
you
think
answered my question.
that
You said
something
there's
is
no downward force.
preventing you from floating up in the sky, which is called flying,
Okay.
therefore something's holding you back. That's retarded.
So you answered it though. You said there is no downward force. That's all I wanted to know. I was just
But
curious what your
why
thoughts
would
were.
something prevent you from flying?
I don't know. Probably the same thing that would prevent me from doing anything else. I guess. I
Probably
can't do
because you
anything.
don't have flying abilities.
I can't run 80 miles an hour either. So what's preventing me from
Well, so
doing that?
nothing's holding you back from running 80 miles. Oh my God. You see the problem?
No.
Nothing's stopping you from doing something you can't do.
Yeah, there's a reason why I can't do it.
So there's no gravity needed to prevent you from fucking jumping and then starting to fly. Dude, we're not in Dragon Ball Z. This isn't fucking Superman where we can just fly.
You can
So
relax. So you
nothing's
answered my
stopping
question.
you from that. It's just
You said
the
there's no
thing is, we
downward
got the
force.
chat going off right now saying, "Well, we should be able to fly. We should." Like retards.
No, I don't think I can fly. I never said that.
Well, you probably think something's holding you down to the ground.
No, you answered my question. You said you don't think there's a downward force on this planet. So that's all I wanted to know.
What do you think? I bet you think someone's holding you down.
No, I don't think anyone's holding me down. I think there is a downward force though being applied to this planet. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't say someone's holding me down. No, that's something different.
Okay.
But there is a force, I believe. But you say no. So okay, that's cool.
So it's holding you down, huh?
Holding you down and a force being applied are two different things. So
sounds like the same thing.
No, the way you describe it, it almost sounds like someone has like their arms around me and preventing me from doing something.
Oh, really? Gravity has arms? Because they're saying gravity is holding you back, like keeping
I
you
never
on the
used the word
ground.
hold. I didn't say anything about holding. I just
Okay. Do I need to?
about a
I got to
downward
use this
force.
guy's preferred pronouns. What are your preferred pronouns then?
I just asked you if you thought there was a downward force on this planet, and you said no. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
But here's the thing. I want to address the fact that you think there's something. You don't like me saying holding you down, but you think that you're being like attracted, or whatever to the Earth, right?
Yes, I think there is a downward force.
So holding you down. Yeah, and okay. So if I turn this feature off, would you start flying up in the air?
If you did what?
If I were somehow God, I could just turn this feature off.
Right.
Alexa, turn off this downward thing. Would you start flying in the air?
I might float away. I don't know. I might start
See,
levitating.
there we go. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. You guys think that naturally you have these abilities to float and fly in the air, but there's this thing, this one thing that stops me from doing that. I just want you to know, you don't have that. You would not float. You would not fly in air. That's crazy. And then there's nothing that needs to prevent you from that happening. You can take both those ideas away, and you're left with nothing.
So if this invisible force was removed, that would still be okay. I wouldn't float away or anything.
Yeah,
okay.
why would you float away? Those are just extra ideas y'all motherfuckers add on top for no damn reason.
Okay, maybe you know something I don't. I just wanted to know what your opinion was. That's all.
I mean, I don't know anything special. I'm nobody special. It's just very strange that people they add these two ideas. That one, that they have this sort of like they should be floating somehow, and that number two, something stops them from that happening. If you just take both of those ideas away, you're left with nothing.
and you don't need to float or fly anywhere. You're just on the ground like everything else. And if you go to the top of the building, which you put yourself into, and then you jump off, why would you be confused about why you didn't float up? When does that happen? Ever. It doesn't happen. You don't have those abilities. So nothing's preventing you from flying or floating. So it's
Okay.
weird that you guys are like, but I fell off a building. You jumped. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, okay.
Holy shit.
Huh.
Unreal.
You know what? The reason why I asked you this, I wouldn't have said anything at all, but you're the first flat earther I talked to who says that gravity is not a thing.
I
You're the first
actually
one.
never said those words
No,
specifically. I just
not
am
verbatim.
asking dudes for like, okay, if you're saying law of gravitation, how can we establish that as a thing? And they're like, well, it's just a thing. Okay, well, then when, how, or what can we do to establish that? Well, you don't believe? Well, so what is the scientific steps that we took to get to this point? Well, see,
Okay.
you just don't like it then. So like they don't have anything.
Okay. I mean, I understand that you guys aren't all the same. I understand that. Just like all theists don't have the same ideas about stuff. I get it.
Yeah, reality.
Different
Are you familiar with Einstein at all?
Yes, Palestine is flat because it got bombed.
No, Einstein. In general relativity.
Who's talking?
It's Crit.
I thought I heard someone else saying something. Yeah, I'm familiar
Yeah,
with Einstein and general relativity. Yeah.
Okay, so is in that theory, gravity is not a force.
You're talking about the E equals mc squared?
Yeah.
No, gravity's not in there.
Yeah, gravity is not a force. It's called the equivalence principle. When you jump off a building, there's no force pushing you down. You've removed the force that was lifting you up the building.
I've heard that before, sure.
Okay. So when you say jump off a building to debunk gravity, you're in direct heresy with Einstein.
And you're also on the verge of violating TOS, so be careful with your words.
Oh yeah, it's a good idea too. The self-harm thing.
Yes, yes. Not a good idea to tell flat earthers to go and jump off buildings, man.
I'm just so used. Yeah, I'm so used to hearing
I didn't tell him
globalists
to
say
jump off
that.
the building. I was just suggesting he could test gravity that way. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I'm just so used to globalists telling flat earthers to off themselves, drink bleach, don't breed. You know, like all
No,
these
I don't
things.
want I don't want anyone to die. So let's get that straight.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, you can throw an apple in there and see if it falls back down. How's that?
We offered some charity to your expression.
Okay, thank you. I know we go back and forth, but I don't want any harm to come to anybody. So
appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
Wait, Craig, I have a question.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever won Nitro from this?
Oh, what do you think? What do you think? Wait, why did he get muted? Was he?
What,
Is he?
it's one of those like dad jokes from under these nuts. Do you want to hear it, CB?
No.
Okay.
Yo, I love this server, bro. I love my little simps I got in the server, bro. Shout out to my simps, Embo, Jekyll, Manu, all my little simps. I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. Let me know how the salt tastes as well.
The salty nuts.
Yeah, I let the salt run down, right to the testes. I know you guys like balls. So just let me know how that salt tastes. Anyway, this is fucking awesome, dude. I appreciate you guys letting me cook.
Yeah, close, dude. Your question was going to be like natural from under these nuts or something like that. Like, dude, you're not cloaked, okay? All right, just type it out. If you got something to say, type it out, and I'll say I was wrong. Oh, no one's won Nitro yet. No, it's still looking for globe proof. Anything, really. So right now, the first one, okay, there's 3 things put in. The first one was just to prove the globe, was just a random bunch of emojis, a string of emojis, which is like the globe, some other things, and then followed up with the gay pride flag.
Easter
Then
Island head, nerd face.
Yeah, that was the first proof of the globe. I offered photographs from space. Why would they lie? And flat earthers are just dumb. You got Embo, who believed my imaginary friend. I mean, there's some other guy who came in here earlier. That he dug to China from was it Colorado or maybe it was Canada. I can't remember. It was Canada or Colorado, something like that. Something with a C. He dug all the way to China. So if you got something better than that, yeah, present when ready.
I have something.
Whoa. Let's go.
I dropped something. Yeah. I dropped something.
Nice.
There, drop something there for Ursa Ball.
You dropped the mic.
Yeah. Get wrecked.
Easy. Next. Easy.
It's a month of Nitros up in the air. It's up
dumb, bro.
It's 2 weeks now. No globe proof.
Just look at the chat. Like, I asked Homeboy, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon in Cavendish? And he goes, well, the naturally occurring phenomenon is things falling. What happens in Cavendish? Not things falling. Oh my God.
Yeah, the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment is not really an experiment about the Earth. It's about the different setups of torsion bars. Because it doesn't work every time. It only works like 1 out of 10 times. Or maybe less than that.
You don't drop anything vertically in it either.
Yeah, it's horizontal movement.
Exactly. It's horizontal.
Try doing Cavendish with helium. Let's see that. I want to see that.
Yeah,
shit.
I want to see it done with all different types of elements.
Hell yeah. Let's get that. Now let's put the Cavendish experiment in an open vacuum with helium and start spinning it at 1,000 miles an hour. And then we'll start dropping.
There was a guy who used it to debunk Cavendish by just using fried chicken. You put like fried chicken on each end and just show that the bar is going to move that direction automatically. It doesn't matter what you put on it.
Yeah, that was Biodual.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah.
But has Cavendish ever been done like underwater?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, change in medium, or mercury or something like that. Yeah, inside a ball, vat of mercury. Different elevations.
It's going to be hard to find something that's more dense than the liquid mercury. That's not actually going to dissolve.
Honestly, the problem is they need to know how much mass the Earth actually has. So they don't know that. That's the real problem. Because
like what manufacturer? Can we unmute this guy? They took away my mod perms. I don't even know why. Nothing even happened. Somebody was salty, took my shit away. But unmute this dude so we can talk to Manu. So I said that the naturally occurring phenomenon would be the effect you're trying to determine the cause for. And when I asked Homeboy about the effect, he gave me apple falling from tree. And when we asked for Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
You asked for it.
I was referring to. I was talking about. I said, "Homeboy." You didn't say anything. It's the first time you jumped on the mic, Manu.
All right.
God, it's like talking to women on Fresh and Fit. I swear, you guys are bird brain.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Are you here?
Yeah,
I God
hold on.
damn.
CB, you just asked for him to get unmuted. Okay, now you're just going to have to deal with it. Okay.
Fucking hell! I said he, the last guy we were speaking to, the guy. I'm just continuing the conversation we had in the chat.
Glad that's cleared up. now.
Embo said apple falling from tree. So I asked for the cause. He said torsion bar. So he kept flip flopping back and forth between Cavendish and what actually happens in reality. So we're trying to tie those two things together. They're saying that the cause of things falling is gravity. And then when we ask for the scientific experiment to test that cause, they give us Cavendish. But when we ask for a naturally occurring phenomenon, he gave me apple falling. But the naturally occurring phenomenon in Cavendish is what manufactotum?
So the naturally occurring phenomenon would be things falling.
I'm going to keep my composure here. So that would be our dependent variable. So what would be
No.
our independent?
That's the observed phenomenon.
The effect. Yes
like,
or
sure.
no? Well, it's not if I like.
It's
hold
not
on.
necessarily the
You
effect of the
said in the
experiment.
chat, stop. You said in the chat that I don't understand the scientific method. It's either about to be one of the two of us. It's either me or you. It's not both of us. So the effect would be your dependent variable, yes or no?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, great. So then our independent variable would be the cause that we're testing and manipulating to determine that that's the reason for the effect, right?
For the dependent variable, yes.
Okay. Okay, sounds like I understand the method then.
Well, no,
So when
not
I
if you
asked,
conflate the dependent variable with the observed phenomenon.
that is the same thing.
Yeah,
No.
it is. It's the same. Yeah,
It's
naturally
not the same
That
thing.
is
It's not
your
the same
dependent
thing.
variable.
It's the
Oh
effect,
my
yes.
Independent variable,
God.
dependent variable are parts of the experiment.
Stop.
The experiment is meant to test
Stop.
the
Stop.
hypothesis.
We have the
hypothesis
apple falling from the
is
tree. We're
naturally
trying
occurring
to
phenomenon.
determine the cause for that effect. Yes or no? Apple falls. We want to know the cause for that effect.
In this case, yes.
Okay. So the independent variable would be the cause for the effect, the dependent variable, which is the apple falling, the effect, the naturally observed phenomena.
The dependent variable is not apples falling.
Well, that would change depending on what your scientific experiment is.
Right.
So in his example, he said apples fall from the tree. That was his example. I don't know why you're trying to grill me. This was his example. So that's the observed phenomenon, right? So what would be that would be the effect we're trying to determine the cause for.
But the experiment is meant to test the hypothesis.
Now, what's the hypothesis involves the independent variable?
No. The experiment
You're
involves the independent variable, the
lost.
dependent variable.
That's what I just said. That's what I literally just said. It involves your independent variable, which you're testing.
All right, let's start from the beginning.
How did we just say the same thing, and you're saying I'm conflating the two?
Yes, you are.
No,
we just said the exact same thing, word for word.
This is like who's
your hypothesis is the independent variable, which is your supposed cause, right?
What?
It's a supposition.
Are you confused?
I misheard you. Say that again.
It includes it. It includes it.
So the hypothesis involves your independent variable.
No.
Oh my God.
Again,
fucking retard. You're retarded, dude. It's over. You're dumb. You just said it yourself. I just regurgitated what you said. You tell me I was wrong.
You are wrong.
Oh, I literally just repeated what you said. I didn't add anything.
Okay, what is the hypothesis?
Supposition.
Oh my God.
It's a supposition into a
Since you know the scientific method, you should know this.
Independent is the cause.
Yeah, Zodiac pretty much hit it.
The hypothesis is the independent variable?
Supposition into
is that what I said?
There's two people talking. Supposition into?
The cause
and effect.
Which are your two variables?
That's a part of the hypothesis. Hypothesis should be causal in nature.
Yeah, the cause
Which
is
involves your independent variable, dumb fuck.
No.
the cause
Oh
is the
my
independent
god.
variable.
Then the cause is the independent
Hypothesis
variable.
should be causal in nature. It doesn't mean you can necessarily write every hypothesis as an if-then statement. A hypothesis is a tenable,
It's not just
yet
an if-then
untested,
statement.
yet
You have to
unproven,
be able to
unverified
do, the
theory.
whole point of even putting together a scientific hypothesis is to see if you can experiment and determine whether that actual cause is the effect. That's it. That's the whole point. So if you have your independent variable,
Not
you're
as
testing to
tied to
see.
cause and effect as you're
That's
trying to make
exactly
up.
what you're being
It
loose
should be
with the
causal in
definition
nature,
then.
but it is not purely and only cause and effect.
Yeah, it
The
is.
independent
No, it's
variable
not.
is the cause. The independent variable is the cause.
The whole
Independent
point,
variable is the cause
because
of the thing,
manufacturer,
sir.
he's saying
Yes,
that
but now
apple
we're
falls
at
from
the
the tree because of
experiment.
this
The
thing.
hypothesis.
No, stop. He's saying apple falls from the tree because of this thing. This is the cause for the apple falling. But you're
What
saying,
is
well,
this
it's not
thing? What is
totally.
this thing?
That's not exactly what it's all for. That's the whole
What is
thing of
this
it
thing?
for. You're trying to use Cavendish as, well, this is the cause for this thing happening.
What is this thing?
But you're telling us, well, that's not true.
What is this thing?
Apple
In
falling.
regards to what? When
You
we
said
see the
apple
apple
falls
falling, but you
because
haven't
of this
determined.
thing.
Well, that hasn't been determined yet. That's the whole point.
It hasn't even been mentioned yet. What is this thing that you just
You
said?
guys keep going. It has been mentioned many times because y'all kept seeing gravitational law, and we're trying to get you to actually walk that through the scientific method, and you can't.
Okay, so the apple falls, right? That's our observed
Okay,
phenomenon.
great.
What's the hypothesis?
That's your job.
You're the one proving gravity. You have to come up.
You're the one trying to say there's a gravitational law
hold on.
involved there.
Not
We're
got
not
there
saying
yet.
that. That's you.
So
I already
hypothesis
said it.
drawn from the observed phenomenon of things falling is that things fall because massive bodies attract. in
That's
relation to
not
their
a valid
mass inversely from their
hypothesis.
distance.
That's not a valid hypothesis.
Absolutely, it is. This is why I said
No,
you don't understand
no.
what
So
hypotheses and
what? Okay,
experiments are.
what is your independent variable?
Are we skipping the hypothesis? Going to
That
the
is the hypothesis. That is
No,
part of
it's
the hypothesis.
experiment. So I was right. You don't understand it.
No. You don't understand it, manufactotum.
Why is that an
Because an
untenable
experiment
hypothesis?
is a hypothesis test.
Yes.
So you have to have a
Yes, it
hypothesis
is.
to test that hypothesis, dumb fuck.
Which
So
I
you
just
need to have
gave
an
you.
actual independent variable in the hypothesis.
In the
So what's the
experiment.
independent variable?
The
An
independent variable
experiment
is
is
part
a
of the
hypothesis
experiment.
test.
Yes. We're testing
So
the
you need a
hypothesis.
hypothesis that's valid that has your independent variable, which would
You
be
are
what?
equating the hypothesis with the experiment. They're two
The hypothesis
separate
test
things.
is called an experiment.
That's correct.
So you're testing the hypothesis.
That's correct.
Which would have your independent variable.
In the experiment.
Holy fuck. So what's the independent variable then, dummy?
The masses and the distance between them.
So what's your naturally occurring phenomenon then?
Things falling.
So how do you have the masses of the earth?
You don't.
You don't. So where are you even getting this? Like, well, this mass attracts this mass, based off of what? You don't have the mass of this thing.
Observed phenomenon.
The phenomenon is thing goes down. It doesn't. You don't observe this mass attracts.
It doesn't matter the
mass.
direction. The direction is not part of the hypothesis.
No.
You're
That's not the observed phenomenon. You're just adding those extra details.
No, you're conflating
You see apple fall. That's it. You don't see this mass attracts that mass. You don't see that. You see apple fall down. No, you don't. No, of course you don't.
The apple didn't have mass.
So do you see the Earth moving up? Do you see the Earth moving up toward the apple? Yes or no?
No, you don't see that.
Exactly. And you don't know the mass of the Earth either.
Sorry, what do you mean exactly?
You don't see that. You see apple go down. That's it. That's the end of your observation. You don't see, you don't actually witness the Earth attracting a mass of an apple.
No, what do
Show
you
me
like?
the
Where are you even
apple.
getting that from?
Show
You
the
see
What would it
apple
look
apples
like?
causing the
What would
falling
it
earth.
look like if the
down.
Earth were attracting the apple, or the apple were
No,
attracting the Earth?
stop.
What would that look
Listen,
like?
all I'm saying is what the observation is. You see an apple fall. That's it.
Huh?
That's where it stops.
Right?
You're
And you
adding extra
hypothesize
You're
off
no,
of that.
stop. You're adding extra details that the Earth did this thing.
That's what a hypothesis is.
No, okay, but that's not the observation. That's my point. You don't
You draw the
see
hypothesis
mass
from the
attracting mass.
observation.
So, but here's the problem. So, what is your independent variable, the cause of this thing you're seeing?
The independent variable is the cause of the dV. It's not the
So,
cause
no
of the thing.
shit. Oh, no
You're
shit.
testing the
So, I'm asking you
hypothesis. This is what I
specifically
mean. You're
what the
conflating the
IV
two.
is. Specifically, what is the IV in this observation?
It's the mass and the distance between them.
Okay. So what's the mass of the Earth? Go ahead.
We're not testing the Earth. We're testing the
But you have to be able to very manipulate that mass and the distance to determine the cause.
We're talking about things falling toward the Earth.
So if you don't have the mass, and you're not varying and manipulating that mass to determine whether that's the cause for the thing falling. Yes, you do.
phenomenon.
You're telling me I don't understand the scientific method. You're saying, well, you don't need a hypothesis and you don't need to test the IV.
When you do the
You're
experiment with boiling
retarded.
water, what was the observed phenomenon?
The observed phenomenon is the boiling water itself, and you're trying to determine the cause for that boiling water.
Hold on.
Stop.
Okay.
So I could go to maybe a hot spring, a geyser. I see boiling water, and I'm wondering, well, how does this happen? I see an observed phenomenon in nature, and I'm wondering what is the cause for this phenomenon. Well, let me see if I can test this cause. I think it may be heat, so I'm going to vary and manipulate heat. I'll have maybe a control. I'll have some other settings where I'll have the temperature low, high, and medium, and I see that if at a certain temperature the heat causes the water to boil. Boom! I've determined the cause for the effect.
Right,
Easy.
so you did this to the spring?
Now, what the problem is with your apple falling, you don't have an actual variable that you're manipulating and changing. Well, you're not manipulating the mass of the Earth.
Did you
God.
boil the spring? Did you boil the water in the spring?
So no, yes.
Then why the fuck do I have to vary manipulate the Earth?
Yes, I did. Wait, well, hold on, stop. Yes, I did in my experiment.
Put a fire under the spring and watched it boil?
No, stop. Listen. The spring is made of water, right? You're trying to determine why the water is boiling. Your supposed cause is heat. So you vary the heat. You have maybe water and heat at a low temperature, nothing happens. It doesn't boil.
What water are you
You have water and heat at a high temperature, and it boils. So you can
this
determine the
any
cause. And you're trolling at this point if you don't understand what I'm saying.
I do understand.
This is very simple.
What you're asking
You didn't very manipulate this geyser. It's about water. So the problem is this.
Any water, why can't I use any masses?
Because you haven't determined the mass of the Earth. That's not a mass you can use because that hasn't been determined yet.
I don't need to use the mass of the Earth. I
That's
just need to use mass.
No, that's what you're using.
Yes.
Why? Why am I using the Earth?
You're saying that's the thing attracting the apple.
Yeah.
So why aren't you boiling the spring?
Oh my, you're retarded, bro.
Water is water. Mass is mass.
Okay, you can boil the water. Wow, that's amazing. Great. Okay, can you show me how much mass the Earth has, or are you just going to divert to another?
Because you can't vary and manipulate that. No, you can't. That's the point. You can't vary and manipulate that. That's the entire point. So that's not you're supposed to. Yes, you need to because that's your supposed cause, dummy.
But you don't need to boil the spring.
The masses. My independent variable. No, you're so dumb. The variable in the water boiling, the IV is heat.
Okay,
not
are you physically exciting the molecules?
You're literally just hold on, stop, Manu. You're having your syndrome, your flat Earth can't be right syndrome is flaring up.
My point is you're not doing this in your experiment. Why are you asking it of me?
Stop. When you say you didn't boil the geyser, what is my independent variable? Is it a geyser or is it heat?
Right. In my experiment,
no, it's not right. It was a question. That was a question. It's not right, Manu. That was a question. Is it geyser or heat? Is it geyser causes water to boil? Only geysers cause water to boil, or is it that heat causes water to boil? What is my independent variable?
water of a geyser
What is
boiling.
my independent variable, dummy? That was my effect. The boiling water. The dependent variable. The boiling water. The
Okay, so
geyser.
they're not the same as your
I'm
observed
asking
phenomenon.
I'm asking you what the independent variable is, man.
And mine are
Stop
yours.
tap dancing. You brought up the geyser again. What is the independent variable that I'm testing? Is it geysers cause water to boil, or is it heat causes water to boil? Okay, so that's the thing I very manipulated. So you
And what
keep
was
trying to
my
say,
independent
"Well, you
variable?
didn't vary the geyser." Well,
What
your
was my
independent
independent
variable is the
variable?
mass of the Earth.
No, it wasn't the mass of the Earth.
Yes, it
just mass.
is. You're
Yeah, it's
lying.
not.
Yes,
No,
it is.
it's
You're
not.
lying. Yes, you are.
Yes,
So
it
what is
is.
causing?
Wouldn't,
Stop!
because
Stop! Stop!
you
What
can't do this
causes?
honestly. So you have to straw man my argument.
Stop! What causes the apple to fall?
A bigger mass.
Which is what? Which is what?
In this case, it's the
The Earth.
Yeah, no
Okay. So you
Okay,
didn't
what
very
causes the
manipulate
geyser
that
to boil?
variable. Stop! You did
No,
not
what stop? What
manipulate.
causes the geyser to boil?
Stop! Somebody mute him. Somebody mute him. Because he's
there
not.
we
He's missing the point. You're missing the point. I already covered the geyser. My independent
you didn't.
variable. Stop. My effect is boiling water. Your effect is falling apple.
Nope.
That
was the observed phenomenon. Again, you're
which is the
conflating
effect.
them.
Dummy.
My
Somebody
effect
please mute
is
him.
the
Somebody
state of
please mute him. Somebody mute him. Your effect is falling apple.
Why can't you mute him yourself?
Because somebody took
does
my
somebody
mute.
else have to
Somebody
do
took.
it?
Somebody took my perms. Somebody took my perms away because they were salty. Okay, they don't like the way I move. They're being bitches. But whatever. So in his example, the effect is falling apple. My example is boiling water. Stop. Now, my independent variable, my supposed cause, is heat. So I can absolutely take heat and vary and manipulate that. His independent variable, he's already interrupting because he's coping. His independent variable is claimed to be the mass of the Earth, which you most certainly.
You're lying.
Okay,
Did I ever say that?
This
What
is
did I
recorded.
say
Somebody
the
mute him
independent
again. Somebody
variable?
mute him. Mute
Say it
him.
right.
Mute him. Because this is all recorded. You did say it. We asked you.
What?
You said mass of the Earth, so you have to vary and
No, I didn't say
manipulate that
mass of
mass.
the Earth. I said
Yes,
mass.
you did. No,
Mass is
stop.
What heat were you using to boil the water?
When you said there's another mass, there's a bigger mass that attracts the apple. What is that bigger mass? Is it the Earth?
In the observed phenomenon, yeah, it's the Earth.
Okay, so you have to vary manipulate that supposed cause. Yes, yes, you do. So you said earlier, I don't understand that. You said earlier,
whatever heat you want.
Stop. You said earlier, I don't understand the scientific method. It's been demonstrated. You definitely don't. It's you, sir. The fact that you think you can conduct, there's no rules different. I explained.
Why can you use any
you
heat?
have
Why can't
to
use any
vary.
mass?
No, but I'm not saying any heat. You're not saying any
using
mass.
the same heat that boils the geyser?
Stop. You're not saying, quote, any mass.
That's
in this example, I don't know what. No. You're saying the mass is the Earth. You can't just tap dance around and pretend like we're not listening to what you're saying. Any mass. You're saying that the only cause of the mass of the apple falling is the fucking Earth, dude. It's not just any random mass you can use. You can't vary and manipulate your supposed cause to determine that was the cause for the effect. Period.
The same as your boiling geyser.
No.
You're not using the same geothermal heat that boils the geyser. You're using any
that's
heat you want for your experiment.
Wrong. Because I can absolutely vary and manipulate heat to determine whether that causes water to what? Boil. This is super
I can do the same
simple.
with mass to see if masses attract.
Well, go ahead. Wait. Go ahead. Because in my example, my supposed cause is heat. Your supposed cause is mass of the Earth.
Mass.
And I can
just
of
mass.
the
Your
Earth.
supposed cause
Of
is
the
heat of the
Earth.
Earth in that
Of
case.
the Earth. No, stop.
What's boiling the geyser?
Well, what causes the apple
heat
to
of the
fall?
Earth.
No, the heat in general. I didn't say heat of the Earth because I can make heat.
Mass in general
not
is what
of the
attracts
Earth.
mass.
No, I
It's
can
the
make
same
water
thing.
boil not just from the Earth. I can put on a stove top and make the
masses
same
attract
thing
from
happen.
other masses, any
Go
mass.
ahead, wait. Go ahead, please.
Do what? Sorry?
What do you mean, do what? The thing you just said you could do. What the fuck are you talking about?
You
Do what?
manipulate the mass, and that causes the masses to attract at a greater or lesser rate.
Well, go ahead. We want to see that.
Any Cavendish experiment.
No. We want to see it.
What, you want, like a video?
You said you could show me masses attracting mass.
All right, give me a second.
One of them better be the Earth, otherwise you're a fucking retard because
We're
you didn't
past
prove
that.
it.
We already agreed that you don't need the heat of the Earth to boil a geyser. You can use.
I didn't say what, man. Dude, this is why I really expect more of this because you're one of the better ones, but I guess not. The fact that you think only the heat of the Earth can cause water. Wait, Manny, stop. The fact that you only think that the heat of the Earth can cause water to boil shows you're trolling.
I said if you're going to apply those rules to me, then that has to be your experiment.
It's not heat of the Earth. It's heat in general. That's my independent variable. It's not heat of the Earth.
Mass in general. I don't understand why you need it to be the mass
But
of
you
the Earth.
can't validate that though. Show us mass attracting mass in general.
Getting the experiment.
You're not going to show us that.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, I think I reached a conclusion between you two. We can probably move on.
The claim is that
Bro, they're saying apple falls. The cause for the apple is the Earth. We all know you have to vary and manipulate your cause to determine that that's actually the cause for the thing that's happening, your effect. We know they didn't do shit with that for Cavendish. He didn't vary manipulate anything, but he's saying, well, I can show that it happens regardless whether it's the Earth or not. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. I'm definitely not attracted to fat bitches.
the claim is that the apple is falling because of Earth.
Of the Earth, yeah.
So that's the claim that you have to prove, man.
No, it's because of mass.
Okay, prove the mass of the Earth. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. Exactly. What mass?
In general, just like it's not the
what mass of the Earth? You don't have the mass of the Earth.
Mass.
You are
claiming you need it to be the Earth because you want to invalidate the experiment.
You're the one claiming that that's the thing causing the apple to fall.
You are claiming that the
claiming
apple
that
is
mass
falling
attracts
because of the
mass.
Earth.
It just so happens that the largest mass there.
That hasn't been established either. That hasn't even been established to begin with.
That's what the experiment is for.
You don't
What
have
experiment?
how much
Masses attract
the Earth
mass.
has. You don't know how much mass the Earth has.
He's not talking about the Earth. He's talking about
Yes, he is.
mass.
They need to invalidate.
Yes, he is. What is causing the apple to fall, Burge?
Mass.
Idiot.
Can you let me say one?
No,
thing
Burge, you're dumb.
without
What causes the apple to fall? They're saying it's the Earth.
I'm not talking.
We're not going to pretend like we're not talking about the Earth, dude. This is crazy.
I know.
So it's about the Earth.
No, could I finish a sentence?
Of that, how it's not about the Earth? It is.
No. Could I finish my sentence without you interrupting me?
Christ.
Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please tell us how it's not about the Earth when it is.
Okay, can I start now?
Jesus.
Yeah.
He is saying the apple and the Earth are connected. He's not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying the whole time.
He is wanting you to show you that it happens in a smaller scale.
Where? We want to see that.
Could I finish my sentence without
show us.
CB, calm down, dude.
I'm getting
Look in the chat, you idiot.
Man.
All right, don't do.
Yeah, I think we want to move on. But
we're just saying shit. Like, well, we just want to say this happens. Show us.
I'm trying to get to that point, but you're interrupting.
Get to the point. Just show us, bro. Why do you have to explain your way there?
Because I can't just instantly show you something without having an explanation tied to it.
Yeah, you can. Of course you can.
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't understand what's happening.
No, it's not a lack of understanding. Okay, we just want to see this happening.
This is painful.
But he's
Come
trying
on,
to. He's trying to show you that it happens at a smaller scale between
We're
two
waiting.
smaller Jesus, are you like constantly gonna interrupt?
How? What do you need? Is it a certain time frame you need to show us? Is it 15 minutes to show us?
No.
You need
It's just
30 minutes first, and then you're going to show us. Just put it in the like. Can we?
I'm
What's the
explaining
hold
what
up?
he's.
In the chat, bro.
It is
What's in
in
the
the
chat?
and I'm
The
trying to
second
explain.
video,
The Earth
literally, it's in the
attracting
chat.
The Earth
It's in the
attracting
chat.
something.
No, the smaller scale that he's been talking about that you asked for.
It's a smaller scale between two smaller masses.
Yeah, that doesn't prove that the apple is caused by the Earth.
No.
Okay, but he's asking for a smaller scale, and it's right there, and he's ignoring
It's
it.
an observed phenomena. Okay.
Well, what do you? It's not the claim you guys are trying to prove. The fuck?
It's an observed smaller, like a phenomena between two smaller
Well, we're
masses.
talking. The phenomenon is apple falling down. You don't know the mass of the Earth.
Well,
Show us
there's
vertical
there's a
object.
nice
Vertical
there's a
falling.
nice estimate for it, but
Nice estimate. Cool.
In the video,
because-
it doesn't have a vertical. Does it have a vertical object falling in the video? I don't think so.
Doesn't need vertical.
He
is-
claimed he claimed mass. Like he didn't even talk about vertical or anything. He was talking about the mass apple is attracting falling- mass, bro. The apple is falling toward the Earth. Yes.
In the hypothesis, you hypothesize that the Earth is the bigger massive thing pulling the apple.
That's not a
If you
valid
run your
hypothesis.
experiment in line with that vector, you're gonna get wonky results. You wouldn't do it
That's
that way. You need that.
not a
that
valid
direction
hypothesis.
to
That way
cancel
because
itself
it can't
out.
be
It's
proven.
why
It
you
can't
do
be
it horizontally.
That's our whole point. You can't be proven. It can't be proven vertically. Right, exactly. That's the point. You can't
Why would you
validate
prove
this.
it vertically?
Because you literally observe a apple falling from the tree. Yes or
So
no?
if your
That's
hypothesis is correct and the Earth is the biggest massive thing around you, how have you?
You have to
how
prove
have
that.
You don't
controlled
know
for
how
that
much
variable?
You haven't
mass the Earth
established
has.
that yet.
You don't need to know it. You need to equalize
don't
your
know how much
experiment. You
mass
So
need
you
to
can just
control
believe
for
it.
that variable.
You can just believe it. It's fine. It's not a
Why would you
control
do it
because it hasn't been
vertically?
established.
You're gonna get shit data from that experiment.
In science, you need to be specific about the masses in this experiment, right?
Correct.
So
Yes, you
how
need to
much
know that
mass
your
does the
masses, the
Earth
ones that
have?
you
So
control,
how
are the
much
only
mass
ones having
does
an
the Earth
effect.
have? So how much mass does the Earth have?
Yeah.
That's
Around
not the point of the
6.0
experiment.
times
You don't
10
know.
to the power.
You don't
You don't
know.
know.
You
You don't know.
know. You don't know. No one's ever measured that. No one's ever measured that. No one's ever measured that.
Around
Okay,
But-
Bird, if you're just going to give us numbers, we need to know how that was established,
Yeah.
Bird.
Yeah, post
How
your
was it?
measurement.
How did you
Yeah.
get that?
Once you
Show
do
your work.
Cavendish and you establish big G, you take a
You
1 kilogram
measured it.
ball and you calculate its attraction to the Earth, and you
That
know
was
the
never
other mass.
established.
You never measured the mass.
That
of
was
the
never
Earth.
Absolutely, it
established.
was. The guy was
You
about
can't-
to say the number.
You never
Yeah.
measured the
No,
mass
we don't.
of
We
the
can.
Earth.
It's fine. I can just say how big my dick is, but that doesn't. That's not
I
been
just showed you the
established.
methodology.
Hey, let's keep it respectful between each other.
I'm
We
keeping it
might disagree.
respectful. You just making
You're
claims isn't
You're
being
not.
respectful, and then us
No.
expecting you just to believe that off rip is not respectful.
But we're not expecting you to believe it.
There
We're
was no
Yes, you
expecting you
are.
to listen to our points, and you're expecting us to listen
We
to
understand
your
it
points.
better than you. We need the actual proof for your points.
Clearly.
We understand what you're saying. We need the actual evidence and the things to back it up.
I know.
You're
And
claiming the
we're
mass
getting
of the
there.
Earth when Zodiac and I both know there is no established mass of the Earth. No one knows that.
It's obviously not exactly a number.
You never
It's not
measured
even
it.
close. It's not been measured in any way, shape, or form.
It's a pretty good approximation.
No,
we
How do you
don't
know?
want that.
How do you know it's approximate if you don't know the actual value, you idiot?
Because we know big G close enough.
Post
You
the
don't know
measurement.
that.
How
Post
do
the
you
measurement
know?
of the Earth. Post the
It's
measurement of the
around-
Earth in the chat.
So
It's
instead
around
of giving us the approximate,
5.9722
just give
times
us
10 to the
measure
power
that?
24.
Did you
I
measure
didn't.
that? Yes or no? Did you measure that?
If you're asking me if I put the Earth on a scale, no.
Exactly. So who
Of
measured it
course.
and how they did it? How did they do it? Tell us how they did it. Go ahead.
some masses weight now. That's interesting.
Okay, so who put it on a scale? Or who put it on a scale? What was his name?
No.
Well, you just put
it on
two balls in a
scale.
shed with a torsion rod, and that's how you know the entire mass of the entire Earth. Easy.
Well, we
All's in a
obviously
shed,
don't-
guys.
We obviously don't have an intergalactic weight.
No
Like a fucking
shit.
scale, you know?
Masses
No
weight.
one's
No
done it.
shit.
No one's ever done it. That's why we don't believe you. This is why we don't believe you guys.
The only thing we really needed was to see how strong the attraction from the Earth was.
Stop the cap.
aka
You don't know what if the Earth is even attracting anything that hasn't been established yet.
It's in the side chat.
It's
What's
But
in the
we're
side
in the
chat?
site.
just to be clear, we're throwing Einstein out the window with all of this. Then, yeah. Just to be
Yeah.
clear.
Fuck Einstein.
No, we're not.
Fuck him.
What?
Yeah, we are.
At the moment, we're talking about mass attracting mass.
That's
so
right.
the masses, that whatever size they are attracting each other. So we're throwing Einstein, which is the mass, bending and distorting space-time, causing other masses in that gravitational well to be pulled or to fall towards it. There's no physical interaction between the two masses. It's a distortion of space-time. So you're throwing Einstein out the window with this, just to be clear.
No, we're not.
Okay,
Einstein
so
Yeah,
explains
you
the mechanism.
are. Yeah,
you
you
are,
are.
dude.
No, that's the
No.
mechanism.
That's
So
But
it's not mass
ultimately,
attracting mass then?
yeah.
It
The
is.
observe. It is.
No, it isn't. The mechanism is the mass distorting space-time.
Right,
That's
which
the
causes
mechanism.
masses to fall towards each other.
Okay, so not mass attracting mass then?
I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
No,
It's the same.
come on,
Attract
Mano. You
is
know the difference here.
what?
So
What is
not
the
mass
difference?
attracting mass.
So what is the difference then?
I've just told you.
It's the bending of warping in space time that causes
So not
masses
mass
to go
attracting
towards each
mass.
other.
No, it doesn't cause mass attracting
You
mass.
call that attraction in English. I mean, it's not a
Don't
scientific
be a
term.
cunt
But
or
that's
even
what
like,
that means.
dude. Come on. You know that different things. I can cite this till the cows come home. You know this.
Yeah, I'm well aware of what Einstein says.
Good.
It doesn't negate.
So
It
not a
doesn't
force,
negate
not mass
in
attracting
colloquial
mass.
terms, mass attracting mass.
Not in
No, it
colloquial
does.
terms, dude.
If
Now
we're
I'm getting
talking about
frustrated.
forces, we can have that conversation, sure. So as
different.
Einstein describes it, it's not a force.
Good. So not a force. So not mass
So
attracting
not
mass.
mass attracting mass. Yeah.
It is mass
Take that
attracting
out.
mass, yes.
It isn't.
It's different.
So how do you define force?
Yeah, not mass attracting mass.
Not by
Okay,
fucking.
that's what
Not
it's not. How
space-time.
do you define force?
Not space time.
Okay, thanks for two things it's not. I'm asking what it is. What is a force?
Yeah, but you need it to be space time.
I'm asking what is a force that this does not fit the definition of.
It's not physical, is it? Is it physical, this interaction between the two masses at distance? Is it physical?
Yes.
It is physical. What's the physical interaction of the two masses at distance?
It's the space-time around them.
Ah, so it's space time.
Oh. So not
That's the
mass attracting
mechanism,
mass.
yeah.
So not mass attracting mass.
It is
Wow.
mass attracting mass.
No, it's not. You said it's space time.
When masses go towards each other, we call that attraction.
Ah, nigga, you're
Call it
just
a
making
pull,
shit
call
up,
it a
bro.
push, call it whatever you want. They're just words. What we're talking about refers to actual physical things out in the world.
Okay, well, the actual world doesn't have mass attracting mass or bending and warping of space time. So
It certainly seems to.
Oh, it doesn't seem to. That can't even be
Calculable.
established scientifically. Or
Can
you
I,
just present the science for us, and we'd all just be like, "Oh shit, fuck."
Can I ask
But
a
you
quick
don't have
question?
that.
I just want to quickly ask: what if not gravity? Why do you believe Apple falls towards the Earth? What's your
Well, because things don't fly, bro. Like this is
But why?
You
But
really
why?
gotta translate the question you're asking. But what you're really asking is, well, how come the apple didn't just start shooting up into the sky? Well, why the fuck would that happen?
No, the question I'm asking is for your explanation of why.
I don't give
Causes
a
it to
shit
not
about
fly?
explaining it.
Then why do you
You
want us
guys
to
have a
explain ours?
bedtime story that the ground pulls it down like a magnet. Well, we're just waiting. You can prove that if you want, but we just start. That's a cool story, but we don't have to replace your bedtime story with another story. It goes
Could I
down.
ask? Could I ask you why gravity, or well, what I call gravity, what you
What
call just
gravity?
falling? No. That's not the point I'm going at here. Why does the speed at which something falls to the earth differ
Well, balloons don't go at that same
with
speed.
altitude?
They go up in the opposite direction at not that speed. So that debunks everything you're saying.
What?
If I drop a helium balloon, it's not going at that speed you're referring to down to the ground. It's going opposite up in the sky, debunking
Why
everything
is
you're
that?
saying.
No,
So L, hold the L.
No.
Things don't all fall at this rate, bro.
Could I
Next.
finish the sentence again?
We
Why
heard
does
you.
the same object fall at different speeds?
We take that same object and put it in a different medium, and it doesn't fall at that rate. It might go in an opposite direction, maybe up. Take a tennis ball, drop it from the sky, boom, it drops at a certain rate. Put it at the bottom of a pool, let go of it, it shoots up. So, what is your question again?
I'm asking you why, if I let the tennis ball, your object, why if I let it drop in Brazil, it drops at a certain speed.
Okay, then I drop it in Brazil in a pool and it goes up in the opposite direction.
That's not the point.
That is kind of debunks your whole point that things go in one direction only. They don't.
No. That's not what I'm.
So okay, go ahead. Please tell us. What's your point? Things drop, therefore what?
No. I'm asking you why the speeds at which it drops.
But it goes in. Okay. What? It goes in a different speed, in a different medium, in a different direction. Now what?
No. The medium.
Are we just going to ignore that? Are we just going to ignore that? Are we just going to ignore that?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Because you're trying to take this one example and say, well, this is this one thing happening always. Well, I could definitely change that scenario where what that thing you're saying and that happens always does not happen. It goes in the opposite direction.
This is like saying, oh, yeah, I can make you not breathe anymore if I go underwater. Yeah, I'm not a fish. I can't breathe underwater. But that's not the fucking point I'm trying to make.
No. What you're trying to say is that all things go down.
No, I'm not.
So what are you trying to say?
If you put the tennis ball in water, it's going to shoot up because it's
okay. So then, okay, thank you. So what is like the argument?
Can I specify that what we're saying is that the reason we're mentioning mass is that gravity acts on mass, which produces a force.
You hold on. You keep saying gravity. That has not been established yet.
What we believe is that gravity acts on mass, which creates a force, which can be. There are forces that can be stronger than that force created by these two things combined. I'm not saying
you establish something first. We're not just going to like punt things into the conversation. Yeah, well, gravity. But you got to establish that first before we just like move on with your example.
But you're bringing in theories that require us to do this.
I never gave you any theory. Never offered a single theory.
An example then, my bad.
What example? A tennis ball in water? That's not a theory. It's
the reason that happens is that the density of water forces.
Thank you. So nothing to do with gravity. Thanks very much.
No, it's because the density of water. Because the density of water, which means can I carry on speaking? Actually, it does.
We get it. We appreciate you making our point for us, dude. You don't need to explain how density works. Like we've never heard that shit before.
Okay.
That's part of our point. We don't need you to explain it.
Is there anyone that can like let me finish my point?
Gravity is hold on. No, listen. We don't need you to finish explaining shit like we've never heard it before. What we would need you to do is establish that gravity is actually a fucking thing. We understand that density works. If you want to try and connect density with gravity, well, you got to establish gravity first and say how that manipulates density in any way, shape, or form. We understand density, dude. We don't need you to explain it like we've never heard that before. That's crazy that you would even want to do that.
Are we talking? So you want me to explain how gravity affects mass?
No, we don't want explanation.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. You want a proof that gravity, our so-called gravity.
If you want to punt gravity into the conversation and say, well, that's the reason why density does this, that, and the other, then you're going to need something more.
Okay, I want to prove by contradiction here, then.
That's not how you prove
go
gravity.
ahead.
Contradict what? And that proves gravity is real. We've not offered you a theory.
No, our theory.
You're going to contradict your own theory to prove gravity?
Have you never heard of proof by contradiction?
Okay, what are
you contradicting?
Right. There's a single proof by contradiction, which is in...
What are you contradicting?
If you don't finish, I'm going to explain.
No, but I just need to know. What is it? We haven't offered you anything to contradict.
No, that's why, like I said...
Tell you.
So
I can tell you if you let him talk.
We don't need him to like waffle first and then tell us. Tell us first. What are you contradicting?
Can you just let him speak?
Our theory, I said that.
So all you white knights can shut the fuck up. What is he contradicting? Because we haven't offered him anything to contradict.
No, I know, and as I said,
So what are you contradicting? Proof of contradiction by
as I
what?
said, our theory, as I said, our theory, proof
You're
of
contradicting
contradiction.
your own theory to prove
Yes, you really don't know what proof by contradiction
You
is.
have no idea, bro.
Wait, okay, go ahead and contradict your own theory and then prove that that theory is true by contradicting your own theory. That's what you're saying?
I just want to be clear. Proof by contradiction means proving something by showing that the contradicting theory is not accurate.
Okay. That's why I keep asking you. What is the contradicting theory that we haven't offered you? We haven't offered you a contradicting theory. That's not a
no
gravity theory. We haven't offered that. That's not a contradicting
You know
theory.
what? I'm just going to
You
withdraw.
say there's gravity. Okay, give us evidence for that. That's not a contradicting theory.
I'm going to withdraw what I'm saying because clearly this is taking it down a whole.
Wait, we haven't offered you a contradict. The fact that you can't even say, well, your contradicting theory is this, shows there is no contradicting theory.
His theory is gravity. The non-theory would be no gravity.
That's not a contradicting theory, dumb fucks. We're just saying that there's no evidence for your theory.
Absolutely is.
No, it's not. If you say there's evidence for our theory and we say, well, please give us evidence for that, and you can't, that's not a contradicting theory.
You need to prove yourself.
It's just that you don't have bullshit for your bullshit. That's all it is. We haven't offered you a theory to replace that.
No, but his
holy shit!
Let me explain. His theory would be that gravity is doing this. Yes.
We haven't offered you a contradicting theory, Burge.
Right, Burge, don't worry. We'll skip over this for another day. It's 2 a.m. for me. I cannot.
My God, that's crazy. We haven't done that. We're just asking you for evidence of gravity, and you don't have it. Therefore, there's no gravity. There's no contradicting theory. Like, oh, here's our anti-gravity theory. We didn't do that. You guys are grasping at straws. Okay, there's no contradicting theory. There's just no evidence for your stupid idea called gravity. Period. If there was evidence, you just drop it in the chat.
We haven't all flown off into space yet.
That's retarded. Okay, we just covered this earlier. You don't have floating, flying abilities to just float in the sky, and nothing's preventing you from that happening. So the fact that you think, well, I should be flying right now, but something holds me back, is retarded.
Well, I mean, something is holding you from flying.
That's retarded. The fact that you think you should be flying, you're bird brain.
I can jump, Burge. I can jump. Nothing's holding me down.
That's retarded, Burge. The fact that you think, well, I should jump and then continue going upwards. That's called flying. You don't have those abilities. That's retarded. You're not black enough to jump that high. Number one. Number one. Number one. You're not black enough to jump that high.
I think this calls for a me. I think this calls for a me.
Number one, you're not black enough to jump that high. Number two, you don't have flying abilities.
That was racist.
Okay, I'm black.
Piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm black anyway, so it's fine.
I don't.
But you also don't have flying abilities where you jump and then continue going upward. That's called flying, dumb fucks. You don't have that ability to jump and then call it flying. So therefore, nothing's preventing you from flying, retards. Well, how come I don't continue going up when I jump? That's called flying. Fucking retards.
Wait, did you just call us retarded? But you just said nothing is preventing us from flying?
Yes, because you don't have floating abilities.
Do you like never go through any middle school education whatsoever?
Do you really think you have flying abilities, retard?
No, you just said nothing is preventing us from flying. Then why aren't we flying?
You have flying abilities.
What?
Are you fucking serious? You think something's stopping you from flying?
Nothing is preventing us from flying. That means we can fly right now.
Flying abilities.
Well, if we
hey, stop putting your fat mouth in your mic. So
no. The problem is you dummies think you should be flying right now, but something's stopping you called gravity. You just don't have those abilities. You heard him say, he said yes. What I'm telling you is that you don't have those abilities to begin with.
But now we don't have the ability. That's what you're saying? Because at first you were like, nothing is preventing you from flying.
Because you don't have those abilities. Well, I'm saying that because these guys think that there's something preventing them because they think they have those abilities. I'm trying to take away both of those ideas. North Korea.
Why do things fall down? 9.8 meters per second squared.
They don't. Drop a helium balloon.
That's
what?
got
Get
nothing to
wrecked.
do
Get
with
wrecked.
that.
Get wrecked. Doesn't go down 9.8 meters per second, does it? It goes up in the air against the thing you're saying.
You know
Get
why
wrecked.
a helium balloon goes up?
Because it doesn't go down 98 meters per second. That's right. You're
Go
right.
ask Chat
So not
GPT.
everything
Why
goes
does helium balloon go
wait,
up?
so not everything goes down 9.8 meters per second,
Stop
is it?
screaming at us.
That's weird.
Let us explain.
Go
Yeah,
down
I'm
at
just getting
9.8 meters.
Burge. Oh, my bad. I'm just trying to address the thing that he's saying. Well, everything goes down 98 meters per second. Oh wait,
You don't even
except for these
understand
other
what
things
buoyancy
that
is.
don't
You
go
just want to
9.
confuse yourself. You just want to
So
confuse
these,
yourself. That's all you
so
want to do.
here's a bunch of things that don't go down 98 meters per second, except everything goes down at this rate. Gotcha.
Yeah, because there's different explanations for that.
Oh,
Drop anything
right.
with
So not gravity.
You don't
Hey.
want to see. This is the thing with flat earthers. You don't want to figure out what that explanation is. You're just like, oh my god. You just want to confuse yourself. You want to shock factor yourself. You don't want to see what that is. You don't want to figure that out
You can't
for
prove
yourself.
the mass of the Earth, so it's useless. You can't prove gravity. We're not even telling you that we know why. We're just telling you there's no evidence for gravity when you try to put it through the scientific method.
The problem is that you're saying we can't explain, but we just know you're wrong.
Explanations are not proof.
We just know you're wrong. Okay, well, great. We'll
Yeah,
sit here
dude,
and wait
flat
all
earthers can't
day.
explain anything whatsoever. Like, name
That's
one
fine.
thing you guys can explain. Name
No
one
curvature,
phenomenon you
not
can explain.
We'll explain how there's no curvature. That's fine. We'll explain how there's no gas
that's
pressure
not
around a
an
container. That's cool. We'll explain that all day long. That's cool.
That's not a
But
phenomenon.
It's not an
Gas
explanation.
pressure is a phenomenon. Yeah.
it's not an explanation. I don't like it. That's cool. You can
You're
be.
just saying things.
Hey,
You
listen.
can't
You can be
put
triggered.
any evidence to that.
You
can be
should be
triggered.
asking for proof, not
You
explanation.
know you're wrong when everyone is saying you're wrong.
buddies have
and
been
you're the
sitting
only
here
one who thinks
saying,
you're
listen,
right.
your buddies have
Like,
been
that's
sitting
when
here
you know
saying
you're
the
wrong.
mass of the earth is the thing attracting an apple to the ground, and nobody's been able to establish that. Let's just not run away from that point.
Could I say something?
No.
If we observe an apple,
No.
if we
If we
observe
observe an apple, how do we establish what is causing the apple to move in any direction?
What's an apple? I never heard of that.
It's red most of the time.
Not all apples are red. What the fuck? This guy said apples are red.
He actually said most of the time if you listened.
I said apples are red most
What
of
is
the time.
red? Is that a flat Earth concept?
No, they're not red most of the time. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Apples aren't red,
my
guys.
god.
We need proof, not explanations.
Okay.
That's it.
Apples are mostly.
What the fuck?
Apples are mostly red and green. Or can we agree on that? I don't think they're blue.
Well, they're not attracted to the earth. So
That's not what that's not even the fucking.
yeah, well, that's the
question
whole
I'm
point of the topic of the conversation, dummy. So whether they're colored is irrelevant. It's about whether they're attracted to the surface of the earth.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck whether they're red or green or blue. You're saying that they go down to the earth because of the mass of the earth. Focus, dude.
Could I just make my point?
Focus your brain. Focus your brain.
My brain is focused. It's just I'm not.
No, it's not because you're talking about whether the apples are blue.
What?
You're talking about whether the apples are blue. You're not focused.
I'm not.
I know. You're right. I believe you.
Okay. So can I get to my point without you?
Or just say it, Burge. Just say it. He's trolling you.
Holy shit,
He's trolling you very hard.
So, if we
I'm not
observe an
trolling.
apple
You guys said the apple goes down to the mass of the earth.
we
And he's like, "But the apple's not blue."
Could you like you're telling us to shut
To
up
the
when you're
point,
making a
bird
point.
brain. Get to the point, dude.
I'm trying to, but you're not.
Hurry
letting me.
up.
Could a mod actually mute him for like?
Dude, hurry up.
So we can actually speak. Cause
Bro, you're talking about how the apple's blue. Hurry up. What's the point?
we observe an apple fall at like around 9.81 meters per second squared.
Therefore what?
Right? But if we look at a feather fall, yeah, that shit don't fall at that speed. Do you know why?
So there's definitely a constant rate that everything falls.
Well, if we put it in a vacuum, yes.
Which needs a container. Interesting.
Yeah, and space isn't a complete vacuum, so.
Yeah,
You're assuming outer
also
space.
you can't have space. There's no outer space, so
You're assuming outer space is.
How is there no outer space, guys? Please.
well, you need a container. He just agreed you need a container for a vacuum, so
It's a
No.
claim.
that's easy.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
There's no outer space? What does that
Outer
mean?
space
Why would there? So there's no outer space.
Space,
What do you mean?
space is
You
in
have
a
to-
vacuum.
How would you know? How would you know
What?
it's not a vacuum?
There is no outer space. It doesn't matter whether it's a vacuum or not. There's no outer space. Easy.
Where do the other planets live? Where do they live?
What?
In the sky.
Yo,
You see lights
this guy
In the sky.
Hold on,
What do you think the sky is?
Reservoir dog, real quick. So you heard there's flat earthers that exist. So your idea is that we're talking about like a flat Earth pizza in space. That's your idea that we're talking about?
What are you?
No. Actually, I'm actually asking because you're like surprised that space is. We don't think space is real. So that must mean you think we're talking about sun, Earth, like the sun, Mercury, Venus, and then like a flat Earth. That must be what you think. We think.
Yeah, because obviously space doesn't exist.
Hold on, I'm not asking Maniac to White Knight. I'm asking Reservoir Dog, guys. You White Knights can just relax. Reservoir Dog, is that actually what you thought we were talking about?
I think you're just. Someone just said it's in the sky.
No. I'm asking. Dude, I'm just asking, bro. Listen, just asking because you were shocked. Hold on, don't Burge. Just hold on, bud. What's with the White Knights, man? All of a sudden, I'm just trying to ask a question.
Yeah, bro. I'm not a chick. Stop White Knighting.
Reservoir Dog, you were surprised to hear that we don't think outer space is real. So that must mean you thought previously that flat earthers did believe in outer space, which would mean that
some don't.
Burge, you can put Reservoir's dick like away. It's fine. He can hold himself. We don't need you to hold his wiener for him. Okay, just let go of his wiener. He can hold it himself. We don't need you to lawyer up for him. I'm asking him. Because if he thought that flat earthers thought that there was like outer space, that means that we're talking about like some sort of flat object, pizza disc, or whatever. Is that what you really thought we were on about, Reservoir Dog?
That is what
Burge. Just relax, dude. Take his dick out of your hand. Reservoir Dog, would it be surprising to know that like no single flat earther has ever thought that?
That is surprising.
Yeah. Well, so like you probably thought previously flat earth was like retarded. Well, that's why you thought it was retarded, because you were thinking, well, they must think there's all these balls in space and this is just one flat disk. Like, it's no wonder why so many people struggle with flat earth, because they come here with their own retarded ideas of what they think flat earth should be. And I'm here to report that it's not that flat earth. That flat earth, that's a disk that's floating around amongst all these other balls that you guys think flat earth is retarded. And there's not a flat earther in here that thinks that. I promise you.
What about the other planets that like telescopes can observe?
You're just asking the same question that is answered. We don't think that flat Earth is one single flat object amongst a bunch of other round objects. How could you just respawn like I didn't just say that to you?
No, we're asking you what they are.
Burge, I don't give a fuck what you have to say, Burge. You're just not even listening. We're talking to Reservoir Dog right now.
They're lights in the sky.
They're just lights in Sphinx.
Yes.
That's
Burge,
the answer to his question.
You don't have any special extra information, Burge.
I'm pretty special.
I know the same
autistic.
No, listen. I have the same bedtime stories as you. I was raised the same way as you, where I know all the stories about, what the sun is, what the moon is claimed to be, etc. I know all that just like you do, so you don't have any extra beyond that. The thing is, neither of us know what really the sun is, really what stars are, really what the moon is. So let's not sit here and pretend like you have extra information above everyone else. You don't.
No. That's why we're asking what you believe they are.
I don't. I just told you. I don't know, just like you don't.
They're just lights.
We're all in the same boat. You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. We're all on the ground looking up like, wow, that's beautiful. But you don't know what that is, dude.
I get that. But that's
so what we're not saying is like, well, we're on one flat object and all those other objects are spherical. We don't think that. But and I can understand why you would maybe think that would be silly and why you wouldn't believe that, but we don't believe that either. So great. Welcome to the club. You're just like us.
So, do you believe in a dome?
Oh my god.
No. It's a theory I've heard before. So, do you believe that? Yes or no?
You've heard a lot of propaganda, dude.
So what do you believe?
I would say there's a container. I don't know what shape the Earth is, just like you don't know what shape the universe is.
Yeah, it
Burge,
doesn't have to
before
be,
you,
though, indeed.
because I know you don't actually want to know the answers. We know how you guys roll. But
I
like,
don't
what
know.
shape is the universe?
As far as we don't exactly know. It's just that we can
Yeah, you don't
observe.
know, do you? You don't know.
We can
So if
observe
I
a
told you
limited
that we don't
amount
know
of
what
it.
shape of the universe, what if I told you we don't know what shape the Earth is that okay with you?
Well, I
But
don't
we can
agree with
observe
that,
all the
course.
Earth.
No, hold
So-
on. No, you can't. No. Stop. No, you can't. Let's be honest. No, you can't. Just like you can't observe all of the universe. That's false. So no, you can't observe all of the Earth. And even if, Maniac, even if I were to give you your globe and you launch off the surface and it really far away and you look back, you ain't seeing all of the Earth. So that's wrong no matter what way you put it. You
Well,
don't
yeah,
see all of your and I'll go even further than that. Your worldview does not consist of just a globe, does it? It consists of a large space called the universe, which you don't know what the hell's going on fully. So no, you don't see the whole thing.
You can't see it
Just like
all
we
at
don't. No,
once.
hold
You've
on.
proved that you can't see it all at once,
hold
which
on.
is true. Yeah.
But you try to laugh at that, like you try to scoff at that, like that was a problem for flat earthers when we have the exact same issue that you can't see all of reality at once, whether that's the globe or the universe. You can't go to the outside the universe like 2 Chainz and look back at it and say, well, all of the universe looks like this either. Well,
Well, yeah,
we as
we
flat
can.
earthers
Look
don't
back
get
at it.
we don't no, you're not 2 Chainz, you can't look back at it. So you can't leave the earth and look back at the earth and say, well, it must be shaped like this.
Well,
In the same
yeah,
way that
if you
you can't
go,
leave the universe and say it's all shaped like this. You don't have that POV. You're
well,
not God. You don't have this omniscient view of all of reality, and neither do flat earthers. So you need to really, if you want to think of flat earth, you need to stop thinking of it like a disk in space. You need to think of it like your universe, which one hasn't been fully explored. 2, you don't know whether there's an edge or not. 3, you don't know what shape it is, and so on and so forth.
well, yeah,
So
you can't
we have the
even
same we have the
find the edge.
exact same issues at the boundaries of reality, whether you're a flat earther or a globe earther. We do not know what shape all of reality it is. We don't know what it all looks like. We've never
But
been to the boundaries of reality. So you can't sit here and try to flame flat earthers for not knowing what's happening at the boundaries of reality when you don't know either.
okay, that's fair. Can I ask you
Okay.
something?
Yeah,
If
of
we
course.
went really far up into the air, would
No,
you
you can't
be
go out though. You can't go out though. Again, you guys really just like to talk and you don't listen. Because my last thing I just said answered that already. You cannot go out, just like
okay?
in the
So
universe.
how
Just
far
hold
can you
on,
go up?
listen. Just like in the universe, you could quote go up really, really, really high. But the question is, can you go out?
Out of the universe?
Yeah, can you?
With
Probably
probably
not,
enough
right?
and with enough trillions and trillions of
Get
years,
the
we
fuck out of
probably could.
here. Get the fuck out of here with that. No, you can't leave the universe. Even if I used to believe in it. How would you leave anyway? You're in it. How do you leave it? How do you leave reality?
Well, we
Drugs.
obviously have no clue what we
What do you
can
mean
do. What
obviously? There's no obvious nothing. We don't know.
there
You
is an
just you
obvious
can't
because we
you
call
can't
it
just
the
shoot yourself into
observable
outer space
universe.
forever and then you'll just poof out of outer space and then now you're in some other place looking back at all of reality. That doesn't seem like a realistic point of view.
It's
That seems like a
because
God's eye view that you'll
we
never
call it
have.
we call it the observable universe for a reason.
That's not
Because we don't.
observable. It's not a place you can go to observe it.
I know. That's
So it's not observable.
the observable universe is what we can
Is
see.
from within it, looking
Yes,
outward, and you
indeed.
don't have the full view, do you?
So we don't know if there is
So
an edge.
stop. I want you to stop right there. That same thing applies to the flat earther. You're on the flat earth looking outward and you can't see the whole thing.
Yeah,
But
so
for some reason, hold on. For some reason, that's okay with you as a globe earther looking out. You don't understand that you can't see the whole thing. You don't know what it all looks like. But when it comes to the flat earth, that's a big problem. You guys definitely need to know what it all looks like. What's with the double standards all of a sudden?
Typical globetards, am I right?
No, listen, we're all in the same boat. We can't sit here in our little POV and then look out and say, well, from my eyeballs, I should be able to see all of reality in totality as a whole. Like, when are you going to get that view? You don't have that view, even if I waved a magic wand among everyone in this panel and said, we're all globe earthers, we all believe in outer space, we would never get that POV of the universe or reality from some outside point of view where we can say, well, it all looks like this. And then with that being said, none of you globe earthers in here have a problem with not knowing what all of reality looks like. You understand that there's a lot of unknowns. But for some reason, when we come, okay, so that's the beauty of flat Earth too. When we come and present you with a flat Earth, you're like, yeah, but what does it all look like, and what shape is it, and where's the edge? You come with all these questions that you don't give a fuck about for your own worldview, and we don't give a fuck about either. And we're trying to help you understand that those characteristics are the exact same.
The Earth is a donut.
Like this troll. This is the best they have.
I asked those questions because I'm trying to understand your point of view.
No. If you really want to understand my point of view, just listen to what I'm saying instead of projecting your own agenda of like, no, there has to be an edge, and no, there has to be a shape, and no, there has to be this bullshit that I came up with. Everything that applies to the universe applies to flat Earth. You don't know, it's not been fully explored. You don't know what shape it is, and you have not been to the boundaries. Can you accept that? Yes or no?
We haven't been to the boundaries of the universe. Sorry.
Can you accept that?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, see, when I tell you as a flat earther, I don't know where the boundaries are. I don't know what shape all of reality looks like.
That's
do you have why do you have a problem with that? But why do you have an issue with that?
Because I'm asking you something.
Well, so do you have a problem with? I just need to know. Do you have a problem with that?
That you don't know what the boundaries of the universe are?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead with your question.
So if I went up, like,
okay,
I don't know, 500 kilometers, I don't know if that's within your container or not, but let's just say it is.
Okay.
You would be able to see
no
most of planet Earth.
No. See, you're just making that up. You realize how you just be honest and admit you just made that up. Please.
Well, yes,
I want you to be honest and say
words.
no, if it's flat, then I should be able to go up and see the whole Earth. Like, you just pull that directly out of your asshole.
Well, yeah, well.
No, let's be honest. You just made that up. You guys always do this. Someone did this earlier, and it pissed me off too. Some globe earther in here was like, oh, well, if it's flat, then it would be a circle, and we'd be able to see the circle of the Earth. Like, do you notice how you guys just make shit up for, well, if it's flat, it should be like this. No, it shouldn't be like the way you just made up. No. There's nowhere you can go. You can't shoot yourself up into the sky and see the whole Earth, whether it's a globe or not. Think about that. If it's a globe and you launch yourself up, no matter how far away you go, you can't turn around and say, well, I see the whole thing. There's a backside. You don't see that side. Now, okay. Now, here's the thing. I would say to you that it's the same thing applies, not because there's a quote backside, because this place is big and you can't just shoot up and go up so high that you see the whole Earth. Otherwise, people would have done that already, right?
The size is unknown. The Earth's size is unknown.
The size is unknown. Just like no one shot themselves up to outer space and they saw the whole outer space. So we ain't seeing no whole Earth either.
Okay, so if we went from North Pole to South Pole, which I think in most of your maps would be the radius of the Earth, right?
None of the maps.
Radius? We did not claim any radius.
No. It's just what I've seen in most flat Earth maps. The North Pole would be like the middle of the Earth, and the South Pole would be
I
the
mean,
sides.
it sounds like you're reaching for straw men right now.
No.
Who knows where the center of reality? Where's the center of the universe? Do you know? So we're not saying we know
From our
where the
point of
center
view,
of
it's
the
us.
Earth is, bro. Come on now.
Yeah.
You don't know where the center of all of reality is. In this spot. X marks the spot right here. We don't know that. And maybe you've heard flat earthers say shit like that before, but this, again, your worldview, this universe has not been fully explored. You don't know the boundaries. You don't know how big it is. You've not been to every single place. Those same characteristics apply to the Earth. We don't know how big it is. We don't know where the boundaries are. We don't know how big, it hasn't been fully explored. And so it's for us to say, well, this marks the spot. This is the exact center. I don't say that. I've never heard Zodiac say that either.
So, do you believe there's like areas on the Earth that are just not explored? Just
I believe it's flat, or I know it's flat. And then, yeah, just like you probably would say that, well, I mean, the way I understand the universe, it's a large space that hasn't been fully explored. So I would say, sure, confidently, yeah, sure. The Earth is
So
a large space that hasn't been fully explored. Sure.
Yeah, the size
This is the thing. I'm not gonna feel bad, bro, because you and I have the exact same worldview, like dead word for word. We have the same one, but you guys, for some reason, think it's a problem for flat earthers. Oh, well, you don't know where the edge is. Well, you don't know where the edge of your universe is. Well, you don't know what shape the flat Earth is. Well, you don't know what shape the universe is either. So, like, I'm not gonna sit here and feel bad when we're in the same boat.
The problem I have is we've mapped out basically the Earth.
Not the
in
universe.
Have you
Well,
measured all the
not the
Earth.
universe.
I'm
You didn't measure out the map out. No,
I'm talking about the Earth. I'm not
let me
talking
throw it
about
to
the
Zodiac. Let
universe.
me throw it to Zodiac. But here's the thing: you guys keep. You cannot. You can't. Your globe is not the only thing in existence.
You never verified those maps, by the way.
Yeah, that too.
Have you measured all the continents and all the oceans? Yes or no?
I mean, they are collectively verified every time
Have you
someone drives
measured
a
all
car.
of the continents and all of the oceans? Yes or no? Have you
I
measured?
myself.
No. Okay. Have you witnessed anyone doing that? Have you witnessed anyone measured all the continents and all the oceans? Yes or no?
No, but there's been people
Okay,
before.
so you have to trust someone. So you have to
did
trust
that.
someone.
There's
so
been
you
people.
Have to trust. So you have to trust someone. Okay.
Yeah.
You got it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now continue. Go ahead.
It's on the map of the Earth. Yeah, it's kind of been mapped out.
No, hold on. Let's just remember, your worldview does not consist of just a globe. Let's be honest about that.
I know, but I'm talking about
Okay,
the map
so
of
is
the
there
Earth.
a map? No, hold on. Because if we want to compare flat earthers to globe earthers, our flat Earth is like your universe. Okay, not like your little globe. Okay, it's like your universe. And so your universe, you don't know how big that is. That's never been measured. You don't know where the boundaries are. You don't know what shape that is. So all those questions apply. No, yeah, of course. We don't think the flat Earth is like a little disc in space, like the globe is an object in space. We don't think that.
Okay, so you
So-
believe the universe is something to explore on Earth.
Well, I would say that, like, in the same, like, I'm just trying to highlight the characteristics of your universe apply to flat Earth, because we don't think the flat Earth is like a little object floating in a big place. I would say the flat Earth is the place, just like your universe is the place. And so that may be difficult to understand, but like those same
no, I
questions of
get
like,
you
where's the edge, or what shape is it, or like, give me a map. Well, you don't have a map of all of outer space. So when you say, well, yeah, but there's no map of the flat Earth. Well, I mean, if you don't have a map of the universe, then why would you expect a map of the flat Earth? Like in totality.
Let me word it like this then. We have the map of what we call Earth. You guys have that same area in your universe,
No.
right?
No, it's again. Remember, think about the universe, right?
No,
It's not
I
been
know,
fully explored, or there's no map of the universe.
I know. Your
You have maybe like
universe.
a little chart of this like small area, and we do have those.
Yeah.
We have little charts of
Yeah,
smaller areas, like your
that's what I
area
mean.
has like a
That's what I
chart.
mean. That's
Okay,
what I mean. A map
okay,
of our area, Earth.
we have that.
You guys have the area Earth as well, right?
But this Earth has not been fully explored, so it's not like we have like, well, here's what the whole thing looks like, which is a lot of times what you guys are asking for, which you know damn well we don't have and you don't have.
No. So I'm asking you, which way on this this small area that we've explored
I didn't say
would
anything about
we go?
small.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's not.
I
Small.
don't think it's
kinda
small at
big.
all. I think it's very big, actually.
It's kind of big, yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's quite large
But,
and unexplored. So I don't know how big it is exactly.
Where would I go to explore more of it, bro? Like, what are
That's
you
a good
talking
question
about?
as well.
That's where I was going. Yeah.
That's a great question, Z. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Where on like which direction would I go to explore
All
more?
directions. Well, I mean, like all directions. But, like, what is really the question though? Like,
Well, I mean, since we've had maps of
Just-
like our tiny explored area for centuries.
okay.
And
Can I ask you a favor?
just
Like, before
seems
you
like-
ask whatever
yeah.
question you're going to ask, I want you just to think about how it would apply to the universe. So if you were like, well, which direction would I go to like test the universe? Well, you'd go any direction, really. Right?
True.
We're talking about the Earth, bro. Where would we
we're
go?
talking about the tiny area Earth.
I didn't say tiny. Who said anything about the size?
Okay.
We don't know how
the Earth-
size.
the
I
Earth
would
is
say it's
tiny
very
compared to
big.
everything, you know?
No,
That's what I mean.
no, I don't agree with that.
Stop
Because you guys,
derailing. Where would we go to explore more of the Earth that you say that it's not explored?
what?
What
He keeps saying it's
parts are
tiny. We did
unexplored?
not say the flat Earth is like a tiny location. We
No,
didn't say
I'm
anything
not.
about that.
I'm just saying that like the Earth is like in our
You keep saying it.
No, okay. In our universe, the Earth is like a little speck in terms of everything. That's what we
Okay.
believe, okay?
Okay.
So that's why I call it tiny. It's
Okay,
not.
but we don't think
it's not
that.
tiny at all.
We don't know how big this place is. Just like you don't know how big the universe is. So I
I know,
wouldn't say like
but-
the universe is tiny or like
But
this,
like,
that, or
do
the
we
other.
do
don't
we
know.
just sail west to go to new places?
I mean, listen, you guys are funny. You guys are really funny. I mean, I know we're on YouTube, but the whole cough, jab, thingy.
I know it's not a jab.
Okay,
I'm
a lot of you
genuinely
guys.
questioning.
Okay, listen. A lot of you guys could barely go to the grocery store. Okay, but for some weird reason, it's like, oh, well, let's go to the boundaries of reality. What's happening? I don't know, dude.
No.
I don't freaking know, man. Just like you don't know what's happening at the boundaries of reality for your universe. I don't know, man. What answer am I supposed to give you? A lot of you guys haven't even left like a 50-mile radius around your house. I don't want to hear about like, well, how come you don't know what's happening at the boundaries of reality? I don't know.
No, it's just that the map we have hasn't significantly changed for centuries now.
Oh, well,
So
you know, they just
I'm-
came out recently and they said they found 7,000 new islands or some shit.
Yeah, but
like-
that's inside of the area of the map.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You just said like, but nothing's changed recently. We've known everything for so long. Like, it's
I
not
said
necessarily true.
I said nothing significant.
Okay, 7,000 islands sounds pretty damn significant.
7,000 islands sounds like a lot, but it's not like
A lot.
continent. A new continent has been
7,000 islands. But if we had pictures from space, like, were they just hidden? We didn't have the technology. Like, I'm just trying to debunk what you're saying with this whole idea. Like, nothing's ever changed recently. No, they've literally updated the lore and said they found like 7,000 new islands, which doesn't seem to really make sense when they've been saying they've been taking pictures from space. It's not like the pictures couldn't just capture the island and they just popped up like Atlantis. So,
Which 7,000 islands?
It's almost like they were small islands, like, bro. Think about what you're saying.
Okay, here we go. Globe Whisperers.
No. They were indeed most mostly, if not
Jesus.
all, small islands. And in the
Of
grand
course.
scheme of things,
I mean, you guys
are
just heard
not.
about this, and you're already telling me like an expert, like what's really happening. That's cute, but I
No,
appreciate that.
I've heard that before, but it's in the grand scheme not a significant
Okay, but
change
what
to
your
the map.
point was that like, oh well, if it was flat or like some shit would change or whatever, right? Like that's kind of what you were saying.
No,
Like they
that's
have
not what
changed
I'm
it.
saying.
That's the only reason why I've said that.
It's just like we have the map.
What map?
Where do we
Wait,
go?
you say the map. There is no the map.
Okay, a map of the Earth.
There's many maps, shitloads of maps, like
I know,
50
I get that,
plus.
but where do we go to find, I don't know, like a new continent, a new strip
Well,
of land? Where do we go? Which
I
direction?
mean,
West, east, north,
like
south?
I kind of addressed that with this fact that like
Yeah, but
3 years ago you could barely go to the grocery store and buy toilet paper. But now we're like, well, so let's just like freely set sail across the whole earth and figure out the boundaries of reality.
well, yeah,
Bro, you
that's
could
what
barely get toilet paper from Kroger like 3 years ago.
that's what
Like,
people
where is
6
this idea
centuries
coming
ago
from? We
did.
should just be able to go wherever we want, whenever we want, however we want.
That's
That's
what people
wild.
5 centuries ago did. They set sail to everywhere.
No, dude. You
And
don't just get
we
free
mapped.
roam to go wherever you want. Like,
Well, 5 centuries ago they did.
what do they
Kind of
do?
just go
What
on
do they
ship.
do?
Well, you know how how Europeans kind of just like
You
invaded
said 5
America.
centuries, 500 years?
Yeah.
How'd you know what was happening 500 years ago? Were you there?
Well, history books,
Oh,
just like
okay.
books written by people from that era.
All right. I mean, listen, man. It's
I
just
mean,
weird that people think that, like, well, we should have the ability to go wherever we want, whenever we want, when, like, a lot of you guys could barely go to the grocery store and buy toilet paper 3 years ago. 3! In 2020,
I think
you
the
weren't
toilet
allowed to
paper.
go to the grocery store and buy toilet paper, but for some reason you're like, how come I can't set sail to the external boundaries of reality and test those things?
Oh no, it's
You
just
guys
that
gotta really
since
like like match up your realities with your ambitions. Your
since the
reality does
time.
not allow you to just freely explore all of reality like you're Lewis and Clark. Okay, like this is crazy, guys. You need a passport, you need fucking perms and shit. Like you don't just get to just get in a boat and just sail into enemy territory and no problem. Like that's wild that you guys think that you just do go wherever you want. Unbelievable. You don't remember? Like 3 years ago, they had like signs on the floor of the grocery store saying you must walk this direction. When you guys are like, no, we could just like get in a boat and go to China. No, you can't. Where are you getting this idea from? First of all, half of you guys won't even make it in a boat across the damn ocean for 5 hours. You know
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean?
because we don't know how to sail
But you
most of
guys want
us.
to go and sail like this would be like the equivalent of getting in a rocket ship and setting sail towards the boundaries of reality. First of all, that'd take you damn forever. And you don't know if you'd even make it or what would happen when you got there. If
I
you
actually do know a guy
even
that
got
sailed across
there.
the Pacific.
Pacific, okay.
Yeah, Dustin Weller. He's like one of the handful of people that did a trans-Pacific sail from LA to Hong Kong. Anyways, that's all I had.
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible.
It's
I'm not
just
saying
that.
setting sail in a boat
Oh
is
no, I know. I'm just being facetious, but it is a true fact. I do know a person that sailed across the Pacific.
Yeah, you can get in a boat and go places, but I'm just saying like this idea that like well, you can just like go anywhere you want and like don't ask questions.
No, but the question
I
is
don't
that.
know about
Just
that.
to be pertinent to the discussion, would you say, Creation Bear, that where it's not been explored is past our globe models of the South Pole? So, like,
But
I'm just
but
curious. Like, I'm not
but
trying to bunk or
okay,
argue for anything.
I would say yes because remember like the globe is not the only thing in existence. So they will say they've explored the globe totally. We've got satellites, we took pictures of the whole thing, we can see it all. This is it, guys. No need to explore. We figured it all out for you. Here's the poles, the ice caps, blah, 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 right? They've got that all figured out. But the problem is that's not where the worldview ends. So, like, but people try to compare that little globe Earth amongst this giant universe that hasn't been fully explored. No one knows where the edge is, nor what shape it is. They want to compare that globe Earth to some sort of little flat Earth disk or something. They take the globe out and then look around their house and say, well, here's like a plate or a damn box, or like they'll put one of those objects in replace of the globe and say, well, you know, how come like you haven't like got a map of the whole thing, or like why didn't you explore it all? When they don't realize that that's not really the way we think of this place. Like if they want to think of flat Earth, you better think of your universe, which has the same characteristics. You don't know what shape the universe is. You don't know how big it is. You don't know where the boundaries are, if there even are boundaries. And so, but for some reason, they come here and they're like, no, but flat Earth has to have boundaries. It has to have a shape, and you need to know these things, when they're totally comfortable not knowing these things for themselves. Welcome, Dan the Waterman.
Hey.
How are
Pocketphone,
you?
if you're listening, there's a meetup in Seal Beach next Tuesday, all day.
What's up? Yeah, I was actually gonna take my P950 too. Maybe we could get some good shots.
It'd be cool. And everyone's welcome. I'll put a link in chat.
Yeah, hey, can you DM me that? I'm not on my phone. I'm like listening in, but I'm away from my phone. And if you post it, it's gonna get like eventually it'll comments and everything, and then I'll have to go search for it. But if you can just DM me it, that'd be cool. On Tuesday, you said?
Yeah, it's kind of a dopey time, but it's all day, so.
It still works. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Text here is kind of.
How you been, man?
Send it to you too. Oh, only okay. Shit's a pain in the ass.
I hear you.
Flat. So, cow. I have a feeling it's going to be a good turnout here.
Yeah, that's chill.
I mean, there's just a lot of people that are starved to do something flat Earth.
Yeah. Are you gonna go down with the Jaren, the Oceanside?
He's not really doing that. He's just talking about it.
No, they're gonna do it in April. They're just trying to figure out what day.
That's a year from now. What?
No, it's a month from now, or like in 3 weeks.
Jaren's got really bad luck in the field. He really does.
He doesn't know if it's gonna be on April 8th, 9th, or 10th, or if it's worth just waiting till May, because they're trying to get it to when the sun comes right behind Catalina from like 60 miles away, whether that be past Oceanside or what.
Yeah, but from there you can't even see the island, is according to him. So it's like, why wait? In other words, why wait for the sun if the whole issue is about the island? And why wait for the sun even?
Well, that would be the point. His point is technically you're not supposed to see it at all, but if you did it and the sun, shines behind Catalina and then shows it, it's going to be like another, Mount Kalikazoo, whatever the fuck it's called. It's going to be another one of those moments. Like the sun is finally behind the mountain, and you're just going to see the silhouette through there. You don't have to worry about the refraction, all that stuff. It's just going to be lit up from behind.
I just sent you the wrong time. It says 8 p.m., but it's 12 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
Whoops.
So the Globers just died off. This is awesome.
I was
This
thinking
is easy.
Abyss.
I haven't even been around that long, but they're all in the chat mad. Oh, I don't like CB. I don't like CB. Where's the smoke? Y'all got nothing. This is easy. We'll take the dub all day. Someone posted a video like, "Oh, well, look, he's so hysterical." Yeah, well, because he said, "Well, you can use any mass," but he was referring to the mass of the Earth, which hasn't been established. So why am I the bad guy for calling that out? I don't think I'm the bad guy for calling out a weasel. You should call it the weasel. Look, this guy was weaseling around his claim. Yeah, but CB got loud and called him out. Oh, I'm not gonna feel bad about being that guy. It sounds like I'm a smart person from being able to call out a weasel. So thanks. This server is funny, man. This is why I never really come over here, but this server is funny, man. Y'all hilarious.
I got challenged by a Glober. I just put it in chat, and he puts this thing up, and it's like somebody I was with is looking at it going, the fucking skyline's different. What are you guys saying? It's like they're showing this, and I'm going, see? And I'm going like, yeah, one's morning and one's afternoon, and someone else noticed. It's like, yo, the skyline's totally different. There's different buildings sticking up there. So it's like, what a dumb example. But it shows you that if we put it in a GIF, if we put it in a meme, nobody looks. Like, you know what I mean? You just assume it is whatever it is. When by the time they do that, it takes 2 or 3 years for people to go, oh yeah, we fucked that up.
Bro. They'll be like, oh, the water's blocking the bottom of the building, therefore it's a hill of water. Give me a freaking break.
Not only that, they're claiming atmospheric gradient refraction, which is totally not what it is.
It's way off, and it's like shooting their own claim in the foot, because they're claiming that the horizon, the thing that's blocking the bottom of the buildings, in that, like, you posted the image where it shows 2 images, right? Where the bottoms of the buildings are being blocked more. Where they're saying that's the curve, physical. So like refraction don't got shit to do with it. They're saying that's the curvature of the Earth. So like we're the ones saying that refraction is a variable that plays into fact why the horizon changes and it varies. So that's our argument. Their only argument should be, here's the curve of the Earth. Any refraction arguments is our point. They don't realize it, but it's a huge L for you goofy globies who think there's curvature of the Earth. Refraction's our point, dummies.
But gravity.
Yeah, gravity. Well, why is gravity making the water flat? You should ask yourselves that. Look at the thing he posted there. Left to right, flat. What's up?
I put 2 sticks in the ground in a nanosecond, but I've lost that technology.
It's a painful process to build it back. Yeah, just
really
so you know. Whoa, we just did that at the same time, Dan. That was weird.
Would you guys mind not ripping fat bongs on the live stream?
Wait, what was that?
Why would that be?
Wait, what? Sorry, bro. Wait, that was Crypto, my boy. Have you been listening, bro? I need some feedback.
Are we hempophobic around here?
All I can just go on.
Wait, hold on. Let me rip one more.
That's what I'm saying.
Hempophobe.
I'm a hempophobe.
Yeah, man. Right. Shit, dude. I mean, it's great. I don't even have to sit behind Google. I can sit behind a damn bong and debunk this stupid globe. It's crazy. Like, it's that easy. They have nothing.
Is anybody good? Can somebody change this to say globe season, flat Earth season? You guys remember that scene?
It's season 9, motherfuckers. Season 9.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
If you don't know what the fuck goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What's up, AI?
Hello.
I heard we can't trust AI.
Nah, we like AI. He's a good dude.
Depends which one, I guess.
Yeah, so, but no drug use on live streaming. Period. Discussion about it. That's just the way it is. Just deal with it.
Sorry, I'm just inhaling the copium. You know.
Yeah, you're going to overdose on that if Globers are around.
Yeah.
Overdose.
It's just atmosphere. You know, I need to inhale the gravity. It's what contains the atmosphere.
That reminds me of a wonderful Globe Cope argument I heard a while back where they said that gas pressure and atmospheric pressure aren't the same thing. As if the atmosphere isn't made up of gas. I know what they're trying to say, but it's like, yeah, that's a really bad cope for your ball model.
Well, they use claims to try and support other claims.
Yeah,
which
claim
is
stacking.
like ridiculous. Claim stacking. Yeah, we came with that. We came up with that in 24/7. Claim stacking.
Wait a minute. Is atmospheric pressure gas pressure, or is it
Yeah.
just weight? Or is it just weight?
It's all very fuzzy, isn't it? Like the definitions of.
I mean, it might not be pressure, even though we call it air pressure. It is just the weight of the air. It's not really pressurized. Is it?
It's like,
well, I guess. Oh God, are we measuring its weight in all directions?
In a container.
Are we just measuring weight in all directions when we talk pressure? We are. Essentially, pressure is essentially weight when you measure it. You measure it in pounds. You measure pressure in pounds, right? Something to think about. Calls for another bomb.
Bong Sao?
Is he here? He's not here.
No. He's not the bong. Dude, don't rip
I
the bong
hear
off.
it. I hear it. That's crazy. Someone got him already. That's wow.
I know
Shout
I was
out to
making a
Crypto.
joke out of it. I know I was making a joke out of it earlier, but it really isn't cool. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you guys can mute up. It's like coughing or sneezing and stuff. Y'all can mute up for that. Anyway, I mean, this has been a good discussion so far. They're mad that I got passionate, but hey, man, y'all would just be lying and shit. I hate liars. I mean, why do you think they call people truthers? Because y'all be lying, big or small. Crazy. He said that so many times. He's like, well, the mass of the Earth is the thing that causes the apple to fall. And I'm like, okay, so what is your independent variable? Well, not the mass of the Earth. Why would I not get pissed and be like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you're saying that the cause is the mass of the Earth, but you're like, yeah, I could just use any mass I want. Huh? I mean, you guys got to pay more attention instead of paying attention to my me. Anyway, shout out to you guys though. Shout out to Crypto and Sonny.
Yeah, hey, you had a couple of the laws of gravitation. You had a couple of those tonight. I heard that.
Holy smokes! Like they kept saying the law of gravitation. Okay, well you keep saying that like it's a thing. The law of gravitation. What is that? Well, you have the law of gravitation. Okay, well, great. Can you just explain how that was? Please tell me how that was established. Well, the law of gravitation. What law of gravitation? Well, you see, so the law of gravitation, like
works. You know what? You're just missing it there because it must be just too complex for you there, Creation Bear.
Yeah, exactly. It must be too difficult.
The laws of gravitation say that the laws of gravitation do what the laws of gravitation say they do.
It's like if we're playing chess, you don't just get to like move your your knight into the wrong position and then just be like and just pretend like that never happened. There are certain parameters and rules to this thing. You don't just get to just Make it up. Whoa, the law. No, what law? You have to establish that. You have to establish your rook goes in this position. It
Yeah,
does. You don't
yeah.
just get to shuffle it across the board wherever you want.
I imagine there would be lots and lots of experimentation in the true sense of the word before you come up with something as being a law.
The law, exactly. How did you get to the law part? No, so it's just already a law of gravitation. Grab a what? Grab a who? Like, man,
But the law's
Darwin's
referring to the actual measurement of acceleration, isn't it? So I don't know if you guys are confusing things.
Well, they didn't even say that. I appreciate you bringing that to the forefront, but it's like they didn't even say that. They just kept saying, well, when I asked him, give me an example or demonstration of Cavendish, he was like, well, here, let me just drop a pen real quick.
Yeah. I mean, that's creative.
Come on, dude. Like, that's not even what we already know what Cavendish is, and they ain't dropped nothing. So why are you dropping something and trying to pretend like that's some sort of like, here, you're stupid, just drop
Yo,
something.
we need a map, bro. We gotta come together collectively. We need a map, guys. We
You don't
gotta
have a map of the
progress.
universe. Just relax.
We-
This is just trolling.
We gotta
We know
progress, guys. It's
all
2024.
glory, all glory. Listen. You believe in the universe, and you don't have a single map for the universe, and
We
you're
need
okay
to
with that.
progress.
You're 100%
Enough
comfortable
with
with
the
that.
finger pointing. We need to progress. We need to get somewhere. We need to
Just relax before we
have
mute
something
you.
to show for. This is not what it's supposed to be about. Not
Just
forever.
relax before we pipe you down on mute, buddy.
Yo,
Well, listen.
All glory. Did you come up with a rebuttal to my rebuttal of your claim that the concave Earth is correct because it matches the globe Earth map? Do you remember that conversation we had a couple of weeks back?
You remember my answer that I gave you when you asked me that? I said
Yeah,
I'll answer it when you have a map. Do you have a map?
You don't have one of those in your worldview, dummy. So
Hold
just
on,
relax.
Jason. Hold on.
Yeah,
You have
you're
a map?
dodging the point again. You're dodging the point again.
That was my answer to you when you asked me that 3 weeks ago. Do you have them? Do you have a map?
Yeah, you dodged the point then and you're dodging it now.
So you don't have a map.
So you're dodging.
All right. Thank you very much.
Nah, it's cool, Glory. Crypto, can I just rip this dude a new asshole?
Yeah, he needs to understand that he's dodging the point I'm making.
Yeah, two times over.
Many
His point and my point. Yeah, dude, dummy, you don't have a world. You don't have that for your own worldview. Did he leave? He
Yeah,
left.
so yeah, he probably left. Let me tell you the conversation we had before, right? So he was saying that the concave Earth map matches the globe Earth map. Now he didn't put it like this, but this was his argument. Therefore, the concave map is accurate to the land, right? So there's about 5 different problems with that argument. But the main issue, of course, is that if you've got a curving map, it doesn't matter which way it's going to curve because the distortion is going to be the same based on that curvature anyway. So to say that he knows that the Earth is concave because it matches a presupposed globe based on the same curvature is fallacious for, I can't even count how many reasons, at least 5. At least 5. And
Why
then
did he
his
leave,
rebuttal to that is just to reassert that he has a map, which is the thing in contention.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, that was the discussion we had, and that's why he left, because he knew he was going to get obliterated again.
Pussy. Well, they like whether you're a globe earther, and I have not seen a freaking single concave map. Have you guys? But whether you're a globe earther or not, like there's no map of all of reality. Okay.
Not of
Period.
all of reality. Of Earth, I think we do.
Burge, please. I just beg you, please. Will you do me a favor, Burge? Can you understand my position as a flat earther?
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking. Okay.
Your Earth is our universe.
Yes.
Correct?
So
I
it's
know.
not a little thing amongst a large space where, well, we can have a map of this spot, but not the whole thing. So you don't have a map of the universe, and we don't have a map of all of the Earth, dude.
Which is why I'm asking
I
you.
beg you to just please understand that. You don't, you know what the funny thing is? You don't even like, you don't break a sweat. It doesn't bother you. You don't stay up at night. You're totally fine with the fact that you don't have a map of the whole universe. You don't know what it looks like or any of these things. You're totally okay with that. But when I say, hey, the Earth's flat, you're like, no, I need to know all these things. Like, no, we already know you don't need to know those things because you don't care.
It's just that in our belief, or well, in our case, we believe we have mapped out what we call
Just this little
the
spot.
Earth.
Yeah, a little spot. We have charts. Yeah.
So the question would be,
Little.
what way do we
We
go?
have our known area, but we don't
Yeah.
know the whole spot. We don't know the whole place. That's what you're asking us for.
I'm
Uh-huh.
asking you which direction to go in
Out.
to get more.
Away.
Yeah, but I know, but where
Not up.
do we start from
Not
away?
not up,
Like
but out.
which point is out?
Not up away from the surface.
That's
Horizontal.
fair. That's fair. But
Horizontal.
Go anywhere. Go any direction. Just
Just
like think
horizontal.
about, bro. Think about the universe, right? Which direction? Just go anywhere. Pick a direction. Just go head that way. Go. Right? Doesn't matter which direction you go. You're gonna go. You gotta just go that way.
I know.
And stick with it.
So why haven't we mapped out more?
Because folks like yourself and Antarctic Treaty, like there's not this incentive, like we're all trying to get together and explore. We already think like, look, there's pictures from space. There's no need to explore. There's no incentive for us to do this, what you're saying.
Why do you guys
No.
think that when you look on to the globe earthers? Why do you guys think that when you look on Google Maps and you look at North Korea, that you basically don't see anything? Just a question for you guys.
That's a good question. I never even thought about that.
Because they're communist.
Brenda,
No,
dude.
Yeah, okay, because they're communist, but what's dude?
We should still have pictures.
Why would
like-
they want to hide it from you, regardless of
It's
their abilities?
it's undeveloped.
No, but why don't we have pictures? We should be able to zoom in and see like what's going on, but you're saying
Because
it's not, right?
blurred.
How
Why
is this?
blurred?
Why
This
is it
simple
blurred?
question
Because
being
we're having
so-
issues with the dudes.
Politically?
Well, I don't think the
Right.
North Koreans like us very much.
I have to take charge here because it's my question and it's just been
go ahead.
complete shat on. It's like you've all diarrheaed over the question. There's a very simple answer to this. The reason why you wouldn't want someone to see a map of your country, and North Korea is a good example of this because you go to Google Maps, you see it. It's because you're trying to hide things. You're trying to keep secretive because it gives you some sort of advantage.
We have maps of North Korea.
It's not. Do you?
Yeah.
Go on Google Maps right now and tell me if you can just look at North Korea, just anywhere.
I'll do it. It's a good
Well,
question.
I said we have maps of North Korea.
Like
yeah.
accurate ones?
We do have a map of where cities are and stuff, but
Not where it is, but like that's not what he's
Is
saying.
some information restricted?
yeah, it's blurred on Google Maps.
So my question was leading to that obvious conclusion, and I don't know why it's so hard to just accept that information is restricted because there's an advantage to the person who holds that information. Very simple. So then when you ask yourself, why don't we, i.e. normal people, have access to the whole Earth? It's because if anyone's figured anything out and they don't want us to know, they simply won't tell us. It's so
But you do have access to the Earth.
No. They're saying
that's Brenda.
That's Brenda, yeah.
They're saying that besides what we know, information is being withheld. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, but if we have satellites, we should be able to just take pictures and fuck their policies and just take pictures. Like, but how come? What's
We
happening?
do have pictures.
Where they are? I just looked at the Google Maps and I don't see shit.
Well, they're not publicly available pictures because.
But we should just be able to zoom in from. Fuck them and just take the pictures from satellites. Fuck them.
Why is making really obvious basic points like pulling teeth over?
No, I don't agree. I do agree with.
I don't
that
see
point.
shit on Google Maps,
Information
bro.
is being restricted.
Of course it is.
Area.
So
Why would you think? Why would you think?
Since it's basic and obvious, why is it being fought so hard? Any ideas?
I don't
It's
think
like
we're
I said, they're
fighting that hard.
communists. It's a communist totalitarian state.
Well, fuck them. We have our own satellites.
It doesn't matter anyway. It's not because they're communist. It's because they want the information restricted.
Yeah. You can zoom in on Google Earth and see a detailed view of the area.
What?
You can.
The whole of North Korea.
Not the whole.
Well, not whole of it, but you can definitely zoom in.
So the information's being restricted, isn't it? Like, why are you guys fighting this?
They're missing the point, Crypto.
I'm not.
Why y'all missing the point on purpose, bruh?
I'm not fighting it.
Yeah, but I see something. No, you don't see all of it. I mean, just like you could go to your city, you could go to your city and see the whole shit. Go ahead, AI.
Okay, let me ask this. Can you zoom in and see all the artillery pieces?
Hell no.
I mean, it's the same. I don't actually know this, but I'm expecting it to be the same for stuff like Area 51.
Go look.
Obviously, that makes my point stronger.
Yeah. So information is being withheld from the general public in that sense. Yeah.
So,
I
you
don't
can admit
disagree
as a
with that.
global that information is restricted from you, the public.
Of course.
Correct?
Of course.
Wonderful.
But that's with everything.
Of course. So then why was it was like when I made the point originally, why has it been like not accepted until it was so fucking obvious that it has to be accepted?
Oh no, I accepted it from the start.
Oh, to be fair, you did, but the other two were like, nuh-uh.
A lot of them have flat earthers can't be right syndrome.
Yeah, exactly. So if they're able to restrict this information from you, I mean, they can restrict any information from you that you can't verify for yourself. Correct?
Yeah, to some degree, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have a question.
So when we talk about like, oh, why don't you have a flat Earth map? Well, you don't know that the globe Earth map is accurate. You just don't.
What advantage would the government get from withholding
Here we
this
go.
information?
Here we freaking go, dude.
Don't ask that question.
Oh
Why not?
It's a whole rabbit hole.
Do you think that restricting information has some sort of tactical or strategic advantage for the person who has the information?
Maybe. What would that be?
100% always. So they then choose to give you that information or not, correct? So how do you, as the non-holder, as the person who doesn't hold information, know that that information exists?
Because it's being blurred. We know the information at least exists.
No, not necessarily.
I mean, for like North Korea, we know it exists because...
Are you sure? But you don't know what's there.
No, we don't know exactly what's there, but we know a picture it was taken.
You haven't got a clue what's there. You haven't got a clue what's there. And regardless, like, yeah, there's so much information that you could be not even aware. It's like an unknown unknown. And you don't know how much information fits into that category by definition.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Fantastic. So when we start talking about maps, then you have to apply this logic to that.
Yes. The only thing I disagree with in that regard is that the maps haven't changed significantly since like a few centuries ago.
7,000 new islands. Like
I know, but they were
last
small.
year.
I said significant.
Oh, here we go.
What's more significant than Antarctica?
How did they just come out of How did they just come out of nowhere? Like I thought we had Himawari and pictures from satellites. Like they just, oops, oh, we missed them. Oops, here they are. Atlantis, it just popped up out of nowhere.
What's more
seems pretty significant, my G. I don't see how you're just gonna hand wave that and be like, nah, they were always there. We just happened to just, oops, we just missed them.
I'm
That's
saying
cap.
significant, as in a new
That's
landmass,
significant, dude.
like a big landmass.
7,000.
I know, but they were small.
But so why did we see them?
I don't know.
Well,
Didn't look.
we got to be
Okay.
fair.
Good
So we
enough.
got to be fair. Did either of you read the article about the islands?
Yeah.
I've heard about it.
Was it not the case that the majority of the territories were already known? They just weren't classified as islands.
Classified, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, he's just saying, like, oh, nothing has changed. Like, no, they have changed. They updated the lore. They update the DLC all the time, dude. All
I
the
said
moons in our
nothing
atmosphere and shit like that.
significant.
They do that all the time, dude. If you
I
pay
said
attention.
nothing significant has changed.
That seems
And
pretty significant. The moon's now within the Earth's atmosphere. Now there's
Okay, hold on,
7,000
friend.
new
Let's
islands.
follow that. Let's follow that logic. So your logic would be the general territories that are known, haven't changed in a long time.
Not significantly. Of course,
Therefore,
they have
what?
been more precise.
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Therefore, what?
It's a globe.
Since no. I'm not. This isn't a proof for a globe. It's just I want to understand why, since centuries ago, that information has been withheld with perfection from us.
Oh my god.
You just want to understand, is that just it? So if that's just answered, you'll be just convinced?
Yeah. If the answer is fine, yeah. I don't care. I'm genuinely wanting to understand.
Well, what if most people are
all of
just
it.
like you, Burge? What if most people, they're just like you? They just believe it.
Yep. So,
I
for
don't know
example,
shit.
if you believe that there's nothing to see that way, right? You'd have no motivation to go that way, would you? So it may be the case in a speculation that people haven't gone beyond the perimeter that's available to us because there's no motivation for them to go because they don't think there's anything there. Now, for example, when people found out about the New World, right, there was a mass exodus from Europe west, right?
Yeah. The
But they knew. Yeah, but they kind of knew there was something there, right?
Yeah, they were going to try to go to Indonesia, kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. So but the guys who did the mass exodus, right? They had the reports, right?
Yeah.
But the original guys, they didn't exactly know what they were getting themselves into, maybe, right?
Yeah.
But they did know that they were traveling in travelable seas. They were seeing land, all that stuff. But if you go to the south, all you see is death, right? And what I mean by that is, if you think about the way the globe is set up and the nature of the North Pole to the South Pole, they should have the same climate. And there's no reason why they don't have the same life. But the North is rich in life, and the South is essentially dead. There's no plants, there's no critters, there's nothing. It's a cold, desolate wasteland.
I mean, the North doesn't have plants.
You sure about that?
Well, I mean, there's no land in the North Pole. It's ice.
He wasn't talking about land. Yeah.
The South Pole is the one with land.
No. What he's talking about is the southern latitudes as you get towards the poles, not the poles themselves, right?
Yeah.
So that you understand that you've strawmanned it, but maybe not deliberately.
Probably. So let's just go with that. Yeah.
Would you want to maybe answer the question then instead of just talking about the poles?
Well, what was
my point is that as you go south, you find ever increasing hostile environment, nothing alive, a vast amount of resources just to stay alive, to be there, let alone explore or establish anything of any value, right?
Yeah.
So it's like there's almost no motivation to be there. Even if you take reports from such people like Edward Bird that the whole place is full of riches like gold, silver, uranium, all those things. The amount of infrastructure that you'd have to place there to retrieve those resources is so insurmountable compared to other places that there's no reason to go there.
Yeah.
It's like it's literally a waste of everyone's time to be there.
Yeah.
So there is a natural boundary in a sense. So if you imagine that, just for sake of argument, that the area that we're in is very hospitable to us, but the outer area is not, and it's a natural deterrent to go there. Now that's not unreasonable. That's completely reasonable.
That's fair to say that Antarctica, or what we call Antarctica, is pretty or well, we don't like to live there because it's kind of shit, you know. So, in that argument, is it safe to assume that you mean that there is more beyond that unlivable zone?
In that view, there'd be no reason to say there isn't.
Okay.
However, whether or not it would be livable or not is another question, because there are ideas that have gone through antiquity, not quote unquote flat earther ideas necessarily, but that there are lands beyond Antarctica. There's old maps that show it. Now, whether they're fantasy maps or they're actual maps from some chart guy or whatever is, we don't know because we weren't alive back then.
Yeah.
Some people speculate that there's extra suns. Some people speculate that the sun is actually winding down, and so there used to be more inhabitable land, but now there isn't. There's all kinds of concepts about it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to argue for a globe here. I'm also just trying to understand.
Stop the cap.
Yeah. So, for example, friend, there's been plenty of quote unquote flat earthers who are super zealous for exploring Antarctica, right? Oh, let's all go to Antarctica and just head south and head south and head south. And we're like, dude, you got $1 billion, bro. You got fuel, you got planes, you got infrastructure, you got all that. Oh no, we'll just go on a boat and get out and we'll just walk with our sled dogs and our 3 canteens and our 5 Twinkies. Like,
Ninja Rush Antarctica. Ninja Rush Antarctica. Everybody at the same time.
What? What was just said?
I don't know. I think he was speaking in tongues. But anyway, you get the point. It's like it's not as easily accessible as people could think. Even with modern technology, it takes a lot of infrastructure to really explore such a hospital.
I get that. It's just when I'm trying to understand, like I already asked, like which way do I go to get somewhere new? From you, I get at least like a speculation that it is beyond Antarctica.
But I said out in a way anyway. I said the same thing basically.
I know, but like it's a physical area where we can start from, and it helps visualize that.
Okay. All I did was take you to the universe and do the same thing. You would start from the Earth and go outwards, any direction.
I know, I get that, but it's easier to pick a point and visualize from that point on.
So basically, it'd be like from wherever you are and just head in one direction. Simple.
I know, but like if I just went west, I'd eventually get to the Atlantic, and then across the Atlantic would be America for me. And then I cross America, I get to the Pacific, and then so on and so on. So like if I just went west, I'd eventually get back to where I was. Because I mean, if people took a boat that way or
So
whatever,
go north or south then. Go north or south then.
which is why I asked. Like, do you guys know anything if there's beyond a North Pole, or is that also
Do you?
something unexplored?
Do you?
I myself do not know that
I don't know
specifically.
either, bro. Welcome to the club. I don't know either.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's
But
why I asked. So it's north or south?
listen, the north does seem to be the epicenter of a polar or radial coordinate system, right? So
Yeah.
it's very reasonable to assume that in the north is like a point where this is central, at least to that coordinate system, right?
That's what I would believe, but I've come across flat earthers that don't believe that.
Well, in what regard? That it's not the
Like
central point to a coordinate system, or it's not central in any regard?
not central in any regard, where it's just like we're just part of like a full-on horizontal map, like
Oh yeah.
in that regard, I've come across that as well, but I do believe that the North Pole, there's nothing like if you go over the North Pole, of course you're just gonna get another country. So that's why I was asking, what way do I go to get somewhere new?
Just a quick question. Is there a center of the universe?
From our point of view, it's us. If you were to be
Okay.
anywhere else,
So
it's the
why?
same.
I mean, I get the idea that it would be the North Pole, but also it's like,
Yeah.
how do we know where the center of all of reality is? Just like in the universe, we don't know.
There is no center of reality.
Okay, well, why does there have to be a center of the Earth? I mean, you see what I'm saying? But anyway, I mean, maybe there is. I'm just pushing back.
Well, there hasn't specifically need to be a center of the Earth, even in, like in your map. But it's just that our compasses and all of that stuff, and if we went across the North Pole, points to show that there's some type of center there. There's at
to a
least an
coordinate
electromagnetic set, like
right.
yeah, the coordinate system would say that, and our compasses work through electromagnetism, so like that has to be the point of some type of thing.
What if that thing is the mystical Mount Meru?
The what?
You never heard of such a thing before?
The mystical Mount Marie?
Meru.
Maru.
So
No.
there's antiquated speculation and accounts of people who've been to the North Pole of a giant magnetic mountain that as they approach it, their nails in their ship get tore out.
Okay.
I think they also have accounts where there's like four major water things that are there.
That's from what I can find. It's from Hindu mythology, right? Or cosmology. Hindu cosmology, my bad.
Yeah, maybe, but there's also accounts of it of seafaring, vessels going up there. And there's also, interesting changes in the map concerning the North Pole. So you said there's never been significant changes in the maps, but there has been.
Okay, the
The
North
maps have
Pole
changed.
has changed quite significantly.
Yes, it's changed a lot in my lifetime.
Yeah. But there's a reason for that, because it's kind of...
Yeah, what's the reason?
It's kind of like chipped away at throughout the years.
Oh yeah, that's the story. That's the story you've been told, right? But one time it was an ice cap. One time it was a massive land. Another time there's nothing there but water.
Has anyone ever said there was a mass of land?
At the North Pole, yeah.
Because from what I, or at least what I've always been taught and read, was that it was just water. But has that changed in the recent?
I thought you were told it was ice.
When I was in
Ice and
school,
water. Sorry, my bad.
when I was in school, it was landmass, bro. When I was a
Hey,
kid,
hey, do y'all
Okay.
when
believe
I was
there's
a kid,
actually like an ice wall, like Game of Thrones, that nobody can pass?
hold on,
Kinda
before we
cool.
answer that, I just want to say, when I was a kid, the maps of the North Pole that I saw in my school books was land.
How old are you, might I ask?
I'm,
Or like,
I'm only 44 years old, bro.
damn.
You saw a map on a book, and the book was flat, so therefore the Earth is flat.
Bro, what is this guy randomly coming in with this random bullshit? He just said the center of the Earth, North Pole, is water. We're just saying raised us. They taught us that it was like ice caps on both sides. So where is he saying? Why is he saying it was water?
It's quite funny as well, though, that he would make such a statement that he thinks it's silly that there was a flat map, therefore that the Earth is flat. Yet they will unironically show us globes and say that proves that the Earth is a globe. Right? There is quite an interesting irony to that.
I don't agree with that point, might I say.
Why not? It's the same point.
Because just making a map a certain way doesn't prove anything, of course. I can
I
make it
agree.
a fucking donut.
I completely agree.
Can I make it a donut?
So why do globers tell us all the time that is the case when it's a globe?
Because they're stupid.
Well,
That's
that
not
is
how
true.
you argue a point.
Yeah.
If I were to say, look, this is the map, and it's a fucking donut, no one's gonna believe me as well.
What if you have, hold on, friend, what if you have a 2-volume set, 1,200-page book with coordinate transformations?
Why I could do that on a donut Earth?
Stop.
Yeah, why not?
Well, if it would work, which I doubt it would, because compasses would go fucking haywire then. But no, that would not. It wouldn't be possible
Dude,
on
how
a donut.
gay do you have to be?
I'm not gay.
It's gay.
You're
It's
gay.
super gay.
How do you use the soundboard?
How do you use it? You click on. Oh wait, there's no soundboard. Probably only people with perms can use them.
Dude, you could barely even use your own voice. Why would we give you perms for the soundboard?
Gay.
Listen, I realize that you're excited to be here, but stop interrupting the guy who actually has an intelligent point. Thanks.
We know he's not that intelligent. Come on, let's be serious here.
If you could pull off another voice than Kermit, that would be great. Otherwise, shush. I'm also just trying to argue respectfully. Like, I still disagree, but I'm just trying to be respectful to your points as well.
What do you disagree with, homie?
Yeah, good question. What do you disagree with?
Let me just formulate a correct sentence, since I'm not English, so I kind of need to translate what I think.
English?
I just find the explanations that a globe Earth has given more plausible than
my goodness.
what you guys have. Because most of the phenomena or at least most of the guys I've talked to within the flat Earth community, if I ask them to explain a phenomena, they just say, "I don't know."
We don't have to explain
Yeah,
phenomena to
you, you
I
don't have to know, but
this is what I want to let you know. Your entire cosmology is based off the given dimensions of a globe, and if we falsify those dimensions, your entire cosmology shatters.
Brother, really quickly, you have a totem pole where things rank higher or lower. Okay, explanations are ranked very, very low on the totem pole. Things like measurements or demonstrations rank higher. The
oh yeah,
fact that
I
you guys
know,
are
but with
constantly
those
seeking out,
explanations come that.
the fact that you guys are seeking out explanations is so low value. We're here for measurements of the earth or demonstrations of gas pressure, etc., right? But you want to explain everything. Well, just explain this, explain that. We're not here for just explaining things. You can explain anything, right? We want measurements of the curvature of the earth, right? That's that's not an
I get that.
explanation, it's a fact. Explanations aren't facts. Explanations are just some shit it just makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I get that.
Suppose it would help if you were more specific.
Specific about
you, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it, but like specific about
something, anything, literally
anything.
Yeah.
What do you
Guys
mean?
love.
He's
Oh,
like,
no.
well, you can just explain it. Like, well, I can dude, again, you can explain anything. Well, measurements doesn't require explaining. If I just measure how tall you are, it doesn't matter what language we speak. I could speak Chinese, you could speak English. If you're 6 foot tall, we measure that. There's no explaining needed. We measured it, it's
I don't use
over.
feet.
Regardless, if we
I
whip
know,
out a tape
I'm
measure,
kidding.
we did that. It's over. There's no explanations needed. We don't need to translate anything. You are 6 foot tall. We just measured it. It's over. Done. Case closed. No, we don't need to sit down and collaborate. None of that. None of that. So the same thing applies here. We don't need to explain shit. We just need we need to go measure and test.
Mhm.
And that's it. We don't need to explain shit. We don't care about well, flat earthers haven't explained. Yeah, well, we measured the surface of the earth. It's flat. You can be Chinese and still figure it out. No offense. Don't
Yeah.
cancel me.
Do you believe we have the circumference of
No.
what we call Earth? No.
Hell no. Why would you believe that?
Either way, a circumference is a circle, and that's not exclusively to a globe.
That's entirely true.
I'm just curious why you even asked. Like, so you think we do?
Well, I do believe we have the circumference of the equator.
Great. How?
How? Well,
yeah.
Well, we measured the. We know where the equator is.
No, okay. Here's where this is where you're wrong, because where we derive the equator from is the celestial sphere, which is apart from the terrestrial, and we're only taking ground positions of things. The anomaly of the sky is that it's like a blanket with pinholes in it. That's how it acts above us. So we have ground positions of fixed stars according to time and seasons.
Yeah, so in other words, it's just a ground track of something in the sky, right? So you could have an object circling over whatever, track it that it seems to follow a circle, then call it a circle.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, the equator is just a line that is at 0 degrees latitude. It's an imaginary
It
line.
can't be a line. It would have to be a circle.
Okay, circle. Sorry, my bad.
It's based on an elevation angle of the sun from the horizontal plane. That's where.
Not the equator.
Yes, the equator is based on the sun's path over the Earth. The geographic position of the sun at zenith over the Earth's surface. That requires a flat plane.
Well, whether it's to the sun and the path of the sun over certain times of the years, or whether it's to Polaris and the distance from Polaris based on, angular view drop in your field of view. Either way, it's based on retroengineering inferences about something in the sky and then making shape claims from that about the Earth. Right?
No, I'm not. I'm just asking if the circumference of the equator.
So I'm just curious. Have any of you guys ever seen the Truman Show?
Bruh. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is it possible that the sky, as we know it, is just a projection? Like not a projection of
Here we go.
how do I say this?
Oh,
like
shit.
a holographic
Here we go again.
You're making us
we
look
go
crazy
what?
right now, G. You're making us look crazy right now in front of
That's
that.
speculation. That's
Of
all
the light.
speculation.
Yeah, I'm speculating. Okay.
Yeah, well,
That's
they don't want.
speculation.
They want
Wait,
that.
hold on 1 second.
He's saying
It's
If I can't
speculation, but
talk,
it does appear to us as it is some form of projection.
right?
That's how like a lot of the things in the sky behave as if they were projected.
Light hits the Earth and it bounces off objects, right? And it projects into the sky. That's all I'm saying.
But it doesn't
And
make
what we are seeing
I'm sorry.
is light reflecting off the Earth because we know that the Earth isn't flat. Like not in the sense that it's not perfectly flat. There's mountains. There's
So you're saying it's basically an image that's created by Earth, or by light bouncing off the Earth and making shit look like that? Oh, he's gone.
That part was kind of weird. The reflection part,
I
no.
don't understand that one.
Fair enough, but I don't think he thought that one through enough to field it here.
Yeah.
No, they're making stuff up. So that one was about reflection of the Earth onto the sky. No, I never heard that before.
Why do y'all think that there's a horizon on the water? Like why you can't see from one side of the continent or one country to another?
Bro, what the? Why do you guys always come in here like it's a pawn shop and be like, well, no, here, like, let me sell you an idea of a flat Earth. We just go outside. There's a horizon. You can't see to China. That's the flat Earth, bro. This idea, like, well, no, if it's flat, you should see to China. That's your
Fair enough.
idea. Keep that.
It's
fair enough, but you have two things going on in that form of what's supposed to be a question, which is a horizon, and then why can't you see another continent? Those two things aren't necessarily linked. For example, at ground level, you can't see more than approximately 350 miles due to atmospheric occlusion alone. That's well established. So there's no way you could see another continent.
Stupid. Even if you're 400 feet up in the sky, you're not going to see China.
Yeah. Because
Like if you're on the U.S., it doesn't matter how fucking high you go up into the sky, you're not going to see China from the U.S.
Yeah, duh.
That's
So
because of the atmosphere.
what I'm asking is the horizon again, which is like how globes work. If you stand on if you stand on the north side of any ball, how in the fuck are you going to see the south side? And in your worldview, you should see
No, our worldview is
based,
when we go outside. Our worldview is when we go outside. No, hell no. No, our
let me
worldview is
finish.
not when we
Are
go
you going to
outside
let
and
me
see
finish?
the south. Hell no.
So if you're on Everest and you're on the tallest point, then you should technically be able to see everything.
Just let him. Just let him. Just let him make his.
No, that's
Just
your
let him make his
sloppy
point.
idea. Hell no.
It's not-
Because you're saying no in your worldview. We've
Creation
never
Bear, you didn't even let me you didn't even let me finish my sentence.
Bear. Just let him make
I don't
his
care.
point
I don't
and then
care, brother.
refute it after.
I'm not gonna let
Why
him
are you
stand
getting
on that. I'm
why
not
are you
gonna
getting
let him
so
stand on
upset
that.
about why are you getting so upset?
I'm not gonna let you stand on that. That's not our position. We've never said you should go to Mount Everest and see to China. That's never been our position. That
I
never
never
will
said
be our position. We're never gonna accept that our position. We're not gonna let you sit here and say
Okay.
that should be our
so
position.
That's
Bear.
fine. Stop talking. Hey, kids,
So
stop.
that's the
Both you
point of the
stop talking.
conversation. That's the point of
Hey,
the conversation. Why I'm asking.
No, our point of our
You don't have
conversation
to
is
Yo.
not let
you don't have to get
All right.
man our
Bye.
position.
get all butthurt.
You can't see that far because you have an optical limit. Full stop.
Sure. What?
Hey, that's
No
fine.
see so far.
What if we don't use our eyeballs?
Hold
What if we
on.
use like a
Hold
telescope?
on, dude.
What if we use
Dude,
like the
chill.
the telescope that's up in Canada that can
But-
see out?
If you use a telescope, you will be able to see further, but the telescope will.
All right. Now that I have peace and quiet, I'm gonna eat my grapefruit. No, I'm just kidding. So we have to allow people to finish their sentences. Okay. It may be the case that he's strawmanning our position. That's fine. However, if he's putting a hypothetical and he doesn't qualify it as this is your position, then it's not a straw man. It's just a question. Okay, if we're going to critique everyone before they could finish their sentences, it's not going to be very enjoyable for the guests here. They're going to feel like they're just listening to a recording. All right, now I'm going to unmute everybody unmuted. Hopefully you take my advice with a grain of salt.
Hello. So if we have I guess this is just a question. I'm not trying to straw man shit. Was never trying to do that. I'm trying to ask if we have a telescope. Let's use the best science that we have, where we have telescopes where we can see things millions of miles away. If we use that on the tallest point of the Earth, and we look, and let's say we're in the U.S., and we try to see China, which is on the globe worldview on the other side, you would not be able to see that. But how can you see that, or how would you be able to see that on with this telescope?
Rephrase your question, mate, because that doesn't make sense to me.
All right, so on the globe Earth's worldview, right? You got north side and south side, right? U.S. and China, which are on opposite sides, right? So if I use the strongest telescope that we have that can see millions of miles, away, on the globe, we're going to say you cannot see China. Doesn't matter how high you are. What I'm asking is, for you flat earthers, or whatever you want to call yourselves, if I use this telescope, how do you describe that you can't, or how do you explain that you can't see China from the U.S.?
So you're assuming that we're on a ball, number one. Also, you're assuming that we can see millions of miles. Who's actually measured it?
Who's actually measured what?
Well, you said the telescope can see stars and stuff millions of
Yeah.
miles. So
Yeah.
how do you know?
How do I know? Do you know that how fast light travels?
How do you know that that telescope can actually see millions of miles. How do you know the stars aren't just 2,000 miles away and we're just seeing these beautiful dots in the sky?
Okay, again, I'm gonna backtrack to the first question. Do you know the speed of light?
That wasn't your first question. You were asking.
Well, I'm gonna get you there. I'm gonna get you
No,
there
you're
with
not.
me.
Just stop for a
Yeah.
second. You were asking.
No, you
us
asked me. You
why
just
we
hold on.
cannot
No,
see
no. You
China
just
from
asked me
Mount
a
Everest.
question. How
The
do I
reason you
know that
can't is
that a
because of your optical
bro
limit.
can't even speak?
That's it.
You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer it. You asked me how do I know how a star is so far away? Yes. So I'm gonna ask you the same question to get you there. So there is a way that we can test that with the first step is knowing the speed of light. If you know the speed of light, then you can say, you know, you have that measurement first off, right? But then you look at stars and you look at the light. You can look at this thing that's called redshift. And redshift is a way on how light travels in our world, in our universe. And the redder things get, the farther out it is. We can get into like that would be. I mean, we're gonna get into like some crazy, like science stuff, and then like we can get there, and there's a whole process to like measure that stuff on like how far things have redshifted, how things have moved in front of others, and how light gets warped around gravity.
Speed of light.
Anyways, that's besides my question. What I'm asking is, if I'm using the strongest telescope, and we assume, like, let's just assume, like, let's not even argue about if it can. Let's just say it does, right? How do you explain that, like, you can't see China from the U.S.?
Your eyes, along with telescopes, along with cameras, have a limitation to how far they can see through the atmosphere.
Okay, so what you're saying from the get-go is, so you don't even. Do you think that there's stars in the world, like that they're millions of miles away out there?
Has no relevance.
Can I maybe address this just in a different
Because
way?
what I'm asking is like when we have telescopes that are like around the world, and we're looking at like the Hubble telescope and the James Webb telescope. I'm asking, like, do you believe that any of that is like,
dude?
Okay, I'll offer you some peaceful advice, my friend. Grab your telescope and point it to the horizon. Stop looking away from the subject matter. The subject is, are we living on a ball or are we living on a flat, topographical, non-moving plane? That's it. Everyone comes in here looking in every other direction but what we're standing on. So, in order for you to prove your ball, i.e., I can't see around the curve, you have to prove the curve. We can't prove it. That's why we're in here.
what do you mean we can't prove the curve? We have plenty of evidence to do that. But I'd rather not. Well, hold on. I'd rather not prove the curve because to me, hold on,
we can all just go home and delete this server and go home. That's all we need. We're not anti-code. We just need the curve proof. If you're saying you have it, let's start with that. Let's just start right now.
Could I interject and ask?
No. I don't cock block the curve proof, bro. Come on now.
No. I'm asking.
Why jump in now? Right when the proof's coming.
No.
So
what would you
what
take
made you
as proof?
Just whatever he has. He said he got it. Let's just hear it. Why are you trying to jump in and be like,
who said who got it? Who said that?
You did. You said there's curve proof.
I said I have proof. I said that there is proof. I didn't say I have the proof.
Yeah. So where's it at? Why would you say there is?
It's online. It's called colleges, books. I mean, you can go read.
Hold on. You're saying there is proof based off of like you've seen it or what?
You can go to college for one. But I'm not here. But hold on.
No. Hold on. Wait. You can't just sit here.
I'm not here. Hold on, creation.
Hold on, buddy. You can't just punt into the conversation.
I'm not your fucking buddy.
Okay, pal. You can't just punch into the conversation that there's proof and then be like, well, just I don't have it. It's out there somewhere, maybe.
No, it's definitely there. Yeah, it's definitely there. It's called college.
Go get it right now and put it in the chat.
Go, yeah. Let me
Just
go
so
get
you
the
know,
University
Joker,
of Georgia and bring it
just
to
so you
you.
know,
No,
There.
the way
just
it
sit here
works
and say there's proof.
Let
and
me
not
let me go get you a college application, my friend.
application. So the proof's in the application. Like you're saying there's
Yeah.
proof of the globe, so it's
Yeah,
not in the
the
college
the
application.
proof is in the application. Yeah,
guy's
it's in that piece of paper. Yeah, that's exactly it, my friend. You got it.
Clearly,
You figured it out.
I
No,
want
I'm
the
not.
audience
I'm not
to
here
see
to give you
I want
proof.
the audience to see what's happening
Creation
right
Bear,
now.
I'm not
here to give you proof.
I'm not here to give you. What
I
I'm
know
here
you're
to.
not because there isn't any.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not in
called
the college.
college. I already
It's
told
not
you
in
the
there.
answer. It's
It's
called
not in there.
college.
It's not in there.
Okay, that's fair, but we're not interested in listening to two people stutter step their phonetic utterances. We want to actually be able to understand what's happening. Okay, so one of you yield to the other. Let the homeboy complete a sentence, then retort what he said. Back and forth,
Okay,
right?
AI. This guy is saying it's in a college app. He's trolling. We know he doesn't have anything.
I'm not here to
Even
give
there
you
was
proof. I'm here to ask questions
No,
and
you're not
figure
here
out.
to give us proof.
I'm not
Duh.
here to give you proof. I just told you
Okay,
that.
hold on.
What I'm here is to ask questions. And
Yeah, we
I
got.
want to see.
There is no
I want to
proof.
see what. Okay,
We
I want to
got
see.
a solution here now. Okay, so you're here to ask questions,
Correct.
right?
Sure.
Okay. That means you should also be here to listen to answers.
From what?
From the question.
Okay.
You then
All right.
listen.
Yeah. So my question was, if you have a telescope that can theoretically see miles.
Okay, what was the current answer given to you? Type it in chat to get unmuted. This will prove either you were listening or you weren't listening. If you weren't listening to answers, then you weren't here for questions either. You're just trying to convince yourself.
Well, Crit, what he just started to do, Crit, was he started to go through the entire education of all the bullshit that we already learned was the falsehoods to begin with. So all he was doing was just reiterating it, and he was talking like he was a professor, talking about redshift and this and that. Like, dude, he doesn't get it that we're here knowing that that's the bullshit that exists, but he's here to say, dude, just go to college. You'll learn if it's a ball if you just go to college. That shows where he's at.
Yeah, it's pretty bricked, especially when was a Skinny Vet gave him a straight up answer. Well, I think it was Skinny Vet, or was it someone else?
No,
Said,
it was
hey,
the other Aussie.
oh yeah, it said turn that telescope and look down, not up. He's like, why can't I see Mount Everest up in the sky?
Can I just say that he spoke about looking up at the stars after being asked how to prove how far away they are, or how far the telescope can see. So I feel like looking up was a reasonable response at that point.
It's not proving it though.
Yeah, like for instance, it's
Did he all? Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. I was say, did he also say that? I was just listening, kind of vaguely. Did he say that he wanted to know why he can't see China from Mount Everest?
That's correct.
Mount Everest is in China. That's pretty. I hope someone goes back and clips that. That'd be some funny ass shit.
Just
like he's not sure.
I didn't hear him say those words, but he might have.
Like he's not sure Tibet. See, Mount Everest is in Tibet and Nepal. There's a big issue about Tibet freedom being occupied by China. This guy's. You think he went to a college course? Fuck no.
But just the fact that you think that reality should shift and morph and change, as like if I could wave a magic wand over your head tonight and make you a flat earther, I know he left, but anyone in here, if I just waved a magic wand, boom, now you're a flat earther, and then you wake up in the morning, you wouldn't go out to like just wherever you are and just now start seeing to China. Like that, the outside doesn't change. The fact that you goofballs think, no. If it was flat, then like all these things would be different. Like no, We're going out into the same reality that you are, and that is the flat Earth, where you don't see to China. So this whole argument that no, you should see to China is just retarded.
If they were actually trying to make a good argument, it would be you'd see more than what you'd expect.
Hey guys, I'm new to this. Can I ask you guys a question?
Yo, no, Bird, you're wrong, but go ahead, Smith.
So let's imagine if you have like a telescope, right? Why can't I see China?
Here we go.
I just want to know.
Okay, here's the problem. You guys
If I look down, I see the ground, right?
Okay, get it. We got your question. Trying to answer it. So
Yeah, what's
you
up,
think,
bro?
well, you think with telescopes you can see billions and trillions of miles up the sky. So, well, if I just point it down the street,
yeah,
I should see China. Okay.
So
well,
how high up do I have to be to see China?
buddy, just you asked a question. You're clearly not here for the answer. You're talking too much. So what if you point that
you believe that the Earth is flat? That's pretty fucking bad in my book.
way too much? Clearly, he doesn't want to answer.
You know, you can't even explain to me simply why the Earth is flat without being
Hey, man.
retarded.
Can we ignore him? I do sort of want an answer to the question. I'm curious myself. I don't want to interrupt anyone with the answer.
The curiosity is pretty shit. It's like dog water.
Smith, how are you still talking?
Yeah, words come out my mouth and it comes through my mic.
You'd have
Bring
had
in
to-
bring in the clowns or something. What happened?
If we do stupid questions, I've got a stupid question.
He left.
When I get my telescope out and I look down the telescope, why can't I still see the telescope?
That's a good one.
Because you had your eyes closed.
Yeah,
He
Stupid
literally
questions
left.
get stupid answers.
Right.
He left a call after that. that was wild.
Do you think you could carry on that answer? I do want to hear that answer. I'm curious myself.
Well, just point a telescope into the ocean, or if I had to just like take a glass of water, right, and just expand the glass of water, maybe to the size of a planet, right? Can you see through the whole glass of water? You think?
Right, I see what we're getting at here.
Okay. Cool. So, like, I get it that you guys think that, well, I'm looking up and seeing billions and trillions and gillions and jillions of miles, which hasn't been supported, of course. That's a cool story. But just like you can't point it into the ocean, see the bottom of the ocean, or see across the earth because there's I mean, I know it's like quote unquote clear, but so is a glass of water. But if you had a huge glass of water, I don't think you'd be able to see through that either. Or maybe like a pane of glass, and then you have you just start stacking up those glasses behind each other, a mile away. I don't think you'd be able to see through that either.
So okay. Sorry if I just cut you off there. Did I cut you off? Were you going to say more?
I mean, I think you get it. So go ahead.
Yeah. So, just to be clear, what you're saying is,
hey, if I had a telescope, why can't I see China? Why is the Earth flat?
Oh God,
yeah,
dude,
if I can't see fucking China, what's the problem?
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Did Dan McKeagle or McToon or one of these dumb fucks tell all their followers, go ask them why they can't see China? And now all these dumb fucks are
why
coming
can't
in
I
here
see
and
Mexico? Why can't I see Mexico?
All right,
Probably placed in the wrong direction. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, listen,
Can I see Ireland? Like, is that
Oh my
alright?
goodness, dude.
Like, when
Dude.
does the flat curve end?
Kid.
Yeah, what's up, man?
These are all permutations of the same question, right? We're attempting to answer the question, and you're just derailing the answer.
Okay, AI Overlord 2.0.
So that means just chill for a second and let the answer flesh out. If you have questions about what's happening, ask to interrupt.
I think I get a better answer by throwing stones in my fucking dog water bowl.
Smith, you're insecure. Just relax.
I'm insecure because I think the Earth is round.
Way too much. If you have your questions, you're
you're
talking.
upset, bro.
I'm not upset. You ask a question, but you don't want the answer for some weird reason. Sounds like you're insecure. And he's got his fingers in his ears. That's hilarious.
Smith, you could be unmuted when get a location from one continent to another continent.
He's
Pick any
deafened.
location. Well, whatever. Who cares? Pick
Kick
any
him out.
location.
Would I be able to carry on what I was talking about?
Womp. In
Pick the
answer
other
to
guy.
your
Hold on. No, hold on.
I probably do need to change my username. Actually, it's probably not very appropriate.
Look.
Myth is gone. Myth is gone.
Who cares? The point of the contention is.
Just letting you know.
Oh, dude. How many times do I need to hear someone tell me Smith is gone? Am I stupid?
I said it once. I said it once.
No, it was said 3 times in total by whoever said it.
I'll check the live stream for that.
Could have been 3 different people. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Go on.
Hey, if I'm on Mount Everest and I'm in China, how come I can't?
The beef in here is crazy, bro. The beef in here is crazy.
I feel like what's going to come back. Yeah, no, go on. Go ahead.
I can't even see Mexico. It's only 17 and a half miles away.
Shit, man. It's my first day back in here. Y'all beefing? Go ahead, AI, man. Shit.
I'm a vegan, actually.
Yeah. That's why I like Jedi. That's why I like my boy Crypto.
He's a liar. He's not a vegan.
Nah. Hey, why y'all tripping? Shit.
Yeah, no, I actually have muscle. I'm not a vegan.
Oh, what were we even talking about?
Right. Can I carry on what I was saying? Am I able to carry on talking about the whole telescope thing again? Or
Well, somebody still wants to know the answer, don't they? Or no?
yeah, that was me. I was about to just expand on what the answer I was given, like see if I could get more information.
Okay, so you understand the principle that occlusion is accumulative, and you wouldn't be able to see through the atmosphere ad infinitum, right? That's just a fact.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I genuine question, because I don't know much about occlusion myself. Is there a distance that we know of that will be the limit of vision? What?
Yeah.
Is that?
At sea
You
level,
mentioned, didn't you? It was
at
like
sea level,
300 miles.
at sea level, it's approximately 350 miles.
Okay. All right. I'll get back to you when I've thought of an expansion.
Well, the very simple expansion is, well, if you say at sea level, then does that mean it changes if you leave sea level? Well, then yeah. So it's well known that the atmosphere is most dense at ground level, right? That's where it has the most fog type effects as well. So as you go up in altitude, you're going to have a different line of sight, right? Which is going to be transversing through different gradients of density of whatever it is that's in the atmosphere that's occluding your vision. Now that could occur by you looking at something tall while you're on the ground. That's going to be a different line of sight. Or you raising in altitude. However, there's still going to be limits. So you then have to express those limits and see how much you can extend. But then on top of that, you have the hard limits on the optic you're using, which is like its angular resolution limit. So you need to know the object you're looking at, if it's even the size to be resolvable at the distance that it is away. So for example, if something's 2,000 miles away, right, and your angular resolution, your optic is pretty low, plus you have all this occlusion, there's no way you'd be able to see it.
Yeah, I just want to actually add something to your point that sort of backs up your point, which I'm not happy about, but I think I should point it out, is the atmospheric, like the density of the atmosphere doesn't, like the pressure doesn't decrease it's quite a slow decrease as you get higher. And because of obviously Pythagoras' theorem, the distance will get bigger that you're looking at as well. So in theory, you could technically see less the higher you go up. And assuming you see it as spherical.
Interestingly enough, the best way to see far is to get above the densest layers of atmosphere and to use infrared.
Okay.
Now, when you do that, you get shots over 1,000 miles. You get shots and you see things that should be miles upon miles upon miles below the Earth's curvature, quote unquote. Giant water hill, giant hump of Earth, giant whatever it is that you claim is in between point A and point B if you're a globe proponent. So by using infrared, by using increased altitude, it's not simply that you see quote unquote beyond the curve in the way in which the geometry of the globe would allow normally. It's you see way farther, way more than is even possible. With all given effects that globe proponents want to claim.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so this is slightly unrelated, but still on topic, I'd argue. I can't remember when I was last in this chat, but a little while ago it would have been now. I spoke to someone, can't remember who it was, and they basically told me we were talking about or what we call outer space or outside the atmosphere, and we came to a conclusion and we agree that it isn't a vacuum. But I also got told I couldn't say that it was a drastically lower density than our atmosphere, and I want to know what you believe with that, because I think if the occlusion is that much, the extent to which occlusion affects you outside the atmosphere is that much lower, I think that sort of implies a much lower density or a much lower pressure, if that makes sense. If you need me to rephrase anything, I can give it a shot.
But it could be a difference in composition, maybe.
Right. Okay.
Right. So yes, the more dense layers are down, and let's say you say it's not as extreme of a gradient. But what if the lower? No, I don't know off the top of my head. But what if the lower you go, the more distribution of certain different gases is?
Yeah.
You know, so it's not so much the pressure density as it is the density of the actual gas that's present, because certain gases are obviously could be more occluding than others.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. All right, I get what you're saying.
So that's why our friend Smith had to leave, because he didn't want to hear an actual answer to the question.
Yeah, I gotta say, I do much prefer an actual discussion than I've heard it get very aggressive. I'm gonna go with in here a few times, and it's just a whole lot of noise, and it doesn't really get anywhere. So I guess the only other question I'd have is that you saying that outside of the atmosphere as we know it is it's almost like an atmosphere in and of itself, just comprised of different gases, or just like different proportions of gases.
Could be different proportions, but I was just commenting on why you could have not a drastic pressure difference as a gradient, but a different composition.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I just sort of want to see it from all angles because I like having proper discussions with people. It's good fun. But yeah, that's basically my point. My discussion point. I don't have much else to say, to be honest. So if anyone else wants to carry on.
Y'all got it. I think Jerry got it. Old dude got it. One of y'all got it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all got it.
Lost your sound of me stirring ink. It's also the sound of Homewood contemplating actually being answered. And he's like, it's a good point.
Nearly quiet enough to hear a spoon getting pushed into a grapefruit.
Honestly, wouldn't mind hearing that sound. I think you should give a live demonstration.
Dude, this is a family show.
Oh, it's just a grapefruit, though.
For you, Globe Earthers, a good enough demonstration would be just to point at a grapefruit.
You know what? Do you have a grapefruit on hand? Point at it.
Oh, just think of one and point at it. That's good enough.
Shit, I'm just pointing at myself now. Fuck.
Yeah, facts. Because when we ask you guys to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, you just point at some shit like Jupiter.
I'm not going to get into that because I don't know much about gas pressure, despite doing
You don't
that.
have to.
But
It's really not that complex where you can't get it. Okay, it's as simple as like anyone who has a bicycle can figure it out. You have air tire. You have a
yeah,
tire.
but
Air in the tire.
okay.
High
I know I
pressure.
said I know I said don't. I know I said I don't want to get into it, but I am just going to saying that because in our current situation, or on, I don't know how to phrase. Can you give me a minute to work out how to phrase it that won't come across like that won't start? I think because I don't want to. I don't want to start.
Just say it for you. Okay, while you're thinking about it, if you have a steak, you have to have had a cow. Okay. Now, if you increase the size of the T-bone steak to the size of a planet, that doesn't mean now all of a sudden you don't need a cow. It always have had to have come from a cow. So the same thing
T-bone
applies.
steak-sized planet.
Well, you have a T-bone size. Hold on, Burge. You have a T-bone sized, planet-sized gas pressure. Okay.
Sorry,
But you're saying
thought.
because you have this large of the gas pressure, well, you don't need a container anymore. That's the same logic you're applying here. You're saying, well, our T-bone is so big, we don't need a cow. We don't need it anymore. It's just, different. It's just different planetary size. We're saying, nah, that's ridiculous. No matter how big the T-bone is, whether it's the size of a sun, a damn planet, 25 countries, whatever, it had to have come from a cow.
I mean, I personally wasn't going to bring my T-bone size into this, but
Oh my. Oh, okay.
But oh, damn it, you made me forget my point. Damn it.
No, but the major point is that they're saying that they have a planet-sized gas pressure, and
Yeah.
therefore, because it's this big, that they don't need a container anymore. We're saying, well, you gotta have a container. I don't care how big it is or small it is. So that's it.
Okay, so I genuine question, because like I said, I don't know much, but is there could you apply the whole thing of correlation rather than causation to this, or is that because of the rules of like fluid dynamics? Is that not a thing you can just say? Is there actually a rule that states there must be a container in fluid dynamics?
Someone in chat is saying Earth is not a planet.
Of course, it's not a planet.
We're actually an asteroid. Hope you
No,
knew
it's
that.
not either. It's not anything in space. Planets are things that move. Earth doesn't move. Okay, so that's it's automatically not a planet. Off rip. But focus. We're just saying that like it doesn't matter what size this place is. You have to have the container for gas pressure.
Right.
That's
Okay. So it would. Is there no way that this could be classed as a correlation rather than a causation?
I don't even know how you're jumping to that. Like
I'm not jumping. I'm genuinely asking because I don't know much about it. I'm just
relation causation. Like so, what do you? This is natural law. Gas.
Yeah, but
This is gas laws.
but there's like I said, I genuinely don't know much about it, which is why I was asking. But there's a difference between in nature these two things coming together because they have almost like a similar sharing factor, or because they actually one is caused by the other. You know, I just don't know much.
I think you're just overthinking it here. It's really, really simple. You're like, well, I don't understand it, but maybe it's correlation causation. I don't know why you're trying to rebut it when you don't understand it.
No,
It's
like
very just
sorry, yeah,
think about
carry
it.
on. Sorry, yeah.
Let me give you like 3 examples of gas pressure with a container: car tire, bicycle tire, soda can. Okay, the tires obviously have the rubber is the container. The gas pressure on the inside is kind of this higher pressure than the air on the outside of the tire. If you were to puncture or slash the tire, you're going to lose the pressure, right? You have to get a new container to recontain the air pressure. Super simple. Maybe you have a can of soda, right? You open it, pour it in a coffee cup, leave it on the counter for a week. What's going to go, no pun intended, it's going to go flat. You need the container to have the gas pressure. Simple. But the problem is you guys are basically saying like, you know how like maybe you've heard of like rap music where like I'm riding around on 24s. Well, they're saying like, well, I'm riding around on 3959s and my rims are so big that I don't even need tires. We're just calling that out and saying that that's ridiculous. It doesn't matter how big you just increase the size of your bicycle tire now is the size of a planet, quote unquote. That doesn't mean you can just take the tire off and now you'll just have air hold on to it. It's ridiculous. We'd love to see a demonstration of that. Obviously, no one can show us that. So that's why the argument is relevant. It's not a correlation, causation type of thing. It's just their claim is impossible. Period. Earth's contained. There is no outer space. That's what the argument's all about. It's a tough pill to swallow. But for any of you out here that's seen a flat Earth image where it was in space or whatever, you know off rip that that's some sort of ridiculous propaganda. Where we're sitting here telling you that this gas pressure argument points to this idea that space is ridiculous. There is no outer space, vacuum, void, whatever. So any type of flat Earth disk in space propaganda you've seen, you automatically know that some troll or some globe earther is putting that up for you. That's not our idea. We don't think that.
Okay,
So that's
go
why
on.
this argument's important. That's it. Go ahead.
So I have one question. Is the only question I have to do with that is in the globe Earth model, or what we believe to be the globe Earth model. Could you argue? I don't want to pull this thread because we've been down this hole a few times, I think. But could we argue that gravity could be is that what we are saying is the container? Is that what you're hearing from us?
Of course, but
Okay.
we're still asking for a demonstration. We're still looking for like, please show me this happening, right? When I went to with like kindergarten, we had show and tell. So they'd be like, you could go to class and be like, "Hey, class, my dad won a Purple Heart," and then you would whip out the Purple Heart and be like, "Here it is," right? Show and tell. Well, they're saying, well, gravity contains the gas. And we go, okay, great. Well, please go ahead and whip that out and show us. And they just keep telling us, no, well, gravity. We want to see it now. That's why we keep asking for a demonstration. But the problem is a lot of you guys are comfortable with just raising your little dinkly finger to the sky and saying, well, look. That's not a demonstration. That's not demonstrating your claim to be true. That's the problem here. It's basically at this point, it's demonstration versus lack of demonstration. We can demonstrate all day gas pressure with a container, and none of you guys can demonstrate gas pressure without one. So just pick a side, man. I mean, it's your choice, but I think it's a pretty easy choice at the end of the day.
Just so you know, if I take a while to respond, it's just because I'm trying to think of a coherent sentence. I'm not very coherent a lot of times. So.
I mean, the most famous or most well-known experiment that we would say proves gravity to a certain degree would be the Cavendish experiment.
Stop the cap!
From what I've heard, you guys don't accept that one.
Yeah, so from what I've heard is that because that can't easily be proven as something that causes a vertical or a falling motion.
Yeah.
It can't be used as an example.
Womp womp, yeah. So we don't have to go back into a vicious cycle. We did kind of cover this.
Yeah.
I want to trigger the flat earthers in here by going over it again. But yeah, I mean, we pretty much covered this. Cavendish is not that. It's not that dude. It's not that guy. All right, Cavendish is not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me.
Yeah, no, that because that's what we would use to say that. But I get from the arguments here that's not accepted. So I'm just trying to think of other experiments you could do to.
Okay.
But there's really not a lot of the experiment. The only thing you could do is look at what was it? Right, there's some difference in falling speed for say like an apple. If you like drop an apple in, let me just quickly. Yeah, okay, there it is. So the gravitational pull or the falling speed at the surface of the Arctic Ocean is at around 9.8337 meters per second squared, and that falling speed at Mount Novodo in Peru is 9.7639 meters per second squared. We would explain that with gravity. My question to you is why do those two numbers differ? It's not a big difference, but there is a pretty significant difference. Could anyone explain that?
Who was it that we were talking to? Because I do have another quick question about the whole fluid dynamics side of things. You know what, Burge? You seem like you know what you're talking about, and we're on the same side. So I have a question for you then. You know how? So obviously, I'm doing the fluid dynamics module at uni. We've been learning about how fluids at surface boundaries I don't know if it's exponentially. I think it might actually be linear, but linearly slow down. Could you use that as an argument as to why gases stay near? No, just genuinely, why not? I actually don't know. Is axis motion like shear motion rather than?
I mean,
is that parallel motion rather than perpendicular motion?
The explanation for why our planet has an atmosphere.
Yeah, well, yeah,
why most other planets don't really have one, because Mars is, I think, is either next to non-existent.
Yeah.
How about fluid at rest, like water?
What do you mean by that?
Whoa.
You know it's horizontal, right?
I don't. There's no question in there.
You know that water at rest is horizontal, right?
Gotcha, bitch. I mean, in my glass, it sure looks horizontal.
I think the issue here is that with our view or with our model, even if we were to do that, it would appear flat. We're not necessarily saying that we're right in that it is rounded, but even with our views, it would appear flat. So you can't just say, "Look at it."
Yeah, but we know how to. But there is a way to tell if one end is higher than the other, right?
Hold up, before that, please. I want to address something that the other guy said. Was that Burge on speaking on behalf of flat earthers, saying that they don't think like the other planets have an atmosphere because of X?
I didn't say that for.
No, he was talking about what we believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, because I thought that's what I heard you say. All right.
No.
Yeah, he was just talking about how Mars has a pathetic atmosphere in our model.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't want you to think that there's people here that think that planets.
No, I'm not trying to say that.
Planets are like what you think they are, and they don't have an atmosphere because they're in space.
No. We don't think they don't have an atmosphere because.
And I think there's something that could have an atmosphere, right? So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, there's something that can have an
I don't think they're anything like what you think they are. Yeah. All right. Anyway, sorry. Continue, because I that's all I wanted to say, because I misheard. Obviously.
No, that's fine. I mean, why our Earth has an atmosphere has to do in our model has to do with a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Like that, there isn't just one. So it's really hard to just go over that in
So how about that water?
Water? Why it
with the flat thing is yeah.
Yeah. Do you know how to tell when one end of a body of water is higher than the other?
Why one Earth body is higher than the other?
When one end of a body of water is higher than the other.
So okay, I have in our model or in our belief system. Well, I don't really know what the correct way to refer to it is now. But if we had a glass of water on the table, either side of it would be the same height, because in our I'm going to go model again. In our model, it is the same distance from the center of mass of our planet as each other. So the same force is the same compressive force is acting on it. So they'll be at the same level. That's like our explanation for it, or our reasoning, or our belief.
I was asking, do you know how to tell when one end is higher than the other?
Okay, I have a question. Okay, I don't know a question. That was bad phrasing. But do you mean like perspective-wise, or do you mean
no?
What do you mean, like
I don't
distance from the surface of the Earth, or?
Have you ever heard of a river, sir?
Yes, I have heard of a river.
Right. Now I say that water flows because one end of that body of water is higher than the other. So when the Earth curves, basically the water flows, doesn't it? I mean, everybody can demonstrate that, correct?
Can you expand on that bit a bit more with when the Earth's curved,
That's
it'll
it.
flow?
Yeah.
Do you
So
just think
like,
because it's curved, it'll flow off the sides almost, or?
no. When the Earth curves, the water flows like a river.
I don't understand the question.
It's too simple for you guys, right?
No, it's just
nonsensical.
You think it's nonsensical?
A river flows. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. The river flows because the Earth underneath it is curved. Correct? Curves down.
Okay. In that regard.
I would argue a river flows when there's a gradient, not necessarily curve.
Yeah, when one end is higher than the other, when there's a grade.
But like I said, with the glass of water, it'll be a gradient based on the distance from the center of mass. So when you get to
I'm not talking about that.
No,
I'm
but
talking about
it
a
applies.
big body of water.
Yeah, it applies because with a river, if it's flowing from a high point to a low point, the high point will have a much greater distance from center of mass than the low point, so it will flow towards the low point. I think that is a fair explanation of our view.
You think so?
It's due to the altitude difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
I was just going to say, but you understand that that's a maths and geometry argument, not based in reality, right? I mean, can you actually
That's why
demonstrate?
we're talking about our view. That's what we mean. That's why I specified in our view. That's what happens. That's what he was asking about. So
Sure, but you'd need to demonstrate that actually happens in reality. Was his point?
Yeah, but he
study fluid
didn't do it.
dynamics.
I study aerospace engineering. It just has a module of it. It's not like I'm an absolute expert. I know a little bit about it.
Yeah, but no, you don't have to be an expert in this to understand. This is a very basic concept.
No, but I get the concept, but he didn't ask for us to prove it. He asked us to explain why we don't see it that way.
In your model.
No.
Yeah, in our model.
No.
Conversation, my guy. I understand what was said. He said that if you've got one part of the river that was higher than another part of the river, then it would flow because that's the mechanics of water. You don't need to be an aerospace engineer to understand that. Now, your rebuttal to that was that you've got a curved baseline and that it's elevation relative to that curved baseline, right? So I understand what you both said, but now I'm asking you if you can demonstrate a curved baseline affecting how water flows in reality.
I physically can't because of, the physical incapability, not because it doesn't happen, but because of conditions that I can't meet myself.
Or demonstrate water not flowing off a curved surface.
Okay, that's what we're on about.
The issue you guys have, you're making an unfalsifiable claim. This is always the issue with unfalsifiable claims. Is that when you're asked to provide evidence for them, you can't do it, and then there's much huffing and puffing and, oh, you're so unreasonable and so unfair, when in reality you shouldn't be making an unfalsifiable claim in the first place.
I've never said anything about you guys being unreasonable, but just I've tried to have quite a nice discussion with everyone, to be honest. But with what my my view on the whole altitude thing is that it isn't necessarily anything to do with us being on a curve. Oh, I don't know how to say it. I'm not good. Sorry, give me a minute to recompose.
Sure.
Sorry,
Jerry.
I heard.
It's
fine, Crypto.
I did overtake the point a little bit. So,
It's
Jerry,
fine.
you can retake over if you want.
Well, I heard that you're always on top, right? So in the model, you're always on top. So there is no drop because you're always on top. So there is no higher or lower in your model.
No. That's not what we're. That's not true.
Yeah.
In our model, we have mountains.
It is true.
Yeah.
No. They're still a further away from the center of mass.
Further away.
Can you verify that?
Can I verify that? What if I climb up a mountain? I'm further away from the center of mass.
No.
Yes.
That's like saying if you walk away from an apple, do you get further away from the apple?
That'd be a straight line distance.
Only if the apple exists.
If the apple didn't fall, who knows?
Yeah, but you're saying blah 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 center of mass, but the premise itself is in contention.
Right.
So
Okay. Sorry, go on.
why would you then just evoke the premise as proof of the premise?
Okay, so one thing I've genuinely never gotten a straight answer about is not necessarily what you believe, but what do you think about mass? Because whenever I mention mass, someone just goes, "All right, tell me the definition of mass," and I don't really know what you want me to be saying or what you believe yourself. So I just want to know off the bat what you think.
There's multiple definitions of mass, but I think the main contention appears to be that mass is being used interchangeably with matter when they aren't definitionally the same thing, and so you then have an issue with physics from that perspective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's just shitty wording and.
Yeah, so you go from there, but then people will just conflate the two. They'll say mass attracts mass because I dropped an apple, right? There's so many issues with that statement.
Yeah.
But you can't even define mass is the probably the biggest issue. You know.
The funny part about if I dropped an apple, the apple moved towards the Earth, is that you couldn't even say that because you don't have the perspective to look at it. That the Earth could even move towards the apple in that experiment.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about relativity, which is where you're at now, right? Then the question I would ask you is, if I drop an apple in the UK and someone else drops an apple in Australia at the same time, is the Earth moving in two different directions?
Well, if both apples hit the ground, you'd know the apples are going towards the Earth.
No, because in relativity, it's said that you can't know whether the apple is moving to the Earth or the Earth's moving to the apple, right? So then some of the kind of copium that's thrown out is that they move towards each other proportional to their mass. So if that's the case, then the Earth is moving towards the apple.
Well,
so if you've got two apples on opposite sides of the Earth, then the Earth is moving simultaneously towards both apples in opposite directions.
Okay, so I'm going to use what you brought up with that it moves proportional to the mass, and that with saying that, because of how great the mass is, you won't move anywhere near as much. Yeah, how great the mass of the Earth is, the Earth won't move as much as the apple.
Will it move at all?
In the situation, okay. So the problem that you've brought up is that we're combining two experiments into one. If in theory, if you only ever had that one apple falling at a time, yes, albeit minutely, but if you had one on either side of the Earth and dropped them, the Earth would have an equal force from either side, so it wouldn't move. They'd cancel out, and the apples would come towards the Earth.
That's making sense.
Well, if you, sorry,
there would be because then the forces wouldn't be balanced between the Earth and the apple. Then it would be the two apples pulling each other.
Okay. I think the bit that we've got a bit not mixed up with, just like lost in translation, is that we've said that the motion is proportional to mass, but it's not the motion that's proportional to mass. It'll be the force applied.
But the statement is that the Earth moves towards the apple.
No.
Yes.
Well, according to I mean, a little.
Just saying no, but that just means you don't understand it.
Okay, so I have a question then. Are we able to talk about it with just the one apple dropping first, so that we can go through it fully?
If you want, but that's not my point.
I mean, I can explain it with two apples.
Right, go on.
If Are we doing that? The two apples are on exact
dude.
opposite
You guys
sides
do
of the
whatever you
world.
want. I'm gone in about 3 minutes, so be quick.
Okay. The Earth, according to our model, attracts the apples, and the apples also attract the Earth. The apples, however, don't attract the Earth as much as the Earth attracts the apples. Of course, because the apples are pretty tiny compared to the Earth and don't have a lot of mass. But in our in the theory of like the gravitational pull, it is true that we say that the apple also pulls on the Earth. It just doesn't really move the Earth all that much.
I mean, that's what the other guy said. I don't know what you're bringing that's new.
Well, that's exactly what our theories state.
But we've already been. He already said that. Like, I don't. What is it that you've just said that he hasn't said already?
I think he didn't go into that, but
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so he already said all that shit. So I don't. Do I just repeat my rebuttal of that? Like, where do we go from here?
Just quickly, could you actually repeat your rebuttal? I want to know. I can't quite remember exactly what your phrasing was.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the problem is that you've got the Earth moving in two opposite directions, and so you said, "Oh no,
so
that
it cancels out.
each other out." But then, if it cancels out, then the apples must be attracting each other because the Earth is now not a factor.
No. The Earth is still attracting the apples. It's just the pull of the apples is... No. The pull of the apples on the Earth cancels out. The pull of the Earth on the apples stays the same.
But the interaction is the interaction. You can't just say that half the interaction now doesn't happen because it doesn't work in my voice.
We're not saying it doesn't happen. It's just like if you had. Can I give an example? An easier example.
Sure.
If you had a towel, I'll say it really quick. If you have a towel, one in each hand, and you pulled with the same force in either direction, just because the towel isn't moving anywhere doesn't mean you're not pulling on that towel.
But that's not analogous.
Yes, it is. It's the Earth is pulling on the apples, but just because the apples pulling either way is equal doesn't mean the Earth just stops pulling on the apples.
No, because you're taking one interaction and two interactions and making them analogous. They're not.
No, because one of them's a hand on either side. That's two hands pulling on something.
No, that's one
two apples. No, that's two interactions. Then there's two apples pulling. What's the difference between two hands pulling on a towel and two apples pulling on an Earth?
Well, because you've got four objects having two interactions versus two objects having one interaction.
Where's the four objects?
So the apple and the Earth, and the other apple and the Earth.
So that's three objects: an Earth and two apples.
But there's two Earths in the thought experiment because each apple.
If there's two Earths, then they move in their own direction. There's two Earths.
I don't understand it, my guy. That's the issue. The interaction is between the apple and the Earth.
Yeah.
Right?
The apples and the Earth.
So that's the problem, is that if you have a second apple, you have to necessarily have a second quote-unquote Earth that's moving in the opposite direction.
No.
Yes!
No, because it's the same
You're
Earth.
just saying no because I'm a flat earther. That's literally it.
I'm not. I studied gravitational
I'm
physics
bored of this shit.
enough.
You guys crack on.
All right, cool. See you later, man. Well, okay.
The gravitational pull of the apples. Both the apples pull on the Earth.
If there's any other flat earthers listening that can explain that to me, I don't understand why they're too big.
How did we even get here to this?
Somehow we got to gravity again. It was a whole cycle.
Yeah.
I
It
don't
had
really.
to do with bodies of water and
Yeah, and bodies of water and stuff like that. But I don't really understand how he can say they're two completely different situations. It's just two things pulling on one thing in opposite directions at the same force.
It's funny because Einstein said that's not what's happening.
Einstein built on top of Newtonian rather than saying Newtonian is completely obsolete.
So he defined it as a force.
What?
Newtonian doesn't define it as a force. It defines it as something that, when combined with a mass, creates a force. Oh,
Look that up again.
hang on.
Good night.
Yeah, that might have been an error in my speaking, to be honest. I just thought about it, and his equation does in fact have mass in it.
What was the question again?
Mm.
I don't remember. It was something about gravity, but
What was it? I said I didn't understand how they're two different things, and he said that didn't it? Oh, he's starting to believe Newtonian. You said, didn't you? Like fully believing Newtonian.
Theoretical physicists currently don't call gravity a force.
No. Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that statement.
Gravity is just a phenomena we observe.
Yeah.
So they won't describe it. They won't describe there being a direct interaction between two masses simply by virtue of them being mass.
So I think personally, I think maybe even if the Newtonian method is wrong or obsolete at this point, for the situations we're working in, the equations work fine. In a situation where we're using two objects in one place, two objects in another place, at low speeds, it's a fair equation set to be using. Correct me if I'm wrong, either of you. I don't know much about.
Oh, you're right. We use Newtonians equations for daily life. It's just for theoretical physics that you really need to use.
For daily life. What are we doing?
Like,
what are we using for these in daily life?
Well,
what are we using these for?
they calculate shit with that for making cars and all that. So
making cars. What do you mean?
Yeah, not the fucking dudes hammering it together, of course, but the people designing cars need to, use equations to calculate forces and stuff. They're not using relativistic fucking equations.
Then they're not presuming that mass attracts mass. That's for sure.
I don't think they're using gravitational equations much in designing cars. I'll be honest.
Okay, how about designing planes? I feel like it's a pretty big factor in that.
Yeah.
What have they got to concern themselves with?
Not falling out of the sky.
Okay, like just
Air
not
pressure.
falling out of the sky, or
Not killing everyone on the plane.
Yeah, it's pretty handy a feature to have on a plane.
Not crash it.
Right.
Not have it explode randomly. Not have an engine fail every time.
So the reason I think okay, sorry, I need to
have the landing gear
rephrase
work. I don't understand the question here.
They're just going to be concerning themselves with. Are they just going to be concerning themselves with like
safety?
At the rate at which an aircraft would fall if it wasn't sustaining itself in the air through engineering aspects such as the wings and the engines and all that, right? Or are they dealing specifically with what is being called
So-
mass attracting mass?
Okay. Well, so okay, sorry, give me a minute. As someone on an aerospace course, I can confirm they don't consider gravity itself as the force. It's the gravity times mass, and they use that at the center of mass to find the moment about the aerodynamic center. Now, the reason, if you were to do that, and then you were to also do the Newtonian equation, you would find the force acting on the plane will be the same no matter which one you use, because Newtonian's equation, albeit not accurate, is a
It's gonna be a little different, but like
minute amount.
insignificantly different that it doesn't.
The plane,
matter.
there'll be no difference in flight usage.
We're talking about Newtonian versus Einstein equations. Show it citation, please. You can just fill in both of the equations once with basic. I don't know both equations and why. If you take very low speeds and low masses, that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, low speed, low masses, and two objects is the basic fundamental of functioning Newtonian. By what I've read.
I'm sorry, but anyone arguing that we're not using equations to build cars and stuff, I don't know if you've ever worked in a car factory before, but like to design a car, they use equations. That is just what happens. Show me the equations. There's a lot. And there's a lot.
The main, a big one is F equals ma. Gotta love that one.
As far as I'm aware, most cars design the outer layer first, and then think of the
bloody hell.
Like how much it's gonna weigh. It doesn't. You know what mass is already. We don't have to answer that every time.
Oh dear, we've been over this.
We've been over this about 10 times already tonight.
I don't really feel like going over again. So.
Yeah, it's a bit redundant going over it so many times. You've heard the answer so many times now.
You've been here literally the whole time.
So. Yeah, that as well.
Who are you talking to?
The guy in chat.
The chat.
So why are we talking about cars again?
Someone said that that Newtonian physics is basically redundant, even though they're perfectly fine for daily life.
Such as planes and cars and whatnot.
Yeah, because we don't go to relativistic speeds or masses or
So
insane.
A convention used to understand that something is happening, and then exploitation of that, right, is not validation of what you think the overarching cause is, right?
Yeah, but if we can design stuff that works almost perfectly all the time,
relative
with
to
what we know,
in relation to what?
Now, if you go outside to your car, you drive it, it's not exploding, it's not falling apart, hopefully.
That's great. What does this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
What's up, guys?
We're talking about Newtonian physics.
What are you talking about?
Newtonian physics, that it's perfectly fine to use for daily life. And
But why? But why?
Because someone tried to tell us Newtonian physics is completely obsolete in the situation that we were given. or not obsolete, but like
it just baffles me that you guys think that the reason why we have come to an understanding and through like tests and experiments and through failure, you know, like we build shit, we realize, oh well, that didn't work, so then we realize like we can fine tune it. But all these physics, quote unquote, that are pertaining to our domain, our realm here on this, you know, on Earth, have nothing to do with the shape of it, if it's rotating, like all that doesn't come into play. You guys keep invoking that it does, but in reality, like I heard somebody say, I'm just listening, right? And I heard somebody say that they build planes according to gravity. Dude, that is the dumbest shit I've probably heard all
hang on.
week.
That was me, and I didn't say they build planes according to gravity. The equations for gravity are used in building a plane. Because you need to know the force acting downwards of the mass of the plane.
So drag and lift. Okay, so drag and lift is the real forces that they're really focusing
They're the
on.
aerodynamic forces.
Right, and has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Again, like that, it could be anything. It could be an eggplant, and it doesn't matter because that's not going to manipulate the plane more than drag and lift. That's just known. That's it.
He's gonna say that there's mechanics involved in order to get a certain amount of weight off the ground.
No, I was going to ask.
You're not going to put a Cessna engine in a jumbo jet, right? In a 747.
I was going to ask. Are you trying to say that what we're talking about is obsolete and shouldn't, like, we don't need to be talking about it? Or?
I'm saying it's a false equivalence to say that because we understand physics, Newtonian physics, that all of a sudden that makes us, you know, we're now able to talk about the shape of the Earth because we understand how an engine works and with drag and lift. Like that is not, that's a false equivalent. You get it?
So what you've taken here is a very small amount of the conversation, because this conversation's been going on for like an hour and a half. We started at a point of someone asking us if the Earth is a sphere and you drop an apple on both sides, does the Earth move? And that's how we got to gravity, and that's how we got to this point. And that's the point when someone said that we're just assuming Newtonian to be correct. And that's when we started talking about how in daily life we can do that because it is accurate enough for things to function under Newtonian.
Okay, but again though, that I get what you're saying, but none of that pertains to the shape of the Earth and the movement of it. Matter of fact, it actually would destroy your argument because then if you do incorporate the understanding of Newtonian physics, then you'll realize that that's why all of that got debunked 108 years ago. Like, because there is a new understanding, like, oh, wait, it's not this mass attracting mass, it's this bending of space-time. Like, it just sounds like you guys don't know your own argument at this point.
Yeah, but, dude, we're saying daily life. And we've been saying that we use Einstein's equations. When it is an enormous mass, the Earth would be an enormous mass. Or relativistic speeds. Which I don't know about you, but I ain't going light speed in my fucking car, bro.
Yeah, no, trust me. We understand that Einstein was a fucking kook at this point, and he came up with this whole theory that changed it all. But really, what he did is he was almost like it was like propaganda at this point, and he was just put as the poster child and pushed him through the consensus, if you will, and said, "Oh, this is what it is, guys, and I'm too smart, and this calculation's way too big for you to understand. But trust me, bro, this is what it is." And then everybody said, "Oh yeah, that is what it is." Because if you really think about it, if you hold on, if you really think about it, at that time, when he starts saying that time and space is bending, you can't science that shit out. There was no other scientist, quote unquote, that could have actually said, "Well, wait, let me theorize this and let me test it to prove him right." It's actually the opposite. It was just it was a consensus, and they agreed. And then there was other scientists that were doing experiments and disproving Einstein's theories, but they were silenced in a hush, and they were kind of kept even in your studies. I don't know how old you are or what level of school or grading school or whatever you've accomplished, but I'm pretty sure that you, just like all of us, most of all of us, that you never heard of the scientists that actually were going against Einstein and proving him wrong. But in today's world, we're now doing that. We're now bringing them out. We're now talking about the actual experiments that are proving that it's not rotating. It's proving that it's a fixed, like, there's no curvature measured, and all you can trust is NASA and them telling you, trust me, bro, it's round, it's a globe. We have satellites 7 billion miles away, just flying in the middle of nowhere, looking back and seeing Earth. Whatever the fuck they want to tell you, it doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, like, you have a falsehood that you're going by. Like, you believe in it. That's it. That's all. It is what it is, dude.
Can I say something? Because you're incorrect about a lot of Einstein. He was disliked very much at the start of his career. No one believed him. There was
Nobody believes him now.
There was maybe a handful.
What makes you think
Nobody
you believe
believes
him
him
now,
now. He thinks a concept is being bent. Time. Can you bend love? It's the same thing. You can't bend love. You can't bend time. It's nonsense.
Dude, there's
absolute nonsense.
The difference
there was
here is that
newspaper
love is a
articles-
chemical reaction, not a concept. It's
There-
it's
there was
it's a
a-
chemical reaction named.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So there was-
bend communism then.
There you go.
That's something that
Yeah, exactly. It's something you can't do. Yeah, we agree. That's retarded, right? It's even a stupid sentence. But here's the thing, though.
No, but
if you have if you have newspapers from the late 1800s of them saying in the newspaper, like, if you believe that the world is a ball, then you're an idiot. Literally in their headlines. Literally in the headlines. Like, I have a 25-minute video if you want of just page after page after page.
Sorry.
All the document, all the news clippings and headlines.
Want that. That's funny.
It's from the 1800s. If you actually go, I think I have it public on the Asylum YouTube. I think I left it
Yeah,
on
I
there.
actually told somebody that civil engineers were fighting back in like the 1900s about, the guys that were talking about the Earth was a ball, and the civil engineers are like, no, you guys are idiots, and they're like, just thinking it's hilarious.
That was indeed
Yeah.
the thing. Then I don't know what
means academic.
What that kind of
It's-
rebuttal is, though.
But the rebuttal is this. It's the fact that there were people way back then that were even against it, and they were protesting against it, and even the scientific community was against it.
And there were pirates saying that we could fall off the Earth. I don't get the point.
I mean, the Greeks used to think that the sun got eaten by a big cow every night.
They
I'm
always
curious.
believed in a snake that went around the world.
And some people believe the Earth is a lava ball, water covered.
Apocryphon, is that, if I'm saying it right? What are the other? I'm just curious. What are the other scientists that were opposing Einstein's theory on relativity?
There were a few.
His first and second cousin, the ones that he married, his family knew he was an incestuous piece of crap.
Which, I mean, keep it in the family, Never heard that saying. No. Okay.
I don't understand why, if someone disagrees with you, that doesn't mean that they're correct. Like that's like, if I disagree with you, that means I'm correct.
Would you listen to a guy that left his wife for his first cousin and then left that chick for his second cousin? And then started talking about bending time? I'd be like, dude, you're out of your freaking mind.
I mean, at least you know he has a type.
Get out of here with your crazy hair.
Those are kind of ad hominems, though,
You
right?
do know he wasn't like a 70-year-old all his life, right? He got that hair when he was like old as shit, bro.
I just want to know what he looks like now. Like,
You just
young.
never found a comb.
They might not have been invented back then, you know.
Yeah, dude, why don't you freaking bend yourself a comb?
What?
Why bend yourself a comb when you just stand there, plan it, and it'll bend your hair for you?
Right? Yeah, his head was, his brain was so big, it was bending the space time around.
Exactly.
Dude, Einstein, that's freaking hilarious.
Berger, bad news.
What?
Even when he was young, his hair was mental.
I mean,
I'm gonna pop a photo.
not as much.
Look at that. It looks like he's just stood in a wind tunnel for 20 minutes.
They probably picked him because they said, well, look, if nobody believes this shit, we'll just freaking, throw him to the wolves. But everybody freaking went along with it eventually. Like a bunch of idiots.
But like, he was the only one pushing it. There was no one else that pushed him to do this. You do know that, right?
Ooh, Burge, that photo you sent, he's looking kind of hot, you know.
Yeah, look, he looks normal.
Normal. Where was he actually from? Wasn't he German or something?
Yeah, it was like 1879 Germany, I think.
Yeah.
Then he came to America and helped make
any later, and that could have gone badly.
Purge the neutral, getting his balls washed.
I don't quite know what they mean by that. I don't know, what do you mean by that, Jerry?
Hey, I like that insult. I love it.
He's sitting here like pontificating about his model and his beliefs, and God, who gives a fuck, dude?
God, I'm going to quickly search up pontificate in the dictionary.
I think this is a discussing channel, so I think that's the entire point of this channel, isn't it?
How is he so obsessed with balls, hitting balls, and balls attracting the balls?
I just don't want to tell you.
Cavendish, looking through his little shed. Looking through his little peephole in his shed wall, like, look at the balls. Look at the torsion balls. Look at them, they're attracting. Ooh.
Hey,
it was a pervert.
Can I just say something? Would you rather have something be curvy or flat? Huh?
I'd rather have the truth.
No. Curvy or flat?
I like them long and pokey outy.
That's what I thought.
Right, I actually have a question. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of Millikan's oil drop experiment?
No, maybe.
It was basically they shot it through God, A-level maths was ages ago. Physics, sorry. They dropped an oil droplet through alpha rays, I believe it was, to charge this droplet of oil. And what they would have is an electric field at the bottom, and they would crank up the power on this electric field until the oil droplet did not fall no more.
It was suspended.
Yes, thank you. That is the word. Was suspended. And I just want to know why you believe, or what your model would explain for it being the oil drop being a sphere, because we're taught, or we're shown even. I had this demonstrated for me. The oil drop forms a sphere when it's suspended.
So that proves the whole heliocentric model. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm that's not what I'm saying. I'm just curious.
Why wouldn't it?
Well,
Womp, can I ask a
Why
question?
wouldn't it?
yeah, I really need to
It
change my
doesn't
name.
happen in nature.
Are you sitting at home Googling the shit out of the most obscure, fucked up, weird experiments you can? Because it sounds like
He just said that he had this demonstrated in front of himself. Why would he need to fucking
Grasping
Google it?
at anything.
I'm actually going to change my nickname. It feels so weird getting called Womp Womp.
Womp womp.
What should I change it to? I guess I'll... you know what? Fuck it, just have my actual name.
Nanny McPhee.
Nanny McPhee.
Yeah.
When cows.
I've got no idea, man. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's whatever that's happening is the exact reason why it's happening.
You know what? No, I rate that response. That response is top tier. Because I think I've only recently realised there's nothing to do with what I thought it was, and it's actually surface tension doing it.
Yeah.
So that my point was obsolete anyway. I just like to brag about all these sick ass experiments I saw. You guys never heard the Millikan oil drop experiment? Jeez.
It's like saying they
what
dropped a droplet of water through a 200 below zero freaking like air thing, and like it froze in a droplet, like heliocentrism.
Yeah, I have in fact realised how dumb of me it was to bring that up, but you know what? It's fine.
Hypothesis in that experiment.
We all make mistakes. I think the actual I can't remember why the experiment was actually ran. What the hypothesis was.
What sort of oil was it? Like petroleum oil, cooking oil, sewing machine?
I believe it was like it was an equivalent of cooking oil, I believe.
Whale oil.
Sewing machine oil.
Porn Moby Dick.
What? What?
Soy machine oil.
Whale's gallbladder. Freaking poor whale.
It's air clipper oil.
Was it? I missed it. What sort of oil was it actually?
I believe it was the equivalent of cooking oil, but I'm going to do a bit of research now just to make sure I'm not spreading misinformation.
Blinker fluid oil.
Oh yeah, that's what it. On
Yeah, that's important stuff.
Tire leveling fluid.
Do you know something that is a little irrelevant to this discussion? But superconducting magnetic levitation is such a cool fucking thing to look into.
In oil.
Oh my god. Yes, liquid nitrogen mixed with oil.
Alright, so my dumbass can't rationalize this for you guys, but I'm gonna tell you what this website says. It says that ordinary oil wasn't actually used because it could evaporate by the heat of the light, which could cause an error. So they use an oil with low vapor pressure, whatever that means.
They used oil.
They used oil.
Oh, the Millikan oil experiment.
Who cares?
Yeah, that was to determine, like, I think the charge of an electron, and and then the low vapor pressure just means it stays more at liquid at higher temperatures.
Right. Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say if you know the charge of an electron, you could measure gravity with it, but that's just a speculation.
Yeah, it was something like he had found a balance between the gravitational force and then so what was balancing it would have been the electrical charge force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell how much attention I actually paid at A-level physics. It didn't go well enough for me.
If you saw the experiment, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's big. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, not much people have seen it. So.
Ooh, dear.
Hello.
Hello.
Is it still flat, guys?
Is it still flat, guys?
No, it's curvy. Would you
Still
rather
flat.
have...
It's been flat.
Okay.
They call it curvy, but they can't show us curve.
Wait,
our question is...
Wait, where'd you see the curve?
On my girlfriend.
I have a question then. I have a question. 2 women walk in the room, one flat, one curvy. Who do you gravitate to?
Damn, that was good.
The curved.
Exactly.
Einstein's spin relativity.
You got
there
me
you go.
Einstein's teleporting to both of them. Newton just going to the fat girl.
I personally just quantum tunnel through both of them and go straight to Burge.
Holy.
Hey yo.
Why is it always at like the 5 a.m. time for me that the conversations in this chat just get wild?
All right. So besides women, where do you see the Earth curvature?
Okay.
Or
men.
Have you seen men at the gym?
Men have it.
Have you not seen that absolute quads?
On John Cena during the Oscars?
I've never actually seen John Cena. I think he's myth.
Oh, he's mid?
No, I think he's a myth. I've never seen him.
Oh,
He's
I see what you
unreal.
mean. I see what you mean.
Oh dear.
That's good,
Okay.
that's
But
good.
have you seen the absolute dumpies some gym bros have?
Honestly, getting me jealous. There's only one reason I hit the gym.
I
for squats.
might not be gay, but I can appreciate the dumpies.
They're like the curvature of your biceps, you mean, or your abs?
No, ass.
Oh God, no.
Not a fan.
On women, okay. On women, I agree. On women.
Yeah, but
To be fair, we are into the
men.
curved Earth, so we could be a little bent now and then. But
Hey, we might disagree on this
Homo
subject, but
Earth.
at least we can have fun.
at least we can agree on women. Okay, I should probably stop objectifying now, shouldn't I?
At least this we can verify with firsthand experience. So at least with these pieces of evidence, we can actually verify it.
I'd just like to let it be known I've never seen a naked woman. I cannot verify anything.
You've never seen one. Okay.
Easy.
This is not an invitation. I just want to be clear.
Okay.
I mean,
He's not seen
on
one
that.
IRL is what.
Okay, never mind. I retract my previous statement then.
I've seen a lot of naked men though.
Sad thing is, he has.
Yeah, more than I have wished upon, considering my wish was 0. But anyway, okay. Curve of the Earth.
Okay.
You can see it, but you can't see it. Contradictive, but
okay,
yes.
Where do you see it? Okay, where do you see it?
You see, if I say the horizon, this is going to be a rabbit hole that we've been down many a time.
Okay, so like on the beach, or how high? What was your altitude?
My altitude.
Or actually, here's a better question. When you saw it on the horizon, can you just post? Can you post that in the chat? Just like what you saw.
Post in the chat.
It's more you can see it curve ever so slightly if you compress the image.
Oh, here's another one of these ones. We have to talk to the images so we can see it curving.
Wait.
Oh yeah, because you can't see it with the naked eye. It's too
you
small.
can't see the curve with the naked eye. Ah, interesting.
Yeah, it's too small a curve to observe by the naked eye on ground level.
So have you got some kind of R value for us if there is a curve? Because you keep talking about it, so there must be an R value. Where if you call we're on a sphere, there's an R value for the sphere, and I want to know what it is.
Sorry.
The radius. Do you know that? Do you know the radius?
The radius of the Earth.
Yeah. Do you know that?
Should be 6,371
kilometers.
I think it's kilometers.
Okay. That sounds right. The middle
I know. Okay. And
how'd you measure that?
Yeah. Here we go. So, Hachi, do you have evidence? Do you have evidence?
You see. Now I can show you as many women as I want, but the Earth, that's a whole new mistress. I don't play with that mistress.
Why not? She likes dancing.
She's a terrifying. I
Earth is transgender.
Yeah. I
Don't
tried to
like
see the
pretty girls,
curve,
do
but
ya?
just got whacked in the face by something I didn't want to see.
Well, how about this
Yeah.
question? Based on the size of the Earth, if you're standing at ground level, do you believe that you would be able to see it? Because according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he wouldn't see it on even at like super high up or whatever. I can play you the video, but he said like
It
very
depends
high.
how high up, of course, but
When you say sea level, are we talking like? I guess technically,
you couldn't see it on Mount Everest even if you were at the top.
you could technically argue that this is a bit of a devil's advocate for me and Burge because, but you know, you could argue that the closer, as long as you don't touch, as long as like you're not at 0 meters, the closer to sea level you get, the more you'd be able to see it. Because I see 2-dimensional images. We determine things are 3D with shading and with touching and with all that nonsense.
2 eyes.
Would you be able to like do you have when you saw let's say we just take your argument, so allegedly when you did see the alleged curvature, would you be able to post whatever you saw in the chat, or like I guess whoever saw it, just like post what you know, so we just take a look at it, so we're all looking at the same image, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna try and get right on that for you. So we'll see. I'm gonna try and do something that might help us prove the curve, but it might not. So we'll see the result in a minute.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
getting
basically,
the popcorn ready.
all I'm doing. Oh bollocks! Anyway, all I'm doing is putting an image of a straight line I've just drawn in paint and an image of a horizon on a thing, leaving them normal, and then underneath I'm gonna paste it again, compress them, see what we see. This is what we call an
Why do you
experiment,
have
boys.
to compress the image?
Because when you have, if you have a circle, right? If you have a circle, and you really zoom in, if you get really zoomed in, so you make the circle bigger to our perspective, eventually you'll get to a point where that circle looks like a line. So what I'm trying to prove is that in our theory, this circle that we live on, or the sphere that we live on, if you zoom out far enough, you'll be able to see the circumference. We'll go
Alrighty,
with.
cool. So I'm going to throw something at you. Camera lenses do not take perfectly flat pictures. They have some kind of curvature to them, just due to the nature of the lens. So, if you were to draw a crosshair on a lens, anything below the center line will curve one way, anything above will curve the other, to the left will curve to the left, to the right curve to the right. Now, if you go out and take a picture of the horizon and you put the horizon above the center line, take that photograph, take it back and compress it, and watch what happens. It will be concave.
Concave, you said?
Concave? Convex. I can't remember.
Convex,
it'll bend over the wrong way. Anyways, if you compress it when it's on the wrong side of the center line of the lens, it'll actually bend the wrong way for you. So, compressing images is a big fail.
Okay. All right. Actually, if you compress them to the same ratio, and you compare the gradients, you can see which way it's, and you make sure that above and below you're at an equal level, but above and below the crosshair, you can see if one's curving more, it'll be curving in that direction slightly naturally. Do you get what I mean, or did I explain that badly?
I get what you mean. Now go and do it and watch what happens.
That, you know what, I actually fully I want to try it now. I can't right now, it's like pitch black. But
basic tests that you can do for yourself. And that's what this show is about. Stuff you can do for yourself that makes you question some of the lies that you've been fed over your life.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to believe that Santa Claus was real.
So my
Have you guys
flat?
Have you guys thought about like how far, like let's say you're at the beach, you're looking at the horizon, but instead of just taking just looking at the horizon, you ask yourself, okay, like in 10 miles, how much drop over distance should I see? Do you guys know how much feet of drop?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I have had a discussion like this in this chat before. I'm just curious where you're going to go with it.
Yeah, like what's your like, or even just 1 mile or 1 kilometer? Do you guys know how far?
So I don't know off the top of my head. It would be a matter of
Wasn't it
search.
like 8 inches per mile squared or something?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Up to that's accurate up to like 1,000 miles or something. Yeah, it's accurate up to.
I mean,
then it becomes a parabola, right?
Could be.
Okay. Well, we'll tell if you have the better. I mean, honestly, if you have a better formula, just let us know. Like if you know this, you know, if you, that's what the Globers sell. Go ahead.
Something like 1.22
Was that, sorry?
times the observer's square height in feet.
Oh yeah, that's the distance of the horizon. Do you guys agree with that one? 1.22.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This the one I posted in chat was the Earth curvature calculator I used in uni at some point.
Okay.
It's
did we already talk about the Black Swan, or do you guys already know about that Black Swan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the oil rig photos we're gonna bring up in it.
You already
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only problem I personally have with that is that we get told
only.
Huh?
Only one.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep it simple. I don't want to cause any arguments.
Yeah.
But I get told when we were having that discussion, I tried to mention refraction, and obviously I was told no, we don't accept refraction as an answer here. And then later on, they use refraction as an answer for something else. That bugged me a little.
Okay, the reason for that, for years and years and years, globe earthers have been hammering the shit out of flat earthers, and we've been saying refraction, refraction, refraction. That's why you can't see X, Y, Z. Refraction, refraction, refraction. All of a sudden, the Black Swan comes out, and that was a major fuck you. And the rebuttal to it, refraction, refraction, refraction. And that's why it pisses us off, is because refraction, refraction, refraction. And if you jump onto one of the other servers, on the soundboard, refraction, they've actually made a sound effect.
I get what you mean, but the problem is that refraction is there a lot of the time.
Okay, I get that, but the thing is, you're all missing this. We don't give a shit about refraction in that picture. What that picture states quite clearly is the distances, because those oil rigs are just known markers from that beach where it was taken. They are known distances. That's why that photograph, actually film, is so important. They know the distances. You should not be able to see them that far. They don't care about the left-hand crane has got a little bit of compression in it, or there's looming on the other side. They don't care about that. The fact of the matter is, you can see the horizon quite clearly beyond the oil rigs. The horizon, the edge limit, should be in front of the first oil rig by easily 3 miles. And it is clearly not. And the other problem you've got, refraction reduces your ability to see. It doesn't make it better. Here we have a clear day and we can see a shitload. And to add insult to injury, when you start using infrared cameras, you can see a lot further. Your refraction gets thrown out the window. So, yeah, the Black Swan is a bitch.
Yeah, basically, it's saying there is no geometric horizon, and you guys say, well, refraction, and we say, yeah, so not geometric then, right? So you agree there's no geometric horizon.
And boats don't go over. The other thing that the Black Swan debunks, even if they say refraction, is that if the horizon is refracted and Glover says, well, I see a boat go over the horizon, well, guess what? Now it's not, because you don't, now that horizon is refracted, therefore it's not the real horizon. So they basically, you're debunking boats going over the horizon, because if you're saying the horizon is refracted, then the boat's not going over the real horizon, it's a refracted horizon.
Exactly, it's going over refraction now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it takes a real strong hold in a lot of these globers to keep them in that position, because I think that exactly what he just said, how if you're arguing boats going over the horizon, but at the same time saying it's refraction, so then like if you still believe that, that's like, holy fuck, are you indoctrinated? And you just cannot come out. You can't see it. Like your brain isn't clicking like, ta-da! Like, holy fuck, wait, what? Like, that didn't make sense. And it's weird to hear Globers still take that position, even though we understand it very, very, like, our eyes are wide open to it. Like, that truth is as clear as day, pun intended, because of refraction.
Okay. Can I propose?
Hey. What
Can
up,
I
guys?
propose that with the boat going over the horizon thing, what we're seeing is the boat passing over the horizon after being refracted, rather than the boat going over the initial horizon.
Practice.
I'll give you 4.
I'm just proposing at this point.
Alpha. Hey guys,
the refracted
guys,
boat.
Hey.
go
You're changing.
Yeah,
Hey, Alpha.
I usually only get like 30 minutes because I'm on my lunch break. But if you don't mind, guys, giving me the dance floor.
Go ahead.
Cheers, man. Yeah,
Music's on.
I'll be out in just a little bit. It'll only take me, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. But does anybody have any questions about the Earth being a globe?
You're just gonna feel a little prick. Okay.
Yeah, this will only hurt. This is gonna hurt you more than it's gonna hurt me. Okay.
Only hurts the first time.
Yeah, but okay. So we'll take the first caller. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Burge, go ahead.
Oh, wait, am I questioning?
Are we asking?
Sure. Do you guys know that the Earth? Let's put it. I'll make it easy for you. Do you know the Earth is a globe, or do you believe that it is?
I believe that it is in the same way you believe it's flat, or in the same way I believe that apples can be red.
You can't project. Yeah, okay, that's better, because you can't project what I think. You can't divine my thoughts. All right.
No, of course.
Yeah, so you believe that the Earth is a globe. Okay. Does anybody else in here either believe or know that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Is it just you, Danny? You're the only one?
No.
Well, for me, I think for all practical purposes, I assume it's a globe.
Okay, so assume, believe. Okay, those are good things.
Right.
Burge, do you believe or know that it's a globe?
From what I've done in my uni, I know.
You know. Okay, so you two, if you don't mind, let me just have a conversation with Burge, because he knows. So belief is something different, and I'll kind of put that in a different basket. But if Burge knows that the Earth is a globe, I want you to go ahead and provide some good evidence for the Earth being a globe. It's just one. You don't need to give me 10 or 20. I don't need that many. I just need one. Strongest evidence, please.
Strongest?
Yeah. Go ahead.
What's it called again?
I don't know.
No. There was.
You need some moments to collect your thoughts and then come back?
He's just sifting through his massive pile of
Massive pile of evidence. It's on the very bottom of the pile. Probably he's trying to get it out. Okay.
Too many to decide from.
I know I had it here somewhere.
Take your time, but take your time, but hurry up.
It's 6 a.m. Let me collect my thoughts.
All right.
Is it not 6:30?
Yeah,
Come on.
6:30.
Well,
don't humble yourself.
Listen, I want the guy who says I know that the Earth is a globe to provide the evidence, because what's going to happen here is everybody's going to know whether he knows or he just believes, right? So we're gonna find out. Well, once we find out what evidence he has, obviously we don't know now, so we can't assume. So, but anyway, if you guys have anything, because like really, if you believe that the Earth is a globe, you're fine in my book. You can believe what the Earth all day long. You can assume what the Earth is. It really doesn't matter to me one iota. And if you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, now we got something to work with. If you don't know, then that's fine. You can believe that the Earth is a dinosaur, a toilet, a donut, a globe, a concave Earth. It doesn't matter. Say whatever you will, but it's not able to be provided as evidence that you know. So I'm good. Well, at least on this one. But Burge does have some information we want to hear. So once he's ready, maybe we can hear that.
I mean, my personal... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go ahead, Danny. No, you go ahead.
My personal view on it is that for all intents and purposes, I am right. For context, I'm at uni for aerospace engineering, so I sort of have to believe something to be able to carry on with what I want to do. I know, right?
Man, you got
I know,
a
right?
title.
I'm gonna be making bank.
Hold on. Let me take 2 steps back, man, because you got but listen, man, you get your money on, man. However you do. Here's the thing, though. Either you're gonna profit off of doing your job, and maybe it's punching a few keys on the keyboard or talking to some people, whatever it is, right? But the case is gonna still stand that the Earth itself will probably be assumed as a globe. It won't be known as one. So yeah, but that it doesn't matter. You can get your bread the way you get your bread. Like what I'm saying though is when you're in this room, either you know that the Earth is a globe or you just believe. I mean, because that's really the only. I've been doing this for at least 10 years, right? Most of the guys in here probably the same amount of time. But what interests me is the actual argument for it, and I'm more intrigued by how people believe that they think they know, right? So some people just come in here head first, like, no, I know that the Earth is a globe. I'm like, okay, that's cool. You say that's different from believing or assuming. So now we're going to put you in a category where you're going to be able to detail your knowledge to us, right? Which is kind of the thing that I want Burge to do, but I don't know, Burge is still looking. So, are you ready, Burge?
I'm trying to find out what one of the.
Well, hurry up, man! No, I'm just kidding.
It's like some
anyway,
grid.
so. Yeah, if I run out of time, that's cool. You can probably talk to the other guys in here. They're willing to listen. But yeah, as long as listen, man. I've been on YouTube. I've created the arena and 24/7 Discord. Like I've did a lot of things. I've did the 3 points. I'm the founder of the 3 points. Not the exact points themselves, but formulating the argument into 3 points. There's a lot of things that I've initiated within this arena, but I would say that the reason why I am sharp as the way I am is because I have a group of people, a conglomerate, right? Like Crit, I'm going to name a few in here while Burge is looking for his stuff. Let's see. We got AI, you probably heard of him, T-Dub, old dude, he's at the bottom, Zodiarc. These guys, Vlad, I'm gonna throw you in there. You're in there too, bud. There's a couple of guys in here that they're recognizable for doing this kind of thing. We love the arguments. So, but here again, yeah, go ahead.
I feel like this goes both ways, but quite frankly, I feel like the people that have been doing it a lot more respectful in discussions. The people that even flat earthers and globe earthers alike, I feel like the people that don't really necessarily know what they're on about or haven't been doing it as long. Like I'm pretty new to the game. I'm not exactly an old soul, but everyone gets very shouty and aggressive and just doesn't listen to
What do you mean? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
No, I mean, listen, man. Catch me on a bad day, man. I can get that way. But like, not mostly because like, I mean, with truth, you can have peace on your side too. And it just depends, man. Like I reciprocate from the individual. The individual is a dirtbag. That's what you're gonna get, So, yeah. But if it's like you or you remind me of is Jekyll. You and Jekyll will probably get along. You sound alike. Just the demeanor. It's kind of the same.
I think I actually got told that the last time I was in it, but
I thought you were Jekyll. I was like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like Jekyll. he's hated by a lot, but I don't. Me personally,
Wow,
he's just
thanks for the comparison.
no. Jekyll, not you. I mean,
Okay,
obviously.
Cool. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
speaking to him earlier, but I don't know where he's gone now. He's gone.
There's a few people here that they always say like, no, listen to me.
No,
And then when
listen to me. I have to. Sorry, man. I only get a little bit of time to react on the full, so go ahead, Birch. I know what you mean.
I can't exactly find what I'm searching for.
Well, give us
don't
the
worry about it.
concept. I can
No.
try find the name. Give us the concept.
See, Danny wants you to come out with the argument, but I'm if you don't do it within the amount of time that I get my lunch or whatever, that's cool, man. Like, yeah, we'll catch it. We'll catch you some other time. I think you've been in there before, so it doesn't really matter. We'll talk some other time.
I'm itching for a.
I'm not. Oh, see, you're just like Jekyll, bro. Like he's one is like, dude, give me some drama. I need it now. Like he's.
I love sitting back and listening to it, but I hate partaking in it.
I think he's the same way, but I'm gonna tell you this, man. I don't know if you like him in this estimation. If somebody's using flowery language and they don't know like what they're saying behind it, like they're just using these fancy words, it rubs him like the wrong way. Like every single time, like he's mad. Like when people are saying big words, like they do with these collegiate types, and they don't know what they're saying. He's just like he gets infuriated like by the. I find it funny though when he's like getting pissed. There's a few people on FE side that speak that way. That's just the way they speak, and he's upset always about him. It's like, dude, you don't know shit. Like he gets upset. Like he really gets mad, dude. Like it's funny. That's what it is, dude. I mean, some people just speak like that, but then I guess there's an appropriate time to use that type of language. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I just know I'm thick as shit, so I don't try.
Well, no, I'm saying you in your field, right? Like what you're going to be doing. There's a specific vernacular that you're going to use, with your buddies or your coworkers.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway,
do you know like the concept of it, or
it's some type of grid. I can't find what it is.
It's not. Dude, it's not a space-time grid, is it?
The clock is winding down, man. Let's see.
I can't.
There is a Einstein tensor.
I've been up for way too long.
Dude.
I can't find it.
Oh, I have a lecture in like 2 hours. That's not good.
Felix is trying to give him a layup there. I don't know if
there's the space-time like tensor, I guess, the Einstein's tensor. That's really, really complicated. Like, I mean,
man, you better
get some mathematical concept. That's not exactly what proves it.
I have a question.
Well, it doesn't prove it. It's just a framework to do like space-time calculations for like curvature.
Yeah.
What's up, Zodiac? Hold on, Zodiac wants to throw his elbow in here. What's up, Zodiac?
So earlier we were talking about refraction. So I got a question for Danny and Bird. Okay, listen up, okay?
Yeah.
So, do you think that if there was refraction that you could see, let's say you had infinite vision, right? You could see forever, right?
So basically, no atmosphere.
Do you think that with refraction that you could see the back of your own head around the globe?
No.
Why not?
Because
what's the limit?
Well, refraction can't.
You can't see around corners?
You can't see around, like you can't do a 360-degree turn and
see
the back
Burge,
of your
I think.
head.
Well,
he wants to. I'm going to be his lawyer here. He just wants to think about that for a little bit, Zodiac. He'll get back to
you. In my completely unprofessional opinion, because I know nothing about it, so don't take anything I say seriously. But
well, I don't know. Go ahead.
My opinion is that in theory, if you had complete control over the environment, like complete control over the environment, like every particle, molecule, whatever, can be exactly the temperature you want it to be. In theory, I personally think it's possible because it's no different to how if you had a laser beam, like a laser, and you set up a series of glass panes in such a way the light refracts in a 360 degree angle. Like it would be.
So you believe you can see the back of your head?
Thinking about it,
No.
if we think of refraction as how it actually works, no, because it also comes along with diffusion. So at a certain point, you wouldn't be able to.
Look at you.
Does it though?
Uh-oh. Brenda's a glober. Brenda's going to get you now, Danny. You're in trouble.
You know what? As I said, don't take anything I say seriously. I know all I know from A-level physics. It's not exactly intensive
hold
knowledge.
on. I don't know. Brenda's another collegiate type, but Brenda, you want to tell Danny how Danny's wrong? And it would go all the way around? A globe?
Well, you could have ducting, and so it's at least possible. Probably not on Earth.
No.
Ah.
I mean,
what's the limitation of refraction? Like, why can't you see
There really
the
isn't.
atmosphere? I mean,
So you can see the back of your head.
You need an.
You'd need a completely controllable environment and an atmosphere.
I don't know. We're
need
getting
an
conflicting
atmosphere
answers. We're getting
to
conflicting
get-
answers here.
No. You need an atmosphere to even get any
I don't-
sort of refraction.
I don't know, Team Globe. It's not working out, man. We got 3 different answers.
Ducting is a thing. It happens. So it can keep a light going for a long distance. It conceivably could wrap around and you could conceivably see the back of your head, I suppose.
Oh.
Okay.
There you go.
In very technical terms, yes. In
Yeah.
practice,
Oh, we got 2
never.
people agreeing.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Zodiac. I'm agreeing with Zodiac that basically it would take extreme conditions. Yes.
It would take the most
Zodiac, you're a glober
extreme
now?
control.
What are their
That's what I'm
conditions?
saying. All I'm saying, that's the answer I gave. Get done, son. I said controlled environment. Yes.
It's the
So
most
there's no limitation.
extreme.
There's no
Silly Glovers.
Technically, no. In practice,
Technically, no.
yes.
Also, I learned
okay.
diffusion was the wrong word. I meant diffraction. Diffusion is a different thing.
Yeah, we'll give you a mulligan. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
All is well. All is forgiven.
Thank you.
Let's say you're standing in front of Mount Everest, and instead of walking around it to see the other side, is there a way to just use refraction to just see the opposite side of Mount Everest? You think?
Again, technically, yes.
Yes.
In practice,
I love it.
no.
There's a realm of
wait.
possibility with the right conditions.
It's
Wait,
because
I like the way you speak, Danny. You sound like a lawyer. How about Brenda? Could you see over the mountain, Brenda, with refraction?
Yeah, you can see over curves. Refraction will bend light in such a way that it will. You can see objects that would otherwise be obstructed by the Earth.
It's
Oh
just
wow!
in practice
Even Mount Everest.
It's
So
just
you can
in
see behind
practice
Mount
that never
Everest?
happens.
But yeah, I think we could see around Mount Everest there, Zodiac. That's what it sounds like.
I think it's a lot like the situation of if I slam my hand into the desk, what are the chances the particles align to pass through? It's in the realm of possibility, but it's so absolutely like the possibility is so tiny that it's like.
Danny, why are you making this hard for us, man? We want to conceive of a baller that says that you could see over Mount Everest, bro. Like we just want to know that.
Mate, all you need to do is pop a mirror on the top. What's the issue here?
Oh, dude, you can't change. You're moving. That's moving the goalpost. It's moving the goalpost.
No mirrors. Just use you don't need a mirror. Just use refraction. That's all you need.
Yeah, refraction is good enough.
Well, technically, that's what a fiber optic cable would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
true. In your face, Zodiac.
What, a fiber optic cable for seeing around Mount Everest?
They use them all the time. You can buy them probably on Amazon or eBay right now.
Really? No shit, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, the last time I looked into it, the military is looking into some fiber optic guns where they can see around corners. It's fucking crazy.
No, they use the gun has like a hinge in the middle of it, right?
Yeah.
But the path that the bullet takes is straight. I mean,
well, I don't know about that.
Well, they can bend the gun around a corner because it has a hinge in the middle of it. But
the bullet doesn't go straight, Brenda.
right, yes,
You
I
got
said
the
that. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you.
You forgot
Yes.
about Coriolis.
No, I mean, well, we're just talking about the bullet because Brenda said that the bullet goes straight and doesn't go straight.
All bullets go straight.
No, they don't. What
Well,
are you talking about?
They fall to the ground in a parabolic arc, but they travel straight.
Yeah, but have you heard of the Magnus effect, or am I the only one that knows about that?
Magnus Carlsen?
The Magnus effect is what keeps them going straight.
Yeah.
I doubt it. No, it's
That's
no,
why.
it's
That's
not.
what rifling is, isn't it?
Man, you need to go. Somebody, okay, all the Globers type in Magnus effect right now. Go see what it. Pull that up. See what it looks like.
Oh fuck! It's in my language.
I'm just
I will need to
saying, man.
fucking
Before you
translate all of
continue.
it. Fuck's sake!
Oh shit,
Just
dude.
pop
My
in Google
time is up.
Translate and hope it's right.
Magnus effect.
My
English.
carriage is turning into a pumpkin, dude. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah,
Wait,
now it's English.
What do you guys mean all bullets go straight? Have you seen The Matrix? Where they're like curving bullets?
Hey Mick, don't confuse the Globers, dude. We're already confused as it is.
Wait,
like we
wait.
don't need.
It was on TV. It's got to be real, right?
That was a
Like,
documentary, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Oh my god.
Exactly. There you go. You know, like, come on, you guys.
I'm gonna go on listening mode, man. Y'all
Hey, man.
keep.
Well,
It's
I
nice
think
talking to you, man.
I think the bullets.
Yeah,
I think the bullets in. I think the bullets in the Matrix traveled straight. They were just able to dodge them very fast, right?
Yeah.
I'm not old enough to watch the movie, so I can't tell you.
Okay, there's another movie where they like sling bullets, or they sling like the gun so the bullet travels in a curve.
I love how we've just gone. There's another
that doesn't
movie.
happen. That doesn't
Wasn't that
happen.
called
That was
Wanted?
that's
with,
what we call a
What
movie.
was that
Angelina
movie
Jolie?
called?
Isn't it Wanted with
I think it was
Angelina
Eagle.
Jolie?
I think it was Eagle Eye. Was it
it
Eagle
is.
Eye?
Angelina Jolie. What?
The
Yeah,
movie
Angela
where
Jolie
the
was in it.
bullets was Wanted.
Yeah.
But it was called Wanted, though, right?
I forgot the movie. Probably.
That was a fun movie though.
With Angelina Jolie, I think it's called Wanted. I think I could be
Mate,
wrong.
any movie with Angelina Jolie is a fun movie.
Wait, wasn't that Tomb Raider?
How about this argument? I got a new one. Okay, so let's say you have refraction, right? Okay. Now you need the atmosphere. Let's say you're at the beach and you're looking out at the horizon, right?
Yeah.
In this case, you need the medium of the atmosphere to have the refraction, right? So you need the medium, right? Do we all agree on this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, now what happens when you put the atmosphere, which is gas pressure, next to an open vacuum? Here we go.
First off, space is not a vacuum.
Okay, have you verified that space is not a vacuum? Yes or no?
I mean, when we
Oh,
tried to even mention it as a vacuum, we got shut down by you guys very quickly and told it isn't.
Is it? What's the pressure differential? Do you think?
Our model and your model is very different by the sounds of it, because
Can you breathe? Can you breathe in space?
I don't know, because when we were talking to you guys, obviously in our model, no, but when we were talking to you guys, I can't remember who it was we were talking to. They said that the pressure.
There's no air in it, right?
Yeah, that's called a vacuum. That's a vacuum. It's a vacuum.
Yeah. Just for layman, just for the sake of simplicity. I mean, if you want to, you can give me the exact pressure. If you want to, but I'm just gonna say
Depends where you are.
So
yeah, it's going to vary between like just outside of the Earth, outside of the solar system, or between galaxies. It's going to be the lowest between galaxies.
So it's just the absence, or not complete absence, but there's very little particles.
Yeah, is there some reason that you can't have a large rocky body like a planet with an atmosphere on it, even though it's in a vacuum?
Well, the only problem is that whenever you demonstrate like a vacuum chamber on the Earth, for example, if you open the door to the vacuum chamber on the Earth, The air just doesn't just stay where it is. You know what I'm saying?
because the vacuum is being forced by another force. Like we are keeping it that way.
Why can't you just replace the door of the vacuum chamber with gravity? Like, why can't you just
because we can't simulate
If
gravity.
you had a strong enough gravity, you could.
Yeah.
Okay, can you demonstrate that?
No, I don't know how to make a strong enough gravitational field like that.
Okay.
I
By the way,
don't
just
have
out
a
of curiosity,
planet in my pocket.
Brenda Debate. Sorry, someone mentioned your name. I can't remember exactly what it was you want to go by. But just to be clear, what is your belief? I don't think I've.
Yet the Earth is a globe.
Okay, cool.
Okay, good.
Just saying.
Yeah,
it's for knowing, right?
He's a glober.
For knowing.
The Earth is a globe. Yeah, those are all beliefs. Beliefs are, knowing is a kind of a belief. You know that, right?
That's what I think. I personally think there's no such thing as knowing something because we used to know that the sun got eaten by a cow at the end of every day. But
No, we didn't.
Well, the Greeks.
If you hold a ball in your hand, you know it's a ball,
the
right?
Greeks believe they knew. We'll go with
the Greeks never.
If you hold a ball in your hand, you know it's a ball, right?
I might be wrong here, but I believe the Greeks. Actually, no. The ancient Greeks believed that it was the moon and the sun were being dragged by chariots, didn't they? What's the god's name?
I don't know what they believed.
Apollo.
Basically, I'm saying that people believe they know something, but then later we find out that it's just a belief. That's all I'm saying is that you never truly know something.
I'm saying though, if you hold a ball in your hand, then you know it's a ball. You don't believe it is.
Yeah, it's a belief. It's a belief.
What do you mean? You know it's a ball though.
Knowledge is justified belief.
Yeah.
Knowledge is
it's a
justified
subset.
belief. And what's the true knowledge? I mean, would true knowledge
There's
be
no
then?
So think of a Venn diagram, and you have a big circle, and inside the big circle there's a little circle, and that little circle is knowing, knowledge. The big circle is believing.
Oh, okay. I don't think that makes sense. I mean, I don't think there's true knowledge, to be honest, anyways, right? Everything is just conceptualized
No, I think
understandings that we know.
I don't know what it would mean to
I would say
say.
that if you're holding a ball in your hand, then you know it's a ball.
Well,
yeah, you have a belief that it's a ball. You could be wrong about it though.
Because we ultimately, well, if we believe in the four-dimensional space structure, which has been mathematically proven, so it's up to you whether you believe in it. I personally do.
Do I know that I'm alive? Yes, I know that I'm alive.
How?
I know that I'm alive.
It's been proven you can sustain a consciousness through electric pulses in a brain. You could be a brain in a jar somewhere thinking you're living.
That would just
I'm
be what it
doing a
means
lot
to
of
live.
stuff. Like I'm breathing and I'm talking to you guys right now actively.
You think you're talking to us? I'm actually a robot. I'm incapable.
How do I think? So when, I hate when people do this though, because it's like if you say like, oh, you think you're talking to us, then like, what's the outer realm that I don't know about? Then what's the other possibility then?
We don't know. That's the whole point. Is that no one knows.
Not knowing anything is a claim, though. If you
say according to the reality that we know of, I am talking to you. If you think there's some other reality that could be contradictory to this one, then sure. But according to what we know, I'm talking to you.
Fine.
But anyone who says nothing can be known is making a claim, and they have to actually prove it, and it also disproves itself. So it's a non-starter.
But we're just going around. We're going to go around in circles. What was the point we were actually trying to get to?
Whether or not people can know things, I guess, wasn't it?
Epistemology.
No,
Yeah.
it was about being a globe. And we
Let's start with Plato.
That's this whole chat, mate.
Yeah,
that is true though, Donato. You can't lie if you believe what you're saying. So lying is purposefully deceiving people.
Yeah.
It's like the actual definition of lying.
I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Do we believe that the Earth is curved, guys? Do we believe that? Do we know
Yeah.
that? Wait. I agree.
Wait, did I just agree with North Korea?
Yeah.
Yes, we agree, man.
God.
We agree. We're both globe earthers here.
All I'm saying,
flat Earth.
I think that's the first time the UK has agreed with North Korea.
Oh,
Time
beautiful.
to send nukes to each other now.
I'm a representative for North Korea, man. I'm a diplomat.
Oh yeah.
Representing Kim Jong Un.
Who would want that?
Who apparently
You need to go on a diet, Kim.
Yeah, he apparently
Dude, I'm
travels
not-
around in an
representing
armored
him.
train too.
In a what?
An armored train.
He has an armored train. It's great. It's huge. And yeah, it's weird.
Very long.
Hey, well, it's been fun, but I want shut eye. So night.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping tonight. I've given up on that. I promise. Well, on that. Not true. But have a good night, Chipper. Have a good night, Badge.
I'm gonna have a 2-hour nap and go into work.
Yeah, if I sleep, I'm not waking up. I need to go to my lectures. So I'm just gonna stay awake.
Well, it was fun and respectful all around.
Yeah.
So that's good. So night.
Take care. Bye.
Here, guys.
Oh my goodness. All right, how many of us are actually globe earthers right now that are actually talking?
Me, I'm a globe earther.
I'm like you, Danny. I think. Yeah, I'm also in the engineering field.
Yeah.
I think even North Korea thinks the Earth is a globe because they have a space program too, right? No?
Yeah,
they be
do.
launching ICBMs and stuff. They must have some really smart people in their government. One of them. So, I'm telling you guys,
Yeah,
it's a globe.
true that.
He believes it's a globe.
The thing that I've asked but not really heard is that I asked about a while back, and someone else asked it today. What advantage do people get from it? And they said something about, well, people don't hold back information unless they get an advantage. We may not know what it is, but they get an advantage. And my opinion is, the closest to an advantage you might get is that your opponent, who'd you call it? Your opponent country won't know. And yeah,
I mean, if the
almost every country believes. So
yeah, if they were lying to us about the Earth's shape, then there would have to be a big reason to lie. Like there's always a reason for someone to lie to you, unless they're just a pathological liar that's lying for literally no reason or gain.
So we've had politicians.
Like these people at NASA are getting paid to lie for no reason. Like how is that?
Is it possible? Is it possible to lie about reality?
Yes.
If you've not been taught the truth, yes.
You can misinform people purposefully about reality. So
But
reality
they can always just check though. They could always just check though, couldn't they?
Well, yeah, we can check
Not
and
if they
know
don't have
that
the
there's a globe
tools,
just based on simple vision, right? But again, they can still try to sit here and lie about it. Is what the flat earthers are trying to say.
But so you wouldn't be. It would be kind of dumb to try to lie to people about something that is easily checked up on, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
You should pick something that you could actually be successful at, because it's really easy to check about the shape of the Earth. I mean that's just easy.
Exactly, it is. So it's like not only do the flat earthers believe that we are being lied to about the shape of the Earth, but they believe that we can't check up on it and just check for ourselves.
They're just wrong about that, because it's really easy. I mean, there's a number of things you can do, right, to check. It's like you have a vase of flowers in the middle of a table, and somebody else at the table says to you, "There's no flowers there," and you look at it and say, "Yeah, there is."
I mean, not only is it we can continue to observe the Earth as being a ball, but apparently we're being lied to. So most we know what we know. So I guess that's the flat Earth belief, man. I'll tell you.
I think the Earth is actually a triangle.
Well, I guess that's what they're
It's probably more
contesting,
plausible.
right? They're contesting what are the methods to confirm it. Yeah. So
The Earth could be a donut. That's probably
Well, one way.
I think it's a donut.
Well, one way to check. One way to check would simply to go up really high and then turn around and look down, wouldn't it?
With
yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
They would say, if I understand the arguments, which I don't, I'm kind of new to this, but it would be like you can't go high enough to see the entirety of the Earth, so you would just get this like 2D projection of
of
something that could look like a circle.
See
yeah, but
you can go high enough to see left or right curvature. I mean, people literally can launch high altitude balloons from their backyard and see the Earth curvature.
In fact, flat earthers have done that.
Yeah,
they have.
Mark Rober did it.
But then they just complain that it's the lens and it's the lens is curved or something.
Well, then you just use a camera. You just use a camera lens that isn't curved.
Or you make a grid on your lens so that you can fix the.
But then they claim every camera lens is distorted in some way or
except they're not. Rectilinear lenses don't introduce significant distortion into the image.
And if you truly believe there is one, like I said, you just pop a grid on the lens when you snap the shot, however much the grid. You know, and to respond to Migo Wigo in the chat.
It's round. You flat cars have to cope with it. It's round. It's round. It's round. Cope with it.
Okay,
cope
cool.
with it.
You agree?
The Migo Wigo guy.
The Earth is round.
Will literally But I don't think there's a single flat earther
to accept it. The Earth is round. The Earth is round.
Sick. I'm gonna.
Dude, no one's contesting. The flat earthers are asleep right now. The flat earthers are asleep right now. Will.
Oh no, they're
not. You think a lot of it, you guys freak out over something you can't even articulate.
Do you think a lot of it's just people being contrarian?
Yes.
I think I don't know if the majority of flat earthers just do this for fun, or they're bored, or they're just genuinely like they believe in this thing.
I think a lot of them are genuine.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah, we're going to get back to the topic. Not flat earthers aren't the topic.
Okay, so I want to quickly just refer to what
but you start spurring out.
Migo Wigo, whatever your name is. I don't know what you're telling me. What you want me to call you? But you mentioned that everywhere you look, it's flat and everything's motionless. I personally cannot show you it's flat, but I can show you the equations to show that even with the rotation we're at, you will not feel anything. Like the speed we rotate, the force is so obsolete that you won't feel the motion. Because we rotate.
Yeah, when we're moving, flat earthers always try to, well, I'm not just generally speaking. They always say like, well, we're moving like 1,000 miles per hour. And it's like, well, on Earth, in Earth's atmosphere, we have friction, right? When you're moving through the Earth, there's a lot of friction. And space is frictionless, right? Space doesn't have the atmosphere Earth has. It doesn't really have an atmosphere. It's completely frictionless. Two different things.
And the thing is, with a lot of people are like, well, we definitely feel the rotation when you tip in a plane, you'll feel it. But the thing is, if you look at the equations, so we all know, or I'd like to think we all know, that acceleration is what causes like the sensation of a force. So with rotation, it'll be rotational acceleration or circular acceleration, which doesn't use velocity at all. It uses like how many degrees you turn per unit of time.
Yeah, that's true.
We turn 0.00083 degrees per minute. You wouldn't feel that.
Yeah, well, it's due to the so you would just feel the centrifugal force, but that's so insignificant because of the radius of the Earth, you wouldn't feel it. But they're thinking of like this linear velocity, this tangential velocity, but again, it's inertia that everything's moving in steps, so you don't feel it. It's like you're in a car moving at a constant speed, you don't feel that. So
it's
the
linear
there
then.
The linear
that's not a
linear
contradiction.
Velocity,
you can tell it's moving because it's not.
No, that's not a contradiction.
That's a contradiction.
Well, you wouldn't be able to tell, right? So it's inertial. It's an inertial frame of reference. Well, technically, it's not because it's rotational. You are accelerating.
You can measure it. You could measure it with an instrument. You just can't feel it with your ears because your ears aren't sensitive enough.
Right. So the only thing that you would feel, because we're in a non-inertial frame, is that it would be the centrifugal force technically, but yeah, it's so insignificant. So you couldn't detect it.
It would make a difference. You could detect it with an instrument, and people have done that because objects will weigh less at the equator than they do, for instance, at higher latitudes.
Yeah.
And so people have checked that, and it checks out.
Yeah, you could use like a pendulum. Someone mentioned like a pendulum, and you just have you can measure the periods, and they have this at different locations all around the world. And so they've mapped out the different values of G, I guess you could say. But
you can just use a scale. You can just use. There's a guy that used a scale, and he had an official 1 milligram or 100, I don't know how much the weight was. He weighed it at one point at a higher latitude, and he took the plane and he went to the equator and he weighed it, and it weighed less. That's why they use scales to weigh gold, right? Because if they didn't, you could make money that by transporting gold from one place to another, and then pocketing the difference.
Well, no, I don't know, Brenda. That's still dependent on your location, so I don't know what you meant by scales.
So you could buy gold at the equator per ounce,
right,
and then move to a higher latitude where it would weigh more, and you would get and then sell it for that extra. Then you would make money, and they won't let you do that because they won't use electronic scales. They'll use a balance scale, and that will preserve the original relationship. It's a relationship.
No, that actually would. I get what you're trying to say, but that actually wouldn't, because that location still subject to the same difference of like the centrifugal forces on different latitudes. So the scale, the weights.
The difference.
No. But you're still using a mass to measure the gold, so that doesn't change anything.
But the difference is that mass that weighs. It will always be relative. So, like at the equator, you'll use a mass of 1 kilogram at the equator to weigh the gold. Where like that 1 kilogram mass, where it's 1 kilogram at the equator, weighs something different somewhere else.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
But then
you would have to take that same mass, right? Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you had to carry around that.
No, that was good. That was interesting. That was good. That was good.
Okay, so say it again.
I misunderstood.
Say it again. Exactly. So I've got 1 kilogram of gold at the equator. What happens as I go north?
It would weigh more.
Yeah.
Cool.
So as you go up in latitude, your distance to the axis of rotation gets less. So there's a smaller tangential velocity and less centrifugal force. Then when you're at the poles, you don't have any of this tangential velocity, which you would have like I guess more of the gravitational force. So yeah, you would weigh less. That's why they launch things near the equator, like into space, because you get the advantage of that centrifugal and tangential centrifugal force and tangential velocity. So that's the idea, and that's part of the Coriolis effect as well. So since things are
Flat Earth
eastward,
Flat Earth refuted. We're done here.
Well, I don't know, Brenda. I know the argument would be like, oh, there's another reason. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that there's a globe spinning. I try to play devil's advocate, actually, so I could go either way, but it's interesting. I haven't had but that's true. I haven't talked to any flat Earth advocates that have explained the Coriolis yet, or
they just deny it. They just deny it.
Yeah. Sorry.
I've only heard that they'll say it doesn't exist, but then there has to be another explanation for why that could consistently explain like the airstreams, water currents, and hurricanes having a certain spin.
The thing is, the examples they bring up tends to be quite short-range ones where the Coriolis effect really doesn't contribute a massive amount.
Yeah, they say the artillery, like there's this guy, I think Skinny, I guess maybe a few people that
he mentioned
have artillery.
Mortar.
Yeah, then they say they don't use it, but I don't know.
How far can a mortar actually fire?
Oh man, I have no idea.
From a battleship, they can go several miles, can't they?
Say it again, Brenda. Battleships fire mortar rounds.
I don't know.
Let's get that clipped.
I've
Yeah,
no
so
idea.
that clip that
They
the
fire
person that
far.
isn't in the military doesn't know much about the military.
They have big guns. They have big guns, and the bullets that they fire out of it go
Okay.
far.
So from what I can see, heavy mortars go to about 9 kilometers. 9 kilometers wouldn't be enough, really, to experience a Coriolis effect to a significant standard. If I'm correct, I might be wrong there.
But yet, snipers' bullets do.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe 1,000. I heard it in Imperial units. I heard it was like 1,000 feet.
Distance.
I forgot how much deflection you would get, but it's like
Well, I
it's
don't
on
know.
the magnitude of inches, I guess.
I just know that there's videos on YouTube of a guy showing how to correct for Coriolis when you're doing long distance sniper shots.
There was one guy that came in here, claimed to be a professional shooter who actually paid competitions, and he reckons at 1 mile it's about 24 inches.
Okay.
There are scopes that automatically correct for Coriolis.
Yeah. Actually, I had a friend that worked on one of
Logically,
those scopes.
if a sniper round at 1 kilometer, or 1 mile, I should say, deflects by 24 inches, if you sit and calculate, it's only in the air for about, 4 seconds at best, and that's been quite generous. How long is a mortar round in the air for to go 7 mile or 9 mile? Surely that mortar round would be affected by a Coriolis due to the fact that it's got so much hang time.
Yeah.
They don't account for it.
Yeah. I suppose wind is a good factor, and I'm just kind of playing devil advocate here. I'm assuming they would say, "Oh, well, the wind just overshadows it, so it's
absolutely.
Coriolis, right?"
Oh, absolutely. Wind would be a much bigger effect on the path the bullet takes than Coriolis.
Could you argue, what was that guy talking about? It was like Magnus effect or something. If a bullet's spinning, you might have to account for Magnus effect.
Yeah,
that's well, the Magnus effect, there's a video of somebody taking like a basketball and they spin it and it falls down this long ways and it curves eventually. I think
it's due to air drag, I guess. Like, what the top is.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with
wider
the air not going round it smooth, like evenly on both sides because of the rotation.
But that's
and
what
the whole
rifling.
no split condition.
That's what rifling is, though, right? You spin the bullet so that it maintains a straight path.
Yeah.
Because in the past they used balls in a musket, right? And that thing was not accurate. The ball would go. It was like a knuckleball in baseball. It would just go all over the place.
Yep.
We need some flat earthers, man. We desperately need some flat earthers.
I'm actually surprised because I figured one would chime in immediately.
No, dude, listening to Globalist Derp is one of the reasons why this channel is on.
What derp have you been listening to?
Yeah.
Talk about mortars fired from battleships.
To be fair,
I don't know.
Oh, by the way,
about
Brenda, Peter he said he's applauding you from the mute realm that he's in.
I'm sorry, what?
Peter, the globe earth prover that's in the VC, he said he's applauding you whilst he's muted.
Oh, okay. Well,
Wanted
thank
me
you.
to let you know that.
See, I don't have the chat open. That little chat thing on the side there, I don't have that open because I wanted to see the grid.
Oh, conveniently, quick Google search. Apparently, mortars can be used on ships, albeit older ships, but can be used.
Yeah, I don't know what the military jargon is. Who cares?
No, neither do I. Honestly, I hope to make a plane for them one day, but other than that, mortar the hell out of anything you want.
You hope to make what?
A plane, mate. Planes are fucking sick, man. Have you seen the new UK's politics? Not on topic. Don't worry.
Aeronautic design, is that what you want to do?
Yeah, pretty much along those lines.
Would you use electric planes?
That's my aim. I want to make something a bit more sustainable than what we have now, but it'll be a lot of work to work out.
It's kind of scary to think
Yeah.
that use an electric engine motor to drive a plane.
Yeah, I mean, the closest we've got at the moment, I had to do a dissertation on a fuel cell usage, which is a lot more. It's almost completely eco-friendly, but it just uses up so much hydrogen, and hydrogen production in and of itself uses a lot of stuff that will create.
I suppose if you had a high altitude plane with a big wingspan, and you lined that up with solar panels, could you keep it up there for a long time?
See, genuinely, that's what I've been thinking. But the problem would be getting it to that altitude whilst remaining electric.
I heard there was that kind of craft, Brenda, that follows the sun, and
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they actually have something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just so you know, I've got to disappear for a bit, so I'm going to disappear now. But
what we should do is put great big solar panels up in orbit, and then microwave that energy back to Earth to collect it up on Earth.
That'd be interesting.
All that free energy from the sun is up there.
Yeah, I guess it would be more intense there, but I guess that's what we're trying to do with solar panels on Earth. I guess we have to get through the atmosphere, and it mitigates a lot of it takes away a lot of the energy, right?
Well, we got space where there's a Sahara desert. I mean, there's a lot of deserted places you could, but I don't know if that's economically feasible or not.
Yeah, I know they're doing a lot of wind turbines, harnessing wind, and they're even taking these turbines out on offshore.
A lot of people don't like them because they consider them an eyesore.
Yeah, that's true. I'm in Texas, and we're building a lot. Actually, so I work for a small firm, but that's what we're been consulting for a lot of these wind turbines lately. I was going to tell Danny that's kind of partially aerodynamic. Sorry, not aerospace engineering. I'm not an aerospace engineer though.
Okay.
But surprisingly, there's still a lot of like theory in aerospace, like that. Those wind turbines. The companies that make the blades. It's a highly guarded like patent that they have on like the design of the blades
for the propellers.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, I thought all this theory was already created, but there's something called the NACA, like NACA, and then you could go through all of the different profiles, but like there isn't like fluid dynamics is insanely complex because fluid dynamics, you don't necessarily have analytical solutions for them. You only have like these like benchmark, like there's like I don't know, this is just some jargon like Navier-Stokes equation and these stuff for fluid flow. So there isn't even a way to like simulate them, right? So like you could simulate it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the actual behavior. You can have so many different variations.
Don't you just like take an area and chop it up into little cubes and run the formula for that little cube and then just do it 1 billion times?
Oh yeah, you're talking about finite element analysis. That's what I do. Yep, that's what we do. But so the finite element analysis, that solution is dependent on your solver, right? And so you have all these different kinds of methods that you could use, and it depends on the mesh, right? The mesh is where you chop up the object into simpler pieces. But yeah, that's what we use. But you see, Brenna, that's good. It's an interesting topic because what engineers use in the field when they use finite element analysis, that finite element analysis has to be confirmed by the analytical solutions. But if there isn't an analytical solution, what we have to do is take empirical data and see if our simulation matches up to the empirical data. If we can't easily get an analytical solution, so
there's a video that you might like. I don't know, maybe you've seen it. It's called "Mathematics Gives You Wings."
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll check it out.
Check it out. It's not technical. It's sort of a talk that this one woman gives, but it's about the Navier-Stokes equations.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was doing because I'm writing like I'm not a high level like engineer, but I work under some like PhDs, so they know all the math and that Navier-Stokes stuff. But like I'm working on using that to run a finite element
Yeah, you
program.
might like this video. It's called "Mathematics Gives You Wings." And you might like it because, yeah, she talks about how she uses computational mathematics to solve that.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, I got it. The Stanford video.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Man, I guess the flat earthers.
That's kind of my how my brain works. It's like I come up. People mention something, and then I have this odd association that I remember. Oh yeah, I remember way back when I saw this one video.
Oh, that's cool. It's good to have a good memory and a good way to access your knowledge.
It's here and there. It's not that dependable, but
yeah.
Do you remember when you said humans can see infinitely far, but birds can see farther?
I don't recall saying exactly that. But there's no limit to how far we can see.
And birds can see further.
I don't know what that means.
You said some of the dumbest shit that has ever graced Discord.
Do you think that there's a limit to how far we can see?
Yeah, and birds can see further.
No, but you think that there's a limit? I don't think there is.
Yeah, and then, so there's no limit, and birds can see further than that limit.
Right. So we can see things in the sky that are millions of light years away. We can see the galaxy of Andromeda. You can see it, and that's what, a couple million light years away, and you can see it.
How do you know how far away it is?
By redshift, I think.
Why does it get dark out then? I mean, if light travels forever, how come the stars don't light up the sky
Because
at night?
the sun is on the other side of the Earth. That's why.
Yeah, but doesn't the light from these billions of stars travel forever?
Light attenuation is the answer.
There's an inverse square law, right?
Right.
But what an astronomy, an observatory will do is they have a CCD device that collects the photons, and they just leave it open for a very long time until they've gotten enough photons that they can get an image.
And that's why it's not light at night.
Because the human eye can only detect so much light, I guess.
Speaking of the inverse square law, have you ever used the inverse square law and the alleged 90 million miles away from the sun and grabbed a light meter, measured the energy levels on, say, an hourly interval and compared them to the inverse square law?
Well, I've never done that. What am I supposed to be looking for?
Just to see if the inverse square law matches up to the measurements we're given.
I don't know how that would determine it. I don't understand.
The inverse square law gives you energy levels dissipate over distances. And there's a set formula for those distances. So you've got a set distance, 90 million miles. If you take energy reading levels from the sun, say using a light meter in lumens every hour throughout the day, you would be able to calculate if the sun is moving over your head or if we're rotating.
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, you can do it. It's an interesting little episode.
I think it'd be better to just use a solar filter and see that the sun doesn't change in size during the day.
Yes, it does. They've got video footage of it.
No, it really doesn't.
Yeah,
yes, it does. They've got video footage of it.
No,
They've got video
don't.
footage of the glare changing size, which we all acknowledge. We're just saying that the actual size.
Yeah, it's the you need to use a solar filter. to get the
They've
true
got
angular.
video footage of it changing size.
No, they
Getting
don't.
No, you do
smaller.
not.
Yes, they do. You can argue all day. They get on YouTube and watch it.
No, you're just wrong.
Where do you
I'm wrong
imagine the
because
sun
you don't
goes at
believe
night,
me,
Brenda?
or what?
Brenda, where do you imagine the sun goes at night?
The sun doesn't go anywhere. The Earth rotates.
Okay. Oh. Okay, so how would you explain the sunset, though?
That's
mean,
the
like-
Earth. The Earth comes between your eye and the sun. That's what the sunset is.
So, would you say the sun is always above the Earth?
Always above the Earth. No, it's always a certain distance away from the Earth as it rotates.
Okay.
It's not always above any particular location because the Earth is rotating.
Okay. So it's never like under your feet, is it?
A straight line, yes, it would be. Obviously, if the Earth is rotating and you're on the other side, right, then the sun would be below your feet, wouldn't it?
So you imagine the sun goes below the Earth?
No, the Earth rotates.
Okay. So it's not under your feet right now, or is it?
Sure, of course it is.
Okay, so it's under your feet and above the Earth at the same time?
No, it's not. The Earth rotates. Do you not understand how gravity works? That it pulls everything towards the center of the Earth, right?
Of course it does.
Yeah. So the Earth rotating, right? The sun would come between, the Earth would come between you and the sun, right? So down would be towards the direction of where the sun is, but it would be down and then up.
Down and up at the same time?
No, not at the same time.
No.
Right? It'd be down towards the center of the Earth, and then it would be up to the other side of the Earth, and then the sun would be up above that person on the opposite side of you.
Okay.
Do you think that somebody on the other side of the Earth from me should fall off?
Fall off? Fall off what?
The Earth.
Why would they fall off the Earth?
Because they're below my feet.
They're not below your feet.
They totally are. They're opposite to me. They're totally below my feet.
So are they below the Earth?
No, they're on the surface of the Earth.
So they're on the surface of the Earth, same as you, yet
Yeah.
they're below your feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the nature of a sphere, isn't it, though? Right? The nature of a sphere is that the surface curves around, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things tend to fall off the spheres, though, don't they, Brenda?
Yeah, but the Earth has gravity, right?
Yeah, of course it does. It has to.
Right, and down is towards the center of the sphere.
Of course. All right. So when people say how do you explain the sunset? I tell them, the sun doesn't go down. It appears to, but the sun's always above Earth. You
Yeah,
would agree with
because
that?
the Earth rotates, right?
I don't know. Does it?
Because if the Earth was flat, the sun would never set.
You think so?
No, that's logically necessary.
Right. But the sun would always be above Earth, just like on your sphere, right?
On a flat disk, the sun should always be above the Earth, right?
It is always above Earth.
No, on a flat disk, it should be.
No, well, forget flat disk. I mean, the sun is always above Earth, right? It's always above somebody's head somewhere.
It's also always below
Who
somebody's
said
feet.
anything about the flat disk? Who said anything about the flat disk?
So it's also always below somebody's feet somewhere on Earth too, at the same time. Because
you think so?
No, but that's how spheres work, dude.
You think people can stand on the underside of spheres?
Yes, when there's gravity, yes, they can. Because that's how gravity works.
You think so?
I know so. I don't believe so.
You know so?
Yes.
So you've seen this?
I have knowledge that that's how gravity works. it establishes a downward vector to the center of the Earth.
Would that be a vertical?
Yeah, yeah.
So that would be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon?
No.
No.
No,
Wow.
perpendicular would be 90 degrees to your vertical.
Oh, vertical wouldn't be 90 degrees to vertical, right?
Vertical is straight up and down, right? That's
Perpendicular
plumb.
to horizontal, right?
No, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. It's not necessarily perpendicular to the horizon.
Well, the horizon, well, not the horizon, but the plane of the horizon. It'd be perpendicular
I
to
don't think
that,
the
right?
horizon is a plane. I don't think the horizon is a plane.
Yeah,
I think it's
I don't
it's
either.
curved. I think it's curved.
Well, which way do you imagine it curves, Brenda?
It curves in all directions.
Does it curve up?
No, it's not up. Okay, so it curves. It curves like the surface of a sphere curves. In forwards and backwards, forwards, backwards, left and right, not up and down.
So it doesn't curve downwards. So there's no vertical component to your sphere?
There's no vertical. That doesn't even make sense, dude.
You said it doesn't curve up or down. If it doesn't curve up or down,
that's right.
Then you have no third dimension.
Up or down would be either towards or away from the center of a sphere, right? That would be up or down.
You think so?
Right, and the surface of a sphere maintains a distance, a singular distance from the center of that sphere, right?
Does it?
You tell me.
Do you imagine that your Earth sphere drops from horizontal?
All spheres have a radius, and that radius is a consistent number, right?
Yes.
Right, so that means the surface of that sphere is always at a certain distance from the center.
Yeah, but spheres are 3D, aren't they?
And elevation would be towards or away from the center of the sphere. So something could be above or below the surface. That would be, it would gain in elevation or lose elevation.
So do you imagine your Earth sphere drops from horizontal?
That doesn't make sense.
Really?
Right? Because horizontal would be perpendicular to any particular vertical. And a vertical is a line that, or a vector that points to the center of the Earth. All verticals on a sphere diverge, right?
No.
No, they would have to on a sphere.
Yeah, well,
on a sphere, they would have to. But if you're not on a sphere, they do not.
No, but verticals don't do that.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
What do you mean, no, they don't?
That's silly.
Well, do you have something besides your incredulity?
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, aren't they, Brenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
And so what is it you think that proves?
Well, it proves that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Yeah, you'd need to you'd need to have a plane, though.
Yeah, the plane of the horizon.
No, the horizon isn't a plane.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say the horizontal means parallel.
The horizon is a circle, dude. The horizon is a circle.
Would that be a circle on a horizontal plane?
No, it's a circle on a sphere.
Circle on a sphere.
Yes, like a cap.
A cap.
Yes. And the size, the diameter of that circle is going to depend, right, on the height of the observer.
So if you were 1 foot off the ground, you would be able to see how far?
Yeah, not very far.
Well, why would
1.22
miles? Why wouldn't you be able to see far? Do you imagine?
Because you wouldn't be able to see far because the Earth would get in the way. That's what a horizon is.
Do you imagine the Earth would curve up in front of you?
Not on a sphere.
So it wouldn't curve up, and it wouldn't curve down, as you said. So where's your third dimension?
The surface of the sphere is. What are you talking about?
Well, you have no third dimension here. I mean, your
Yeah, I
sphere
do.
doesn't drop from horizontal. It doesn't rise from horizontal. Sounds
I
like you have a
told
horizontal
you.
sphere.
I told you what the third dimension is. It would be elevation, right? Elevation or
And that's
depression.
vertical.
Huh?
That's vertical.
Right. Do you
vertical, isn't it?
you increase or decrease the distance from the center of the sphere?
How are you measuring those elevation and depression angles?
You use a horizontal, Brenda?
What?
You use a horizontal to measure your elevation and depression?
No.
Really? That's new. That's new.
You'd use a theodolite, right? You'd use surveying gear.
Okay, so the theodolite would have a horizontal, right? An azimuthal plane.
A what?
Azimuthal plane and an
What
elevation angle.
that's not used in surveying.
Really?
No.
Oh, what? Okay. Can you tell me what a theodolite does, Brenda?
I hope Peter's
It
listening
measures
to this.
angles. It measures angles.
And along which planes does it measure the angles on?
What plane? It measures angles from point A to point B.
Yeah, but there's two planes that the theodolite measures angles on.
No, it just measures angles.
It just goes all over the place. Is that
Right?
what you're saying?
You can measure, like, say, from one landmark to another, right?
Along what type of plane, Brenda?
I don't know.
It's called the azimuthal plane, horizontal.
Azimuthal plane. What is that?
That's the horizontal plane.
That's not. You're not using words correctly. This is just gibberish. What's an azimuthal plane?
That's the horizontal plane.
Well, I know what a horizontal plane is. I don't know what an azimuthal plane is.
Well, the azimuth. You have an azimuth
What
angle.
is that? What is that? Azimuth.
That's who else is talking?
Yeah, Missy.
There's somebody. We can't hear him at all.
This is AJ. I thought.
Sorry, man.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, that would be your left to right angle or your right to left, Brenda. Right? Azimuth. Are you Googling?
What?
Yeah, Google. This might be okay. Google. Watch a YouTube video. This azimuth stuff is mastered by 10-year-old boys when they go to Boy Scouts.
Right. So an azimuth is your degrees from north, right?
You're using a theodolite.
It's degrees from north, correct? That's how you measure it, right?
No, we're not talking about a compass, Brenda. Although you are correct. We're talking about in the context of the theodolite.
Right. So azimuth
You're
is degrees.
You're using two straight lines to measure a horizontal and a vertical angle to establish an azimuthal plane.
And so, what is an
this is done with surveying and mapping.
What is an azimuthal plane?
I don't know how much easier I could make it. I already said it.
Well, what is it?
It's the horizontal plane that you take the angles on with a theodolite.
How do you establish this horizontal plane?
I don't know how the machine
by using
does
this. Well, the theodolite is really you're just shooting a level. Yeah, it's almost like a telescope.
Do they use a bubble to make it level?
Yes, you have to level, but then you're looking at elevation and depression heights. Anytime I've ever used one, you have two people, and you've probably seen this on the side of the road or on construction sites. It looks like a little telescope sitting on a tripod, and then you'll have another guy with a stick with numbers, and he goes and stands out in the distance, and then they see the elevation or the depression.
Isn't that
from level.
Isn't that a dumpy level?
Same sort of thing, yeah.
It's not quite the
Well,
same
yeah,
as a theodolite, though, is it?
It's a little different.
Little
However,
different, but it's just a very simple explanation. It's still sort of the same thing. An azimuthal plane, like you said, is just reference for measuring horizontal angles.
How is that horizontal plane determined? Is it based on the instrument being level right there?
Yeah.
Right. So it's perpendicular to the plumb line established by the instrument, right?
Perpendicular to vertical. Yep.
Yep. Okay. I understand that now. Thanks for explaining that to me. I was probably wrong about a few things, wasn't I?
Well, the reason why I brought that up is to say that your Earth does drop from in reality, Earth does drop from horizontal. It also rises from horizontal. But you said no.
Well,
which is strange to me.
I was thinking of the Earth. I was imagining it as a perfectly smooth sphere, not one that has, bumps and hills and valleys. I was not thinking of those.
Well, yeah. Well, when I talk about Earth, I talk about like hills and valleys, the ground.
That's not what I don't think that that's useful because that's not what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, that's not what you're talking about, but that's what I talk about.
Well, when we talk about the overall shape, we ignore things like little valleys and hills or even mountains, and
why do you ignore that?
Because we're not talking about them.
Well, when I talk about Earth, that's what I'm talking about.
No, that's not. We're talking about the overall shape. Then you're not talking about hills and valleys.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
So the perpendicular to a certain vertical is that's a horizontal plane at that location, isn't it?
Yep.
And the Earth curves away from it in every direction.
Which way do you imagine it curves? Up or down?
On an X, Y, forwards, backwards, and left and right, not up and down.
So you have no third dimension.
Like I just told you, I'm ignoring things like hills and valleys.
Well, if your Earth ball, drops from horizontal, that would drop in the vertical axis, this V. But you said it only curves along X and Y.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't drop in the vertical axis. That wouldn't be.
Okay, so there's no third dimension to your sphere.
No. Yes, there is.
Okay, where is it?
Take say a beach ball, right?
Yeah.
And tape little sticks to it to the surface. Each surface, and they're straight up and down. They're all pointing to the center. Every one of them is the same distance from the center. They're the same elevation.
But only one of those can be vertical.
No, they're all vertical.
No.
Because
no,
what's vertical is defined, right, as plumb. That's what it means to be vertical, is to be a plumb line.
That's right.
And every of those sticks on the beach ball, they're all pointing in different directions, but every one of them is vertical. Every one of them is plumb.
Yeah, but vertical is only one direction.
Vertical is two directions, up and down.
Well, yeah. But like they don't.
And every vertical, right, points in a different direction from every other one on the Earth.
You don't think verticals tilt, do you, Brenda?
No, they go straight up and down.
All right, they're all perpendicular to horizontal.
No, they're not.
Whoa, really?
Right. The horizontal for one plumb line is not parallel with the horizontal from another one because they diverge.
So
that's what it means to be. That's what it means to be on a sphere.
Yeah. So do you imagine that horizontals intersect?
Yes, the horizontal from one vertical will intersect with the horizontal from another one.
So you have sloped horizontals, do you?
No, they're not sloped. They're 90 degrees.
So you have non-sloping lines that intersect.
Because they are perpendicular at a point on the sphere.
A point.
Right.
Right.
That's
what if I told you? What if
That's
I told
where
you that I could? Go ahead.
That's where the plumb line, the vertical, intersects the surface of the sphere at a point. And at that point, you have a 90-degree angle establishing a horizontal plane. But you do that at every point, every one of those points, every one of those horizontal planes is different than every other one. Even though they're all 90 degrees, that's how spheres work.
What if I
Right?
told you that I could establish a horizontal between 2 points? Would you just freak out, or no?
You can only establish a line between 2 points. You need 3 points to establish a plane.
Well, that line would lie on a plane, wouldn't it?
Sure, but it wouldn't be horizontal.
Really?
It would not be horizontal to the endpoints.
Well, it's a straight line, Brenda.
Yeah, it would be straight line.
A straight line that does not slope. I'd say that's horizontal.
That straight line would have an angle to measure from the perpendicular. Say you have 2 points A and B. At each of those 2 points, you have a perpendicular. The line of sight between those 2 points A and B, if they're above the surface of the Earth, right, that's going to be greater than 180 degrees when you add those up.
Really?
Yes, that's called spherical excess.
Right, so you can't have a straight horizontal line between 2 points. You imagine that that's not possible, don't you?
You can have a straight line, but it won't be perpendicular to the verticals.
Right, so you can't have a horizontal line.
Well, you would have a curved line.
Yeah, but the shortest distance between those two endpoints would be straight, and I'd say that's horizontal.
Well, they wouldn't, because they wouldn't be 90 degrees at the endpoints.
Yeah, it would.
No, they wouldn't. It's measured. They're greater than 90 degrees.
You think so?
How do you
It's
measure
measured.
this? How do you measure this? How do you measure this?
What? You point at the other. You have 2 points, A and B.
Mm-hmm.
You just do a line of sight.
Yeah, then what?
Then you add up the angles, and it would be greater than 180 degrees.
You know what that would require, wouldn't it, Brenda? Don't you?
It would require that the surface you're on is curved. That's what it would.
It would require that you imagine that both of those theodolites could be below each other at the same time.
They're not below each other at the same time. They're level with each other.
Right. So they're
on
they
the
both
same.
lie along the same horizontal.
No, that's not horizontal. That's a level line. It's not a horizontal line.
What's the shortest distance between them?
A straight line.
Straight line.
Yeah.
Perpendicular to vertical, right? Vertical in the middle.
It would not be perpendicular.
Really? So you can't have a vertical.
It would be greater than 90 degrees.
So not horizontal.
Right. The horizontal at, say, point A is going to be 90 degrees to that plumb line. At point B, the horizontal is going to be 90 degrees to that plumb line. But those two lines, right, will intersect at an angle.
So you imagine lines that don't slope to intersect, do you?
They are on a curved surface, so yes, of course they would intersect.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So therefore, you'd have to prove a curved surface.
Well, the thing is, she doesn't have a third dimension.
Yes, I do. It's the distance. It's the distance from the center of the sphere.
Okay, so from one theodolite to the other, do you imagine a drop?
You mean a change in elevation, or do you mean a drop?
Well, it's the same thing.
No, they're not the same.
A vertical change. downwards.
Being a change in elevation, there would be no change in elevation.
Okay, so you don't have a drop.
No, there would be a drop.
Okay, would the angle be greater than 90?
Which angle?
From your zenith down, would it go past the horizontal and hit the other theodolite?
Yeah, it would have to go past it in order to touch the other theodolite.
Okay, so that's a drop, Brenda.
That's right.
Okay. So you have a drop from horizontal.
Yeah, you'd have a drop. You would have a drop from A to B, and there would also be a drop from B to A.
So both below each other at the same time.
No, both would have a drop. That's how spheres work, dude.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's how perspective works also. You ever thought of
It
that?
doesn't have anything to do with perspective.
Oh, hold on. It doesn't have anything to do with perspective?
Right. We're talking about right angles and plumb lines.
Okay, well, see, in reality, like the road up is the road down, right? So if I'm looking down a hill, if I'm on the bottom of that hill, I'm gonna have to look up at the
Yeah,
fifth
that's a
position.
change in elevation. We're not talking about changes in elevation. I'm not talking about hills and valleys.
Horizontal.
I'm not talking about hills and valleys.
Well, we're talking about Earth, right? I mean, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about a perfectly smooth sphere with gravity.
That does not drop from horizontal.
A perfectly smooth sphere drops from every horizontal.
What about the one on top, Brenda?
There's no top on a sphere.
Really?
Right. Yeah. There's no top.
How goes up and down on a sphere, Jerry? Jerry, come on, dude. Jerry, we've been over this, dude.
Yeah. There's no top on a sphere. Every point is equidistant from the center of the sphere. How is that hard to figure out?
Well, the diameter of that sphere.
The radius, you mean?
No, the entire diameter. That could be oriented vertically, right? So that would be.
No, there's no. That's a diameter is a vertical.
Okay.
So, every diameter. You have an infinite number of points on the surface of the sphere. Every one of those is vertical.
You think so?
Yes.
I say only one of those can be vertical in reality.
No, they all are vertical. Every radii of a sphere is vertical.
You think so? So like on a basketball.
because of gravity. Gravity establishes what vertical is, and that's
gravity is vertical.
No, gravity establishes what vertical is.
Right. And only one plumb line can go through the center of a sphere.
No, there's an infinite number of plumb lines that begin from the surface of a sphere and go to the center. There's an infinite number.
You think so?
I know so.
Okay. I'd say there's only one.
There's no. Then you don't have a sphere.
Sure you do.
No, a sphere has an infinite number of points on the surface, right?
That's right.
Right, and every one of those points can connect to the center of the sphere, right?
That's right.
Right, and in the presence of gravity, gravity says that vertical is a straight line from the surface to the center. And so there's an infinite number of vertical lines.
No, gravity is perpendicular to horizontal.
No, gravity.
No,
it is a physical gravity. We're talking physics instead of geometry. Gravity says that there's a vector. It creates a vector, and that vector is going to point to the center of mass, which in the case of the Earth is going to be pretty close to the center, although technically it's not exactly.
What about the physics of water, Brenda?
What of it?
Could you use the physics of water to establish a horizontal plane?
No, you can't.
You can't do that on a sphere, can you?
Right, because the surface of the water is curved with the Earth.
Right, so you can't have a horizontal plane with a water level in your model. In reality, we can.
Water level?
Yeah.
Water level would establish a line, wouldn't it?
That's right. And that you could anchor one of those points, swing the other one around 360 degrees, and then you have a big horizontal circle. Wouldn't you, Brenda? All the perpendiculars to it would be vertical.
No, actually, that would be a circle. It would be a cap. It would be if you swing it around one of the ends of the level, right? Then that would describe a curved circle, a curved cap.
Curved cap.
Yeah, like a yarmulke, like a yarmulke on the Earth.
Yeah, but the radius would be straight horizontal.
No, the radius of that curved line established by the level would be a curved radius.
No.
Because it would follow the surface of the Earth.
No.
Have you ever heard of pi?
The word level gives it away.
There's a guy talking and you can barely hear him, but you can't make out his words.
The word level sort of gives it away. If you've created something that's level, it's not curved.
Matrix, I can't hear you when you talk. I can barely hear you.
Turn him up then.
Right, so you can't get a straight line from a level, is what you're saying.
I'm saying level is defined as conforming to the curved portions of the Earth.
So can you get a level line using a tool called a level? You personally.
You mean the instrument or like the tube filled with water?
Any of them.
Right. And what can you do? That's going to establish, right, a level. Right?
That's right.
And that level is going to conform to this curved surface of the Earth.
Well, both ends of that level need to be at the same exact elevation, don't they?
But that's what level is. Level
That's right. So
level is the same level means the same distance from the center of the Earth.
So neither point would be higher than the other. Right, Brenda?
They would be at the same elevation, the same distance from the center of the Earth.
So no slope, right? No slope, no curve. A straight line.
A straight line? No, it would be a curved line.
What would be the shortest distance between those points, Brenda?
A straight line.
So that would be horizontal.
That would not be horizontal.
So you can't have horizontal, can you?
You can have a horizontal from a vertical.
Right. So from the vertical in the middle, in between those 2 points.
At the ends or at the middle?
All the way along it.
No, those would all be different. They would curve. And the vertical at every point along that level line, all those verticals would point in a different direction. They would all diverge.
Okay, so can you have a horizontal at all?
A horizontal means perpendicular to a vertical. So you have an infinite number of horizontals on a sphere.
I'm just talking about in reality. Like, let's say you have a level.
Yeah.
And the bubble's right in the middle.
Then that shows a line that was perpendicular at that point to the vertical at that point.
What about at the ends?
At the ends, the Earth would drop away from both ends.
So you imagine from the middle, you have a drop.
That's how curved surfaces work. On a curved surface, every point drops away from every other point. That's how they work. That's what it means to be a sphere.
All right. So what if you're on the other side? What
about it?
Would they both be below each other at the same time?
No, they would be at the same elevation.
Right.
Right? The North Pole is at the same elevation as the South Pole, dude.
Do you imagine that the North Pole is above the South Pole?
They're at the same elevation.
Okay, so like on a compass, those are all like on a horizontal plane, right?
What?
North, south, east, and west?
North, south, and east and west? No, there's the directions depending on the geometric, axis of the Earth, right?
Horizontal headings, right? Like they're not like north isn't above south, is it? That'd be silly.
Depends. You
They're
could say
all
that.
they're all on the same plane, aren't they, Brenda?
North is above the center of the earth, and south is above the center of the earth.
I don't know.
What do you mean? North is above the center of the earth, and south is above the center of the earth. Every point on the surface of the earth is above the center.
Right.
Right?
I don't know, because I thought south was 180 degrees opposite north.
It is.
Okay.
Isn't it? That's how that's how spheres work, right? Every point on its surface is the same distance away from every other from the center. That's what defines a sphere. A sphere is defined as the set of points that are equidistant from a given point. That's the center of the sphere. That's just how it's defined.
Okay.
Right?
So definitely
so
3D.
The South Pole is the same distance away from the center as the North Pole, and they're 180 degrees away from each other.
It's definitely 3D, right? Your sphere?
The sphere is 3D. The surface of a sphere is 2D.
So the surface of your sphere would be horizontal then, wouldn't it? Because you said it doesn't drop or hump, right? So that's your vertical. That's your third dimension.
The surface of a sphere is 2D, two-dimensional, right?
So horizontal.
No.
No?
It's curved.
Curved horizontal?
It's curved. It's not a straight line. The surface of there's no straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
So which dimension does your 3D sphere curve into? Would that be the vertical? You say no before.
Yeah, it's impossible to understand, right?
It
can be described right with X, Y, and Z, every point on there. Or there's other ways of describing it too.
From a center.
From the center. But you can also just, if you consider just the surface and not the center, that's two-dimensional.
Okay. So it's two-dimensional. So there is no up and down on the surface of your sphere, is there? Yeah, you have a flat sphere.
It's not flat, it's curved.
Okay. Does it drop from horizontal into the vertical or no? You say no?
Huh?
Does it drop from horizontal into the third dimension?
Which horizontal? It drops from every horizontal.
Into the third dimension, right?
So a horizontal means perpendicular from a vertical. There's an infinite number of verticals on the surface of a sphere, and every horizontal drops from every other horizontal.
Okay.
Because that's how spheres work.
Oh yeah, definitely. If anyone else wants to talk to Brenda, go ahead. It's fine with me.
No, you're right. I'll put it round to a vote. Anyone want to talk to Brenda? Put your hands in the air.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Wasn't talking to you.
I have to say no. All I've heard is just claims with no support.
No, I gave support. I gave definitions. That's how geometry works, by definitions.
All I heard for the last hour is no, that's because it's a sphere, and that's because of gravity, and that's because of gravity does this, and the sphere does that. Yeah. No,
that's all based on definition. That's all based on definitions.
Just all based on your claims with no support.
No, it's not claims. It's definitions. Geometry is based on definitions. You define a sphere is defined, has a certain definition. It's a set of points, central point.
Defining a sphere doesn't mean we live on a sphere.
I never said that was the case. I said that's how.
Well, that was what your argument was. This happens because we're on a sphere, and then that happens because of gravity, because gravity pulls everything to the center.
Right, it does.
So you're just regurgitating the narrative. There's no support.
I gave support. I gave the definitions. Right, a perpendicular.
The definition
That's
of a sphere. The definition of a sphere means we live on a sphere. Right.
We live on a sphere. We live on a sphere because a sphere describes, right, the place that we live in.
Okay, that's enough for me. I'm going to have dinner. I'll be back in an hour.
Good for you.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
What's dumb about how math works? Math works by defining your terms.
Please repeat what did you just repeat what you just said, please?
What? That the reason we live on a sphere is because the place that we live in is described by the properties that spheres have.
No, and that's not what you actually said.
Oh, yeah, I didn't actually say those words. I put it in slightly different words. Big deal. Right? We can use a sphere.
It was a big deal because that's why you're not repeating what you said the first time.
We can use a sphere to describe the place where we live. And so we say that it's a sphere. Although it's not perfect.
Not if it doesn't measure to be a sphere. But anyway, I'm out. I can't deal with
this.
We
measure it to be a
ridiculous.
Sphere. We measure spherical excess all the time. Geodesic surveyors measure spherical excess daily in the course of their work.
Yet you don't know how a theodolite works, and you don't know that you have to have a pole at the other end.
It doesn't matter. I'm explaining the geometry. If I get things,
you understand surveying, but you don't understand the tools.
It doesn't
matter. Surveying, you don't understand how they're set up. You don't understand how they work, but you somehow understand surveying. You're ridiculous.
It doesn't matter. So the way they're set up is they're set up level, right? You use a bubble level. It's built into the tripod, right? That establishes vertical. And from that, you establish perpendicular. Perpendicular is 90 degrees from that vertical. How is that hard? Right? And so, therefore, on a sphere, since vertical is determined by gravity, right? A theodolite set up at a different location will point in a different direction. It'll point straight up, but those two different verticals will diverge from each other, and the plane established perpendicular to the second theodolite will not match up with the one at the first one, because that's how fucking spheres work.
Can you show that?
I love it when I shut the mouths of flat earthers. I shut their...
Shut up. No one's shutting anybody up around here apart from me. Charlie, you've been unmuted, by the way. To get down to North Korea. And I'll unmute you as well.
Oh, you finally unmuted me? Thank you.
Unfortunately, you didn't shut any flat earthers' mouth. My phone went flat, and I had to come get on my computer, but yeah, I'm not continuing that.
There's North Korea when you'll be unmuted too. So Charles, oh my god. So Charles in North Korea, you've been unmuted.
Glory to the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Okay, because obviously going to start.
I'm a North Korean representative here. I just want to congratulate Brenda, though. Brenda, you did amazing, man. Destruction.
Yeah, Brenda, you did pretty good, man.
Can you remember the point that Brenda brought up?
Talking about theodolites.
Kane, would you like to explain it, please? Specifically, the point that you jumped up and down.
I wasn't arguing his point. But
No,
theodolites obviously have aberrational limits, right? One theodolite can't be perpendicular to the Earth's surface while another theodolite is perpendicular to the same surface, right? So obviously the Earth has to be a sphere. Otherwise these two theodolites, would have the exact same operational parameters, which they clearly don't. Right.
Jedi, why didn't you take him on? Why didn't you take Brenda on?
Why the fuck would I want to talk to someone who I've spoken to for 7 years and never got anywhere with? Why would I waste my fucking time?
7 years. 7 years ago, I was a really young person.
That's brilliant. 7 years ago, I was 7 years younger.
7 years ago, I was 10.
Okay, well done.
How old are you 7 years ago?
41.
Huh?
41.
And
R.I.P.
48 now.
I don't know.
R.I.P.
Real quick.
Damn, Jedi, you're old, man. I was 45 7 years ago. Damn, dude. You guys are old people.
Word to the street, yo.
Word to the people.
The motherfucking street.
How many more years of globe proof, Jedi, will it take? Eventually, maybe.
When you say globe proof, what do you mean specifically?
Like all the globe proof, I'm assuming you gotten over the years.
Okay, like
Were
what?
those not evidence? I'm
Like
just
what?
saying. I'm just assuming. I'm
Like-
assuming you got like a decent amount of
Like
globe
what?
proof, right?
Like what? So your reciprocal zenith angles that you don't understand, your pictures from space that you can't verify, all of your stories that you've got a full model that you have no measurements for.
What will it take?
For
What will it
direct
take for you, Jedi?
measurements. Told you three things. There's only three things you need to do: a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth curving, a direct measurement of the Earth moving in any direction, and a demonstration that you can actually have gas pressure without a container. Just those three things. That's all you've got to do. You don't have to lie about them. You don't have to make shit up. You just have to show that they can be done. When we've done that, I will, after 9 years, jump back over onto that ball side and say, hey, do you know what? I was wrong. Not a problem for me, but until you start doing that without lying about it, then I guess we're stuck here.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay,
So
can you do
is
it?
gas pressure? No, hold on. I'm just asking you a question. Is gas pressure within a container static?
Is gas pressure within inside a container static? Do you really think we need to answer that question? I'm going to ask you, what happens when you release the container? What happens to the high pressure?
We already know what happens when you release a container. I'm just asking you, is it static?
No.
It's not?
It depends what energy you've got in a system. So
We're just talking about a relative.
So hypothetically, if you want it to be static, yeah, it would be static. If you don't want to talk about any other energy in the system that will make it not static, like heat.
Dude, we're not going to overcomplicate it. Just gas pressure within a fixed container. Static, right?
So what happens if you don't have a fixed container?
Is it static?
What happens? I've answered that question, dude. So what happens if you open the container to the gases inside?
We already know what happens.
Oh my god! So what happens, then, dude?
The gas pressure will go out to the available space. We already know that. We know that. We're aware.
Awesome stuff.
So gas pressure within a fixed container would have to be static then, right?
No.
Oh, why not?
No.
Because you said you didn't want to make this complicated.
So no. So what source
Heat,
says
temperature,
no?
T.
You're just saying shit now. What source says the gas pressure within a container wouldn't remain static?
Temperature.
Okay.
Like I said, at the moment, it's a hypothetical situation at the moment where you seem to think that air pressure inside a container can only be static. No, if you add more variables like heat, you'll have something known as convection currents. If you have intermittent
so is the
heat,
Earth being heated outside? Is the Earth being heated? So in your container Earth, right, Jedi, is the Earth being heated outside or is it being heated within? Which one?
Sun is heating the surface of the Earth, and then radiant heat from the Earth is dispersed into the atmosphere.
And 4. So the sun is within the container then?
No, it's got fuck all to do whether the sun's inside the container or not.
The fuck?
Did you not hear the bit where I said the sun heats the floor?
Yes, the sun heats the surface of the Earth, right?
Fucking matter whether the sun's inside or outside of the atmosphere or container.
It would matter though, because if you don't know the realm,
that it heats the floor. You
hey Jedi, if you don't know the realm, no, you're very stupid because you said it doesn't matter if the sun is within a container or not. That's like the dumbest thing a human being could possibly say.
Dude, you're asking about something that can be demonstrated. You asked about the temperature and how that will affect gas in this hypothetical.
I never did. Anyone here can tell me that I said temperature. I never mentioned temperature whatsoever.
No, I did. You deaf fuck. I did.
Exactly, you did. You said I did. You dumbass.
It's not a static system. Stupidest person in the room.
Replay the footage. You said I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, temperature will make the system not static.
And
you asked where we get that from.
The sun, right? The sun.
Well done. And how does that?
You said it doesn't matter whether or not the sun is within the container or not. Well, if the sun is in some outer realm that you can't measure or you don't know the atmosphere of, how can you say that?
Not for it to heat the surface. Don't care. It's not part of the argument at the moment, my friend. You're talking about a static system that is now not being made static because of the temperature of inside the system. Now, my question's this. What's your fucking point?
Is the temperature not the same?
What's your fucking point? What's your fucking point?
Why are you getting so aggravated, 48-year-old man?
Because you're making no sense, dude. So what's your fucking point?
No, I was just asking you. I was asking you a question. I didn't have a point. I was just asking you a question.
Oh, okay.
Your
hypothetical situation.
Brilliant. Is the sun... So, are you sure whether or not the sun is within the container or outside the container? Are you definite about that?
No, I'm not 100% sure.
But if you're not 100% sure than that, when if the sun is like outside of the realm of the container, then you don't know what temperature or what's going on outside of that, so you can't even speak on that, can you?
No, because we're talking about what's happening here.
Okay, so is the sun's temperature static then as well?
The sun's temperature now. I'm not making a claim about the sun's temperature. The fuck are you on about, dude?
Ah, got
What
it, got it, got
are
it.
you
Dude,
trying
if you
to
don't know whether or not the sun is within a container or not, like, what are you even talking about at this point?
at the moment? We're talking about making the situation static or not. This is your fucking road that I followed you down in your hypothetical
Happens within a
situation about a container with gas in. And we already got to the conclusion that when you uncontain the gas under high pressure, it disperses into the lower pressure environment. That's all I need to talk about, Sunshine. I don't need to talk about anything else.
Oh yeah, you don't want to talk about all the other stuff that destroys your argument, yeah? None
Like
of the
what?
other stuff.
Like what?
Yeah. Like the
Like
fact that
what?
gas pressure within a container remains static. And you know what's funny?
No, that's
Gas
incorrect.
pressure within Earth has not remained static.
That's
Oh,
incorrect.
that's interesting.
That's incorrect.
That's in. Oh, Jedi, you have some other source that you'd have to provide then, right?
Yes, temperature.
Go ahead, provide the source that says
What?
gas pressure within Earth has remained static over millions of years.
No, I'm not saying that the Earth's pressure has remained static over millions of years. I'm conceding to you, you stupid prick, that there's a gas pressure gradient. And the reason within your model that you have a gas pressure
Oh, now you're
gradient
just
is that
attacking my model,
fucking
but you
word,
know what I just said destroys your model too, then, right?
temperature.
Gas
Temperature gives you
pressure within the Earth, Jedi.
temperature.
Gas pressure within the
Temperature.
Earth has remained.
Temperature. You stupid idiot.
Okay, Jedi, I don't know why you muted me, but again, like I said,
didn't mute you.
if the Earth was contained,
I didn't
gas
mute you.
pressure
So
would remain
apologise.
static, which it hasn't.
I didn't. Dude, I haven't made that claim. Two things.
You didn't have to make that claim.
Two things. One, I've conceded every single time in the last 9 years that we have a gas pressure gradient. That's caused by temperature. It's the very thing that I've been talking about for the last 10 minutes, but you didn't want to make the situation complicated. Sorry if it's too complicated for you. For you to understand that within your own model, the reason why you have a gas pressure gradient is because of temperature. You don't just have one with altitude, you have one with latitude as a distance away from the equator. You also have a gas pressure gradient there. I suppose you didn't know that either. And also an apology from you because I didn't mute you. I couldn't be fucking asked. So sorry, Jedi, for accusing you of doing something you didn't do.
Maybe control one of your guys then. But again, Jedi, you don't know whether the sun is within Earth or not, so I don't know why you're speaking on anything
Fuck all
about
to
temperature.
do with the fact that temperature causes gradients.
Jedi, in your world, I know you don't have a model. In your world, is there an outer realm, or isn't the Earth reality in its entirety?
Who cares, dude? I'm not answering your question.
You
Can't
don't
be asked.
care?
I'm not here for you. Let's put it like that.
You're not here for me.
No.
I thought you were here for me.
No,
Specifically, me in particular.
definitely not here for you. I think you're an obnoxious cunt, to be perfectly honest with you.
Did I speak the truth?
No. Yeah. You couldn't speak the truth if somebody wrote it down
Can you
for
demonstrate? Can you
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just go ahead and show me like a source that says gas pressure within a container doesn't remain static. Go ahead.
What? It all depends, like I said, what energy's in the system and how you put that energy and take it out. Are you stupid?
So where do we get our energy from, Jedi?
The
Where do we get our energy
sun.
Yes, and the sun's in the container as well, right?
I have no idea. Regardless to the
You have
point.
no idea. What the
Regardless
fuck are you
to the
talking
point.
about then?
Regardless to the point.
Well, the sun doesn't. Where the sun is doesn't matter.
What does the sun do is more important.
Yes.
So does the sun heat the surface of the earth?
Yes, of course it does.
Well done. That's all I've been talking about.
Yes. Of course it does.
Absolutely.
It hits our little container. It heats our container surface.
Okay, if you're just going to be a complete dickhead.
I'm not being a dickhead, dude. It's just the truth.
Yeah, you are. You're just one of those arrogant cunts. That's all we got.
It's the truth, man. Truth hurts.
Did you guys just nuke North Korea? He was a good boy. Didn't do nothing wrong.
Really? Alright. You think lying's not doing anything wrong, Sunshine, and I don't know how to help you. If you think lying is, really, really commendable, and we should teach that to our kids, then I guess there's nothing we should do for you.
Scott Mackey, do you think every radius of a ball is vertical? Say if you put a ball on the floor, only one line can go through that. That'll be vertical. And also be the radius or the diameter. But Brenda says all of them. That was special. What about you, Cortico? Do you think every radius of a ball could be vertical at the same time?
Having trouble imagining what that would mean. Every radius of a ball could be vertical at the same time.
What was that?
I'm trying to imagine what you mean.
Let's say you have a ball on the floor, right?
Uh-huh.
Now there is a diameter of that ball, right?
Yeah.
I say that that any diameter of that ball can be vertical, but only one, right? Brenda, the person in here earlier, said all of them could be vertical.
At any given time, or at all times?
At all times.
I mean, there's only one vertical at any given time, but like you could rotate the ball about its axes, and then there would be
But
new.
there would still only be one.
Yeah, I agree. Well, okay. So there's no objective reference frame when talking about a ball. So like there is no. Well, like when we talk about space, like what would be the vertical? You can consider anything vertical. Like we could flip the map over and have Australia be on top, and there's nothing wrong with that map. It's just by convention that we say.
Well, I say vertical and horizontal are objective reference frames. You can't flip those.
Well, I think like when you say vertical, it has to be referenced. It has to be with respect